81, Chapter 77. 20. 94. After a long and very enthusiastic walk in the woods, Thor led me to the dwarves, which to be honest, weren't as small as I expected them to be. While they were small, their size would not make anyone believe they were abnormal or anything. In fact, the only thing that would make them stand out was the color of their skin. They were black, and not human black, but pitch space black. It was different. With a sigh, I decided to approach the leader of the smiths, Mosinir. The burly dwarf was working at the smithy, while Thor talked with the others, but he soon noticed I was walking in his general direction, this drawing his attention from his work. With a gruff grunt, the dwarves hefted up the sword he was hammering with a pair of tongs and dunked it into a tub of water beside him. What you want, kid? Straight to the point. I see, I want a weapon, I replied. You don't say. Mosinir rolled his eyes in slight amusement, his voice was deep and dry, and I had to admit, I did not expect sass from a dwarf. Seeing the surprise on my face, the dwarf smith chuckled and pulled his heavy leather gloves off, extending a callous hand to me. Name's Mosinir. But seeing the brat brought you here, I will assume you already knew that. Brat? So Thor is a brat to him. Interesting. My name is Adam, and yes, Thor told me your name before we came here, I chucked, rubbing the back of my head sheepishly. Hat, Mosinir snorted, turning his gaze back to the sword he was working on before I started to talk with him. Why should I make ya a weapon? He inquired. That is a hard question, I chuckled. What possible good reason could I give him to make me a weapon? What do you want in exchange for giving me a weapon? That has to be the worst offer I have gotten in a millennia, Mosinir snorted. All right, let's make a deal, brat. I am, all ears, I stated. Whatever he wanted me to do, it would be done, and now I noticed that can be exploited. Meh, fuck it, I doubt this guy is like Ares. I am a busy dwarf, I ain't got the time I used to have when I was young. Mosinir sighed, a grin forming on his face. So here is the deal, you want a weapon, fine, I'll forge you one, but you will have to provide all the materials for me to forge it. That didn't sound so bad, I am it, but I don't know what you will need, so I have no idea what to bring you. I chuckled. Oh yeah, I forgot you gods, don't even know how to change your own underwear, Mosinir sighed, rubbing his temples. I will get ya a list. He approached, and with a knife cut my arm. Startled I jumped back, glaring at him. The fuck was that? The first ingredient, Mosinir deadpanned, looking at me as if I was crazy. Maybe I was. Every godly weapon, at least the ones I make, have the essence of the wielder, and not only that, your essence tells me what other ingredients I need to forge you a weapon made for you. I eyed the dwarf with uncertainty, but decided to trust the guy. He had been doing this long before I was alive, and for the looks of it, long before Thor was alive. Now, let's see, Mosinir muttered, putting my golden blood under a magnifying glass. Greek end. The dwarf stopped cold on his tracks, turning his attention to Thor. Are you sure it is wise to give him a weapon? Of course, Thor snorted, he's my lad. Do you know who his father is? Mosinir hissed, and why in the fuck does everyone knows who my father is, but me? Yes, and he's nothing like him. Don't worry, Thor smiled, giving me a double thumbs up. This will be the end of me, but what the hell, if I die? I will finally get some time off. Mosinir chuckled humorlessly. Alright kid, let me write you the ingredients you need and where to find them, he grumbled. Can you tell me who the fuck my father is? I asked, feeling somewhat exasperated at this point. Fuck no, Mosinir shook his head. I don't want any beef with your old daddy. Besides, the fact you aren't bad shit crazy is probably linked to the fact you haven't interacted with him. Frankly, that has been the best answer anyone has given me, I sighed. At least the more people I got to meet, the better answers I started to get. Anyways, let me write you up that list, Mosinir sighed, pulling a piece of paper and a pen out of his desk. Let's see. Holy fuck, this list will kill you, the dwarf laughed, as he wrote the list with an evil smirk on his face, and realizing his kind had made the weapons to most of the Norse gods, I started to doubt finding the ingredients would be as easy. You will need the hearts of 3 falling stars, the tears of a virgin pure of heart, a handful of the true essence of mana. Oh fuck, you are dead for sure, kid, are you sure you want this weapon? After a long list of seemingly impossible ingredients to get, why did he stop? What else do I need? It can be that bad. Oh no, after 100 years, I had once again summoned my nemesis, Murphy's Law. The last 2 ingredients are the scales of Hormungandr and a fang of Fenrir, Mosinir sighed. 1. 2. 3, what in the fuck? Thor and I shouted at the same time, almost as if we had practiced beforehand. So, you still want that weapon? Mosinir asked, though he asked the wrong question. Of course I wanted the weapon. The question he should have been asking was, can you get the ingredients, because I sure as hell don't know if I can. 82, Chapter 78. 20. 94. After a very shocking revelation about what did I have to bring to have the dwarves forge my godly weapon, I, Didn't know what to do. I mean, the first few ingredients were fine, I mean maybe a bit weird and over the top, but fine, but the last two freaking ingredients, how the fuck was I supposed to get last two? Fenrir was supposed to be as strong if not stronger than Odin, and Hormungandr was no better. The big snake was prophesied to be the one that would end Thor's life, meaning it was at least as powerful as Thor, and frankly I was nowhere near that level yet. Then again, I didn't have to fight them, all I had to do was get the ingredients, and my Norse knowledge was accurate, there was a chance I could get those delicate items without fighting them. Hormungandr was, according to the legends, big enough to encircle Midgard, which meant it was entirely possible to simply gather the scales I needed from the end of its body, instead of having to fight the monster in a battle I would not win. Fenrir on the other hand, was a tad more complicated. Accordingly to Norse lore, he was trapped on a cave with magical chains the dwarves made to keep him on place. Those chains would hold the father of wolves inside a desolated cave until Ragnarok started, and while this little fact if true would save me the trouble of fighting him, it would not help me at all to get what I wanted, one of his fangs. There is no shame in rejecting this quest, Thor stated, looking worried, which was not normal for him. Fenrir and Hormungandr are beasts no one can truly match, he added with a sigh, putting a hand on my shoulder. You don't have to do this, you can be plenty strong without a weapon. Thanks, but I think I will try, I replied with a chuckle. Was I making a mistake by risking my life on assumptions that were based on knowledge from another universe? Perhaps, but if I wanted to be strong enough to obtain what I had always craved, my freedom, I needed to risk it all. High bets usually have high gains. Then allow me to come with you, Thor said filled with resolve. I can be of assistance if anything were to happen. At this, I looked at Mosinir giving him a look that said, is that allowed, to which the dwarf smith simply nodded. Sure, but just so you know, I am planning to get the ingredients without fighting. I was not ready to fight those two, not even by a long shot, so instead I would play this little quest, as smart as possible. It's your quest, Thor grinned, giving me a one-armed hug. I will follow your way, he declared loudly. Perfect, now, let's start with the first ingredients shall we? I smiled, deep down what kind of weapon I would get from all this ordeal, because so far, it seemed I was getting a very powerful one. Then again, with my luck, one can never know, so how exactly do I get the heart of a falling star? Was I supposed to go to Godly Walmart or something? I have no idea, Thor laughed, slapping me in the back, but I am sure, the All-Father knows, so let's go and ask him, he offered. Let's, I nodded. So, after I went back to Asgard, I did what Thor recommended to do, and asked Odin where and how could I get the heart of a falling star, and boy, I was not ready for the answer. From what Odin told me, the heart of a falling star is a fucking black hole. How did that make sense? Beats me, but according to Odin, that was the first ingredient, 3 black holes. How was I supposed to carry them? I am still figuring that one out, but yet, black holes. At least the second ingredient, the tears of a virgin of pure heart, was easy to get. I had my supplier, Hestia. She was pure, and a virgin, so all I had to do to get my godly tears, was make her watch Hachi, A Dog's Tale. That movie alone generated more than enough tears to forge hundreds of weapons. I hope my tears work, Hestia sniffed, hugging me tight. Poor doggy. They will, I hugged her back. I will be back as soon as I get the other ingredients. Thanks for the help. I patted her affectionately on the head, ruffling her hair. Happy or rather sad to help, Hestia chuckled. Let's go. Thor jumped out of nowhere, dragging out of the warm trademarked embrace of Hestia. We have 3 black holes to catch, a snake to shave and a wolf to give some dental care. See you later. I waved at Hestia, as Thor dragged me across the halls of Hotel Valhalla. Take care. Hestia waved back, with a bright smile. Artemis POV. Adam had rejected the offer father had given him, and to add salt to the injury he did in a way that had Zeus furious. I couldn't really blame him though, after all we did, he had more than enough reasons to hate Olympus as a whole, but even then, he didn't have to be so difficult. What need did he have to make an enemy of Zeus, an enemy he could not hope to face? Well, you were right, Apollo sighed, running his hands through his golden hair. Adam basically told Dad to fuck himself. He chuckled darkly. He ain't coming back, isn't he? I don't think so, I sighed. Dad won't stop trying until he has Hestia back, Apollo muttered. We need to stand together, or Olympus will fall. I think that is why father is not ordering everyone to go out and execute Adam, because whether he likes it or not, Adam is part of Olympus. He is, after all, the hearth welcomed him more than it has done with anyone before. I nodded, because unknowingly to everyone, Hestia had linked Adam to Olympus, stopping my father from killing him. I wonder when she did that. 83, Chapter 79. 20. 95. Double release starts again tomorrow. Saturdays are my day of chilling. Collecting the black holes was easier than I originally expected. I guess sometimes I forget I am a god now and the realm of impossibility that clouded me was no longer there, but even with all my godhood, the task proved to have its ups and downs with the hardest part being finding 3 black holes. The universe is vast, too vast for my magic to scan, which in turn made locating the black holes impossible, fortunately for me. With the help of Odin and Thor I managed to get the hearts I needed for my weapon, but it was clear that without them it would have taken me decades if not centuries to find 3 black holes. With that said and done, I still needed to collect the last 3 ingredients to forge my weapon, the essence of true mana, whatever that was, a fang of Fenrir, and the scales of Hormungandr. I wonder just how many sclera do I need. Alright, time to find the essence of mana, I declared, as I could only hope the essence was as easy as the ingredients I had acquired so far. I had enough shit with the last 2, the fang and the scale. Do you know where to find that? Thor asked, floating around me like a moon. Why? Well, we still were in outer space. It still surprised and eluded me the fact I was able to talk, and breathe in outer space like it was nothing. Being a god after being a human is confusing. Well, I assume we can ask Odin, if not the dwarves, they seem to know a lot of stuff, I pointed out. I will ask father, you go and ask the dwarves, Thor offered, that why we'll save up time. I eyed the god of thunder for a second before nodding. Alright. At that I snapped my fingers, teleporting him to Asgard while I teleport to Svartalfheim to ask the dwarves about the essence. One of them had to know. After all, I doubt my weapon had been the first one to require such ingredient before. As soon as I arrived to Svartalfheim, I ran to Mosinir's and asked him about the essence, and I will be honest, I was fully prepared for the dwarf to tell me. I have no fucking idea, but instead he chuckled and proceeded to tell me where was the best place to farm the essence require for my weapon. Which unsurprisingly was on another realm, Vanaheim, the home of the Vanir. According to Norse lore, Vanaheim is the home of the Vanir gods. The Vanir gods are an old branch of gods that at one point were at war with the Aesir. The Vanir are masters of sorcery and magic, having magical secrets that to this day Odin has not uncovered. Which was a good omen about finding my ingredient there. According to Mosinir, they could be already waiting for me. Why? Well, apparently they were also widely acknowledged for their talent to predict the future, matching and apparently sometimes surpassing Odin's true sight of the cosmos. They won't give you the essence for free, so be ready to pay for it, or at least fight for it, Mosinir stated, giving me a long and scrutinizing look before he turned to his work once again. My brother! I heard Thor call out, as he entered the store running. Father told me, the best place to get what we are looking for is, Vanaheim. Yep, already knew that, I smiled. Then let's us run. Thor stated, eager to continue with our quest. The faster we get there the faster we will get the essence you are looking for. Let's go, I snapped my finger, teleporting us back to Asgard, so that we could use the Bifrost, to go to Vanaheim. With the help of Heimdall, we arrived with no complications to Vanaheim, where a group of masked Vanir gods were expecting us. This is, frankly, what I expected when Mosinir told me they could see the future. I chuckled. We have come here to gather the essence of true mana. Thor stated, and by the position of his hand lightly touching his hammer, it seemed he was ready to fight. We know, the 7 individuals in front of us, chuckled all in one voice, creepy as fuck, and it can be yours, if you do something for us, the masked individuals added. Alright. For the moment, I would ignore the Friday 13 shit they were pulling. What do we need to do? When Ragnarok stars like it has been foretold, all we want from you is to bring all the Vanir gods residing in Asgard back to us, the masked group of Vanir gods answered. If you can give us your word, you will bring them, ensuring you will bring the bodies of Njord, Freyr and Freya after Ragnarok. We will give you the essence. At this, they opened their hands, showing us 7 vials. This can be yours, if you give us your word. Well, they did not specify if I had to bring the Vanir gods alive or dead, so I suppose is a low-risk deal for me. I accept. Very well, they replied, handing me the essences. Your word has sealed the deal. We will await from you, young god, when the darkest day arrives. With that they all disappeared, leaving nothing but questions behind. Well, that wasn't fucking ominous at all, Thor snorted. Why in the fuck did they have to talk all at the same time? Thor, your brother Heimdall, has 9 moms, I deadpanned. Nothing in my life is normal anymore, 9 moms. I wonder how that worked. Fair enough, Thor barked in laughter. Life can be weird as a god, and that underselling it. It is, I chuckled, as a smile slowly curved into my face. I now had 3 out of 5 ingredients to have my weapon. I was so close yet, so far away. I wonder, how hard will it be to get the last 2? 84, Chapter 80. 20. 97. After getting the true essence of mana from the creepy Vanir gods, I had completed one more step towards getting my weapon, and now, there was nothing left but to get the last 2 fucking ingredients, and well, I suppose I was about to see how fucked I was soon enough. Do you know where to find Fenrir? I asked Thor. If my Norse lore knowledge was anything to go by, the big wolf was the easiest for me right now. Being bound to a cave, unable to move until the darkest day arrived, made it easier for me to get what I needed. One of his fangs. I do, Thor nodded grimly. Niflheim. Niflheim, or the Mist World, was known as the darkest and coldest region of all the realms according to Norse mythology, and apparently it was the world selected to be the prison for Fenrir. All right, let's go, I sighed. I was not going to lie, or fool myself. I was deep down scared of the two following tasks I had to complete to get my weapon. Facing the two greatest monsters in Norse mythology, even if I was playing my moves smartly, was terrifying. How do you want to do this? Thor inquired, breaking me out of my long reverie. Well, no idea, except I don't want to fight them, I chuckled. Fair enough, Thor nodded. With that I teleport us back to Asgard, where we would use the Bifrost to go to Niflheim. With the help of Heimdall, we arrived to Niflheim with no complications, and boy was this fucking realm cold. Holy shit, even as a god here I was shivering in cold. Holy, rap, I muttered. I knew, there, was a reason I hated this realm, Thor cursed. So, where the fuck? Is that wolf? I asked Thor. Just, follow the RR river. Thor pointed to the river nearby where we were. That's his saliva. Disgusting, but mythologically accurate. In Norse lore it was known as the River of Expectation, but still, ew. I guess it's time to follow the spit version of the Niagara Falls, so that I can give the big demonic doggo the dental care he so desperately needs. With nothing else to do but follow the disgusting trail back to Fenrir, we started walking, and as we followed the Drool River up, deeper into fucking mist/ice tundra realm, I started to feel more and more as the atmosphere started to thicken. It didn't take me long to figure out what it was. Fenrir, I was feeling his overwhelming presence, and it kinda reminded me of Sun Wukong, but it was more feral, and vastly more suffocating. I think we are close to the beast, I chuckled. Yep, Thor nodded. I can feel the big asshole nearby, he stated, holding his hammer tight. We should find him soon enough. He pointed back to the Drool River. Ew, I chuckled. Ew indeed, Thor chuckled. We continued following the river, to where it naturally began, finding ourselves in the entrance of a very damp cave. From the inside a powerful growl followed by a howl could be heard, shaking the very foundation of the cave from within. Here it is, Thor stated. Here goes nothing, I breathed out, entering the cave, with each step weighing me down, as if I was getting an extra ton to carry with every inch I advanced. The cave was like nothing I have ever seen before. It literally had an entire ecosystem inside, with mountains and forests inside. I continued on my path until I eventually stopped walking, feeling as if the air itself had stiffened, finding myself face to face with the father of wolves, Fenrir, Greek. The godly demonic wolf struggled to say, as he eyed me with curiosity, moving as much as the bindings around him allowed him to move. I have seen big creatures, and then there was Fenrir. He was easily the biggest being I had ever seen face to face, towering over all creatures, even above the titans themselves. No wonder he was destined to kill Odin. The bastard was massive, and his power was massive as well, but this brought some terrifying points that I would have to investigate later, like the fact in the Riordan books. Fenrir was small, and it was nothing like the beast I was seeing right now. Get your fang, Thor whispered. I might be bound, but I still can kill you, boy, Fenrir growled, the sword keeping his mouth open, moving a bit. I would appreciate if you didn't, I replied, wondering how in the fuck was I supposed to take one of his fangs out, when a single fang was like 10 feet tall. We don't need your approval, beast, Thor hissed in anger, lighting coming out his body, breaking the ground where he was standing. And I think this is the first time I have seen Thor angry. Still mad at me? Fenrir growled, how is your brother? Tyr was it? Is he still missing his arm? And then I realized, this motherfucker was trying to get Thor angry, on purpose, but why? I will slay you where you stand. Thor growled, jumping at the beast only to be stopped by a barrier I created the moment I realized Fenrir was trying to rile Thor up. Drop the barrier. Thor demanded, glaring at me. He is trying to manipulate you, I pointed out. I don't know much of the seal keeping him in place, but I am sure attacking him is not something we want to do. If he wants that, I glared at the wolf, I bet it would weaken the seal somehow. I will eat you alive, Fenrir growled, thrashing around trying to reach me in anger, showing I had struck gold with my point. I see, Thor smirked, looking at the beast with a cocky smile. Sorry, but I will not be walking you out today. I snorted at his doggo joke. So any ideas how to get one of his fangs out? I inquired. I was at lost here. Cavities. Thor shrugged. A good start, but no, I chuckled. 85, Chapter 81. 20. 97. Now Fenrir, how about you give me that fang? Seriously, how was I supposed to get a 15-foot tall fang from his mouth? You know my name, and of my fame, Fenrir said with a booming voice that made the ground inside the cave tremble, shaking the mountains around him, and yet, you want my fang? Are you really that eager to die, little god? the wolf asked, flexing his paws at the end. I might be bound, but for me you are nothing but a fly. So, I assume you will not give me that fang willingly, I replied, trying to find a solution to my current conundrum. Fenrir gave a low and bitter chuckle at that. Amusing or insulting, that you think I would give you anything. I see, in the end, it seemed I would have to forcibly remove the fang, one way or another. Well, I will get that fang, whether you like it or not, I stated, trying but failing to sound confident. The wolf said nothing for a moment, with his only answer being a wicked smirk slowly forming on his furry face. Then come and get it, I haven't eaten in a few hundred years. Taking a deep breath, I analyzed the situation, seeing it from an intellectual perspective. I had all the advantage I needed. For one, he was virtually unable to move, thanks to Gleipnir his mobility was close to non-existent. Now the real problem was his mouth. While the sword kept it open, I was sure he could bite me down, killing me if I got too close. Scared? Fenrir inquired, a sinister tone on his voice clouding my mind for a moment. I am right here, unable to move. Why was he so eager to be attacked? Was that an escape from his prison? Thor, is there any of the dwarves that made Gleipnir still alive? I asked, to which the god of thunder nodded. Very well, then I will teleport you to Svartalfheim. From there you will have an hour. I want you to ask the dwarves about the seal keeping Fenrir in place, and why is he so eager to be attacked? Got it, Thor nodded. I am ready. My spell will automatically teleport you back here, I informed Thor, before teleporting him back to Svartalfheim. Are you sure that's a smart move? Fenrir growled, his mouth watering even more. You don't have any protection now. I don't need any protection, and especially not from a chained bitch, I shot back. I will enjoy tearing you apart. Fenrir howled in anger, shaking the ground with each word. I will eat your body, and defecate what's left of you. Before I had the time to verbally smack the overgrown wolf, a hand touched my shoulder gripping it tightly, and I froze. No need to threaten the young god, son, someone whispered, close to my ear, too close. Startled, I jumped back and immediately teleported a few meters away from the spot I had been standing, trying to see who had touched me, but much to my surprise, no one was there. The fuck? Language, the same voice whispered, sounding amused, but this time, instead of a hand, I felt as if someone had decided to rest his chin on my right shoulder. Must be that idiot, the one who taught you all of that, disgusting language. At this, I started to feel as a powerful and crushing aura expanded from where the voice was coming. The pressure was so high that I couldn't even turn around to see who it was. In terms of power, whoever it was weaker than Thor, Odin, or Fenrir, but it was vastly more unstable than any of them. It felt like what I would expect coming from the Joker, if he was here, and was a god. Who are you? I managed to articulate. Whoever it was toying with me, and the worst part was, I had an idea of who it was, Loki. The unknown god behind me hummed. I think it's common courtesy to introduce yourself first, he stated with a delirious chuckle. The name is Adam, I replied, and what about you? Loki, the one and only. Loki laughed, confirming my suspicions, but I have a feeling you already knew that. I could almost feel the mad god pouting behind me. What do you want? I asked. So far, he hasn't killed me, so he's either playing with me, or he wants something. Nothing, Loki snorted, teleporting to the top of Fenrir's head. Just wanted to see, how was the son of that monster doing, and I have to say, I disappointed. Another god that knows my dad, what a surprise, I see. So you want the fang of my boy? Loki smiled, in a way that made me wonder, if he was the inspiration for the Joker. They both looked deranged and utterly mad. You can have it. Say what now? What? Both Fenrir and I asked at the same time, both with different degrees of shock. Odin thinks he can stop what it has been written, but that one-eyed simpleton can't do anything. Loki laughed. Ragnarok will happen, and so will the end of Midgard, and that idiot like always will fail to protect those he care about. He will fail Midgard and Asgard like he failed Balder. He cackled. So, yes, you can have a fang. Fine. Fenrir growled, pushing one of his fangs out with his tongue. Now, tell Odin when you see him, that no matter how much he tries to avoid the end of times, it will come for him. Loki cackled with delight. I will help him stop it, I stated. If Odin was trying to stop the end of the world, I was going to help him. Oh, you poor little soul, Loki chuckled. If only you knew, how ironically poetic is what you just said, you would be laughing with me. 86, Chapter 82. 20. 99. I eyed the fang Fenrir had dropped in the ground with hesitation, as Loki smiled at me from above Fenrir's head where he sat. Should I really grab the fang? He was a trickster, so there had to be a catch with this, besides his obvious entertainment. Taking a deep breath, I levitated the fang to me, while keeping my eyes on the clearly mad god, this time getting a better look at him, detailing him. He had a dirty-looking blonde hair, his face was filled with scars, that accentuated his crazy demeanor even more. His blue eyes were devoid of all emotion. As for his physical build, he was lean and looked very ordinary. Now, don't be like that, Loki pouted, a smile slowly making its way to his scarred face. I am helping you, free of charge, as if I was going to believe that he wanted something I was probably already giving him even without knowing, but what it was. I could only hope Odin would be able to answer that, and knowing the man, he probably already knew what Loki wanted from me, he simply chose to not tell me. Thanks, I replied, teleporting the fang to Svartalfheim, better to save the ingredient before the deranged god changed his mind about giving it to me. Now I must go, readying my teletransportation spell. Loki grinned cockily before snapping his fingers. Not so fast, stopping my spell with one of his own. I am not done with you, he chuckled. We have 45 minutes before Thor comes back. Let's play a game. A game? I fucking knew it. This crazy ass motherfucker was not going to let me go, at least not without some sort of demented game to entertain himself. Oh, nothing much. Loki chuckled. I just want you to meet my other son, alone. Hormungandr, and how is dealing with him a game? Dealing with crazy people is never easy. The game is, will you die? Or will you retrieve the scales you so desperately need? Loki chuckled. With Thor, this last quest would have been all too easy, and we can't have that, can we? He winked. So, let's place our bets. Will you survive? Will you die? He, let the game begin. As he said that, a menacing cold feeling invaded my body, pushing me to the ground, crushing my body roughly against the rocks as if gravity had increased 1,000 times, but instead of finding some type of resistance, or a hard surface at the very least, I was surprised to find the ground quite soft, as if it was yielding to the pressure my body was giving, like a pillow I could say. Second by second, I felt as my body was pushed into the ground deeper and deeper, swallowing me into oblivion as I struggled but failed to stop whatever was happening to me. In panic, I felt as my senses go into overdrive, as darkness swallowed me whole. Slowly, I come back to my senses, finding myself floating in the sea aimlessly. With a sigh, I jumped out of the water, sending a wave of mana across the sea, trying to locate the big-ass snake, deep down being afraid that Loki had followed through on his word and had teleported me right to Hormungandr, but somehow, I seemed to be completely alone. Apart for aquatic animals one would expect on the sea, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The fuck did Loki do? I muttered to myself, as I noticed I was feeling quite dizzy, to the point I was forced to sit down in the air, groaning in pain and discomfort until the inexplicable feeling that Loki had probably forced into me disappeared. No wonder everyone hates him, I chuckled bitterly. He was a true asshole. Well, time to go to. I stopped mid-sentence, noticing something. I couldn't feel any magical signatures, not only on the sea, but in the entire world, something that was impossible, which meant I was not in Midgard. It looked like it, it smelled like it. But it wasn't. Where in the 9 fucking realms am I? I asked myself, trying to see if I could feel one of the realms I was familiar from where I was, but nothing. Many possible answers flashed across my mind, like, perhaps this was a pocket dimension like Olympus or a realm I had yet to visit, but before I was able to select a plausible possibility, I felt the world I was in shake violently. The entire world was rumbling. On instinct I teleported out of the sea, to the skies, trying to get the high ground. This tremor was not a natural occurrence, it was the result of someone, or something moving. I will take a wild guess and say it, the big boy. I chuckled, seeing as the sea started to become more and more violent, when all of the sudden the entire sea erupted, on a wild and unstoppable tsunami of cataclysmic proportions as something rose from the sea, towering where I was in less than a second, which was surprising, considering I was a few thousands meters above the sea level. Taking a deep breath, I turned around to see something I was fully expecting, Hormungandr towering above me, and boy, was the big monster massive, and here I thought Fenrir was big. Just what does Loki feed them? Hi. Hormungandr eyed me for a moment with curiosity, before releasing a feral hiss, that pushed me a few miles back with such strength I started to wonder if the beast had a connection with the skies or something to produce such a powerful blast with a simple hiss. I will assume you don't like me, I chuckled, and who could blame me? This was my defense mechanism when I find something I can't deal with. I try to laugh, and this monster was easily the most disturbing thing I had ever faced so far. I was but an ant compared to him in sheer size, but what disturbed me the most was, that I felt no mana coming from the beast at all. If it wasn't for the fact I was seeing him face to face, I would argue it was an illusion, but it wasn't. I could feel his physical form, just no mana coming from him. Just what in the fuck was he? And why was he the first living form without mana I had encountered since I came to existence here? 87, Chapter 83. 20. 99. Being face to face with Hormungandr made it absolutely clear the beast was not happy at all with my presence. Inwardly I cursed when I realized what Loki had truly done, but there was no time to waste right now. Right now I had to deal with the gigantic snake that wanted to snack on me. With a low and deafening hiss, Hormungandr charged at me, at full speed. His mouth full of razor-sharp teeth that promised a world of pain if he managed to munch on me. In terms of sheer size the beast had the advantage, but if I played my moves carefully, I had more freedom of movement that he had. With that in mind I teleport behind his head, trying to maintain some distance between us. No need to be angry with me Godzilla, your dad sent me here, I muttered, as I continued to teleport behind him every time he turned to face me, while wondering how could I get the scales I needed. I mean, I was already here, I might as well try to get what I need. Unsure how to proceed with my quest, I decided to test how much damage I would be able to deal to the beast, by throwing my most powerful mana blast at it. And while that got me the beast's attention, it did no damage at all. In fact, it was almost as if the blast dissipated into nothing as soon as it touched the beast. In retaliation Hormungandr tried to bite me down, moving towards me alarmingly fast. Fortunately for me, magic is usually faster than most creatures including the biggest snake in the universe, and thanks to that, I managed to dodge its charge by teleporting out of the way. But dodging would not get me out of this. If I didn't manage to hurt the beast, I would eventually die. It was no secret Hormungandr had more energy than me, and would not stop pursuing me until I was inside his giganormous belly. But what was I to do, when the beast simply shrugged my most powerful attack like it was a breeze? How was I supposed to damage such a powerful foe if my best did nothing? Perhaps a different approach. As I continued to teleport out of the way, over and over again, I started to blast the beast with different attacks: fire, ice, wind, pure mana, anything that I could think of, and regardless of the strength behind said attacks, the result was the same: nothing. Something was clearly wrong here. Even if Hormungandr eclipsed me in power, my attacks should have an effect, even if that effect is a small one, but so far nothing. And then it hit me, was if the reason behind my attacks not affecting the beast at all was the same reason behind the total lack of mana on the realm I was currently in? Could it be that Hormungandr was responsible for the mana situation in this world, and if so, was that the reason behind his total immunity to mana-based attacks? I guess there was only one way to find that out: trying to hurt the beast with pure brute strength. Summoning my sword I teleported above the creature as I proceeded to bring my sword downwards on his head with all my strength, trying to cut the beast. Unfortunately the sword broke upon contact like a cup of glass, but this time, it was different. Unlike before where my mana-based attacks simply dissipated, I felt the beast's scaly skin budge a little. Proving my theory true, Hormungandr was the worst possible enemy for a mage. The motherfucker was immune to magic. No wonder Thor was the one destined to kill him. The strongest Norse god physically was the best fucking option to deal with him. But now that I had a plausible idea of what I was dealing with, the question was, how the fuck was I supposed to get the scales I needed? I was in RPG terms built to be a mage. This sort of thing was not something I was well equipped to deal with. I either needed a stronger sword, which I did not have, or I needed to be stronger physically, which was not something I could possibly accomplish right now. Fuck, I cursed, dodging a very close attempt from the beast to swallow me whole, noticing his attacks were increasing in speed by the second, all while realizing a quite disturbing fact that I had failed to notice. If Hormungandr managed to swallow me, I would die, and before I hear anyone say, "Not shit Sherlock," I mean that even if the beast swallows me alive, I would be able to escape him. His body was built to kill mages, and if he dissipates mana and spells inside of him like he does on the outside, well, I would be fucked. Maybe I should have stayed weaponless. It had done wonders for me so far. I mean, I should have seen this shit coming when the last two ingredients were so fucking dangerously impossible to get. The red flags were so clear. I feel I should be communicating on semaphore right now. I mean, the Fang of Fenrir and the SCA, the Fang of Fenrir, I have that. What if I can hurt the beast with the Fang of his own brother? The Fang was clearly stronger than the toothpick I used trying to cut him down, and if anything within my arsenal was physically strong enough to hurt the beast, it was that. "Hey ugly!" I shouted, as I teleported a few thousand meters above him. For this to work, I would not only need to use the Fang, but make sure to the laws of nature on my favor, like for example, the inescapable force of gravity. Let's go ahead and see how resistant you are to damage. I grinned, as Hormungandr rushed at me, feeling things would end well for me, for the first time in ever. 88, Adam, here once again. Third-person POV. Adam was sitting on his room inside Hotel Valhalla, wondering what Hestia would cook. Oh hey, Adam waved to nowhere in particular. I read some of the comments in the last chapter, and wanted to ask, did you guys really expect me to be strong enough to face the big-ass snake or the bad doggy just like that? He chuckled, people expect so much from me. Honestly, I'm flattered. Heck, some even complain about my pranks, when they are the only things that keep me from ending it all, from remembering every single second of excruciating suffering. At this, Adam's eyes turned almost lifeless, his demeanor darkening. Hey Adam, the author poked the young god, breaking his dangerous train of thought. Sorry, Adam chuckled, I guess I have some shit to work through. Oh well, what was I saying? Oh yeah, well, guys, I will become strong. I have something I want to protect after all, as cliché as that sounds, he snorted, but, give me a break, Zeus, God hate that man. Anyway, that guy trained for a long time to match his big old cannibal daddy, and even then the war lasted a long time, so, yeah, he winked once again to nowhere in particular. I will become strong, and at one point I will have to face the realities I lived in Tartarus, but not today. His voice darkened once again, not today. 89, Tier List. https://docs.google.com/document/u/3/d/1jmgmn spare byte 7 pf84s5 pxa 7 _nzcvskkkrcbq. The link above is for anyone that wants to see it, and see how he ranks. That will be updated as the story progresses. For now, here it is. Tier List: Percy Jackson. X Chaos. SS Tartarus, Gaia, Uranus, Hemera, Nyx, Erebus. S Zeus, Odin, Thor, Sun Wukong, Fenrir, Hormungandr, Cronus. A Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Heimdall, Loki. B Demeter, Artemis, Apollo, Hestia, Hermes, Athena, Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus. C Heracles, Dionysus, Adam, Thanatos, Hecate. D Priapus, Hypnos, Nemesis, Triton. E Iris, Nike, Tyche, Hebe. F Monsters and Some Demigods. 90, Chapter 84. 20. 100. Being face to face with Hormungandr made it absolutely clear the beast was not Hap. My theory that Fenrir's fang could injure Hormungandr was based on nothing more than a vague hunch, because although I had proven that Hormungandr was immune to magic, I didn't know for sure if brute raw force was the answer. I operating under the assumption the Nordic tale of Thor killing Hormungandr was true, and if it were, well, the chances of my idea working were high, mostly because I knew how Thor operated. He was not a god to use his mana like I do, or Odin does. Thor uses his mana in the most basic and rudimentary way, simply using his vast pool of mana to increase his already monumental brute force. Taking a deep breath, I levitated Fenrir's fang above my head, waiting for the perfect moment to attack the monster. One wrong move, and Hormungandr would kill me. That much was certain. I had to maneuver this fight with precision, because the beast was barely trying, you see. A couple of minutes ago I had noticed Hormungandr was getting faster and faster, and that made me realize, he was probably more snake than I originally thought. After all, snakes are quite lethargic after brumation, and perhaps Hormungandr was just waking up from his brumation, and if that was the case, I didn't want to see how it would move when it was fully awake. I was already struggling to dodge his assault. I continued to dodge his attacks until the opportunity to strike back arose when he was turning around, so with a battle cry, I threw the fang at Hormungandr, increasing my strength hundreds of times over my limit, pumping all the mana I could into my arm, and as I threw the fang at the beast, I could feel my bones breaking from the massive tension they were carrying, just as I could feel the muscles on my right arm tearing apart from the sudden increase in strength and speed. It hurt, but it had to hurt. If I wanted to the success of my attack, I had to go over my limits. The fang broke the sound barrier, descending towards Hormungandr with an unparalleled speed, or so I thought. Hormungandr upon seeing the attack approaching his head proved to be more than a mindless animal, and with an equally astonishing speed, moved his head out of the trajectory of the fang. Unfortunately for Hormungandr, his body made it a bit difficult for him to dodge any attack completely, and therefore the fang managed to cut the beast slightly. The damage was not great, at most it was superficial, but this had proved my theory to be true. Hormungandr could only be wounded with brute force. But although this brought me some satisfaction, since I had managed to advance a little further in my quest to get the scales from the beast, I couldn't help but notice the massive difference in strength between me and him. I had to sacrifice my right arm to scratch him. And the scratch had not broken any of the scales on his body, proving that getting the last ingredient was literally going to cost me more than an arm. Hormungandr was a beast without equal, of that, there was no doubt. My right arm was going to take a couple of hours to regenerate the damage it had suffered, so taking that into consideration, I had 3 more shots, 2 if I wanted to play this game safely, since sacrificing both my arms would put me at a clear disadvantage, worse than I already was. Some forms of magic needed hands, and losing that was risky. But even then, I had 1 shot per limb, where I would try to attack the area that the fang had previously scratched a few moments ago. Let's see what breaks first, my body or your scales, I said with a nervous smile, while I teleported Fenrir's fang back to me. This time I would use my left leg to kick the fang towards Hormungandr. Once again, I waited for the right moment to strike, before increasing the physical strength of my leg and kicking the fang towards the beast with all my might, this time going further than the last time, increasing my power beyond what I thought possible to the point I almost felt my leg explode. Just like my arm, I felt in detail the pain, as the bones of my leg turned to dust, the result of millions of bones fractures occurring at the same time. With much more force, this time the fang managed to cut and damage the monster deeper than ever before, but even so, the damage was once again superficial at best. But, at least I was getting closer to break the scale I so desperately needed to complete my weapon, so without wasting time I grabbed Fenrir's fang with my magic, and repeated the same process with my other leg. I had to finish this quest quickly, because I had the feeling that Hormungandr was a few moments away. To fully wake up, an omen that which would bring upon me, an unavoidable death. Once again, at the sacrifice of my other leg, I managed to increase the amount of damage in the desired area, and as a result, I could see how one of Hormongonder's massive scales almost came loose. Now everything depended on my last shot, my left arm. If I missed, I would have no way to get what I wanted, and I would lose much of my power by not being able to cast much of my magical repertoire. Here goes nothing. With a long sigh, I teleport to the side of the beast, grabbing Fenrir's fang. Once again, before I slammed the fang into the loose scale with a mighty battle cry, finally breaking the scale off his body, with a smile, I magically grabbed both items. I had won, at least partially. For my happiness was short-lived. Faster than I could see, the beast slammed me with his tail across the ocean. In the end, I had acquired what I wanted, but what was I supposed to do now that Hormongonder had finally awoken? 91, Chapter 85. 20. 100. In shock I opened my eyes to find myself where China should be. The monster had slammed me across an entire continent like swatting a fly. At least I was still alive, but now what? Now that Hormongonder was fully awake, I was fucked. God damn it, I coughed, gold blood running down my mouth. With a sigh I looked at the fang and the scale I had recently acquired, floating behind me, and I have to say I was surprised I managed to hold them after the bitch slap Hormongonder just gave me. It would have been natural to drop them. I guess my magic refused to let go of them. As I forced myself with magic to stand up, I felt as Hormongonder started to turn his massive body towards me. If this continued, I would die. I knew that much. I had to escape, or the monster would claim my life. But how? This world, while a copy of Midgard, was not Midgard, meaning I had no idea where I was magically located. Without a point of reference my teletransportation was useless, and with my current strength I was no match for the beast. At least I was an annoying fly. I mean, I had to sacrifice my arms and legs to deal the equivalent of a mosquito bite on him. Well, Adam, I muttered, seeing the snake struggle to move, I guess that happens when you are bigger than the planet hosting you. You have 3 minutes to think of a solution. I chuckled, ichor dripping from my limbs, as I kept my eyes on Hormongonder. If I had to take a guess, Hormongonder was not exactly the best moving around. His massive side made it difficult for him to turn and do things on a timely manner, which is why he had yet to attack me again. It was either that, or the snake simply saw me as a game, something he shouldn't take seriously at all. Either way, he was taking his time to attack me. For the first time in decades, I didn't know what to do, for no matter where I ran to, he would find me. This blatant copy of Midgard was his home, and as long as I was trapped in here, I was his prey, his toy to play with. Heimdall, if you can see me, please open the Bifrost, and get me the fuck out of here. I screamed, as I remembered Heimdall was all-seeing, but nothing happened, meaning he was not paying attention to me right now. Fuck. Well, if Heimdall couldn't help me, then what? Hestia, of course, the hearth was a gate to Hestia, one that she controlled. If I created a hearth in here, I would be able to walk through it to her. I summon a gate to burn away my pains, a place to meet where family is always there. I call the fire of hearth to soothe my problems away. I call it upon myself. Good thing I still remembered how to make one, and I can only hope this is not like Tartarus, otherwise I was fucked. A few seconds after my incantation, a fire came to life in front of me. Adam. I heard Hestia call out, her tone carrying a lot of emotions, most of them, emotions Hestia should not be allowed to carry. Not much time to talk. I need your permission to walk through the heart with a few big items, I replied. At much I had another minute or so before Hormongonder decided to end me. Of course. Just go through the fire. Hestia replied immediately, as the hearth grew in size, big enough for me to enter. Thanks, I sighed, as I dived into the hearth, escaping this nightmare, not before giving the beast the bird, a magical one. My hands were fucked right now. Hestia POV. When I felt Adam creating a hearth, I knew something was wrong, but how much? I wasn't prepared to. His legs and arms were broken beyond anything I have ever seen, but that didn't even come close to the terrifying mess his body was. He was one step away from dying his first immortal death. His body was barely keeping itself together. In fact, I was surprised his body was still here and not going through his first reformation. How bad is it, Doc? Adam asked, smiling. You are barely alive, I shot back, angry. He shouldn't be smiling. He almost died, and while yes, he probably would have reformed later, we didn't know that for sure. Hormongonder could have eaten him, destroying his essence. Sorry, Adam muttered, but if it makes you feel any better, I finished my dangerous quest, he offered with an apologetic smile. It does not, I huffed. I will have a word with Thor. He promised to keep an eye on you, and he did a terrible job. In all fairness, we did not account for Loki appearing. Adam sighed. The bastard made my mission harder than it had to be. Stupid Loki, stupid Thor. Still, I will have a word with him, I stated. Fair enough, Adam shrugged. Now, how about you ask Odin if he has a medic able to help me? He chuckled. I feel like if I go to sleep I will fade. I sighed. Most likely, right now what's keeping you together in pure sheer will, I stated, so don't fall asleep until I find a way to stabilize your essence, or at the very least wait until your body fixes itself, which should take a day or two. I will so kill Tha Loki, Adam muttered, as you wish, my beautiful nurse. He winked at me, and at that I narrowed eyes at him. I knew he would most of the time smile to keep me happy, to hide how much pain he was actually feeling. He had always done that, but ever since Tartarus, it had become a norm for him, to pretend to be happy, to pretend everything is okay, when it's not, but I suppose it's okay for now, because I will find a way to help him someday. 92, Chapter 86. 20. 100. After my suicidal quest, I was forced to stay in my room, under Odin's and Hestia's orders, so with nothing to do but count the seconds as I stared at the white ceiling of my room while I wondered, when would I be strong enough so that I didn't have the need to go through these troubling situations. I was tired of being so weak, and while I knew that my strength had drastically increased during the last few months, I would always be confronted with the cruel and harsh reality that I still wasn't strong enough to defend myself against most of the monsters out there. The reality was, that there was always going to be bigger fish swimming in the lake of my life, waiting for the right moment to show me how much I had to improve if I wanted to survive, like Hormungandr did. Oh, that reminds me. Hormungandr and I actually fought on Midgard, but not the Midgard one would expect. Apparently the tales about his location had been, a bit off to say something, or rather I should say, they were lacking part of the information needed to answer such a question. Odin clarified that, apparently, there are two Midgards, or rather one divided into two. It's confusing, but when has something that had to do with the gods been easy? Anyways. Back to the point, two Midgards, the one I knew, and the one Hormungandr lives in, which is known as Misgard Skadi, the shadow of Midgard of something, ominous as fuck, as everything in my life as of lately. I'm not going to lie, I miss when my life had less problems, when my only worry was what kind of diabolical prank I was going to inflict upon my friends. I miss those days without any existential problems, without mortal enemies, without fear of losing everything once again, but I guess it wasn't all bad. Hestia was an oasis in the desert of my life, the only positive constant in my life, although I guess I'm being a little unfair. Hades and Persephone were also essential parts of my life. Odin and Thor too, although it was more than clear that Odin wanted something from me, even a blind man would catch on that. What exactly did he want? I don't know. The man was difficult to read, too difficult. Adam, Hestia greeted as she entered the room, a plate of food in her hand. I made paella, she added with a little smile. And just like that, my depression was gone. What does it matter if I'm not strong enough yet? Someday I will be. In the meantime, I can't complain, not really, not as long as I can enjoy this smile, for me. I asked her, gesturing to the plate in her hand with wishful desire, what can I say? I love paella. In fact, from now on it will be my sacred dish. I don't know if the gods have that, but fuck them if they don't. I'll make this a tradition. Maybe, Hestia giggled, a playful grin slowly forming on her face as she teased me with the plate filled with delicious godly nourishment. She was playing a dangerous game. You wouldn't dare to do this, would you? Looking at her intently, I allowed a fake tear to slip down my cheek for dramatic purposes. If she wanted to play, two could play this game. Well played, Hestia sighed, setting the plate down, full of delicious European nectar on my bed. The tear was a low blow though, she pouted. Don't hate the player, hate the game, I replied, as I wolfed down my food. When are they going to let me out? I asked, as I took a water break. Although I understood why I had been kept in quarantine for 2 days, I had recovered. There was no reason to keep me locked up anymore. After you eat everything, Hestia sighed, just, promise me, you won't risk your life like that again. I promise, I said with resolve, because I would make sure I wouldn't be the small fish next time. After eating my holy dish and being discharged from the jail that was my room, I teleported to Svartalfheim where without further ado, I delivered the last 2 ingredients to the blacksmith, who eyed me in disbelief for a long moment before he chuckled. I have to admit, lad, I did not expect you to survive this long. The dwarf laughed, grabbing the fang and the scale. Your weapon will be ready in a week. A week, fair enough. Alright, peace out, I chuckled, teleporting back to Asgard. I would take this week to enjoy myself, maybe watch some movies with Hestia, or maybe play some games with Hades and Persephone. Either way, I was taking this week off. Why? Well, after being smacked like a fly by what I assume has to be Orochimaru's wet dream, I have come to the conclusion I need some time off. Why? Because I want to, that's why. Needless to say, Hestia was thrilled with the idea of having another week of just us time. Heck, some way, she already had a schedule of things to do for this week that fit my decision to take a week off too well. Odin saw this outcome, didn't he? God, I hate that the man shares my future with everyone but me. Odin told me to give you this. Hestia smiled, giving a note. Inside the note there was a little text that said, I don't tell you the future because if I did, it would not be the future anymore. and before you think about it, no, I did not read your mind to answer this, nor I saw a future where you asked me why. I simply know you too well by this point, and therefore it was quite easy to predict what you would think on this very specific moment. By the way, I already claimed the paella for my hall. You want it? You will have to face me. With love, Odin. I hate him, I sighed. At this Hestia gave me another note, that said no you don't d. 93, Chapter 87. 20. 103. Double release starts again next week. Why did it stop? Well, I'm having surgery this 26th and therefore I'm taking it easy for now. Mosinir POV. Forging the weapon of a god was always a delicate process. I knew that much. One wrong step and the entire thing would go to waste. Kaboom, meaning everything had to go down perfectly. Taking a deep breath, I took an apron and a pair of gloves from my table. With care I took the fang of the mighty Fenrir and placed it by the furnace in the forge, letting it heat up until it could be worked with. Meanwhile, I took to a nearby workbench with various mana working tools, and began carving chunks off of the essences the kid has brought, thinning and refining them until they took the shape I wanted. Thin for infusing purposes, this ought to do, I muttered with smile. I loved a challenge. I was a dwarf, I lived for this. Turning my attention to the forge once again, I saw the fang was already sufficiently hot, meaning I could finally get my hammer on that. With a smile I fixed a magical metal wedge on the anvil I was going to use, before taking the tongs of my table and using them to take the red-hot fang off the forge. Once that was done I placed the fang on the wedge, and using my trusty hammer, I started to mold the fang with it. What a day! Haha! My goal was simple, to break the fang into little pieces, and then break those little pieces into dust, which was harder than it sounded, considering Fenrir was immune to physical damage, while his brother was immune to magical damage, meaning working on their parts was probably the most difficult thing I would ever have to do. Little by little, the fang gave into my hammer strikes like all materials eventually do. Mostly it was thanks to the magical enchant the hammer had for this job, because no amount of physical force was strong enough to break the fang. Once the fang was broken, I took the pieces into the furnace once again to heat them up some more. The next step was turning them into dust, so I had to heat them up a lot. Ha ha ha, who would have guessed that I would get the chance to work with these fine materials. I am happy dwarf, ain't gonna lie. Using another hammer, I began pounding on the scale of Hormungandr, one that I had previously put under an acidic solution made specifically to make the tough scale more workable. This was probably the hardest part of my job, because I would have to infuse the scale with the true essences, and considering the scale was immune to magic, it was hard, but I had to do it, so that I could melt it all down together. Normally this would have been impossible, but I ain't no quitter, a dwarf never drops down the towel. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the essences I had previously molded, and with my mana working tools, I started to force the infusion, which under normal circumstances would take centuries, but the kid has procured the best virgin tears ever, which were known for having miraculous capabilities in the forge, which made my job a lot easier. Dropping half of the tears on the scale to make the scale easier to mold and keeping the other half for the last pass, I took the opportunity where the scale started to drop its natural defenses to infuse the essences inside of the core of the scale. The tears would make the scale vulnerable to magic momentarily, so with that done, I put the scale inside the forge. After all, I had to melt it down before the magic resistance came back on. The tears would only keep that down a few minutes at much. The scale rapidly started to melt down as expected, forming a mix of a new element, one that was the result of the mix between the scale, the tears, and the mana essence, making a blue and white substance of pure mana and anti-mana. What a bizarre weapon this kid was going to have. With a smile I waited for the scale and the other items to fully merge before I pulled the result out and started to mold it once again. When I was finally satisfied with the shape it had taken, I put the substance out of the forge and turned back to the fang, where I continued between the fang to dust. This was the final ingredient. It took me a while, 140 hours of non-stop hammering, but I managed to create the amount of wolf dust I was looking for, godly wolf dust at that. Content with my craftsmanship, I heated the wolf dust with the substance I had previously mixed before, once more until it was red hot. Adding the last few tears, I still had to make sure the substance would allow me to work on it, before quenching it in a nearby vat of oil. Now to shape it, I hummed. With a smile took the substance out, examining it. The result was perfect, there were no impurities on it, and its malleability was stellar. Now to the last step, the golden blood of the child. Now let's see what shape takes your weapon, lad, I chuckled, dripping the gold ichor I had collected from Adam on the substance. Now the weapon would come to life, to match its owner. With a loud explosion, the gold ichor mixed with the flawless substance, creating a new type of weapon, one that was probably my magnum opus. It's beautiful, I muttered, as a well-deserved feeling of pride invaded my chest. The weapon took the shape of a small universe with stars and constellations, all the inside a singular shape, a small ball, a weapon that would change between being immune to magic and immune physical damage, depending of the user's wish. The lad is going to love this. I smiled, how could he not? I had once again exceeded myself. 94, Chapter 88. 20. 103. Today is my surgery. Wish me luck. Artemis POV. Adam was innocent, and I had failed him, which is why I was on the hunt, hunting him. I had to bring him back, if not for him, for Mother, if not because he wanted to avoid Zeus's wrath. This time I would save him. My hunt had proved difficult, no traces of him could be found, and when I did find some, they usually led me to a dead end. But, I was the goddess of the hunt, and I wasn't going to give up on this hunt. Olympus needed him, Olympus needed Hestia, and if either of them came back, the other would soon follow. Time was of the essence if we wanted to stop Cronus. And maybe I needed him. My hunt led me to various places, one of them being the school where Percy Jackson and his Cyclop brother used to go. His scent was strong there, as if he had spent quite some time in there, while in other places his scent was weak but fresh, like China and Japan, but this didn't help me at all. I didn't want to know where he had been, if it didn't lead me to where he was. Where was he? And how was he hiding from us? Another realm? Perhaps the underworld? No, his scent didn't smell of death and misery. No, there was something foreign, yet familiar to his aroma. But what, and more importantly, where have I first encountered the particular smell he was carrying on him? Perhaps he had sought shelter in another pantheon. That would make a lot of sense. It would keep them out of the sight of Olympus. Now the question was, what pantheon? The Chinese pantheon? The Japanese pantheon? His scent was fresh around those parts, but I doubt he sought shelter there. Perhaps the answer was tied to the particularly odd smell his scent had. I continued with my hunt, going from one corner of the world to another, until I finally remembered where I had first smelled the scent Adam was carrying. I knew where he was now, the Norse pantheon. Time to talk, little brother, I muttered, teleporting to Boston, where the gate to the realm of Valhalla was located. For a moment I hesitated. Was I doing Hestia and Adam any good? They did nothing wrong, and yet, they had been prosecuted, insulted, and more. Was bringing them back the right call? It is, of course it was. Adam needed to be with his family, now that he could. What if he had to bow his head and accept a half-baked apology? He was immortal now, he would have time to cope, right? Hello, young lady, an all too familiar voice chuckled. How could I forget? The man speaking was no other than Odin, the king of the Norse pantheon. Any reason why you are staring at the gate to my realm with such passion? Odin asked, a smile forming on his face. I know you have Adam and Hestia, I replied. I have come to retrieve them. Oh, I see. Well, that might be a problem. Odin clicked his tongue. I narrowed my eyes at the old god. And why is that? I don't feel like giving them to you. All of the sudden, I felt as if the temperature around us had dropped to Arctic levels. They don't belong here. I felt like a prey, and I didn't like it, at all. This pressure was suffocating. Odin hummed, and with a chuckle he added, I don't know if you got the memo, but I am the king of Asgard, and well, I get to decide who belongs or not to my realm, and they have my blessing. Zeus will wage war for this, I shot back. Perhaps if he knew there was a possibility of war, he would allow me to take them back. I didn't want to hurt them, not anymore, but we needed them. But instead of getting a serious response, Odin laughed. That's adorable. War, with your granddaddy out there trying to kill you guys. He snorted. I doubt Zeus would risk so much. That would be a stupid move. Then again, he hummed. You would still risk war for two gods of another pantheon? I asked in disbelief. Yes, Odin nodded. We are different to you Greeks. We have been bred for war. We were born for conflict. And yes, things have changed, as they normally do, but believe me, all my people are waiting, is for an excuse to finally fight something, a reason to bash some skulls and then dine in my halls. I looked at him, a bit taken back by his declaration. I know I hurt him, but, we need them. If another Titanomachy stars, we will need the hearth with us, and whatever Adam can offer us. I also had to apologize, for not trying to investigate if he was guilty or not. Oh well, Odin shrugged. I suppose this is what humans call cause and effect. He smiled, and of course I knew it was our fault, and I wanted to tell him that, but before I managed to do so, a hammer slammed in the face with an earth-shattering force. That was but a taste, someone growled, and Odin chuckled. Did you have to strike her? Thor. Odin inquired. I stood up, nose bleeding golden ichor. What is the meaning of this? I hissed. That was payback, bitch, Thor shot back. Hurting my brother is a sin he might learn to forget, but I do not share his golden heart. Adam was friends with Thor to the point the Nordic god felt the need to attack me, to the point they were brothers in arms, blood brothers perhaps? I will not tolerate this. Deep down, I knew I deserved this. I had hurt Adam, and Hestia, the two beings besides Mother, that had yet to hurt me in any way. Even Apollo had hurt me, with what he did to Orion. Let it be clear, Greek goddess, your hunt ends here, for if you try to take Adam and Hestia out of here against their will, you will face the might of Mjolnir. Thor threatened. Odin and Thor, the two greatest gods in the Norse pantheon, both equally terrifying, and somehow both equally interested in Adam. Is he happy? I asked after a moment. That is none of your concern, Thor hissed. Now, what will it be, young goddess? Odin inquired, leaning back a bit. Will you try to start a calamity by breaking a war between pantheons, or will you go back and say, you failed in your hunt? For once, I would do what was right for Adam. I will try my best to keep his location out of sight. I had feeling you were going to say that, Odin smiled, tossing me a crystal. Eat it, and everything you think you know about where is Adam and how to find him will change, only that I assure you. A magic crystal to change my memory. I muttered in realization, how come we didn't think of this possibility before? This had to be how Luke tricked Apollo and his powers. By making himself believe Adam was a traitor, he edited his memories, just like Odin was offering to do. Very well, until next time. I took the crystal and ate it, perhaps. This was for the best. If Adam trusted them, I would do the same, taking a blind step out of my comfort zone, if only to do my wrongs, right. 95, Chapter 89. 20. 105. Surgery went well, we'll try to restart double release tomorrow. After a week of watching movies and doing other stuff Hestia wanted to, it was time to go and get my new weapon. I was very excited and intrigued about this. I risked my life for it. It had to be something good. Something special, and the best part was I had no idea what awaited me. It made this all the more exciting. I just couldn't wait to see what destiny had stored for me, so with a big smile full of expectation, I teleported to Svartalfheim, where the dwarves greeted me happily. Here for your weapon, right? One of the dwarves asked, and I nodded. Well, follow me, lad, Mosinir is waiting for you. With a smile, I did as I was told and followed the dwarves even though I already knew where to go. It wasn't my first time here, but it wouldn't hurt me to be polite. Besides, this wasn't delaying my current situation that much, so, why not? It took the dwarves around 5 minutes to lead me to Mosinir's smith, where the dwarf jumped out of his smith and with a smile said, lad, ready to see the best weapon I have forged so far. Well, ain't that fuel for the hype? I chuckled, eyeing the dwarf with what could only be described as childlike expectation. I replied, the hype was just over the top. I almost died, had to fight 2 monsters above my league to get ingredients, well, one of them, but still, the hype was just too much to bear right now. Well, follow me, lad, Mosinir chuckled, gesturing with a hand to follow him to the back of the forge. Your weapon is one of a kind, the first one of his kind I have forged at least, he elaborated with a tone of excitement. Its form is ever-changing, and its capabilities? Well, to be honest, I don't know in full, and that excites me. I forged something I don't know with certainty what it actually does. Isn't that exciting? I tilted my head to the side. A weapon he had no idea what it did? At least fully? I didn't know if I should be excited or worried. Then again, this meant my weapon like me was a box of surprises, a wild card, and to be honest, the more I thought about that, the more exciting the idea got. It is, I nodded, deciding I would be happy with whatever I got. I risked my life for it anyway. Here it is, Mosinir said, pointing to a blue ball. Of what in the 9 realms was that? I see your shock, the dwarf smirked, and yes, of course I was shocked. I expected a sword. Well, not a sword, I am a mage. No, to be precise, battle mage, so I expected something like a staff or something, not a blue very cool looking ball. Don't let its shape fool you, this baby is lethal and unique. As I studied the weapon up close, I felt as if the weapon was resonating with my soul. It was a weird feeling, but it felt like a part of my body was floating in front of me, both separated from me and together. It was an odd sensation, one that I didn't expect. It feel like an extra limb, I muttered. At this, Mosinir pulled out a notebook, and started to take notes. Rolling my eyes at the dwarf, I focused on the weapon, trying to move it. If it was like an arm or a leg, a simple thought would be enough to make it move, and to my surprise it was like having a tail. As a cat, one knows how to instinctively move one's tail. This was like that. This weapon was my tail in a way, I just knew how to move it. Fascinating, Mosinir muttered with a smile. His hands closed together as he stared at me. The weapon and the ichor inside of it bonded with your body once again. This is simply fascinating. Not really understanding what the dwarf was talking about, I decided it was time to go back to Asgard. After all, I had already gotten what I had come to get. There was nothing more for me here, except maybe being studied by a curious group of dwarves. I will take my leave. Thanks for this, I said, before I teleport back to Asgard with my new weapon, eager to try what could it do, and how much power would it give me. Leto POV. My son, my poor baby, had been innocent all along. I could only imagine, and it probably felt short, how betrayed he felt, how hurt he felt, to be betrayed by the few people you thought were close to you. Luke had been the one responsible for this, that little traitor had been the one to hurt my child, and I wanted nothing more than to kill him. So Artemis, Apollo, and myself were hunting him. We had to find him, torture him and kill him. It was the first step to get Adam to forgive us. And even if he didn't forgive us, it would bring me an unmeasurable amount of pleasure seeing that rat suffer. Though this mission had proved to be a tad more difficult than it should have been, Luke was nowhere to be seen, no tracks, no nothing. Cronus was keeping him out of sight. Hiding for the eyes of those who wanted to end him, Cronus might be weak right now, but he was crafty, he always has been, meaning he won't let anyone find Luke until it's already too late, but I can wait. A hunter knows how to be patient, and I was a hunter, maybe not as good as my children, but I was a good hunter, and Luke, he was my prey. I will kill you, child, I muttered, holding a pick of Luke, no matter what he would die, for what he did. 96, Chapter 90. 20. 105. Double release starts tomorrow, UWU. Thanks for your patience. After getting back to Asgard, and showing my weapon to everyone, what can I say? I wanted to flex my weird-looking weapon, anywho, after showing my weapon to everyone, Odin himself told me I had a message from Sun Wukong himself, saying that he was waiting for me in Brazil to start my training. Thor immediately jumped at the opportunity and said he was going to go with me. Needless to say, I replied telling the Monkey King I would be there in a few minutes. After all, training with Sun Wukong and Thor would help me figure out what my weapon was capable of. After giving my goodbyes to Hestia and Odin, I teleported Thor and I to Brazil, where all we had to do now was wait. You are a bit too excited with this, I chuckled. Thor seemed like a kid about to get some candy, he was elated with this. Why? Well, there were various possibilities, but none made much sense. Do you maybe want to fight Sun Wukong? Thor looked at me, and laughed. Of course. I have heard tales of his might. I want to face him in honorable combat. Haha, just as I expected. You will have time for that later, Sun Wukong chuckled, startling the heck out of me. How in the heck I failed to notice him? His presence like Thor lacks all forms of subtlety. Boo. Trying to scare me? I asked with a smile, but something about this was off. Even now I couldn't feel his presence at all, it was as if I was talking to a rock. What are you? I'm a clone, Sun Wukong the clone admitted. I was sent here by the original. Right now the original is talking with Buddha about keeping this place clouded from the eyes of the Greeks and the Romans, the clone added with a serious tone. Cloud the area, that was a smart move, okay. I think you don't understand, kid, the clone chuckled. You ain't leaving this place until the boss says you are strong enough to get past him. Thor broke at this into a fit of laughter. I like it. We shall beat him into form. The god of thunder declared, and I wasn't sure I liked what they were implying. Training was one thing, but not being to leave, I didn't like it at all. Before I had the time to reply, I felt the suffocating aura of Sun Wukong appear behind me. Yo kid. Boss, the clone bowed, exploding into smoke, leaving nothing behind. Sorry I took so much time, Sun Wukong sighed. Buddha accepted to help me keep the Greeks and Romans out, but told me I should be respectful with the pantheon responsible for this area by asking their permission. So I had to talk with the Brazilian pantheon, and boy let me tell you, Jassy the Brazilian goddess of the moon is hard to work with. Long story short, I promised to help them if something arises, and they allowed us to train here. But, why? I mean, why train here? We had both Asgard and whenever the Chinese gods reside. Why? Why is Brazil so important? Why here though? I asked the god. That is a good question, Thor nodded. I do love me some good Brazilian women, but still I don't see the point of training here. Well, Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I wanted to go out, he muttered, his two index fingers touching together in shame. I see, I sighed, wondering if all my friends were going to be like that. So, about the training, your Naruto rip-off technique said something about not leaving until you deemed me worthy. I knew Sun Wukong was older than Naruto the series, but I wanted to tease the monkey. First of all, I have thousands of years older than that Japanese show. As for what my clone said, Sun Wukong smirked, if you ever want to see your lady again, you will have to pass me test. This is the most entertaining. I approve. Thor declared with a big smile on his face as he slammed his Mjolnir into a nearby tree, breaking it in half to accentuate his violent approval. A man can go to great lengths to get back to his woman. This is the most genius training regime ever. She. I groaned. Well, if that's the case, let me tell Hestia I won't be back in a bit. At that I teleport back to Asgard, or I should rather said. I tried to, because as soon as I casted the spell I felt, as if a massive hand had slammed back to where I was. The fuck was that? Oh that. Sun Wukong chuckled, that was Buddha, you know? One with everything and stuff, thanks to that he can't stop you from ever leaving this country, at least until you are strong enough to leave. He grinned ever so lightly. Fuck. I was fucked. I see. Don't get all down, my brother. Thor hugged me. You shall beat the furry god in no time. Furry god? Sun Wukong snorted, that's a new one. Alright, let's start training then. I sighed, regardless of the method he was using, this was an opportunity I just couldn't allow myself to miss. So what are we doing exactly? We are going to fight until you are strong enough to get out of here. Simple, Sun Wukong replied. You see, the first thing I learned about you was, that you are even worse than I was controlling my power back then. At best you use a 5 maybe a 10% of your power, while the rest is wasted, he elaborated, pointing his staff to me, and after some thinking I realized, it was because you were still processing the fact you were a god, which in all honesty made my work all too easy. All I have to do is beat you until the concept of you being a god settles inside of your mind. Aren't you forgetting something? Thor growled, lightning breaking from his body to the ground. Was he going to try and protect me? It's not I, it's we. We are going to beat him up. I want in the fun too. Or maybe not. This will hurt a lot, I muttered. At this the gods grinned. Meh, it couldn't possibly be worse than Tartarus. 97, Chapter 91. 20. 107. Day and night, Sun Wukong and Thor beat the crap out of me mercilessly, no holding back, no breaks, nothing. I would simply have a moment of rest for what it took my body to regenerate limbs. Was I getting better? I had no idea. Frankly, getting my ass kicked to such an extent didn't feel like something particularly helpful. But they had to know what they were doing, and so I choose to believe this would help, otherwise what was the point? As for my progress, I had yet to see any. The amount of time it took Thor or Sun Wukong to beat me was relatively always the same. I mean, sometimes it took them longer because they purposely delayed my inevitable defeat by a few minutes or seconds with no particular reason. But I suppose I had learned something, the little details in their styles and ways to tackle a problem. Thor was more straightforward, while Sun Wukong was a mix between straightforward and unpredictable. I think the reason why their styles varied was because of their personality. Thor was one to believe anything could be solved with his fists, and so did Wukong, but he also believed in experimenting beyond that line. On other news, I met some of the Brazilian gods. Their pantheon was quite interesting, not super strong compared to other pantheons like the Greeks, or the Norse, but they were gods all right. Tupatha was particularly an interesting individual. He dressed like a Native American in the 1600s, or should I say Native Brazilian. Then again, Brazil is part of the continent known as America. South America to be precise. Well, know that it matters. The point was that unlike most gods that changed their attire to match the times, Tupã kept himself true to his origins. On the other hand, Jaci did not. The Brazilian goddess of the moon was dressed in high-end designer clothes. It was an unexpected contrast between them. Both Jaci and Tupã were not very powerful. Odin, Thor and others could wipe them out, and while they were above me in the scale of power, it wasn't by much. Frankly, a fight between us right now could go either way. Which made me wonder, were they like this because no one believed in them anymore? Or they simply were on this level just because? This wasn't the only question I had though. Since my discovery of the Brazilian pantheon, I had various questions, like, how many pantheons were out there? It was vexing, the idea of encountering other pantheons out there. Having a good time down there. Sun Wukong asked, snapping me out of my long reverie. Why was he asking that? Well, because I was currently regenerating my legs, after the cut destroyed them with his nimbus cloud. As for the down there part, well, I was in a crater, so, yeah. Not much, I sighed, but I suppose the break is nice. It was. Getting your ass kicked for hours to no end was not fun at all. Annabeth POV. Percy was right all along. Luke had betrayed us, and it hurt. The man I had looked up to, the man I loved, was a traitor, but that didn't matter anymore. I would stop Luke, and apologize to Adam. I was sure if I helped Percy stop Luke, the gods would give us a gift, one that both Percy and I intended to use to recover Adam, that for some reason was still kept inside of Tartarus, much to Percy's anger. And I couldn't blame him. I mean, why were the gods still keeping Adam in there? If he was innocent, why were they keeping him in a world of suffering and despair? I just couldn't understand why. It almost felt as if they were hiding something, which made me wonder, if Adam was even in Tartarus to begin with. Because it almost felt as if they didn't release him because they didn't have him. If so, why would the gods hide that? So many questions, and for the looks of it, no real answers. Things were simply getting worse and worse as time progressed. First the gods fired Chiron, under the excuse they had to cut ties with everyone related to Cronus, which was stupid to be honest. Our entire pantheon was related to Cronus one way or another, which made this decision utterly useless. Anyway, after they fired Chiron they hired Tantalus, which heavily made me question the rationality of our superiors. Tantalus was a disgrace. He was a disgusting demigod king who was sent to the fields of punishment a long time ago for trying to feed the gods human flesh. The flesh of his own child. And yet Zeus thought it was a good idea to have him train us. It felt wrong. Why would they choose a psychopath for this job? Sometimes I wonder if Luke was right, if the gods didn't deserve the power they had, if it wasn't for the fact his plan to stop the gods was utterly ridiculous. I mean, picking Cronus, the child-eating titan? Just what in the name of Tartarus was Luke thinking? Annabeth, Percy greeted, Any news from your mother? My mother, the one goddess I thought I could rely on for answers, had decided to ignore me during this ordeal, choosing not to answer any of the questions I had about Adam and his whereabouts. The goddess of wisdom has decided not to bless us with the answers we seek, I replied. Just why now of all times would Athena choose to leave me in the dark, just why? Damn it! Percy cursed, slamming his fist into the wall of my cabin in anger. I might not be the smartest guy in the camp, but even I can see they are hiding something, heck even Tyson can see it. Then if they don't give us the answer, let's find it ourselves. I declared. I had, after all, much to atone for with Adam. 98, Chapter 92. 20. 107. Odin POV. Adam's untapped power was growing alarmingly fast, not only his. I don't want to call it a religion, but the church he unknowingly created was growing quite fast, having already a few hundred members, which normally would do nothing to a god. A few believers made no important change on a god, but the pantheon his father belonged to was affecting him. They believed in Adam, not under that name, but they believed in him, even if the mentions of his person dated thousands of years ago. The point was, an entire pantheon of believers was somewhat aware of Adam and his power, under another name. Meaning his power was, ever growing, faster than Adam could adapt himself to control. In fact, I reckoned that in a decade or two, his power would naturally surpass that of his siblings, not counting his training. And by that I was referring to the fact that his power would get to those highs without any external aid like training, but if he did that, that would leave him in the same situation he was in now, a lot of power and no control over it. It was funny really, him complaining about Sun Wukong's aura, or Thor's, when in reality his aura is even more wild and unrestrained than those two. He simply doesn't feel it. He has grown accustomed to his unpredictable aura. I reckoned he did so in Tartarus. My job now was to prepare, not only me, but Adam for the unavoidable visit of his father, a man that by no means I wanted to ever see again. Adam and him were both so different and yet so similar in some aspects. It was disturbing, but I suppose it was to be expected. He was his father. Hey, there were days I wanted to tell Adam who his father was. I really did, but he still wasn't strong enough. No, he needed to be stronger to face the cruel reality of his destiny, because only if he was strong, he would have the power to bend fate itself to his whim, instead of following the path his father paved for him. And as long as I had the power to help Adam, I would do it. Not that I was doing this just because I wanted to be a good guy. No, you needed more than that. I was the king of Asgard, and helping Adam helped Asgard. Had I grown soft of the kid? Maybe. He was a good warrior, with a thirst for knowledge that made it hard not to like him, but that was just a bonus. I had my reasons to help the possible future king of the Greeks. How is Adam doing? Frigg inquired, a worried tone carrying her voice. Is he doing okay? He is, improving, I chuckled, seeing Adam getting his ass kicked over and over again was getting old. But it was proving to generate the expected results Thor and Sun Wukong wanted from him. Is his destiny still the same? Frigg asked, her lips closing into a thin line, or has he changed anything? His distant future is clouded. I can see various possible glimpses of his various probable futures, but the glimpses I get vary a lot according to what is going on around him, but, in every single one of them there is always a constant, love and darkness always following him up close. I sighed. Love and darkness, Frigg muttered, a poetic name for Hestia and his father. Ha ha ha, I suppose it is, ha ha, I admitted. Adam POV. Have you ever wondered what it feels to fracture every single bone in your body in a single day? Yeah, me neither. I mean, who the fuck wonders that shit? But here I was, in the span of 48 hours I have not only experienced that, but worse, not only the sons of my friends had broken my body over and over, but at times I would find bones where they didn't belong, and no. I will not elaborate, which reminded me, how was this over-the-top freaking violent training not killing me? But the big-ass snake almost did with a bitch slap? I had no fucking idea, but I had to admit, I was quite confused with how my body worked right now. Perhaps I was allergic to snakes or something, and it was kinda like a Pokemon matchup type perhaps? The worst part was, I had no idea how long it would take me to pass the test. Sun Wukong had yet to disclose. Was the test beating him? It couldn't be, that would take me a few centuries, maybe less, but still, too much time, so it had to be something else, but what exactly? That still eluded me, so for now, I would simply try to adapt to this situation, so that I could eventually overcome whatever the Monkey King planned to throw at me. On other news, this training was proving to be successful on other parts of my development, my weapon. I was making slow but steady progress with my new weapon, one that I had yet to name. The weapon in question seemed to be a lightning rod of sorts for magical and physical attacks, storing the energy from an attack it received later, allowing me to use the stored energy to attack my enemies. Was there a catch? Of course there was. The catch was I could only block one of the two. Allow me to elaborate. For example, let's say Thor is coming at me, ready to bash my head with his trusty weapon, on this hypothetical case, Mjolnir is fully charged with his magic lightning breaking from the hammer itself shattering the very earth on its wake, and not only that, but Thor is not holding back his strength ready to push beyond his limits. In this case if I chose to block the physical part of his attack, my weapon would absorb the physical part of the attack, transforming said part into kinetic force, storing the kinetic force inside of it, for me to use on a later date. But what happens to the magical part of Thor's attack? Well, it's quite simple, that shit would hit me, at least on this hypothetical case. Ready for round 52? Thor barked, breaking me out of my train of thought. With a bored gaze, I eyed the Norse god for a moment, seeing he had a smile on his face. Oh well, I suppose I will have time to ponder about my abilities and the abilities of my weapon later on, when my new upcoming fractures have to regenerate. I sighed, this was going to be a long day. 99, Chapter 93. 20. 107. Avatar will have a mass release next week, including the ending of the first book. It would then pick up in the sequel, in The Legend of Korra. 2 weeks later. I blinked as I came awake, my mind groggy, but something clear. Someone had killed me last night, or at least made my physical form die for the first time, or second time. It's a confusing subject. Hey! I muttered, rubbing his eyes. As I tried to gather my thoughts, a strong headache attacked me. This whole reforming business was not to my liking at all. How did I die though? It sounds like something I should remember, but all I remember is that like usual I was getting my ass kicked by Thor and Sun Wukong, and then... The fuck happened? I muttered as in pain my hand clutched at my chest. Kid, Sun Wukong greeted startling me. From a simple glance I could tell he had a new scar running down his chest to his right knee. You gave me a scare last night, the Monkey King sighed, rubbing his temples. Sorry for killing ye. I would say I am angry, but, I don't remember shit, I replied. Why did you kill me though? Well, I think it's in part my fault. I decided to try and see how far I could push your buttons. One thing led to another, and you snapped. Sun Wukong sighed. For a brief moment, it doesn't matter, what in the fuck does he mean by it doesn't matter? Hold your ass. Of course it matters. I roared. One thing was that I didn't harbor any hard feelings towards him, but hiding crucial information from me, was an ass move. Kid, I underestimated how strong the monster of your father is, Sun Wukong sighed. My father? Please don't tell me he's inside me cause if he is I will kill H. That bastard. Please tell me he didn't pull a cliché move by controlling my body. At this point I wasn't even interested in knowing who he was, right now. I wanted to know if the control of my body was compromised. No, Thor answered before Sun Wukong had the chance as he entered my room. Wait, since when do I have a room here? Back to the point, Adam. But, he proved just how much he wants you to live. He made some kind of magic thingy to stop anyone from killing you. Apparently Sun Wukong got too close to the activation point of the spell, and well, here we are. Taking a closer look to Thor, I noticed he also had new bloody scars on his body. That still doesn't answer what in the fuck happened. Why do you two have new scars? Did I do that? I asked. Why couldn't a fucking god be straightforward, like? Is being confusing a fucking requirement? Well, yes but no. Sun Wukong hummed. According to Buddha, the spell was made to create an avatar from your power to defend you. The avatar had much more power than I anticipated. The Monkey King admitted. So, I was forced to kill you while Thor stalled the monster that spell created. It was the only way to stop the avatar from leveling Brazil. That doesn't make any sense. Where was the equivalent exchange in that? How can an avatar made from my power be strong enough to fight and hurt you too, when I get my ass kicked every day? How could something made from me be stronger than me? It made no fucking logical sense. Kid, like I told you, you are barely using your power like you should. The avatar didn't have that problem. Granted, the avatar was only using 2/3 of your full power, which is why the battle didn't escalate from our scars. Sun Wukong chuckled. It caught us by surprise. Did I really have that much power? So, is the spell gone? Yeah, no, Thor sighed. Buddha said only you or that bastard can remove it, but for you to do that you would have to learn better control of your power, so back to square one. Did I want to remove the spell though? So far it seemed exclusively beneficial, a spell to help me avoid certain death, but then again, something was off. Where was that shit when I almost died on Tartarus, or during the Siren's quest? Alright, but let's make one thing clear, nobody will tell Hestia I died. I shuddered by just imagining her rage, if I told her I did the one thing I promised her I wouldn't do. Agreed, Thor nodded all too quickly. She almost burned me alive because she thought I left you to face Hormungandr alone, as if I would do such a thing. He shuddered. How can someone so adorable be so scary is beyond me. I don't know her that well, but I have learned over my long life, it's best not to provoke the rage of a woman. Sun Wukong chuckled nervously. After all, it's like they say. Hell hath no fury like a woman rage. That is not how it goes. but close enough, good, now, let's try to speed my training up. I have just the thing, Sun Wukong grinned, it should increase the rate you improve exponentially, then why? Why didn't he start with whatever that was? I swear to me monkey, if that method you are just bringing now up is as effective as you are selling it to be, I will kill you, Thor growled. First of all, I didn't bring it up because I didn't think the kid was, well, quite there yet, and second, monkey? That's hurtful, I'm a king, so at least address me as such if you have to call me monkey, Sun Wukong chuckled, as Thor tried to smash him with Mjolnir. As I eyed the two, I couldn't help but feel, a bit worried about my father and his involvement with my life. I just didn't buy the part he put that spell there to protect me, otherwise I would have found about it sooner, a little sooner. I almost died in Tartarus alone hundreds of times, just what kind of pawn was I, in the great scheme of things? I suppose, in the end, it doesn't matter, because I won't play whatever game he's playing. 100, Chapter 94. 20. 109. Avatar will have a mass release next week, including the ending of the first book, it would then pick up in the sequel, in The Legend of Korra. Some time later. Sun Wukong POV. I wasn't a stranger to lying, lying was an irreplaceable skill, one that I used depending on the situation to ease certain troubles, lies were and had always been a weapon. Which is why I lied to Adam. In what did I lie? Well, in the little fact we managed his avatar easily, that was a big lie. In reality, the avatar created from his power had almost not only killed me, and Thor, but a few minutes into the battle the creature was starting to overwhelm us as the fight progressed, which is why we resorted to kill Adam, which was a last resort sort of thing. Thor was initially reluctant and wanted to kill me for proposing such a thing, heck, even I felt bad for proposing that idea, but we had to admit, there was no telling if we would win. The monster not only had immeasurable power, which on its own was enough to make a fight hard, but it also adapted and learned as we fought. It was vexing to see a construct of mana adapt to such lengths, at such rate. Even Buddha was surprised, and that man is rarely surprised, which is why I was going to take Adam to Daiyu. The one place where he would learn to control his power, before another incident happened. Are you sure Daiyu is a good place to train? Thor asked, as Adam took a nap on the back of my Nimbus cloud. I could see his skepticism. I nodded. Daiyu and Tartarus have one thing in common, they both need a clock to catch the time flying around. I chuckled, but apparently I was alone in that chuckle. Tough crowd, time fluctuates differently inside there, not quite like Tartarus, in there a day outside it's a month. I added with a sigh. So, that makes his train go relatively faster depending on the point of view of the person asking. Thor tilted his head to the side, confusion appearing on his facial features. That doesn't really change anything but the fact he will, out here, finish his training faster, again depending on the point of view. Yes, normally, but, let's just say, I have a few demon friends that will help accelerate his progress. I chuckled. Very well, Thor yawned. So, how out of Brazil? He asked. No, well, actually, yes but no. I can access Daiyu from everywhere, and by everywhere I mean the capital of each country, so, the gate is Brasilia, which is still inside Brazil, but once inside the gate will be outside Brazil. I replied with a shrug to the side. I see, yet he didn't see, he had decided to ignore me halfway through my explanation and was now trying to sleep too. Loki POV. Had I known the kid had a spell inside his soul to protect him from any harm, I wouldn't have sent him to my son, whatever that thing was, while delightfully chaotic was dangerous. A construct able to face not one but two gods, that was slightly disturbing. Granted they were trying to deal with the beast without knowing if it would hurt Adam too bad if they destroyed it. But still, even then, they proved to have a very difficult time defeating the beast. I was so vexed by Adam, his power, his father, both very interesting subjects. Unfortunately, I had to leave. It wouldn't be long before Buddha detected me, and he didn't by some lucky miracle. Sun Wukong would, and I wasn't quite ready to die, at least not yet. I still had a Ragnarok to start. I wonder, will the son surpass the father and fight him? Or will he succumb to his power? I giggled. Holy moly, this was going to be fun. Seeing them tearing each into pieces. Percy POV. A new quest had been given to us, and by us I mean Clarice and her group, and by we I mean Annabeth and me, and well, we are simply tagging along. Much to Clarice's dismay. Normally I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere, but I had a feeling that going on the quest for Golden Fleece would lead me to Luke, where I would end this once and for all. I had to, and it wasn't even for Adam anymore, at least not fully. I mean what I really wanted to get justice for what he did, and for what he was about to do. Luke's or rather Cronus's plan would lead to the death of millions. His idea to reform the world was questionable at best. I think I finally got it. Annabeth screamed as she entered my room. Adam and Professor F from your school are the same. Wait, what? What? I asked, was that true? If so he was free then, why not come back if that was the case? It was quite simple, he called me Penny Beth, only campers know of that, and your mom? Annabeth sighed, so I have a feeling that teacher is Adam, or was, I am sure he quit after you left, she sighed. We'll confirm that later, in the meantime let's pack, we have a quest to complete, I chuckled, getting a nod from her. Odin POV. While all magic can be dangerous, that much I knew, and it could be unpredictable, there are some disciplines or types of magic that even the most skilled mages and gods will avoid, and with good reason. Yet, today I witnessed the result of the darkest magic of all. Void magic. The one school of magic that went against the very concept of creation. From that school of magic, the avatar to protect Adam was born, a demonic amalgamation drawn from the nightmares that haunted Adam's mind from his time inside Tartarus, a faceless formless shadow with red eyes and armed with Adam's power at its disposal, but without any limitations. The void grows, and the void adapts, and eventually overcomes, for this reason alone, that school of magic was so dangerous. Spawns from the void, are creatures one should avoid messing with. This makes things difficult, I muttered. 101, Chapter 95. 20. 109 will be on 111 by the end of the day. On the way to wherever Sun Wukong was taking me, something happened. Something that neither Thor, nor the Monkey King, heck not even me, expected. My book, which had proven more than once to have a mind of its own, opened in front of me. Normally this would be a common occurrence, but, this was one of those times it was not, like that time during the Sirens, a new chapter had been unlocked. How? No idea. I had been neglecting my magic studies for a while since I came out of Tartarus. Anywho, the point of this little tale was that for some reason, as a side effect of unlocking the new chapter, the book teleported me. The last time my book had done something like this, it had been to save my life. Which led me to wonder, from what kind of peril was my book saving me from? Or if I was even in danger to begin with, if only the book could talk, I muttered sarcastically, wondering where the hell my book had sent me. Weakened by my recent resurrection, I struggled to stand up from the ground. All around, there was nothing but earth of a strange color, almost reddish, in the distance. I could feel thousands of entities moving, their magic was different. It was strange. I'm going to take a wild guess and say, I'm in hell, the magic I felt around me was. I really didn't know how to describe it. I swear in the name of Hestia that if my guess is right, and my book condemned me to another living nightmare, I'm going to ground my book, at least 15 minutes in the timeout zone, I chuckled. Deciding to explore this strange place, I came across a sign, which read Welcome to Hell, enjoy your stay home. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this was stranger than I expected, but I guess anything is possible at this point in my life. Enjoy your stay? Ha ha ha, good one, this sign is either super ironic, or Christian hell is way better than Greek hell. Then again, they didn't write what hell was I in. But I was betting for the Christian one, or is it Catholic? Wait, does that mean there are two pantheons for Jesus? Further study is required. It ain't so bad, we have internet. A cheerful feminine voice behind me chuckled, and before you judge me for what I did next, I want to say that, 1. I was weak after my resurrection, 2. I did not expect someone to pop out of nowhere, and 3, fuck you, that's the last reason. Anyway. After the unknown girl talked I jumped like a cat yelping as I turned around to face her. Holy fuck, I muttered, who, what are you? I inquired, eyeing the girl. It was unexpected, certainly that much was true. The woman looked like a demon with an enticingly curvaceous body build. She had pink skin with black horns coming out of her head, she was slender and had a long thin tail with a heart-shaped tip. She was a succubus, isn't she? Wait. To what pantheon do they belong? What are you, rude? The yet-to-be-identified demon chuckled, I am a succubus, the name is Honey. She bit her lip seductively, caressing my leg with her tail. Can I be your honey? Well, I didn't know it, but apparently you can make honey sound lewd, a new discovery. Hooray! Not sure I am ready for a new race, I just started humans, so. I chuckled nervously, and she pouted. Too bad, that isn't how hell works, Honey, the horny demon replied happily before hastily lunging forward in a painfully slowly motion, wrapping her arms around me and kissing me right on the lips with a lustful moan. I am hungry, and you look tasty. Thanks, but. I chuckled, wondering why did I even let her catch me, but I don't want to. Honey, no means no, in my case it means maybe, and right now I want to get out of here, so see ya. I snapped my fingers, teleporting her to a random location. Inside, well hell. Well, I have learned 2 things since I got here. 1. Everyone inside hell was a demon, not necessarily like Honey, who was a succubus. There were all kinds of demons inside this bizarre world, from imps to hellhounds, and not like the ones in Tartarus. No, they looked almost human, less monster inside of them I suppose. Back to the point, I learned that, and that apparently a horny succubus can and will chase you, even if you teleport her away from you every single time. I swear to God, I will end up killing you. What can I say? She was getting on my nerves, and I doubted hell had something like HR to complain. Look, I'm hungry, and I haven't eaten in a few decades, Honey sighed, and there isn't much to eat in here, for us succubus that is, so, help a lady out. Fine, I sighed, and she jumped happily. But we are not gonna fuck, she instantly pouted. Look, I have read some tales about your kind, is that racist? The your kind thing? Maybe. Honey shrugged, this is hell, most of the people here is racist. Anyway, so by the tales humans have I think I know what you eat, I stated, mana combined with lust, is that right? It is, Honey nodded, so, we bang now, or? God you're dense, no, just. Taking a deep breath in exasperation, I extracted some of my mana, and mixed it with the essence of my lust, and before anyone asks, I will not elaborate how I learned how to do that. I did it trying to recreate FMA. But instead of getting a group of badass homunculus, I got a ball of mana that would not only hurt people, but make them slightly hornier, or angrier than before. It was complicated. Just, like that. Honey asked, wary of the ball. The irony was not lost on me, for free. Look, considering most things try to kill me, you trying to fuck me is a, rather good change of pace, I chuckled, so, yeah, for free. I winked at her, and she immediately snatched the ball of mana from my hands, as if scared I was going to change my mind. Now, how about you tell me, exactly where am I? Hell, the pride ring to be precise, Honey replied, sucking the bee. Alright, gotta reward that, eating the mana away, yeah, that's better. 102, Chapter 96. 20. 111. Hell, according to some legends it had 7 rings, one for each 7 deadly sin, pride, wrath, lust, greed, envy, gluttony, sloth, each one with their own prince, and stupid hierarchy, and now I was here. I swear sometimes I feel my life is made to entertain others. Anyways. After learning where I was, I did the first thing that came to my mind, learning about the place, which is why I entered the nearest bar, and before anyone in the future asks, I did not abandon Honey. She flew away after a good meal. Never seen you around here before, the bartender grunted. He was a demon that looked like a bipedal snake or lizard, and I couldn't help but wonder what type of demon he was. With a sigh I shook my head and eyed the demon, noticing he was wearing a pair of ripped pants and dirty apron, that said fuck my life. That's my mood right now. I don't go out much, I replied with a yawn, fucking regeneration still kicking me down. The snake-like demon looked at me for a second, and then all of the sudden started to laugh. You smell like fresh meat, brat, you still reek of the human world, he added with a chuckle. Don't worry, I ain't gonna bite you. Right, so any idea where is the exit? I asked with a smile. I assume the high-ups know, so, where can I find the demon that runs this ring? At this, the entire bar goes silent. Kid, if you like your freedom, don't even think of talking with Satan, the demon muttered, looking quite frightened. Okay. I muttered, noticing a discrepancy in the prince ruling this ring. After all, according to myths, Lucifer was the prince of the pride ring, when in this case it was Satan. Look, demon lords are the only ones that have access to the living world. So, you better get comfortable, the demon sighed, going back to polishing his dirty mugs. I will still try, Satan or not, I was not going to be caged here. Ha! Then you'd be forced to either join his army, for manual labor, or become his personal cock sleeve. Let's backtrack for a second. His personal what? Oh, hell to the no, I will not relieve the Ares situation. I snorted, yeah, not gonna happen. Whatever, it's your funeral, the demon snorted, now get out, if you ain't buying shit I can't be wasting my time with ye. With a sigh, I left the bar and started to wander around the town, taking mental notes of what I had to do. First, I would have asked how strong were the princes of hell. If belief affected them like it affected the gods, well, let's just say Satan will kill me, which is why I will do some research before jumping into the fray. With a pensive look on my face, I continued to walk down the streets looking around, trying to gather as much information as possible. The denizens of hell and their conversations were my best bet to find some answers, maybe the book, but in a more secluded area. What do we have here? A two-headed demon chuckled, looking at me with a lustful smile. Fuck my life. You're a strange-looking demon, he said as he circled me, pointing a sharp butter knife at me. What did he pretend to do with that? Put some jelly on me, butter perhaps, and then what? Hope I'm allergic to anything that can go into a sandwich. As the not very smart demon circled me, 3 other demons joined him. Unlike the first idiot, who was slim, the other 2 were contrasts. One was super muscular, and had nothing but a skull for a face, and the other was fat, morbidly so, and to top that, he had his mouth of his belly, and it wasn't a normal-sized mouth, but one as wide as his massive belly, which to be honest, was probably the most disturbing shit I have ever seen, and I lived in Tartarus, that's how disturbing this shit was. Look, I have other things to do, so skip the thug monologue and go right to the deal, I asked them, still keeping an eye on Mr. Belly Mouth. Thug talk haha, I will enjoy breaking you look like you'd make quite the pretty slave, rich demons pay a hefty coin for a good trained slut, the demon replied with a cruel grin. The time had come, I knew this day would come, the day my booty was once again in danger, but unlike last time where I was weak and unable of stopping the evil forces from pursuing my divine cheeks, I now had the power to protect the holy booty from the hands of those who look to harm the sacred rectum. Yet, you three will die, I stated, Dorame for them indeed. We will, ahaha, and what will a weak little demon like yourself do to stop us? Killing those 3 demons was as hard as killing 3 flies, with magic of course, without magic. Flies were hard to kill, those little bastards can dodge for days with their tiny eyes, anyway getting off the point, I killed them with such ease. I felt kinda bad for them, I mean, dying by a bitch slap has to be the most humiliating way to go, and the worst yet funniest part was, that it wasn't like I killed the 3 with a slap each, no, I killed all of the 3 with a single slap, I was either too strong for demon standards or those 3 were painfully weak, maybe both? Alright, now that the back of my hand is all, wait a second, I already used this line, oh well, time to explore this ring, find the demon lord and get the fuck out, I chuckled, wondering how would Sun Wukong and Thor explain this to Hestia. 103, Chapter 97. 20. 112. After saving my holy booty, I walked around the town aimlessly, not sure for how long. Time here was weird, not weird Tartarus level, but weird. I was sure I had been here for more than a day, and yet the town clock had yet to move from 2 to 3, that could either mean, 1, the 2 clock was fucked, 2, they operated under a different timetable, oh well. Oh hey. It's you. I recognized that voice, it was Honey. Slowly I turned around to see the succubus I had first met a day or so ago. How ya been? Hungry again? I asked, with a smirk. No, well, maybe, so what ya say, can I steal a kiss or two, or maybe blow you up? Honey replied with a giggle. At that I rolled my eyes. But that isn't the reason I want to talk to you, I just wanna repay your generosity, that shit is weird down here, she sighed, so, wanna eat some delicious plates of hell cuisine. I know how to make a killing worm dog. Worm dog? Doesn't sound very appetizing, but then again, I ate shit in Tartarus from the bodies of my enemies to avoid the curse of Hades, so I suppose I could give it a shot. With a sigh, I nodded at the girl and followed her, slowly getting out of the small town as she led me to a desert nearby the town. Was I worried she was leading me outside, luring me to a secluded place? No, I was vastly stronger than her, if she tried to kill me or do something I would be able to overpower her with ease, so I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. Everyone deserved at least one chance. That was not to say I was not keeping an eye around me, because for all I knew, she could very well be leading me to a stronger demon, and who knows how strong a demon higher in the food chain can be. Eventually she leads me to a cave, where she pulls a small stove under a rock, and, some worms, will get you the worm dog in a bit, she smiled, biting her lower lip, unless you want to have some dessert first. Maybe later, I chuckled, what can I say after the initial shock? I was curious to see if sex with a demon was any different to sex with a human. Making progress ye? Honey giggled. So, a cave? I asked, trying to change the subject, making so small chat. Yes, this is my home, Honey smiled, though this smile had a sad undertone. Why a cave? I asked, wondering why exactly. Well, I'm a lesser demon, this is the best we get. Honey chuckled bitterly. Honey, time to suck my dick. A deep voice growled, making Honey shiver in fear almost immediately. You owe me rent, bitch, so spread them legs. Run. Honey muttered, looking at me, her eyes no longer having the same lustful spark she would usually have. No, all of that was replaced with fear, lots of fear. And, now. I wanted to stay, I was not one to go out of my way to save others, but, what kind of gentleman would I be if I let someone who was cooking something for me, albeit it looked disgusting? The gesture was appreciated. No, I mouthed silently, as I eyed the entrance of the cave, seeing a big anthropomorphic demon-like pig entering the cave naked. So much for foreplay. Who the fuck are you? The demon pig growled, looking at me as if I was an ant. Get the fuck out. He demanded, walking towards me. I was about to have a nick. There was no way I was going to call worms a nice dinner, I was about to have some dinner with Honey here, and you like brute interrupted that. I smiled at him condescendingly, as I eyed the terrified Honey. Look at our interaction, now, begone. With a simple glare, I made the demon burst into flames, dying a fast and agonizing death. The poor fool didn't even have the time to squeal like a pig before going to Super hell. I will research that later. Alright, so about those worm dogs. With a smile I turned my attention to Honey, to see her, even more scared. Why you're a demon lord? Honey yelled in fear as she started to panic, trying to hide behind a rock. So much for gratitude. Yeah, no. I'm a god, I replied, as if I would, maybe. I probably had a higher kill count than most demon lords, but she didn't knew that. Oh. Wait, like God with capital G? Honey inquired, peeking from behind the rock. No, I'm from the Roman/Greek pantheon, I snorted. God with capital G, if I were that, I would most certainly not be here. So, you're not going to enslave me, or eat me, or torture me? Honey muttered in hopeful disbelief. No. I mean, we already established you want me to eat you, but not in the way you are, implying right now, so I guess we are good, I chuckled. Oh good. I almost peed myself. My last master was a rather cruel demon lord, so, trying to lay low, Honey sighed, so, the Greek gods exist, like Zeus and all. At that I nodded, wow, that is so cool. Zeus? Not so much. I snorted, and don't worry about that with me, the only thing I torture and enslave are cookies and beer, I laughed, but in all seriousness, I have a problem with that. Thor got me addicted to booze, that bastard is a bad influence, then again I can't get fully drunk, so, win. Booze is the one thing that keeps me from ending it all, Honey giggled, she was taking the fact there were more than one god, too well, I guess it's one of the perks of living in hell. But yet, don't worry, as a god I would not, scratch that, cause Zeus and others would, but Adam Aragon will not hurt ye, at least not unprovoked, I stated, as long as she didn't try to off me, I would be dandy. Good to know. But hey, I have a question, if you are a god, why is your energy so tainted with the pain of many, and also why do you have such an ominous being inside you? I didn't notice before, but after you killed that bastard, I saw something inside of you, something dangerous. How was I supposed to respond to that? I mean, like, well, my dad, who I don't know who it is, decided to create a void avatar to protect me or kill me, who knows. Oh, and I also ate millions of humans and monsters in Tartarus, so. BFFS? 104, Chapter 98. 20. 114. After eating, the most horrible thing I've ever eaten, aka the worm dog, and avoiding an explanation about my weird aura to Honey, I stayed in the cave with the succubus, reading my grimoire, trying to see if there was any way to get out of here, without having to go hunting through hell. Then again, I could also use this adventure as a training opportunity, perhaps the princes of hell would give me a challenge. You should go, Honey whispered with a smile, sadness overtaking her, when word gets out that you killed this bastard, they'll come for you, and no matter how strong you are, no one can stand against Satan's generals. He was important. I snorted at the thought of that pig being anything but dirt beneath my feet. In a way. Honey said, averting her eyes from me in something akin to shame, he was the sheriff of this town, you could say. She chuckled bitterly, the moment his boss, the demon lord ruling this district, hears about his demise, he will come, and or send someone to kill you. I eyed the succubus for a moment, before I broke into a fit of a laugh, perhaps, but I highly doubt any demon will match me, though I have my reservations to the princes of each ring. I doubt common demons or demon lords would threaten me in any way. Was I being cocky? Perhaps, but even if I found demons stronger than me, I would not run. I didn't run in the face of bigger things, will not start doing that now. Don't be all macho. Honey hissed, I already like you, so stop trying to sound tough and go home, to wherever the Greek gods live. Girl, this ain't my first rodeo in hell, the only difference here is, this hell is like a summer vacation in the Bahamas compared to Tartarus. I chuckled, they had breathable air, that alone made this place better. Then, don't die, okay? Honey chuckled, it would be a shame if my favorite source of food suddenly died. Touching, I snorted, going back to my book, trying to understand the new chapter that I had unlocked by doing nothing, and well, so far I had no real opinion of it. I mean, I was only able to read one single line, the chapter of the void, and that was it. Yep. After that the rest was made of letters that didn't look like letters, runes perhaps. Fuck. I sighed. Now. Honey smiled, and I rolled my eyes at her. A few hours later, I felt a few magical signatures coming to the cave. They were strong, nothing too dangerous. One of them specifically was quite strong. Was that a demon lord? What a totally unexpected. I had to admit, I did not expect a demon to be this strong. He was above the Minotaur in raw magic, quite impressive. Perhaps this was going to be an entertaining hunt. Master. There he is. Someone outside the cave shouted, which immediately made Honey drop to her knees shaking, as she repeated over and over again, we are all gonna die, so much for believing in me. Taking a deep breath, I closed my book, putting it back in my bag. Before going out to face the demons, sup, I waved at them with a saccharine sweet smile. Kill him, the strongest demon commanded, and his lackeys jumped at me, 2 of the 3 he had brought. Poor idiots, following a suicidal command to the very end. I have to admire that. Poor idiots, they didn't even see it coming, as my hand carefully ripped their heads off. Heck, even the strong bitch in the litter didn't see shit. Perhaps I was overhyping this demon, I mean. I knew I was going to win, but this was simply boring. This is sad, I smiled, pulling the souls of the demons I had killed out with my magic. After all, if I was in hell I might as well get some protein, right? So, you don't mind if I eat them, right? I inquired before I swallowed their souls whole. I wasn't really expecting an answer, not I wanted one, ugh, but still better than they, worm dog. I whispered the last part, only for the unknown demon to hear. You are fast, the strong demon growled, but I am stronger. What a riveting conversation. Sure, I snorted. This made the demon rush at me in anger. Unlike last time where I killed 2 out of 3 of his companions, I used magic, more specifically magic beams that pierce his organs in order of importance. The attack proved too fast for him to see. And as a result, he dropped to the floor screaming. Instead of instantly dying, hey, he was surprisingly durable. Most including the Minotaur whose strength was around his level would have died with that attack. So, is this the time where you show me, I don't know, your secret weapon, or transformation? I chuckled, poking one of the bloody holes I had created with my attack, which in turn made him scream even more. Oh well, I had my fun, time to wrap this up, goodbye. I smiled at him, before ripping his soul out, making his last memory, being me, looking down on him. You, killed them, Honey muttered, in shock, and she wasn't the only one. I was also shocked to see her out here, when a minute ago she was having a panic attack. You really are powerful. At that I snorted. I can hardly consider this an honorable victory. This was the human equivalent of killing kittens, if the kittens in question had to use wheelchairs with square wheels. I chuckled. Frankly, this was incredibly disappointing. Then again, I don't know what did I expect, considering I had long far surpassed the Minotaur before I ascended, decades before that. Wishful thinking perhaps. I will tell the end he was dead. All it took was a pebble to pierce his skull, killing him instantly. What a sad development. Thor POV. What in the world did that book do to him? I growled. One moment he was awake and then next, he was frozen, unmoving. Well, if I have to take a guess, the power of the Grimery and the power we gods have to be in multiple places at the same time collided, creating a paradoxical scenario. In the best case, the atom we have will wake up and realize he's in 2 places at the same time. Odin sighed, but, considering the magic of the book was involved, we might have to wait for the other atom to be aware of what is going on, which depending on where he is, it might take a bit, Odin concluded. God damn it. I muttered. This was the second time I had failed to have his back. Well, I will stay here in the meantime. I owe the kid that much. Sun Wukong, who had been silent this entire time, stated, I will help you guys protect him, and if he doesn't come back, well, I am up for an adventure to find his ass. Adam would have hated the fact the adventure was for his ass. I snorted. 105, Chapter 99. 20. 114. For those wondering, his dad is revealed in 7 chapters. Something didn't feel right, after killing the demons that had come for me or Honey. I don't really know for sure at this point. I noticed some details that didn't fit, like, how did the demons know where I was? Was I being watched? No, if that was the case the prince of this ring would have come himself to take me on, so how did these bastards know I had killed one of them so quickly? It took them a few hours to find out, which it shouldn't have been possible. I mean, I incinerated the body of the pig that wanted to fuck Honey, meaning all that was left of him was a pile of ashes. So if the pig wasn't the one that led them to me, who was it? The first ones, I muttered. It made sense. I had killed a few demons during my time walking around, and unlike Mr. Pig, I didn't incinerated the bodies, so it was very plausible for them to find me through the messy remains of the first 3 demons I had killed, or, the demon lords had a way to know when one of their lackeys died. That was also a possibility, that or Honey was selling me out, but to be honest, I didn't want to think she would do that. She looked genuinely scared when I showed her my power, and when those demons arrived. Are you gonna take over the town? Honey inquired, poking me with her tail. I looked at her in something akin to shock. Why would I do that? You killed the mayor and the sheriff. In demon rules that means you should rule. Honey offered with a shrug. If you don't want to, then the next one power-wise will take over. Ruling a town of demons, me, a god, ain't that ironic? I don't think I would make a great mayor, I chuckled. Anything would be better than Rathamas and his way, Honey muttered. Most demons will rejoice when they hear you killed him. No one liked him, no one at all, not even his man, but, well, no one had the power to oppose him, so he did as he liked. That is the demon way, with total control over our town. he would go on raping little girls, boys, anything that catched his fancy he would get, and after they didn't entertain him anymore, he would eat them. To say I was shocked was underselling it. The worst part was, everything was true, every word she said was 100% accurate, because as she talked about Rathamas, his memories within me, the ones that still lingered after consuming his soul, confirmed every evil act he committed. The vivid scenes of him, and those poor little, oh God. This, fuck, I muttered as I felt his memories play out inside my mind, shaking the very core of my soul. It was so utterly disgusting, it was simply revolting. I could feel it. I could taste it, every memory he had. I would feel as if I did everything he had done, as if I was the one doing all that stuff, and that shouldn't be possible. Why was this affecting me so much? What was the difference between the souls of hell and the souls of Tartarus? Are you okay? Honey rushed to me, with a cup of dirty water, once again reminding me she lived in a cave. Is not clear, but it should help. I'm okay. I was not okay. Those memories, just why? Normally the memories I get to see from the souls I have consumed were not like this, and don't get me wrong, I ate the souls of people that would make this guy look like a fucking saint, but their memories were like movies, stuff I would see in a third point of view, not like this. I never experienced their sins through my body. This was a waking call, that I should be more careful eating souls away, at least until I found a way to destroy this terrifying side effect. Don't worry, you don't have to rule the town, Honey smiled, probably thinking that was what made me feel bad all of the sudden. No, on the contrary, I shook my head. If I was to be here, I might as well start messing with the locals, and getting as much attention as possible. After all, according to the bartender I met, the princes of hell were the only ones with a key to the human world, so, becoming a mayor would most likely put me on their radar, and in the way I suppose I can improve the situation around, maybe get myself some believers down here. I think I would make a great mayor. I smiled at her, liking more and more the idea of getting some follower down here. I mean, if the belief of others can make me stronger like it does for some gods, this was the best place to get some. I could get an entire realm to believe in me, a realm where I would have no competition with other gods. Well, I did have some competition I suppose, the princes of hell, but if I played my cards right, I would deal with them accordingly. Really? Honey smiled, her eyes filled with hope and expectation. Yes, why not? I chuckled. Odin POV. It took me a few hours to figure out where the other Adam was. He was in hell, the Christian one, which was quite troubling. The Christian pantheon only had one god, one that, like chaos himself, let things play out and rarely interfere with anyone, but that didn't make the pantheon any less dangerous. Lucifer, Gabriel, Raphael, while not gods by title, had the power to match the gods of other pantheons. So did the princes of hell, but in a smaller scale. Their power was not as impressive as the archangels that guarded the Christian pantheon, which is why the fallen one ruled over them as their king. But while they didn't match Lucifer Morningstar in power, they were certainly strong enough to give Adam a run for his money in combat. And while Adam facing the princes of hell didn't worry me, the fact Lucifer was there, and would undoubtedly find out someone had entered his realm, made this situation worse. I had to avoid Lucifer and Adam meeting. If they did, this kid is a magnet for this shit. I sighed. It seemed it was time to cash out some favors. 106, Chapter 120. 114. The locals took to my new position as I expected. I mean, yes, everyone was happy the guy whose name I already forgot was dead, but some were wary of me, and honestly it was understandable and quite smart. I mean, what was to say I was not worse than the bastard? What guarantee did they have I would not be worse than their last ruler? So in all honesty, I applauded their wariness. As for Honey, well, things got complicated. Alright, fine, more complicated than they already were. For some reason Honey decided the best way to repay what I had done by saving her from a life of slavery was by becoming my slave. I will let that sink in for a minute. Yep, I don't see the logic there either. It's like saving a guy from being killed and then the guy thanks you by shooting himself in the head. The worst part was, I had no say in the matter apparently. The moment she said she would serve me for all eternity, my name appeared in her chest in Greek. And I felt a connection with her. So here I was, with a servant, and no idea what to do. What is one supposed to do with a servant? Not used to this. After her pledge to me, I asked Honey about the hierarchy of hell and how things worked around. I wanted more in-depth information about everything, so that I could understand how everything worked, and planned accordingly. Honey, eager to help, explained how their social system. Starting with the locals. Lesser demons, aka as the bottom of the bottom, these demons are by most considered property. This class is filled with the sinners that fell after death, and some of the hell-born citizens. According to Honey, most succubi and incubi belong to this category. Greater demons, this rank filled in its majority with hell-born natives. They are usually found on the armies of hell. The demons in this rank are mostly hellhounds, imps, gargoyles, and other hell-born races. Some sinners get here, but most remain in the lower category. Higher demons, these demons are given tasks that require power, like for example, being the mayor of a town. From this point on, according to Honey, everything is based on power alone, meaning anyone can get here as long as they have power to rise the ranks. More than not, this rank is filled with cambions, and, in very rare occasions, alpha hellhounds with enough power to claim such rank. After that rank, things start to get somewhat intriguing and promising. Archdemons, these demons are very powerful, and unique. Their power is rarely matched, meaning a baron can stay in power for hundreds of years before any demon can replace them. They usually control big sectors of hell, serving those higher in the food chain obediently. Barons, almost royalty in the demon world. They serve their demon lords with a sick sense of loyalty. Besides that, there is not much information about them. Demon lords, or overlords, their power it's apparently mostly unmatched in hell, meaning they answer to no one but their respective prince. Their power is feared across the land, mostly because they are famous for their cruel ways. Up next, the princes and princess of hell. This subject was a tricky one. First I was told Satan was the prince of this ring, the pride ring he was not. Apparently the bartender likes to spread lies and stuff for his own amusement, we'll prank the bastard later. Anyhow, the princes are feared, but in an almost mythological way. Why? Well, they rarely show themselves, so most demons have no idea how they look, and how powerful they are. All they know is that not even all the demons lords in each ring together could scratch one of the 7 princes. Heck, not even Honey had much information about them, besides their names and their rings. Leviathan the prince of pride. Beelzebub the princess of envy. Sathanas or Satan, the prince of wrath. Abaddon the prince of sloth. Mammon the prince of greed. Belphegor the prince of gluttony. Asmodeus the prince of lust. Normally, one would think this was the end of the rank, but no, after them, the princes came the king of hell, Lucifer Morningstar. His power is unmatched, making the supreme ruler of hell. Not much is known about him, except the fact he holds grudges for a long time. In terms of power, I wasn't sure I could take on Lucifer. If belief made him stronger, he would be above me, so for the time being I would rank myself on the same level the princes and princess of hell are, at least until I can feel Lucifer and see if he's stronger than me, or if he was nothing but hype. Oh, I almost forgot. Each ring has their own race, or natives. For example, the hellhounds were from the wrath ring, the imps were from the greed ring, and the incubi and succubi were from the lust ring. Those were the only ones Honey knew for sure where they belonged. As a very young demon in demon terms, her knowledge lacks in certain parts, but for now it would suffice. Anyway, while I considered myself to rank as a prince I'm hell hierarchy, they didn't know that, for other demons I was right now nothing but a higher demon at the moment. The mayor of a small meaningless town. I wonder how long will it take for one of the princes to notice me. I chuckled, wondering how long would it be before Leviathan decided to try and end me. Odin POV. In order to keep Adam out of Lucifer's sight, I cached some favors I had been saving for a long time, favors I never expected to use for Adam. I suppose the kid had grown on me. You want me to distract Lucy? Ruggel the Archangel of Justice of the Christian Pantheon muttered. I find, wouldn't it be better if I just rescued the kid? I shook my head. No, the kid needs his time there. That was if he wanted to control the void. It took me some time, but I finally understood why his grimery had sent him to hell. It was to overcome the void inside him. Well, it's your favor, so whatever, Ruggel sighed. 107, Chapter 101. 20. 114. Headaches were things I was used to. I had to. In Tartarus they were a norm, but not to this level, not like this, feeling as if something or someone was ripping my head in half with nothing but pure pressure. It was a very unique and bizarre feeling of disorientation. It was awful, like walking on haze, with everything around me in slow motion. At times I would hear voices, the voices of Odin, Hestia, and Sun Wukong around me. Other times I would feel as if I was in a bed with my eyes closed, unable to move or talk, in a prison of my own making, and most of the times I would simply feel as if I was walking through the motions, with me not really being there altogether, not processing or fully understanding what was happening around me, making my surroundings feel foreign. Was this somehow connected to the souls I had recently consumed? Was this the consequence of completely disregarding the life of others? Or was it something else? If so, what? What could possibly make me feel so lost, so unsure, so divided? Are you get better please? Honey started, but in the middle of her sentence, her voice changed completely, and instead of hearing her voice, I heard Hestia, asking me to get better. I felt her hands holding mine. What is going on? I was getting mad. There was no other explanation, as to why. What did you say? I asked if you were feeling okay. Honey answered, her face looking distressed. As if she wanted to say something else, but decided not to. I lied, what was I supposed to answer? He seems somewhat conscious, I heard the disembodied voice of Odin stated, almost as if he was standing beside me. You don't look okay, honey replied, putting her hand softly on my shoulder. Is there anything I can do to? Once again her sentence was abruptly interrupted by someone else, but this time it wasn't Hestia. Wake up brother. It was Thor. His voice was full of worry and desperation. I could almost feel as if he was shaking me. In fact I could feel his hands on my arms. I eyed my arms in shock trying to understand what was happening, and even though I had visual confirmation nothing was there, that my arms had nothing but my shirt lightly touching them, even with that solid proof. I still felt as a pair of phantom limbs, gripped my arms tightly. What the fuck is going on? I muttered, wondering, had I finally gone crazy? I think he is. Wake up, leave him. Each word came from a different voice, from a different person, Odin, Hestia, Thor, Sun Wukong, honey, all of them talking at the same time, making a full sentence of nonsense, that only intensified my headache to celestial levels. Shut up! I screamed with all my might, breaking something, but what? Hestia POV. Adam had been in bed for days, and had yet to show any signs of waking up. I just couldn't understand why this was affecting him so much. Every god was capable of doing it with ease. And yet, here he was, laying on the bed. This worried me. What if he never woke up? What if? No, he had to get better. He would get better. He promised not to die. Get better soon, I begged him, holding his hand to my heart. He should be waking up. Odin muttered, he looks somewhat conscious. I eyed the Norse king with hope as Thor entered the room. Then let's help him. Thor barked, grabbing Adam by the arms. Wake up brother. He shouted, his voice full of worry and desperation. I think that won't work, Odin stated. Just leave him. I growled, pushing the Norse god off him, and in commotion, he moved. Adam moved. Shut up! Adam screamed, blasting his bed off with pure mana, and everyone in the room looked at him silently. He had finally woken up. Adam! I breathed out, hugging him. He looked so shocked, confused with his surroundings. His eyes were here and yet looked as if he was seeing through us. Are you okay? I asked, putting my right hand softly on his cheek. Hestia, but, how? I was in, Adam muttered, unsure what to say or what to do. It was strange to see him like this. I still am there, but also here. How? Gods can exist in many places at the same time, Adam, Odin stated. You are both here and in hell. I see, Adam muttered, staying silent for a minute before he started laughing. Of course, it makes sense now. Holy shit, he breathed out, finally hugging me back. Ye. Now, there is something you should know. Odin placed a hand on his shoulder, while Thor simply stood behind him, still processing. Adam had finally woken up. Your power is currently divided in half here, half in hell. So I'm currently weaker? Adam asked him, and Odin shook his head. I eyed the Norse god with curiosity. He should be weaker, so I wanted to know why that wasn't the case with him. I told you before, you barely control your power, using but a small part of it, while the rest is left unrestrained, unrefined. So, basically right now, the you of here, and the you of hell, have the same power, but half of the potential, or rather half of the raw material the full you would have. That made sense. If Adam had that much power within him, then creating avatars of him would automatically take power from his reserves, regardless if he knew how to control them or not. I see, Adam hummed. So, can I train, like the me of here and the me of hell, to increase my power twice as fast? He asked them. Yes you could. Hell is after all, a place made for this, Odin answered, once again leaving something out. But what? 108, Chapter 102. 20. 116. Adam POV main consciousness. I am not gonna lie, this deal of being in 3 places at the same time, was confusing, and at the same time, it was not. It was weird how I was able to keep track of everything to the most little detail of what was happening around me, not only in hell, but in Asgard without having any problems whatsoever. I guess in the end things worked out for me, in a very odd way, Naruto way. Now the question was, what to do? My goal had drastically changed after discovering my very being was capable of splitting into equally sentient clones of myself by dividing my power into equal fractions. With this, I no longer needed the princes and their keys to escape hell. I could do it at will. So what was I to do now that leaving was a very easy option? Odin seemed to think training in hell was a good idea, and considering there weren't many things this place could really offer, besides the princes themselves, led me to believe Odin wanted me to fight them. Besides them, this place had nothing to offer. So knowing Odin like I did, the princes had moved a few numbers in my be careful bitch list. Odin was not one to have others waste time, so under that, I could only assume the princes were powerful enough to challenge and perhaps even beat me if I was cocky. Which in turn meant, Lucifer was out of my league, for now. So with that in mind, I decided it was time to train, regardless of how powerful the beings of hell really were. I had to learn control, I had to become more than I already was, gaining control over all the power I had. This was a thought Odin himself agreed on, and because of that, did something I didn't expect. He became my teacher, well, of one of my 3 beings. When did I become 3? Well, allow me to elaborate. Odin said, that best way now that I was able to split myself was to train in a training triangle. It's a lame name I know, but bear with me for a second. Each corner of this triangle dealt with something I was lacking right now. My corner was freestyle training, meaning what I did before becoming a god, feeding my creativity. Thor and Sun Wukong would deal with my hand-to-hand and armed combat in their corner, and last but not least Odin, he would guide me in the arcane arts, teaching me how to become a better mage. So, right now, there were 3 atoms across reality. One was in Asgard training with Odin and hanging out with Hestia, the second one was in Brazil, fighting Thor and Sun Wukong in a never-ending battle for supremacy, and the last was in Hell, planning in what order he was going to kill the princes of Hell. Each atom had a task, that if completed, would change the balance of power, forever. Atom POV Asgard. Odin was not the kind of teacher I would have wanted in high school. Why? Well, because he was one to believe you had to break someone to their very core to actually teach them, and because of that he had forced me back to the bases, and that didn't even mean the mnemonic chapter. No, that would have been easy. No, he was going to the true base of all magic, or as he said, control, theory and application, or CTA. Control was pretty self-explanatory, not gonna lie, but so were the other steps, so I still gonna explain it. Control meant the capability of a mage to mold, change, transmute and rain his mana. For a mage without control, is nothing. Theory was the honey of every mage, and no, I did not mean honey my unwanted slave, it just happened the word I used for my metaphor was also her name. Anywho, without it, what was the point of having control? Theory was supposed to be the knowledge one has accumulated, making things simpler for mages, because the more knowledge one had, the more power one had. Because knowledge was power, and this was something every mage lived by. Application, as the word itself explained, it was the application of step 1 and 2, while adding an extra layer, the application of one's knowledge. You are using too much mana, that is a waste, try to concentrate more, focus on the feeling inside your chest when you mold the mana necessary to cast a spell, Odin instructed. Alright, I nodded. Atom POV Hell. Remember when I said Honey had thanked me for saving her from a life of slavery by becoming my slave? Well, that truck of shit doesn't end there, because, in the span of one day, Honey somehow made half of demons of this town, to give a rough estimate, see me as some kind of chosen one, and therefore, did the same as her, pledging their souls and bodies to me. I somehow find the body part more disturbing than the soup. I mean the soul part. So here I was, with hundreds of slaves I didn't even want to, and no idea what to do. At least one thing was clear. I now cannot have a Twitter account, or any account in social media. I mean, I would probably get cancelled the moment one of my servants commented I was his master. Then again, people might take as some kind of kinky shit. Jokes aside, I had no idea how to proceed. Everything okay? Honey asked, smiling at me. Well, I guess I'm God, I chuckled. I mean, in the 1600s I would have been a popular dude. Because of the slaves? Honey asked. Because of the slaves, I nodded, rolling my eyes at her playfully. Jokes aside, I need to know, how the fuck do we get water here? Through the tunnels laying into the underground, Honey answered, though the only one that gets clean and fresh water in all town is the mayor, the rest don't have the money nor the permission to drink anything clear. Mayor orders, really, no clear water. Was the mayor so desperate to flex his power over them? Damn, no wonder these people see me as their personal messiah. Even a potato would make a better mayor than the last guy. Heck, I even bet their list of requirements for the position was something like breathing, optional. 109, Chapter 103. 20. 119 UWU. Atom POV Hell. It didn't take long before I found myself facing other idiots. I mean, demons on a daily basis that had come to kill me in the hopes of claiming some type of glory for themselves. Needless to say, I dealt with them in a rather quick manner. I had, after all, no time to waste. I was all too busy fixing the situation in Dida town. The town had problems that even with my magic were difficult to fix or simply not in my best interest to do so with magic, like the water situation in town. While yes, I could create large amounts of clean drinkable water by transmuting my mana into clean water, that little but useful spell would solve nothing here. I mean, what would happen when I was not around? With that in mind, I decided it was in my best interest to design some type of filter, to turn the water the citizens had access to into something usable, maybe a transmutation circle with runes to make an automatic transformation by using a portion of mana from each citizen. Nothing was set on stone. And that was one of the simple problems. The other problems I had were, the sinners, what to do with them. It was one of those morally difficult situations. What was I supposed to do with them? Kill them again? They were here for a reason, they had been sentenced to hell for all eternity, to suffer in blood and tears for the sins of their human life. On one hand, if I killed the sinners I would be in a way liberating them from their suffering, and on the other hand, if I let them be, I would be practically saying I'm okay with what they had done. Perhaps, I could filter them, by creating a magic system that picks those who did something bad but not irredeemable and letting them live in hell while killing those whose sins were too big to be allowed to breathe even in the darkest corner of hell. But for me to be able to do that, I would have to literally clap Lucifer out of existence. Why? Well, basically to sort the thousands of souls that enter hell on a daily basis, I need complete control over hell, so that I can magically modify the gates of hell, to sort the souls as they enter. Otherwise, sorting the bad ones, from the super bad ones, was going to be impossible. So I guess, for now, I would have to wait, it would be a while before I faced the man himself. For now, I would focus on fixing Dada Town, and in learning every single spell available in my book. With Thor and Sun Wukong training me in Brazil, and Odin training with me in Asgard, I decided to divide my time in hell in 3 parts, being a mayor, training with my magic, and practicing what I was learning from Thor and Sun Wukong. As for the latest chapter in my book, I had learned something. The entire chapter was encrypted, with magical runes, runes not even Odin could completely decipher, runes that someone had put in there. Meaning whoever had gifted me this powerful grimoire, had decided this chapter was out of reach for me. What I didn't understand was, why did it show me the chapter then? So far the only one to advance in the book was to somehow master the spells in the current chapter, and if I can't master the spells in the void chapter, then what? Was the book now nothing but decoration? Was this the end of my journey with the book, or was there another way to unlock new chapters? This was a theory Odin firmly believed, and one that I was started to consider. I mean, the book had showed it had a mind of its own, like when it showed me the spell without a name to save my life, before I had finished the mnemonic chapter of magic. If the book was capable of going around its own rules, then maybe, just maybe, it had no rules at all, and all I needed was to figure out once and for all, how this damn grimoire operated. But how? Wait a freaking second, what if the book had purposely showed the void chapter fully knowing it was locked? What if this had a purpose on its own, like it did when it saved me from death? If so, what could possibly be the reason behind it? The book had to know if it was sentient. I had no idea how to destroy magical runes, not even Odin knew how to, or did I? My weapon, the one I had been recently given, was capable of eating and storing mana, and in theory it should be capable of eating runes, which in their simplest form were letters infused with magic. Snapping my fingers, I summoned my weapon and book to my side, as a feeling of trepidation invaded my senses. If this worked, it would solve my problems for the moment being, and it would show the book was more sentient than I originally thought or wanted. After all, because it would show with irrefutable proof the book knew the capabilities of my weapon and came to the conclusion I had the tools to unlock what had been locked away. Here goes nothing, I sighed, as opened the book right on the encrypted chapter, and proceeded to push the anti-mana effect of my weapon on it. At first sight, the runes seemed to be fighting my weapon fiercely, pushing the anti-mana my weapon was using away, as if they were made for that, which to be honest was a fucking crimson flag. But, this little opposition didn't last long, and in a burning flash, the runes had been eaten away, leaving me with 2 questions that, well, terrified me. 1, just how sentient was my book, and 2, just how much the person that had given me this book knew me, to predict I would use anti-mana to destroy what runes they had put, or was that just a happy coincidence? 110, Chapter 104. 20. 120 UWU. Time passed in hell with days turning into months, with no much changes in my routine besides the ones I myself imparted. Day by day, my morning would start with a few demons demanding to fight, and like always I would deal with them accordingly. This routine however changed, when I got a letter, from no other than one of the overlords of the Pride Ring, Azathet. Not much was known about him in hell, according to Honey, except that he was one to get what he wanted, when he wanted it. In his letter, he would go in great detail explaining how I should bend the knee to him and his prince, or face very descriptive consequences, and I am not even kidding. His letter was around 42 pages long, and described with morbid detail what would happen. Like 40 out the 42 pages were this random overlord having a gory orgasm about what horrors he would inflict in me should I reject accepting his kind offer. Needless to say I sent his messenger with a equally descriptive message that basically could be summarized in one word: fuck you. And with that letter sent, it was time to prepare for what it was to come. So far I had only faced relatively weak demons on the command ladder, but now I had challenged one of the strongest demons according to the hierarchy of this ring, and soon would find out how strong I was compared to quote, the big dogs. PFFF, don't get me wrong, I was sure I was going to win against the Overlord with ease, heck maybe even I would even teabag the poor idiot before making him watch a documentary about documentaries. So I wasn't really questioning my strength there, haha, no. My angle was another. I wanted to see by fighting the second strongest rank in hell to see how I fared in terms of power against the famous Leviathan, the Prince of Pride. Defeating an overlord would give me a more accurate idea of where I stood in the ladder compared to the fodder I had eliminated so far. This volunteer would help me further understand how things worked around here. And, after that, I guess I would go ahead and kill the prince once I confirmed I was strong enough to deal with him, and, then do the same with each prince until I get to the final boss, Lucifer. For now though, I would enjoy my three-way training and oh god I just realized how dirty that sounds. Oh well. Lucifer POV. A Greek brat had fallen into my realm, what a unexpected conundrum, one that I knew how to deal with, killing him. The kid was growing in power alarmingly fast, and by the looks of it would threaten my reign if I let this little fire grow out of control. He had even started to challenge overlords, it wouldn't be long before he started to fight and kill my princes, and frankly, getting used to new princes was too much work. So the brat had to die. I'll be back in a few, Lilith, I stated, kissing the first woman God created. Where are you going? Lilith inquired with a soft giggle. I have a Greek brat to kill, I chuckled, giving her one last kiss, before something pushed me to my knees. An ancient power that I hadn't felt in a long time, he was here, that monster. No you won't, that voice, that power, this cold suffocating feeling, there was no doubt it was him. You see, that brat is my kid, and while I don't normally go out of my way to protect him, I can't just simply let you kill what it's mine. Frankly Lucy, one would think ruling hell would make less prone to fuck things up, he chuckled. You think? You think? You can come here and tell me what to do? I roared, pushing myself up with great struggle, only to be forced back into my knees. Yes, haha, I think I can, he laughed. You see Lucy, power is everything, those in power set the rules, and control everything, and unfortunately for you, he grabbed my head with one hand, his eyes black and cold, I am leagues above you child, so, for your sake, leave my kid alone, he then smiled, patting me on the head, besides he will eventually come to you, so, be patient and wait, if you kill him when he comes, well, he shrugged, it would mean he was not worthy of being my seed. But to be honest, I don't think you will win Lucy, he is after all, my son. Rugel POV. I owed Odin a favor, but not this, not dealing with that monster. Did Odin know that child was the son of that? Of course he knew, he had to. Well, hello there, the monster whispered to my ear, let me guess, visiting Lucy, or perhaps, doing Odin a favor. He laughed, what was I supposed to do now? This bastard was beyond what humans say my pay grade. Don't be so tense, I came here to tell you, don't interfere with the events that are about to unfold in hell. You don't scare me, I stated, sounding far less confident than I wanted. You could have fooled me, he chuckled. Our father is just, and should it be needed he will stop you. I hissed. At this he broke into a fit of laughter, sure, he could, not many beings can kill me, him and Chaos are one of the few, but, you must be stupid to think your father will do anything, he has been sleeping for eons, and when he was awake did nothing to stop me, so how about you start being realistic, and shut the fuck up? Can you? I glared at the monster, before teleporting to Asgard. Odin owned me, a few explanations. 111, UWU. So. Who wants another succulent, delicious, fishy, and tasty chapter today? The next chapter reveals who the father is. All you have to do to get this delicious chapter is... I don't know. Post your most hilarious memes in the comment section or in this paragraph. Fucking finally, the hype is so big Vegeta is here, Adam sighed, as Vegeta shouted. I am the hype, Vegeta declared. Meh, Adam shrugged, realizing Vegeta was here to stay for the duration of this note. 112, Chapter 105. 20. 120 UWU. Your memes offerings have pleased the corn gods. Enjoy the reveal. Rugel POV. After meeting with that monster, I decided to go to Asgard immediately. Odin the Asgardian king owed me some answers. One thing was that I owed him a favor for what he did for us 1,000 years ago, and another was that he completely disregarded my life, throwing me into the abyss itself. Handling Lucy, that was easy, relatively speaking, handling that monster, not so much, Odin. I screamed as I entered the throne room, where Odin was sitting alone, the room empty for the most part. It was never my intention to put you at risk, Odin muttered, I just didn't foresee his arrival, he wasn't supposed to be there, and for that. I am sorry. I don't care much about what you saw, I roared in anger, why did he have to withhold information? If that monster wasn't one to play with his food, I would be dead by now, you completely disregarded my life and my safety. By throwing me into this fucking mess. Perhaps, Odin acknowledged. We should just kill that kid, I stated, a son of that evil being could only be evil at its truest. I will not do or allow you to do such a thing. Odin growled. You are playing with fire, Odin. I shot back, if that kid ever learns of his heritage, life as we know will cease to exist. I am dealing with that, Odin sighed, if handled correctly, I can stop the end of times. Wishful thinking, I scoffed, was he really so naive to think he had the power and the ability to control the spawn of the crawling chaos? If the kid finds out that the only thing limiting his power is his lack of understanding about himself, we will fall. Are you deaf, brat? Odin roared, I shan't allow it. Once Gabriel finds out about this. I paused, taking a deep breath, we will wage war against the kid, and all of those who stand in our way to vanquish his existence. You saw him, do you really think heaven has the firepower to kill his dad if he so decides to intervene on his behalf? Odin chuckled bitterly, that monster, is unpredictable, and if he so decides, he can wipe not only my pantheon, but yours. God will not allow it, I stated, our Father, our Creator was ever so merciful, and I knew he would defend us should the heavens cry for it. He can, Odin nodded, but you know how those primal gods are, always sleeping, always away. He did say that, I muttered, that our Father would not interfere. Do what you must, Rugel, Odin sighed, I brought you into this, and I accept the consequences of my actions, but know that Asgard stands by him. Noted. With that, I teleport back to heaven, where I would tell my brothers and sisters about Adam. Odin POV. That monster had made his move earlier that I had foreseen, and thanks to that I was lost for the first time in centuries. Adam would soon know about his heritage, and things would change. I had seen such a future, one that cannot be avoided. In that future the only thing I could see was his father congratulating him, not sure why or what he was congratulating. Regardless of the reason, this shouldn't be happening right now. In my previous visions, they met 10 years from now, after he killed Hestia to make his son lose completely the light within him, resulting in the end of the world. Which is why I wanted Adam to become strong enough to deal with the crawling chaos when the time came. But now, all I could do was watch and see what the outer god was scheming, and try to plan around that, but something didn't feel right. How was he going to tempt Adam? I had Hestia safe and out of his reach, and as long as I had Hestia, safe and sound, there wasn't much he could do to tempt Adam. Then again, I don't know what I expected. Nyarlathotep, or the crawling chaos, it's a being specially known for his unpredictability. Not even the members of his pantheon that is filled with evils as old as time itself can predict his motives or even begin to comprehend his mad reasoning. I suppose it was to be expected. After all, he differs from every deity in his pantheon a lot, making him an even bigger threat to begin with. Most of the gods on his pantheon are evil without a real motive, but him? If he blinks, there is a reason behind for it, the ever-scheming monster of the abyss, the fucking spawn of Azathoth. Even in the way he interacts with humans, and gods, he would show his unpredictable nature, playing with them using lies and misdirection to trick them into a false sense of security, usually under the guise of a human, like a predator, waiting for his prey. He enjoys human suffering, comparing it to a great song, but like a great song he considers that it should be prolonged, which is one of the reasons he uses a human disguise, instead of one of this 1,000 other forms or manifestations, that are usually most reputed for being quite horrific and sanity blasting, which he considers it's not fun. Adam, I muttered, I hope you are ready to face what you really are, otherwise, the end is near. Adam POV. 2 days from now, I would face the demon who had demanded me to bend the knee, and I couldn't help but admit I was a tad excited. Not for the reason many might think, it's just that, once I killed the Overlord I would gain a reputation. Meaning no more challenges from people beneath that rank. So yeah. Honey, prepare by tea-bagging pants, I chuckled as evilly who godly possible. I will, like every mature COD player, tea-bag the guy after killing him. Even that moron gets closer to your junk. Honey muttered. 113, Chapter 106. 20. 121 UWU. The day to face the Overlord had come, and I had quite the audience. Some demons had apparently spread the word I was going to die like a bitch. Ha! Joke's on them. All they will be seeing is me spamming easy on the chat that I will magically create after I defeat him. In fact, I had a list of things I would put on that magic chat, like, how do you turn up the difficulty of this bot, ... As I went over my notes about what words and pranks I was going to use, a loud, terrible voice interrupted my train of thought. The voice was full of power, causing the air itself to shake on its very presence. No wonder these overlords were so feared. I doubted many could challenge them. Kneel. I am not gonna kneel, suck my dick, I shot back. Oh come on. Honey barked from the crowd. From the skies the Overlord descended into the ground a few meters away from me, leaving his entourage flying above us. He was a purple demon, with shades of light pink around his face and torso, on his right hand a cursed blade. The air seemed to vibrate around him as he moved, almost as if his mere presence was distorting reality. I knew this, a cheap trick to look intimidating. I am Aramith, I serve the Prince of Pride, Leviathan, the Great One, the Supreme One. The Overlord introduced himself, by sucking on Leviathan. If he wanted to do that, he could have just gone to the prince. I do not need to hear him sucking his boss so hard. Does this dick-sucking monologue have a point? I interrupted the Overlord. In anger, the demon stomped his foot to the ground, insolent. The Overlord's voice boomed around the area as he jumped up into the air, a pair of bone wings appearing on his back. You shall die for insulting his unholiness. Wow, you have it hard for him. I chuckled, realizing the double joke of what I had said, hard in both meanings. I chuckled. With a loud battle cry, the Overlord rushed at me, his body expanding, transforming into a huge, towering demon, of around 15 foot tall. A red almost dark energy crackled around his enormous frame as his wings shook the air. As he flew high into the sky, I felt as he moved all his mana into his blade. I see, I chuckled, realizing what curse exactly he had on his blade, a basic multiplying curse. The curse itself allows the user to store and release energy, multiplying the general output of power by a long margin when doing so. This, of course, has a lot of cons, like for one, the fact that at any point the cursed item can self-destruct, generating an explosion twice as powerful as all the energy you ever stored inside the cursed item. So in layman's terms, it's like having a nuke you don't know when it's going to explode. With a smile I watched all of this, my eyes glued to the demon as he kept pushing more and more power into his blade. The thought of his blade exploding on him and killing him was hilarious on itself. Maybe Murphy would fuck him today. He certainly likes to abuse me, but the universe won't give me that, even if I can kill him with a single shot. And that was something. The Overlord knew. This demon, unlike the others, wasn't a fool. He could recognize the power I had, and for that went for the all-out route, which is why I was showing some respect, allowing him to attack. He was strong. Unfortunately, I had, thanks to my training, surpassed him by a lot. Begone! The Overlord shouted, his sword-wielding arm blurring for a brief instant for those around us. Not bad. But I had one better. As the attack slowly made his way towards me, I smiled. The abyss welcomes all, I muttered, pointing my index finger at him. Void channel. Everything stopped for a second. The Overlord's attack had been stopped. His sword was shattered. The Overlord looked at me for a second in pure disbelief. And, slowly, closed his eyes with a faint smile on his face as his body fell apart, splitting into 172 bisected pieces. My spell had worked. Void channel, one of the spells I had learned from the Void chapter. The spell in question took me a lot to learn, but it's one of the deadliest on my arsenal. The spell would connect a beam of pure void into each bone inside the individual, in this case 172, cutting the body into hundreds of pieces if the target is weaker than me, or said target fails to detect the true nature of the spell. So, you guys wanna go? I asked the entourage of the demon I had killed. They all shook their heads. Ye. Plus 100 reputation. Someone put the GDA soundtrack. No, we don't. Oh well, I chuckled, as I created the magic chat, proceeding to say easy, super easy, barely an inconvenience, and stuff. Yeah, I know it feels off, but I am a man of my word, and I go through my plans no matter what. Hestia POV. Adam was the son of Nyarlathotep, the monster known as the Crawling Chaos, the king of the abyss, and somehow my possible death would push Adam to a place from where you can't never go back, at least according to what I heard from Odin, and Rugel from the flames on the throne room. Did this change anything? No. Adam was Adam, and no demonic father would change that. Then again, I guessed it did change something. If my death was the catalyst of his possible change, then I would avoid that outcome at all costs. I won't let Adam become a monster that serves the purposes of his father, I won't. 114, Chapter 107. 20. 122. By the end of today it will be 124, I started a new, rather interesting arc for those that know of the mythos and its ramifications. Ever since I had defeated the Overlord, something didn't feel right, and I couldn't shake this feeling that something had somehow changed, for the worse. My body wouldn't stop trembling at night, where I would wake up sweating from pure fear about something I had yet to see, feeling as if somebody was staring at me while I sleep, like a hunter studying his prey. Watching me with delirious intensity, in shock, I would always wake up, frantically looking around, but as always, I would fight. There was no one near me, and still, the feeling of pure terror would not go away. It would simply grow, and eat my sanity away. Whatever it was, made me feel like a kid hiding under the bed, scared of the monster inside his closet. I didn't like this feeling, not one bit. I had felt powerless before, but this sensation of hopelessness, of despair crawling up my spine, of terror invading my mind, affecting my way of thinking, I didn't like it at all. I need to get out of here, I muttered, opening the door of my room, ready to teleport out of there. I needed some air, some space from all this. I started to cast the spell, to open a gate to Asgard, when suddenly I felt something touching me, followed by the sound of a terrifying shriek. The feeling was ghastly, and in fright I flinched so hard I nearly fell. The spell had been broken, and the feeling of despair had only intensified. I was going crazy, that had to be it. Why else would I feel and hear things that by no means were there? No, that was a lie I was telling myself. I knew this was someone or something messing with me, probably something ancient, perhaps Tartarus, coming to get what I had stolen from his realm, or perhaps it was Lucifer, that was angry for what I had done around here. Whoever or whatever it was, I just couldn't take it anymore. I am done. I screamed, tears of both agony and stress raining down my eyes. For weeks this feeling had been tormenting me without a break, shattering my inner peace and my reality into nothing. If you came to kill me, have the decency of doing it with your own hands. Kill you. A low, almost hissing like voice whispered to my ear. This feeling, it came from this being behind me. Why, would I do that? The demonic entity chuckled, as he licked my ear. I wanted to scream, to move, to fight back. I wanted to die like a warrior, and yet, I couldn't move a single muscle, and it wasn't because of magic like with Loki, and it also wasn't like this creature behind was using fur to contain me. No, I was afraid, like I had never been before. I felt helpless, more so than ever. My eyes were wide, my whole body was shaking, I was hyperventilating, my heart was beating in my chest, as if it was trying to break out of my body. I, Adam Aragon, was too afraid to look behind me, afraid of what I might encounter if I turned, keeping some sense of naivety that if I didn't see the best, maybe it wasn't there, a stupid thought, but one that for some reason I was clinging into, like my life depended on it. Afraid. The monsters muttered, "Don't be, why would I kill my child, flesh of my flesh?" As the monster said this, something that could only be described as a tentacles touched my face, and forced me to look back, where instead of finding a beast, I found a man, with a suit, and a deranged smile. "Hello, son." A man, a human-looking man, and yet, the terror, the feeling of despair, none of that went away. In fact, it felt worse. I knew this man persona was a fake. My whole body knew that this body I was seeing was nothing but a suit that served to trick others, and right now, I wished it served to trick me. What do you want? I shuddered, all my willpower, and the one sentence I can articulate was, that of a child about to pass out. So much power, and yet I felt powerless. Many things, the man smiled, his eyes devoid of every emotion, keeping but one, madness that made Loki feel like a sane person. But today, I wanted to meet you, my son. Who are you? I asked, concentrating in singular thought to push through the scene. Hestia, she was my rock, and she would be sad if I died, so I had to live. Your father, your creator, but many know me as the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep, and you are my son, my new gate. Nyarlathotep answered. Nyarlathotep? Why was a Lovecraftian outer god here? This was? No, that wasn't the question. Why was he saying he was my dad? It wasn't, the fear, the faces of everyone knowing who knew who it was, and their fear to him. It made sense. You are my father. I spoke with clarity, somehow pushing my fear aside. Yes, I handpicked Leto for this experiment. I needed a new son, a new functional gate, and you have exceeded my expectations. Nyarlathotep smiled, and I took a moment to absorb the implications of what he was saying. He was my father. This monster known in the books for his psychopathic, sadistic, ruthless, lunatic, maniacal, manipulative tendencies, who wants nothing but chaos and anarchy wherever he goes, as well as reveling in the suffering of others, was my dad. Now, there is a reason beyond visiting you. You see, while your progress is rather admirable, I think I have to speed things up a bit. It's time to awaken the outer beast inside of you. He laughed, his body changing into a grotesque and terrifying form, one that would haunt me for the years to come. 115, Chapter 108. 20. 122. By the end of today it will be 124. I started a new, rather interesting arc for those that know of the mythos and its ramifications. I don't know what exactly Nyarlathotep did, but I wasn't anywhere right now. Everything was black and I felt as if I was floating adrift, no sounds, no body, nothing but my mind thinking. I suppose in the end, this is better than dealing with that monster. To think my father was him, what an unexpected development. One that brought me many questions. According to the Lovecraftian myths, he had a son before me, one that was supposed to be a gate, to where? Nobody really knew, but it was stated more than once, he wanted a gate. If only I knew exactly what exactly meant to be a gate, I would find a way to mess with his plans, but it wasn't so easy. Regardless of that, I first had to figure out where I was. Think, Adam, think, if you were an evil entity capable of existing in every plane of existence, where would you send your kid? Oh God, for all I knew, I could be in another universe, until he brings me out wherever hellhole he sent me. Well, if that was the case, I guess all that was left was to find a way out of wherever I was. After all, if there was a way in, there was a way out. Later. Without a point of reference, time has no meaning, which was the case for me. I have no idea how long I've been trapped in whatever hellhole the bastard of a father I have dropped me, but, it has been so long, that I doubt he even remembers. Perhaps I was to be here until he needed his gate. Brothers and sisters. For far too long we have waited to bring back our Lord from his wrongful imprisonment. Tonight, by the darkness in our hearts, we return unto him the freedom he lost. The living nightmare shall walk again amongst the waking world. Voices, a cult of something. The guy certainly sounded like the type of guy to convince others it was best to drink poisoned drinks and stuff. As the cultists started to chant, I felt a pull, as if I was being forced out of the prison I, a god, had failed to break. How are they pulling this off? I asked myself in disbelief. As the chanting continued, a buzzing sensation of magic engulfed my body, and I felt a final pull, making me reminisce about the day I was born. Blinking away the blinding light rushing to my eyes for the first time in who knows how long, I found myself staring into a room full of cultists. Judging by their clothes and appearances, this wasn't anywhere I was familiar with. We are at your command. Your will be done. They all said in one voice, kneeling, robes touching the floor. It's an honor to be in your presence, O terrible one. Who do you think I am? I asked the cultist. The living nightmare, the end of all beginnings, the darkness of every light, Adamus the Void King, the head cultist replied, his face full of emotion, showing loyalty to me, undying loyalty, and love, obsessive love. Where am I? I asked. That was the most important question, after all. Adam POV Brazil. One moment, I was feeling how my avatar in hell was meeting with Nyarlathotep, and the next I felt nothing coming from our proxy, yet our power remained the same, meaning he was alive, but where? And most importantly, how would I rescue myself from the prison Nyarlathotep pushed me into? I think I need to go and talk with Odin, I told my teachers, who by now knew that I knew who my father was, and that I knew that they knew before that I knew and told them. Nyarlathotep is a force to be reckoned with, Sun Wukong sighed, but is one that always acts and moves with a purpose behind his very disturbing actions. If you are still alive, it means he plans to use you somehow, or wants to see you suffer. Either way, we must make haste. The longer the U of Hell stays wherever he sent you to, the more devastating the result will be. Then let's go. I snapped my fingers and teleported to Asgard. Odin POV. Adam had been kidnapped by his father, at least a part of him, and now one of Adam's avatars was coming to talk with me. But in reality there wasn't much I could do. Nyarlathotep had sent Adam far out of my reach, to a place where I had no access to, probably with the purpose of pushing the monster within him out, birthing a new outer god into existence. This complicated things, so, when did you plan to tell me? The version of Adam I had been training asked. Eventually, my idea was to make you strong enough to rebel against him, I admitted. So, why was I so human then? Adam asked. Well, Leto as the titaness of motherhood can control how her babies will come out genetically speaking, by basically controlling how much of each parent you had, in layman's terms how much of her you had, how little of him you had, and while she most definitely didn't know who your dad was, a part of her must have knew something about was wrong, which is why she decided to cut as much from him off you as possible, but even then, a part of him must survive. I sighed. I'll be honest, even Zeus would have been a better option. I have but one day of meeting the guy, and he already yeeted me into what I assume is another dimension. Adam chuckled bitterly. I'm so overwhelmed I don't feel like pranking anyone, my life is so fucked, I go from one trauma to the other, without even having time to deal with them. I just want to breath Odin, that's all I ask, one moment of peace. 116, Chapter 109. 20. UWU. It didn't take me long to figure out where I was, a world of illusion, a fake reality fabricated to get something from me, where time and space no longer mattered. I came to this conclusion after I noticed the world was in some kind of loop, always leading to the same place. Even the people within this fake world were nothing but puppets, with their interactions being pre-programmed, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The question was, what did my father want from me, and how is me being here, was going to help him obtain whatever it was that he desired? Magic didn't seem to work around here, and my grimoire didn't answer my calls. I was trapped, in a looped world that frankly made no sense. Every day started at the same point, cultists summoning me from the depths of the void, and then asking me to bring forth the end of the world. Each day I would try different answers, perhaps how I interacted with them would affect the outcome of this little game he was playing, but unfortunately, no matter what I answered, or did, the loop stayed the same. Well, I guess I can't really say that, can I? Each day, the fake world would change a bit, as if, rotting with each reset, the puppets would decay with each time the world around me restarted, looking more and more like corpses as this strange torture continued. Was I trapped without escape? I doubted that was the case, otherwise, there was no point in letting me know this reality he had created was fake. With his power and knowledge, creating something more believable was easy. Then again, he was a being known to rejoice in the suffering of others, one that wants chaos just for chaos' sake, with motives no one can fully understand. But something told me, that while he was most likely enjoying my current dilemma, that being trapped for all eternity was not his end goal for me, which meant that there was a way to escape this, a way to break from the prison he had forced me to live in for the past. I don't know how long. Awakening the outer beast within you, those were the words that he said, that stuck the most to me. There had to be a clue on that, a hiding meaning. How can one awaken something you didn't even know you had? Is like asking a blind guy how he looks like. He can't really tell, he can guess, but not really tell, and most importantly, do I really want to awaken said power if it came from him? It honestly scared me. What would happen if I do so? Would I still be me? Or would I become the monster he wants me to be? In the end, it didn't matter. If I didn't escape this prison, Hestia would pay the consequences of my weakness, of my failures. And I couldn't allow that. She was the one being that didn't deserve half of the shit she had to deal with on a daily basis. It's time to use that spell again. I chuckled. Your will be done. The head fake cultist knelt down, repeating that line for the 100th time, and I snorted. To think my father thought so little of me. He had the AI around on the lowest level. Then again, if he didn't dumb down this world, the chance of me never discovering the truth would have been high. Magic doesn't work here, and the void doesn't answer to me within this fake walls. But curses, they don't need any mana, they just need fuel, and fuel can be anything. This much was true. Curses were the only thing that I had hopes they worked within this world, but a curse was only as strong as the fuel you put in it. The more you get, the more you have to give. The reason why I hadn't tried using them was because they lacked firepower. They were mostly there to debilitate. Well, most of them. There was one curse with power beyond anything. Please, O Dark One, bring forth the destruction of this world, the cultists chanted, and I laughed. And with a little smile on my face, I replied, with pleasure. Taking a deep breath, I focused on the world around me, the trees, the people, the borders, every little detail. I call the darkness onto me from deepest depths of earth and sea, from ancient evils unawoken, break that can't be broken. To blackest night I pledge my soul and crush my heart to burning coal to summon forth a deathly power to see this fake world devoured, unlike last time, where I almost died and had to use this particular spell not knowing what it did. This time, I was fully aware of its capabilities, and to break free paid the ultimate price, putting everything on the line. As soon as those words left my mouth, the world around me started to crumble, and the cultists smiled, and cheered. That was new. As for the price, the curse had already taken what I owned, and thanks to that I felt as my life started to fade. I wasn't worried though. I was but one, there were still 2 other atoms out there, and even if this affected them, messing with whatever my demonic father wanted, was a good enough victory. Bravo! Nyarlathotep clapped his hands with mad delight, as he appeared in front of me with a human guise. I didn't expect you to start the process of awakening so soon. I was putting my money on the 100 years, maybe 1,000 if you were a late bloomer, but a month, that was out of my charts. Champ, I am proud, he smiled. Please, elaborate, I asked, feeling the black lines of the curse slowly expand through my body, desperately trying to reach my heart. There are various ways to awaken an outer god, some more effective than others, and some of those ways apply to you and your power. In this case, first you had to destroy an entire universe. Granted, the universe I sent you to was small, and all the people were within my control, but you erased them without a second thought. Nyarlathotep smiled, and my eyes widened at that. Had I killed an entire universe with my curse? Ah, don't put that face. They all wanted to die. For centuries all they ever thought of was dying, and you delivered. In all fairness, it was mercy, I think. He chuckled. Oh, well, as for the second step, you had to give away your main weakness, your humanity, and you did with that wonderful spell. This spell is supposed to kill this version of me, I stated, and he laughed. If you were a human, yes, but as a god, it won't kill you, but it will consume you, finally breaking all the barriers you have set, leaving only Adam, the Void King of Darkness. Nyarlathotep laughed, and I snorted. I bet you went to edgy.com to find that title. I snorted. I won't, even if I become evil incarnated. Follow your will. And with that, the curse lines reached my heart. Oh, I'm counting on that. 117, Chapter 110. 20. UWU. I awoke in a place full of silence, feeling warm. With a tired groan, I blinked hard to get rid of the lingering fog of the nightmare I had lived through as I sat up with difficulty, stretching. I was in the room of my house in hell, its open window revealing a cloudy day. Almost night, I guessed. My mind went immediately to the question that mattered, where was my father? But there was no sign of him. How did I get back here? I asked myself, and what had changed? With a heavy sigh I got up from bed and grabbed some clothes from my closet. noting I had to check later that what had changed, and how it helped him. For the moment, at least, I didn't feel any different, not at all. Then again, this could all be a trick of that monster, trying to torture me some more. Shaking my head off that dangerous train of thought, I made my way down to the kitchen inside my house, where I would normally find Honey cooking me some hellish breakfast. Yes, that was a pun, and just like I had said, as soon as I reached the kitchen there she was, nose buried in a cooking book that said, "Cooking for Super Duper Ultra Dummies." Where did she get that, I wondered. With a silent chuckle, I walked to the dining table, the floor creaking underneath me, announcing my presence to Honey and anyone in the 5-mile radius. Fucking would I swear. At this Honey looked up from her book, ears perking and her tail swishing from side to side. Adam. Honey smiled, launching herself into a super hug. You're finally awake. I thought you were goner. Many thought that. I was so scared, but I kept my ground and told everyone you were okay, that we were okay. I took a moment to absorb what she said, and asked. Finally? That sounds like I was gone for a while, I chuckled. I wasn't, was I? Little over a month, Honey muttered. I felt it, you know, whatever that thing was. I felt how it entered your room, and shattered something within you. I wanted to help you, but I was so scared. By this point she was crying, but you survived, so. I guess luck was in your side. Luck had nothing to do with it. The monster wanted something from me, and in some way I had yet to discover. He helped the process by doing God knows what / I sighed, pushing the possible theories of what my father wanted or die to the side. For now, first. I had to tackle the problem at hand, like the fact I was asleep for an entire month. So, feeling better? Honey asked, her eyes begging me to say yes. I am, I answered, not sure if that was a lie or the truth. I had no idea how I felt right now, to be honest. Good, Honey sighed. So, now what? Now we get out of here, I answered. I have no longer have any business in hell. I don't know why, but I had lost my interest in hell. Where? Honey asked without hesitation. Asgard, I replied, forcing my other fragments to come and be one. Once again, the merge was different to what I expected. It was almost suffocating at first. I felt as my body in essence adapted to something new. So that's what he changed within me. Smart actually. For a brief moment as my two fragments finalized the merging, I saw my heart, black as the blackest night, trying to eat something, a white light within the heart, tiny but shining. But what actually caught my attention was that if I focused on the darkness around my soul, the image of a floating monster that was ever changing while eating away the cosmos could be seen. The creator of the outer pantheon, Azathoth, the deep dark, the cold one, the blind idiot god, and the responsible for the birth of every Lovecraftian nightmare. The images or visions would change every time I focused on the darkness once again, showing each time a different outer god doing whatever it was they do, until it stopped in Nyarlathotep. Hello, son, he spoke through the vision, and somehow, his terrifying form didn't terrify me anymore. It was disgusting, sure, but not terrifying. I see you have woken up. Congratulations. He clapped his tentacles making a weird ass wet sound. Now, before you go, and this vision changes, welcome to the family. And with that the vision stopped, and I realized something. If everything in the outer pantheon was the dream of Azathoth, would waking him up kill his entire pantheon? If so, would it kill me? If it didn't, it would be an easy way to deal with those monsters, at the very least with Nyarlathotep. Odin POV. The massive surge of power I felt. Adam had woken up, and with the recall of his godly fragments, his power went through the roof. Well, the power he could control. As of now, his power was, if I had to take a rough guess, below Zeus, but above Poseidon and Hades, all because his father started to awaken the void inside of Adam, which would slowly but surely turn him into an outer god, a completely different breed of gods, who in its majority are nothing but evil beings. This metamorphosis would slowly eat the Adam we knew away, if we didn't do something. Right now, if we wanted to stop the end of all time, we had to make sure Adam remained Adam. For this Hestia was the key. She was his only friend, the one that would keep him grounded to reality, avoiding the dark fate where he would rise to be the one known as the outer god of the void, the mute king. Well, let's see now who wins, your father, or you, Adam. 118, Chapter 111. 20. UWU. Before leaving hell, I had to take care of a few things I had promised Honey when I became the mayor, that the system would change for those like her. This task could only be completed in one of two ways: 1. Killing Lucifer, and 2. Negotiating with him, and considering the big baddie of the Bible was still stronger than me, even after my power boost, I decided to make a deal with the devil. Hey, a deal with the devil. To be honest, I thought I would get to that point years before this. Dealing with Lucifer was going to be difficult, or so I would say. You see, when I went to his palace, he seemed ready to fight me, and while that is something quite common in my life, he seemed almost as distressed as me. It didn't take me long to connect the dots and see what had happened. My father had paid a visit to him, and well, I can only assume how things went from there, but considering how tended he looked, not well at all. So taking that into account, I offered the following: he could either fight me to the death, which he seemed to want with all his might, but would risk summoning the hentai nightmare I have for a father, or he could do me a favor here and there about the situation in hell, and in return I would leave hell for good, making the chance of that man visiting his realm less likely to happen. For a moment, it seemed like Lucifer was having an inner debate about what option was the best, but in the end, selected the one that would work best for us. And so, the hellborn citizens got what they wanted, and I was free of my commitments in hell. After that, I opened a portal from hell to New York, where I would release some stress in the streets by pranking and having some fun around town, maybe visit the sorority girls I nailed last time, and before I hear the cosmos say, "You have a succubi under you?" Yes. I know, but I'm a firm believer you don't fuck your employees, or self-appointed slaves. It would be weird. As I walked the streets of New York with Honey by my side, I was stopped by a weird-looking man, and boy I was ready to throw some hands, thinking he was a demon or something, but the man ended up being a recruiter for a strip club down the street, and my first thought was, this motherfucker thinks I'm a pimp, and Honey is one of my bitches, and wants to hire her, but I was quickly proved wrong when the man offered me a job. Say what now? I was so surprised, I didn't know what emotion was the correct one to display. In one part, I was flattered, but, while I was flattered, I also felt insulted. Did he really think I was that bad economically that I needed to work a pole? You will make $5,000 an hour, the man offered, and I accepted, but soon he would regret hiring me, because I was a type of stripper he had no idea how to deal with. I was a pranking stripper. And so I went with a weird guy to the strip club, where I would prank the owner and the girls inside dressed as a firefighter. My prank was simple yet diabolical. I would dress with a very conservative firefighter outfit that covered everything. And under that I would enchant my clothes with new ones, creating a loop of undressing that would never end. So, you are stripper now, Honey giggled, seeing frustration around. How much for a private dance? Hot stuff, or maybe a quick fuck? I'm a pranking stripper that likes to tease these lonely sad ladies by making them think I will eventually show something, when in reality that will never happen, not a gigolo. I gasped, insulted. My art was making sure these horny ladies questioned how was that, no matter how many clothes I took off, I always had a new costume underneath, and the only thing they would get to see for a brief moment were them godly thighs. Hi, hot stuff, a very attractive blonde woman said, with a rather seductive smile that promised a good time. Me and my girls, the girls aka her friends, were equally hot. Want to have some fun? How does $10,000 sound for you to fuck us all? I turned to Honey, and smiled. I am a gigolo now. I looked at the girls and turned back to Honey once again. I'm a free gigolo. A real man doesn't ask for money. Oh come on, Honey complained. After having a rather good time releasing both sexual and pranking tension, I decided to go to Asgard. I was curious as to what Hestia was doing, but decided to go after relaxing a bit, mostly to avoid exploding my frustrations at her. Besides, when the universe offers you 5 supermodels for free, you say yes. It's not fair. I am your personal succubi, and yet I don't get any love. Honey pouted and I snorted. Honey, I'll be honest with ye, I don't fuck friends, I chuckled. I value the little friendships I have too much, to risk them with a night of pleasure. Strangers? I don't mind, the chance of them finding me ever again is very slim, but, the people close to me, I don't want it. In your sleep, Honey chuckled, but then her demeanor turned rather serious. In your sleep you kept saying one name, Hestia, Hestia. Hestia. I eyed her, not sure why that would be worth mentioning. Well, she is the most important person in my life, my best friend if you will. Yeah, tell yourself that, Honey snorted in clear amusement, her lips perking up into a small smirk. She is. I wasn't sure where she was going with this. Adam, we succubi can see and eat emotions, Honey stated. Lust though is the only one that we can actually touch or handle, the rest are quite toxic for us, unless they are connected in some way to lust. I will be honest, I was lost. In your sleep, when you said her name, I felt love, your love, and is not the kind of love you are telling yourself you have for her, because, believe me I know, you want more. 119, Chapter 112. 20. UWU. I eyed the succubi in shock. She was high or something, cause I didn't love Hestia like that. I mean, yes, I did love her, but not romantically. She was my friend, the one person that made the idea of not giving up worth it, the only one I would die for. She was my safe haven in this world of nightmare. Oh no. Was it true? Did I love Hestia? It was true. Fuck. Of all the beings in this universe I could have fell for, I fell for her, the one not interested in anything beyond friendship. Well, it didn't matter if I loved her or not, I was happy with just being close to her, and that didn't have to be romantically speaking. I can taste your love, Honey giggled, I can't believe you didn't know until no, she snorted, rolling her eyes at me, don't worry, I'm sure she will be happy to hear how you feel. Hestia is, against having a relationship, I snorted, and she deserved better than me, better than anyone in this world, because of her brother, Zeus, and her dad Cronus, she decided it was best to stay single forever. Were those two that bad? Honey inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, Cronus ate all of his children, including Hestia to avoid a prophecy that foretold he was going to be dethroned by one of his children. I sighed, that man had to be one if not the worst father in the universe, and, well, Hestia remembers everything, from her being in her mother's arms, to the cries of her mother begging Cronus not to eat her, that scarred her. Then her little brother, who practically invented infidelity. I chuckled, Hestia would watch as Zeus destroyed families, and hurt his wife just to get his dick into something, and well, it hurt her, as the goddess of the hearth, the house, and unity, she hated what her brother did. I sighed. That's fucked up, Honey clicked her tongue. It is, I nodded, and don't even make me start with Poseidon, who was like Zeus but worse. Her other brother. Honey muttered. Yep, Zeus, while an asshole, liked the process of getting your panties down, it was a challenge to him, while he did rape some, he liked it better when they gave him what he wanted willingly. Poseidon on the other hand, that bastard would rape and do shit like that just because he could. I sighed, while yes, Zeus fucked more people than all the gods in his law pantheon together, what little Poseidon did was arguably worse. No wonder Hestia wants to stay single. Honey shuddered, that family is fucked up, and that is saying something, because I come from hell. Hestia is the one soul in that house of horrors that is pure and gentle. I smiled, she really was special. A golden soul amongst the shitty of the shit. Oh well, I still think you would make a great boyfriend, you have a good head above your shoulders, you actually care for others, your main intention is never to get laid, and you have a very nice dick. Honey smiled, say what now? Honey. How do you know how my dick looks like? I asked, a bit worried about what the answer was going to be. I have my ways, Honey winked. Athena POV. Adam had come back from wherever he had been hiding, the innocent young god that had suffered under the misjudgment of my father, as many had before him. Then again, I can hardly blame Zeus for this one, like him, I too like the entirety of Olympus relied on Apollo to see if someone was lying to us, and that had proved to be our lamentable downfall with Adam, a regrettable incident that I intended to try and fix. Perhaps I could start a civilized conversation with him now that I knew where he was, where I would offer him an alliance between our realms, but I had a strong feeling he would not be interested in an alliance, not just yet. But I had to do something, I did not want to elucidate my failure to Olympus the next meeting. Besides, there was something different with Adam, he was vastly stronger than he should have been by now, but that wasn't it, his behavior was almost as if he was experiencing some kind of malaise that had him on an edge. And this obfuscated me, to no end. The Adam I had been watching in camp and this one were like two different individuals. His aura was dark and downright dangerous now, opposed to his giddy and friendly one a few months ago. It was both terrifying and scintillating, I couldn't help myself but wonder, what had changed? If I had to take a educated guess, I would say his power was above mine, not by much, but it was, and he had been a god for less than a year. It terrified me to no end. What would happen if he continued to grow at this rate unchecked, unallied with Olympus? This was something my father failed to see. It was best for us to have him in our side, because as our enemy, he would bring nothing but chaos and destruction if we didn't fix the bridge stupidity brought down. Perhaps I could try to be a real sycophant to gain his forgiveness. This was however a stretch. I doubted anyone but Hestia would manage to convince him to join us, so perhaps, my attempts to convince were not on the right target. Perhaps I should focus my attention on Hestia. After all, like that foul demon that was walking him earlier said, he loves her, and men had proven to become idiots with little to no intelligence when it comes to love. I hope Hestia still considers me a friend, I sighed. If she did, this was a war I had already won, because for all his power, Adam was still a man, and one in love. 120, Chapter 113. 20. UWU. As I made my way to the gate to Asgard in Boston, I felt as if someone was spying on me and Honey. It was a god, one I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting and judging by his or her power. It was one of the seated gods. But who? Poseidon. Unlikely the guy has even more fish for brains than Percy, and the energy I felt didn't feel anything like Percy, but it did remind of Annabeth. Based on that, the only logical conclusion was, it was Athena. Now, that made things interesting. Athena was one of gods I had no real opinion of. I mean, I hadn't interacted with her. Then again, she was the same group I had most gods. After all, I considered most of my kind deplorable, but even then, I didn't harbor any hard feelings for her. But that was not to say, I would not hesitate to fight her, should she prove to be hostile. Honey, tell Hestia I sent you okay. I patted the succubi on the head, and with my magic teleported her to Asgard, and now that I was alone, Athena, I don't know if you knew, but spying on people is quite rude, so come out, I wouldn't want to spank you, I chuckled, realizing that sounded more badass in my head and quite less horny. Adam, Athena descended from a building, spear at hand. Normally, I would say, it's a pleasure to meet you, but the circumstances are rather bad, don't you say? I eyed the goddess of wisdom with curiosity, noticing she was both tensed and relaxed, and I couldn't help but wonder why. Yeah, bad things happened, I chuckled, index finger pointing at her spear. Is that part of your outfit, or you are just that happy to see me? A boner joke, nailed it. One must take precautions when meeting with an hostile god, Athena replied, and for some reason that comment made me inexplicably angry. Precautions, I chuckled bitterly, that's a nice way of saying. You and your dad are afraid of what you sow. We made a mistake, of that I have no doubts, Athena nodded, you have every right to hate Zeus for what he did to you. You know what's funny? I chuckled, I didn't hate him, not for real, at least not until he sent my sister to hurt Hestia. I hated Luke, and Cronus, still do, but your dad? I didn't hate him until he had the fucking audacity of trying to hurt Hestia. Even after Tartarus I didn't have any sort of hate for him, he was a stranger. The ones I harbored negative emotions to were my family, Apollo, Artemis, for abandoning me, but Zeus, I knew before Tartarus I was worth a flying fuck to him. The feeling was mutual, that changed when he hurt Hestia. And what will you do? Athena asked, her narrowing at me, as if trying to find something within me. Isn't it obvious? I smiled, I will kill him. Bold words, for a new god, Athena replied, in a rather calm manner. I've been a god for less than a year, I hummed, and yet my power is already above yours, I pointed out, give me a few months, and I will have Zeus on his knees, no homo. I see, Athena looked to the side, it's true, that if anyone has a chance is you. Wait, what? Your power is, rather big for your age, in terms of gods, you are but a newborn child, and yet, your power is around my uncle's, maybe lower if we count experience in battle, but still, a rather surprising feat considering your age. She paused, giving me a long scrutinizing look. Even in terms of political relationships you are doing better than him, so perhaps yes, perhaps you will be the one to take his throne. Well, that was something I wasn't expecting, I expected a different response. I tried to dethrone him once, Athena chuckled, I knew I wasn't as strong as him and that I would never be, but I was a fierce believer of the saying, brains over brawn, haha. I planned everything, from where to strike to win, and with the help of Hera, Apollo, and Poseidon we tried and almost succeeded in binding him and ending in the process his rule. I heard the story, I nodded. Do you know why I did it then? Athena asked and I shook my head. My mother, is inside of him, forever trapped like Cronus did with his children. I begged him to let her go, that if he didn't bed her, he would not have the so-called second child that would according to the prophecy dethrone him. At that she chuckled bitterly, he wouldn't budge, so I decided to try and save her myself with the help of those that didn't like how he ruled us, and well, everyone knows how that ended. To this day, my mother is still trapped. I didn't know that, I said. The books say he didn't punish me, that I managed to talk my way out of it. Athena snorted, we all got punished, worse than any history book or myth has told. Poseidon and Apollo were forced to live as immortals human for 500 years, unable to die. For a god, that sounds awful, going from immortal to mortal, that sounds hard. The punishment they suffered, was more than the words I used, can describe. Tell me Adam, what would happen to a human if he couldn't die, but still aged? Athena asked and my eyes widened. I see you realized, yes. Poseidon and Apollo suffered a lot for my plan, perhaps was destiny making them for they had done to that point, she concluded. And you? I asked. He cursed me to be, as humans say, mentally disabled, but worse, I had no control over my body, I was less independent than a baby. Athena shuddered, for 500 years, all I could do was suffer within the walls of my mind, seeing others laugh and abuse me. Loving father, I muttered, and Hera was hanged from the skies, right? That's partly true, Athena nodded. Zeus blocked her powers with the same chains we commissioned to bind him and hanged Hera really close to the epicenter of the deity known as Chaos. With her powers locked by the chains and at the mercy of Zeus to come back and release her, all she could do was beg the universe itself he would forgive her in fear Zeus would not, and he would drop her into chaos killing her. That's harsh, but I'll be honest, I sighed, is this your speech to talk me out of going against him? You are basically giving more reasons to do so. No, while originally my intention was to convince you or Hestia to come back, as any option would have ended in both you and Hestia coming back, I have during this conversation decided otherwise, Athena stated. And that is? I asked. I will help you, Athena replied, boy was I not prepared for today. 121, Chapter 114. 20. UWU. I eyed the goddess in a perplexing manner. Did she really say what she said? She wanted to help me dethrone her fathers. You want to betray Zeus, isn't that convenient? While she had reasons to make this declaration believable, I was skeptical. I wasn't the same trusty guy I used to be. I don't blame you, nor feel insulted by your skepticism, Athena sighed, her eyes closing for a brief moment. This is something I decided on the go. My main objective was to bring you back one way or another for the good of Olympus, but that changed when I saw you. Maybe I'm being stupid, or maybe this is the right decision, but regardless of the nature of my decision, I firmly believe if anyone has a chance to dethrone him it's you, she sighed, giving me long hard look. Politically speaking, you have a better standing already. Hades would most likely side by your side, and so would Persephone, that in turn gives you Demeter. Hestia would most likely bring more supporters to your cause. I find your sudden change of heart rather odd, I admitted, but let's say I believe you, what do you want me to do? Trust you. I chuckled. In war, when making allies one must make sacrifices, Athena stated, and I snorted. Maybe, but I rather avoid them if possible. I replied. After all, I had no guarantee her words were true. If I opened that door to her, she could very well be the cause of my demise. Understandable, Athena nodded. Then it will be me, the one making the sacrifice. I blinked. What? You have been betrayed, and hurt by those who should have protected you, Athena sighed, her golden eyes locking into mine. I can't blame you for being like you are right now, so I will be the one to make the first sacrifice in our relationship. To say I was confused was an understatement. I mean, I was ready to throw hands with her when I felt her presence, not make an alliance. This was out of my comfort zone, by a few miles. I don't quite understand. What is this sacrifice you are speaking of? I surrender my realms to you, Athena bowed ever so lightly. From this day to the day you deem me worthy of your trust, you are the keeper of my realms. Wisdom, reason, strategy, warfare, craft, and arts, and the patron of heroic endeavors. I eyed the goddess for a brief second. Why? I want to help you, Athena stated. I want to end the cycle he started, and whether I like it or not, you are our best shot. Besides, if Hestia abandoned her family for you, you must be really special. Special? Ha, a special problem perhaps. Very well. The moment I said that, a light flew from her head to mine, and suddenly I felt connected to her realms, not like I was with mine. This was less intimate, and more like my head was a prison for her realms. Now, I recommend we leave, Athena stated. It won't be long before Zeus feels what I have done, and while you are certainly stronger than ever before, he still reigns over you. Give me a month, or two, I shrugged with a cocky smile. A year ago I would have laughed at that, Athena admitted, but at the rate your power has been increasing, I can't help but feel it's very possible for you to accomplish such deed. Very well, let's leave this place then, and with that I teleport dust to Asgard. I wonder if Hestia was going to be happy about this. In some myths Athena and her were friends. Hestia POV. A succubi had been teleported to my room, and well, I was needless to say rather surprised at this development. So taking a deep breath I approached the demon and I felt something coming off from her, a very familiar energy. Adam, you belong to Adam. It felt somewhat sour to say that, maybe it was because I never expected Adam to own slaves. I kind of forced him into having me as a slave, the succubi giggled. He was not happy about that, at all. Forced? Had she raped Adam? No, that was impossible. Adam had more than enough power to kill her if she tried anything funny. Why are you here? I asked. Well, your secret crush sent me here because he felt someone was following us, the succubi replied, and my hand twitched for a brief second. Don't get angry, I just call them like I see them. Lover boy likes you, and well, I can feel you like him too. She wiggled her eyebrows. Adam liked me, of course he did. We were best friends, family, and family loved each other. Of course I love him, and he loves me. That's what a family do. The succubi stared at me blankly. He said you were a virgin, but to be this dense, she sighed. Sweetheart, he likes you. My eyes widened at that, so she was implying Adam loved in a romantic way. I see. Well, I was lost for words. Adam was a sweet kid with a gentle heart, and I was the eternal virgin of the hearth. He deserved better. Falling in love with someone that could never reciprocate was not something I didn't want for him, and yet, the idea of him loving other made me feel odd. Is that jealousy I feel? The succubi giggled, and my eyes widened. Oh my, I think it is. Was that jealousy? Maybe, I sighed, but even if I do have feelings beyond family for him, I can't never act upon them. Love, that kind of love, only brought suffering and pain. That was a lesson I learned when I was but a child. Adam is not Zeus or Poseidon, or Cronus, the succubi stated, but if you have to reject him, please don't break his heart. He has suffered more than any of us can possibly imagine. 122, Chapter 115. 20. UWU. Reluctantly I took Athena with me to Asgard. She had given me a lot to think of, and for now, I would give her the benefit of the doubt. One that she would pay dearly if she tried to break, needless to say. Hestia was more than happy with this development. She loved her niece and probably missed her family a lot, so having Athena close would ease her broken heart, at least for a bit. Have in mind, Athena, should you betray me in any way, there is no god alive that will fix what I will do to you, I threatened, to which Athena nodded. I shall keep that in mind, Athena stated. So, who's the tomboy? Honey whispered. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, I chuckled. Tomboy, that's a good but inaccurate depiction of her that somehow fit her like a glove. Why do you think she's a tomboy? Honey giggled. She walks like she has something between her legs. Oh, maybe she's what some call a trap. How? Honey has but 10 hours in the human world, and she already knows what a trap is. How is that freaking possible? How do you know what traps are? Odin showed me some pics of you and a big burly guy going to a trap convention, Honey replied. Yep. I was going to kill Odin very slowly. That son of a bitch, I muttered. So, did you meet Hestia? She's the best, isn't she? I did, Honey giggled. We had a long conversation about you and stuff. I eyed the succubi with curiosity. About what stuff? I asked. I don't remember, Honey smiled. Oh god, I hope she didn't tell Hestia I might have or not a crush on her. The last thing I need is to make our relationship weird. I can't afford to lose her. Fine, keep your secrets, you little rascal, I ruffled her hair, but I will find out, one way or another. At that, I laughed with my signature evil laugh, one that I hadn't used in a long time. Oh, is evil maniacal laugh time. Hestia popped out of nowhere and started to laugh with me, while Honey and Athena that was coming in, looked at us like we were crazy. I have so many questions, Athena muttered, probably double guessing her alliance. Meh, Honey shrugged, if it makes them happy, who cares, right? Zeus POV. Athena had betrayed me, after everything I gave her, after all this time, she had dared to cross me. Her father. Her king. Saying that I was mad was a fucking understatement of the century. I was fucking furious, first Hestia, then Athena. Holy shit, Ares whistled, who would have thought my dear sister had the balls to do this, he chuckled. I have to admit, this was largely unexpected. I mean Hestia. But Athena. Hera muttered. The kid is gathering more and more support, Demeter stated with a bored look, who would have thought he was going to become such a threat, to sway the likes of Athena to his side. I think it's rather obvious why Athena is doing it, Poseidon scoffed, glaring at me. You ate her mother, and no matter how obedient she was, you refused to let Métis go. I bet all she wants is her mother out of your belly. Métis betrayed me the moment she was prophesied to have a child in the future stronger than me, I barked, and for that, she will remain within me, for betraying me. As you wish, Poseidon rolled his eyes. Maybe I should go and bring her back. Apollo offered, but before any of us had a chance to say anything about that, someone started clapping. What a nice reunion we are having, that voice, that aura. Adam, long time no see Zeus, he waved at me, and then with a darker tone, he directed his attention to my son, Ares. You came to accept your divine punishment. I growled, perhaps the kid had finally accepted he was an idiot and that surrendering was his one and only option. No, Adam laughed, oh god, you really need to get out of that pedestal you have yourself in. And before anyone tries to attack, please remember this is but a magical construct, nothing more. What do you want? I growled, I might as well get some information as to where he was so that I could strike him down once and for all. To quote a very vindictive fish, Adam cleared his throat, Zeus, allow me to impress upon you the severe mistake you have made. For years my conduct was largely benign, pranks and stuff, nothing terrible. And yet, without provocation, you have severed our détente by hurting not only me but Hestia and therefore forced me to unleash upon you the vengeful flames of 1,000 suns. For those that stand beside Zeus, you shall all curse your mothers for the day of your birth, for I will destroy those who stood by him, cleaving them in twain, and as you gaze upon the smoking wreckage that was once your life, you will regret the day you crossed the wrong god. You dare! I growled. I will destroy you, Zeus, no matter the cost, and with that, the magical construct exploded. I don't recall a fish saying that, Poseidon muttered. I must investigate this, if said fish exists, I must recruit him. Adam POV. Well, with that declaration of war, there was nothing else to do but prepare myself to make questionable choices and even more questionable alliances. This was a long coming, Zeus had crossed the line of no return a long time ago, and for it, he would pay in blood. For I would stop at nothing to kill him, consuming his tainted soul, bringing forth his definite end. Well, there is no turning back now, Athena sighed, I advise you to start gathering allies. This war won't be easy at all. He already has allies, good ones at that, Odin chuckled, I haven't been in a good war in a long time, the Norse king chuckled. Sure, why not? Sun Wukong shrugged, it seems like fun, when did he get here? If we play our cards right, we have a chance to end this war without much bloodshed, Athena sighed, Poseidon would jump at the opportunity of killing Zeus, and with Hades in your side, this could very well bring many minor gods to your side, as well as some big ones, like Demeter. 123, Chapter 116. 20. UWU. After my war declaration that shook the foundation of Olympus itself, I started to move my pieces around the table. My first move was to recruit Hades and Persephone. Both who immediately accepted to help me out as soon as I told them. Hades specifically jumped at the opportunity to belong to a pantheon that would not shun him. Then, my next move was to do what Luke and Cronus would do in the future, recruiting the minor gods and their children, amongst them, Hecate being one of them, as she while her children had where to stay, they were usually ignored and forgotten, so with the help of Athena I started to write various letters, telling the minor gods around of the situation and what I was offering. If I won, I offered them the freedom to be with their children. In fact, if I won, it would be mandatory for the gods to take care of their children, to be part of their lives. I didn't really care if they had hundreds of them a year, but if they did they would have to help their mothers or fathers to raise them. Athena explained that while some gods like her brother Ares don't really have a single parenting bone inside them, most of them, like her, would love to be part of the lives of their children, to actually parent them, but because of Zeus, they had to stay away, while Zeus would usually breaks this rule in order to favor one of his children, like he did with Heracles, and others after him. Athena was very clear that most gods would fight for their children no questions asked, and that because of that, they would join me, as I offered something they hadn't seen in thousands of years, an opportunity for change. So day by day, I started to send my letters to exchange God, and I already had a list of answers. Persephone, goddess of springtime and queen of the underworld, recruited. Hecate, goddess of magic and witchcraft, declined. Nike, goddess of victory and divine charioteer, recruited. Tyche, goddess of luck and fortune, recruited. Hebe, goddess of youth and former cupbearer of the gods, also known as the daughter of Zeus and Hera, surprisingly recruited. Iris, goddess of rainbow and messenger of the gods, recruited. Hypnos, god of sleep, declined. Thanatos, god of peaceful death, recruited. Morpheus, god of dreams, declined. Nemesis, goddess of balance, retribution, revenge, and vengeance, recruited. Eris, goddess of strife and chaos, declined. Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth and midwifery, declined. Heracles, god of bravery and strength, also known as the most famous son of Zeus, surprisingly recruited. I did not see this once come at all. The Muses, goddesses of inspiration, science, arts, poetry, and literature, declined. The Charites, goddesses of grace, charm, beauty, splendor, and adornment, declined. Ariadne, goddess of labyrinths and paths, declined. Geras, god of old age, recruited. Melano, goddess of ghosts, declined. Pan, god of the wild, declined. Enyo, goddess of war, conflict, and destruction, declined. Phobos, god of fear, declined. Deimos, god of terror, panic, and dread, pending for answer. Eros, god of erotic love, affection, and desire, pending for answer. Psyche, goddess of the human soul, recruited. Hymenaeus, god of marriage ceremonies, pending for answer. Ganymede, god of homosexual love and desire, and cupbearer of the gods, pending for answer. Amphitrite, queen of the sea, pending for answer. Triton, god of waves and the navy, divine messenger of the sea, pending for answer. Delphin, god of dolphins, pending for answer. Polyemon, god of sharks, harbors and sailors, pending for answers. Chimapoleia, goddess of violent sea and storms, pending for answer. Glaucus, god of sailors and fishermen, pending for answer. Keto, goddess of sea monsters, pending for answer. Phorcys, god of deep sea dangers, pending for answer. Aclaus, god of the river Aclaus, pending for answer. Styx, goddess of the river Styx, recruited. Apparently she was tired of gods making false promises and never going through with them. Acheron, god of the river Acheron, recruited. Circe, goddess of magic and immortal sorceress, recruited. Boreas, god of the north wind and winter, recruited. Zephyros, god of the west wind and spring, recruited. Eurus, god of the east wind and autumn, recruited. Notus, god of the south wind and summer, recruited. Chion, goddess of snow, recruited. Triptolemus, god of farming, pending for answer. Despoina, goddess of fertility and Demeter's cult mysteries, pending for answer. Carmenor, god of harvest, pending for answer. Euboleus, god of secret swine and clotting, pending for answer. Plutus, god of wealth, recruited. Priapus, god of fertility and the garden. Of course I wasn't going to recruit this piece of shit, he was one of the gods I wanted to kill. Asclepius, god of medicine and healing, declined. Epion, goddess of soothing pain, declined. Hygeia, goddess of good health, cleanliness, and hygiene, declined. Aristeus, god of cheesemakers, beekeepers, and rural crafts, recruited. Britomartis, goddess of hunting and fishing nets, pending for answer. Hedon, goddess of joy and pleasure, recruited. To be honest, I was surprised with the list of minor gods that had accepted and or outright haven't rejected my offer. While I did promise a better rule, I was but a child in their eyes, and yet, I already had a small army. Then again, I suppose I have to thank Athena for that. She knew every god and what they hated from the rule of her father and made a letter according to that, increasing the chance of success. She was very good at politics, which was the aspect of war she excelled at. Most of them will want to move their children to you right away, Athena stated, because the moment Zeus finds out, their children will be executed. I looked at Athena, eyes widened in shock. Annabeth, your children. Had she let her children die? Worry not, Athena stated, the moment I spontaneously decided to ally myself with you, I teleport my children to a distant location where Zeus can't reach them, for now, but that won't last long. We need a base to host the hundreds of divine children that are now under your protection, under my protection. Ain't that a terrifying thought? 124, Chapter 117. 20. UWU. Setting up a base of operations was harder than I originally thought it was going to be. This particular task had a lot of difficulties to it, amongst them was finding a place to host hundreds of kids and then setting on protecting measures to avoid Zeus frying the kids to hell. Which is why I decided to scout around the planet to find a good location to start working on it, at least that was my initial plan, because as I was flying about the globe, I felt something that momentarily got my full attention. It was odd, not a good odd, but not a bad odd either. It was. I guess the best way to describe was to say it was vexing. Around the world there were many locations with magical signatures that were quite unique and yet oddly familiar. Why didn't I notice this before? I muttered to myself in mild disbelief. Had I been so blind before that I hadn't noticed this? Then again I suppose the answer was I never had to extend my senses this far, ever had a reason, haha, and just like that I am curious about it. I chuckled, wondering what were those locations. None of them felt like anything I was used to, and yet I felt I knew the answer. What a perplexing mystery, one that it would have to wait until I found a good location to bring the gods I have somehow recruited. So shaking that thought out of my head, for now, I refocused my full attention on finding a good place to host my revolution, which was not gonna lie. I was starting to see it was borderline impossible. Every country had a pantheon of their own, gods that ruled that territory, making it hard to just come and say this is mine now, so perhaps it was best if I did like Odin, and started my base in another realm. There was also the option of hosting all of the kids and their godly parents in Asgard for the duration of the revolution. After all, Odin did say he was going to help me to the best of his ability, and that was within his power, but as Athena had said before I embarked on this journey, it was best to at least try to find a place of our own to build our base, and while I didn't fully trust Athena with anything just yet, she was somewhat right. It didn't cost me anything to try and get the place. Knowing full well Odin and his kingdom were always an option should I fail to secure a location for myself, I decided to expand my search of a base location to other realms, and with that idea in hand, I decided it was best to consult Thor about my current dilemma, and while yes I knew he wasn't the smartest person I knew, his opinion would most then usually lead to interesting developments. Thor was more than eager to help, and was elated that I had come to him instead of Odin first, as if me coming to him, proved I trusted him more than anyone else on his pantheon, which in all honesty was quite accurate considering I trusted Odin but it to the same extent. I knew the Nord King viewed more as a political ally than a friend like Thor does. Regardless of that I still trusted him, just not on the same level I trusted his son, which made Thor immensely happy. Our conversation about my dilemma was brief and to the point, but it helped me a lot. Thor suggested something I had been thinking about before coming to him, an idea that I had pushed behind in my list of things to do, one that sounded far-fetched but in reality was a very viable option now, creating a new realm. This was magically very possible, I mean. Olympus is a magical realm where the Greek gods reside, so in theory it was more than possible. The hard part actually making this idea a reality. My magic as of now all revolved around combat or low-level reality warping, so while no doubt I had the power to do so, I didn't have required knowledge, which kicked me back to Odin, the best of the best in this field of expertise, not only because of his extensive magic knowledge, but because he himself had created a realm, the Shadow of Midgard, that now basically served as a prison to hold the big boi known as Oricadam. With that said and done I teleport back to Asgard where I found Odin waiting for me with a rather smug smile adorning his face. His entire aura basically said, "I knew you would come to ask me how to solve your problem." Sometimes he behaves like a big overpowered child. One that is usually correct. Taking a deep breath, I proceeded to explain the smug Norse king what I wanted. "So, let me see if I get this straight." Odin hummed, his eyes narrowing for a brief moment. "You want to create a magical realm where your allies can reside, right?" At this I nodded. "Sure, why not, that's a solution as good as any." The Norse king shrugged. "So, any ideas where to start?" I asked him, as curiosity started to surge within me. It was not like him at all to be so nonchalant with his answers. Normally he would usually ask for something in exchange for his help, be it small or big, that depended of his mood, but I was not going to remind him of that. I take what I can and if that is free I am happy. Of course, this didn't mean I wasn't curious as to why he wasn't asking for something right now. "Well," Odin sighed, putting his index finger on his beard, "kill something big, and use its biomass and magic to create what you want. That's what I did." "Something big? Ain't that helpful?" "Does I don't know, a god, would do the trick, a minor god for example." Well, the stronger the being you select to be your sacrifice, the bigger your realm will be. For example, in my case I killed Ymir, and well, with his body I created a replica of Midgard. Odin answered. What god did you have in mind? He inquired. Nobody anyone would miss, I answered in a rather cold tone. Heck, it even surprised me. Weird. Priapus got it, Odin snorted. How the fuck did? Don't question it, Adam. His power alone should be enough sacrifice to give you a realm of decent proportions, maybe of the size of a big city. Good, Priapus was already in my list of shitty people to kill, his death giving me something was just a bonus. 125, Chapter 118. 20. UWU. Finding Priapus was super easy, barely an inconvenience thanks to Athena, who gave me his current whereabouts as soon as I asked her. Now all I had to do was kill my first god, and what best target than the god that tried to rape Hestia a few thousand years ago. Teleporting to where Athena had told me I would find the god I wanted, I could almost feel my heart almost beating out of my chest with trepidation. Ba dum, ba dum, ba dum, ba dum, ba dum, ba dum. My heart rate was accelerating rapidly and beating loudly as the idea of snapping the neck of this shitty excuse of a god settled in. It took me a few minutes to actually find him, even with Athena's directions, but there he was tending to a garden. Who are you? Priapus asked, wary as he should be. A name has no meaning to a dead man, I replied, and this was more than enough to send the message I intended to send, because as soon as those words left my mouth, Priapus attacked. He quickly dashed in front of me and struck me violently in the head with a shovel, but it had no effect whatsoever. It felt as if he had punched me with a pillow. This in turn made me smirk at him. I kind of felt unbreakable. I knew I outclassed him, but this just made this kill all the more enjoyable. The son of Aphrodite and Dionysus retreated quickly after seeing his attack had no effect, but I was not gonna let him escape, so I pursued the god. It took me less than a second to catch up to him, and once I did I tried to bash his head to the ground with a straight punch, but unfortunately I had underestimated the god a bit, for he clearly saw my punch coming, and was able to dodge it as he leapt into the sky. I suppose this made this all the more fun. As of now I was using a very small part of my power, and if I went all out I could very well kill him in a second, but where was the fun in that? Besides, Odin said I needed his body. Good, I laughed as the very earth around us shook as my power fluctuated. Under emotional distress it was hard for me to keep my power in check, and the sheer emotion of disgust and excitement I was feeling, was pushing my control to the limit, forcing my power into a chaotic state for a brief moment before once again I managed to rein it in. This of course didn't go unnoticed, if the face of Priapus was anything to go by. I don't know what I did to be on your bad side, but please let's talk it out. Priapus offered. You hurt Hestia, I stated as I looked up to the god flying above the ground. In response the god's eyes widened in surprise and something akin to terror, before he clenched his fists and in a primal scream he focused his entire being on releasing all his full power. Gritting his teeth he let his entire body change into his divine form, the first change being his body being enveloped in pure light. After that his stature changed, growing exponentially, his entire body showing various runes that connected to one another written in Old Greek. But most importantly his power was multiplied rapidly as the transformation finished. Is that all? I asked, and the god growled in annoyance. I can see you don't know how to tap into this form yet, so I still have a chance. Priapus cried, as he rushed at me with newfound speed. Poor idiot, while he was indeed correct, and I had yet to figure out how to access my divine form, the power I possessed, outmatched him entirely, but I was like a cat, I loved playing with my prey. With devastating power the now 30 feet tall god threw a punch at me, which by simply increasing my power output a bit, I managed to parry easily with the palm of my hand. But I had begrudgingly admit, this time he had actually packed a punch, a very weak one, like a bedridden mouse that is terminally ill, but can still bite someone. It was both a surprising and sad development. What actually surprised me though was his newfound speed, because while his power had increased maybe a 50% compared to when he tried to shovel me to the afterlife, his transformation changed his speed drastically. He had impressively become much quicker, not enough to outspeed me, but enough to make me wonder how fast would Hermes be if this little shit was this fast after showing how true power. This is your trump card? I asked, as he continued his assault. It was actually quite funny, seeing me a normal-sized person by human standards, swatting his attacks that by all logical means should be crushing me. Well, time to end this, don't you think? I muttered. Priapus jumped back, changing his positioning and launched a beam of pure energy at me, but I stood there, receiving the attack head-on, emerging from the pitiful attack completely unscathed. Was that what people call going all in? I asked as I slowly started walking towards the god who had begun to panic. He could clearly see he was outmatched, and in fear decided to charge a more powerful attack. As he charged abnormally high amounts of mana on his hand I continued my advance, step by step. This will kill you. Priapus hissed, and I smiled as he unleashed the full power of his attack. The attack was both powerful and somewhat fast at the same time, but it was nothing in the great scheme of things. so with a single hand and a bit mana I stopped the attack a few inches away from me, and with a quick upward movement of my arm, I forced the attack to deviate from its path, flying into outer space. It didn't, I pointed out, as Priapus knelt on the ground, trembling, his breathing shallow, his eyes lifeless. 126, Chapter 119. 20. UWU. Priapus POV. What could I do? To say I was distraught was selling short the despair I was feeling. Even my best and most powerful technique had been ridiculed. The fates had foretold I would die for my sin, but why so soon? If only my mother or father were here, they would take care of him, they would protect me, but they weren't here. I was alone, facing the man that was born to end my life. No. Prophecies can be avoided. I refuse to die like a rat. You done putting your shit back together? Adam asked, his eyes devoid of emotion. Something was changing within him. At first I saw anger in his eyes, and a lot of hate, but now, nothing but pleasure in my despair. I doubted he was fighting for Hestia any longer, at least no entirely. Yes, I stated, a new look on my face. I was determined to break this prophecy. I refused to die for a mistake I made a few thousand years by picking the wrong girl to rape. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my fists with a violent burst of air. My divine golden aura reappeared with more power than ever before. My power had increased, my determination was pushing me forward. I was going to win this. With a shout I lunged at the young god, who was still smiling at me, looking down on me, as if I was nothing but a mere fly on his way waiting to be swayed away. This thought infuriated me. With pure rage coursing through my divine form, I threw a punch at him, which he blocked with a single finger. That shouldn't be possible. Shaking that thought of my head, I threw a second punch, which was again stopped by a single finger, before he teleported above me. Pardon me, it sickens me when I am looked down at by someone weaker than me. Adam smiled. This brat, just how strong is he? With a primal roar I lunged at him, launching a very random array of attacks, from kicks to punches, even mana-based attacks, but no matter how strong or unpredictable my attacks were, they were all blocked. But what really terrified me was that Adam was not even fazed by them. He simply stood there blocking my attacks with a bored expression. It was as if he was an indestructible wall I could simply not break through. No matter how much power I had, I felt like a cup of water trying to drown an ocean of despair. No. I refuse to die. I have things to live for. I won't die. I can't. I don't want to. No. 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 With newfound strength I redoubled my efforts, but even then nothing changed. In fact, the bastard had not even noticed anything different in my attacks. He really was wall, unfazed by any change. But I refused to give up, so I continued my assault, until he caught my arm with his human-sized hand and with a smile started to squeeze. Immediately I screamed in pain. Who would have thought an arm could bend this way? What an elating concept. It most definitely needs further testing, he chuckled. There it when it hit me. No amount of determination, willpower or anything along those lines would help me against this monster. He was unstoppable, a force of chaos, one that I had no means to stop. In pure terror I ripped the arm he was holding and ran away. If I managed to escape, Mom would help me, Dad would protect me, they would fix this, like they did before, they would. But when I had finally thought I had escaped, and had allowed a small smile to form in my face, as the thought of my parents protecting me, Adam suddenly landed in front of me, laughing. In shock I stopped short. Escape was never an option, at least fighting you would have died like a man. Then again, you are no man, Adam stated coldly, and before I had any time to react his hands shot forward as he quickly grabbed me by the neck, his corrupted mana expanding through my body. Immediately I realized what this monster wanted to do. He wanted to choke me to death, which is why his mana had infected my body, stopping my natural regeneration. I could tell this much, the signs were clear. My inability to breathe and my no longer existing regeneration were strong giveaways. In terror I desperately tried to break free from his hold, punching his arms and face with all my might, but nothing seemed to faze him. In fact, he was enjoying my slow suffering, and as my divine form gradually weakened, turning me back into a human-sized god, I didn't stop. I continued to fight for my life as tears streamed down my face in pure agony, and during my last few seconds of consciousness and struggle, all I saw was his eyes glowing dark in delight, and something akin to the void, welcoming me in them. After that, I heard a snap, followed by the sweet embrace of death. Why was I even fighting to begin with? At least in death, I'm safe from him. Adam POV. I had enjoyed way too much what I had done. It felt liberating, pleasurable, it was rather terrifying, but I suppose I had gotten what I wanted. I had killed Priapus, and now all I had to do was have Odin to help me create a new realm. You. I stopped on my tracks, as I felt a new presence appear. Dionysus. I could feel his anger and sorrow. You are a monster. Had I been so focused on the battle I had failed to notice some gods had picked up what I had done. Perhaps. I shrugged. I will strike you down for what you did, brat. Dionysus growled, and I chuckled. So don't even think of begging or apologizing. for I have no sympathies for monsters like you. That last part had. I am not gonna lie, had touched a very sensitive nerve. Apologize. I laughed bitterly, why would I apologize for being a monster? Had any of you ever apologized for turning me into one? 127, Chapter 120. 20. UWU. I eyed Dionysus for a second before I started laughing, not entirely sure why I was laughing, but I was. Dionysus, while I would love to kill you, I have better things to do. Dionysus growled, his hands clenching so tight gold ichor was dropping from them. You killed my son, and you think I will let you get away with this? The god of wine screamed, godly power drowning the area. At that I scoffed. You don't have much of an option, I remarked. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm stronger than you, by a big margin, you stupid drunk bastard. Now. I winked at him. Don't you miss the days the worst I did was pranking someone? Ah, those were the days, I chuckled dreamily. I will kill you for what you did. Dionysus screamed, and I sighed, teleporting the corpse of Priapus back to Asgard. I suppose I can spare some time, I smirked at him. Now be sure to make this a fun game for me, even if the result will be the same. I mean, like father, like son. Dionysus's divine aura started to change as he began to utter a deep growl of despair. Did he really love Priapus this much? I will make you pay. Dionysus hissed as an incredibly superior aura compared to that of his son erupted around his body, and this I smirked. Perhaps fighting him was going to be fun. After all, his power emanating from him was a few leagues above his son. That's rather impressive. I didn't expect such power from a drunk bastard, I admitted. I'd say now you actually have a chance, not of winning, of course, but of making this fun. I grinned. Make this fun? Dionysus repeated angrily. I will soon show you the error of your ways, child, for you will tremble before me. Your worst nightmare. I eyed the god skeptically at this, which seemed to only get him angrier. By all means, make me tremble, I invited. I was not one to shy away from a challenge. In response, the drunk god began to power up once again as his body began to grow, his aura even stronger than before. Was this the power of having access to your divine form? As his power rose, the earth began to tremble on his waking, with the ground beneath him cracking with each violent push of his aura. This continued for a while until his godly metamorphosis finally ended. His divine form was different to his natural self. He was no longer a fat bastard, he now looked like a fucking gym rat. Ready to die? Dionysus asked, his voice carrying a hint of overwhelming confidence. Ready to die? PFFF adorable, I snorted as I took a fighting stance, glaring at my adversary. With a smile on my face, I was the first to move, dashing quickly at Dionysus, who remained unmoving, waiting for me. Eager to appease the drunk bastard, I teleported in front of him, delivering a powerful mana blast to his face. The impact resonated throughout the area, pushing him back, but not dealing that much damage. Rather impressive. I had to say I was surprised. In response to my attack, Dionysus shot a mana blast of his own, that I barely managed to dodge. The attack grazed me and sliced into my cheek, that was now dripping gold purplish ichor. It seemed I would have to take the drunk bastard a bit more seriously. Dionysus scoffed, apparently angry at the fact his attack had not killed me, and started to throw an endless chain of attacks that I skillfully dodged, weaving through his blows and deflecting them with my mana. He was strong, but I was more. This continued for a few minutes, with Dionysus increasing his power bit by bit as time progressed until he reached his limit. Unfortunately for him, I was far from reaching mine. Is this the power of one of the 12 Olympians? I laughed. So far, I am not impressed, I winked as I dodged his assault. Bastard. Dionysus spat. You know? You are not wrong, I chuckled. I was a bastard, after all. Dionysus growled, noticing his assault was leading to nowhere, and teleported away, disappearing from my sight. This, of course, was a really bad path he had chosen. I was above all, even if I didn't show it that much, was a mage, and thanks to that I able to follow any spells with ease, including his magical movements without too much difficulty. But my overconfidence was one of my faults, for when I finally found where he was, I found myself face to face a huge ball of molten energy, 10 times my size. Shit. As the mini-sun struck me, Dionysus laughed mockingly. Do you think me to be such a fool, child? I know you are a mage. And if there is something all mages have, is the sin of pride. Now suffer for your hubris. You know what? That's funny coming from a Greek god. I chuckled as I tried to push the attack back, but no matter my effort, I was unable to overcome the violent ball of mana with my current strength. If I went all out, sure. But I was determined to toy with Dionysus, and toy with him I would. Another thing about mages that you apparently don't know, moron. We can teleport. And teleport other things too. At that I teleported the attack from me, putting the massive ball of mana that resembled a sun behind him, allowing it to smash into the clueless god, exploding in a massive burst of light, followed by a scream of agony. You brat! Dionysus hissed, his body battered by his own attack. Poetic, I tell you. I mean, can you really blame me though? The one thing we mages are known for is for teleporting and saying you shall not pass, and yet you forgot one of those. I chuckled, much to his anger. I will avenge the death of my son. Dionysus growled, but at this point he looked like a desperate idiot trying too hard. You will die trying, I stated flatly. 128, Chapter 121. 20. UWU. Is this the best you can do? I sighed, what a waste of my fucking Sunday. I will kill you, brat. Dionysus yelled in anger, charging in at full speed towards me ready to attack me. But his attack met only the empty vacuum of air. For I had disappeared at the last instant. Reappearing behind the hulking 30 feet drunk god. Are you looking for someone? I chuckled, startling him. Don't tell me. I'm too fast for you already. At that I smiled, I am barely starting to show my true power after all. Livid at my comment, Dionysus spun around, his massive giant hands outstretched for a point-blank mana blast. I could have dodged, but this was way more fun, so I waited as the huge mana beam burst forth immediately. The attack was massive and quite powerful, but I was done holding back, and therefore this attempt was useless. He might have access to his divine form and more experience in battle, but an insect will always be an insect, no matter what he does. No matter how strong you think you are, pride is the downfall of the idiots. The god of wine proudly laughed. Did he really think such an attack had killed me? Laughable. Is it, now? I chuckled as the dust before him began to clear, and the fearful sight of me being completely unharmed stole away what little confidence he had. No. This can't be, that was all my power, Dionysus muttered, taking a few steps back in horror. What a beautiful sight. So, that was your best? This is getting depressing, I mocked with slight amusement. Dionysus looked at me, before he rushed at me, pushing his divine form to the very limit, probably thinking that if in a battle of energies I was superior, in physical might he might have a chance. But once again he was wrong, because even on his last pitiful attempt, I once again proved I was beyond his league as I dodged each attack with obvious ease. Must you delay your own demise this much? I commented as I dodged his attacks, enjoying the growing expression of fear and anxiety on his face. Shut the fuck up! Dionysus screamed, swinging my way a powerful kick. At this, I only grinned, catching the kick with a single hand. By all means, make me. By only tightening my grip a little, I crushed his leg, ripping apart easily, showing I was able to break through his feeble defense with no complications. Arg! Dionysus cried in pain, spewing gold ichor and saliva from his mouth. I'm impossible, this can't be. In fear he staggered backwards, stammering his words as he winced from the pain of having his leg missing, from the agony one he had never experienced before. What a truly magnificent sight. Now, what's next? Mr. D. I chuckled, as he kept staggering backwards. Ah, weren't you gonna avenge your son? I pouted. Dionysus at this point was trembling, his whole body was shaking in fear. Father. Save me. Please. That's just pathetic, I laughed. Oh well, time to kill you, I smiled as I pointed my hand forth at him, much to his dismay. Don't worry, unlike your son, I won't kill you permanently, you still have a use for me, tell your dad once you reform, that is. I am coming for him. At that I blasted the drunk god, who at his last moments tried to run away, begging Zeus to save him, a truly disgusting ending. After killing not one but two gods, I was left alone in a now wasteland, and I felt quite confident, and while yes, I know only one of them was dead permanently for now, but still, I felt, dare I say, happy, elated, which was weird. Was my hate for them this big? Had I not noticed any of this before? Was this inexplicable sense of pleasure I had felt by toying with them healthy? No, it wasn't. I didn't need to be a genius to know something had affected me during that fight, and the worst part was it felt good, really good. Oh yeah, I forgot, my dad is a hentai god that jacks off to suffering and agony. I chuckled. If anything was affecting me, was whatever outer thingy he had awakened inside of me. Oh well, I suppose it's not that bad, as long as my evil tendencies are aimed towards those who deserve them, there isn't much harm. Time to go back to Asgard, I sighed, levitating the corpse of Priapus to me, before teleporting out of there, knowing full well. I was lying to myself. Like a drug addict I knew I had a problem, a big one, but I was afraid to admit it, at least, fully, that is. Unknown POV. A battle between two or more powerful entities had destroyed more than we had originally anticipated. These entities were powerful, and had proven to wield reality-warping powers that kept humanity at a blind of their existence. The only reason we even noticed their battle in the first place was because we had in the past encountered creatures similar to them, and in time we had devised and developed tools to help us identify and locate anomalies of their type. Most of them were uncontainable, but for now, at least knowing where they were, helped us keep humanity safe. This was not to say our organization wasn't looking for ways to contain them. We had our best researchers working on that, for only with them contained, humanity would be safe. So far our attempts had proved fruitless, but we would keep trying. That was the reason we existed in the first place, to secure, contain and protect. We the SCP would never stop trying. Send the Alpha team to the site, I ordered. Any readings we get from the area will help us further our research. On it, sir, the lead researcher nodded, leaving my office. 129, Chapter 122. 20. UWU. After getting back to Asgard with the corpse of Priapus in my hands, I went straight to Odin for many reasons. For one, I was kinda ashamed to face Hestia right now. I didn't want to face her possible disappointment, and second, I wanted the Norse king to help me create my realm right away. Odin, like I had anticipated, immediately started to help me with the process of sacrificing the god to create the safe haven for the children of the gods who had joined my cause. His vast experience on the subject was crucial, for only him knew how to work such a spell. After all, he used with Ymir. The process in theory was relatively simple. What made it hard was the creative aspects of it, like, what would be inside the realm? What kind of rules would this realm would have to abide in terms of physics? Every little detail was important, and it was up to me to make sure everything worked. Odin himself said this part of the process was crucial, for if I forgot even the smallest detail, like adding oxygen to the realm, it would fuck the entire thing up. Fortunately for me, I had a professional in this subject helping me create the realm. My template: a healthy forest with lots and lots of animals and fruits. I mean, nothing like a healthy forest to say it's a healthy environment, and anything extra like the housing and other stuff would be easily added with magic. I was a god, after all, and creating things out thin air was quite easy. So I had to ask myself in the process, what was a priority when hosting mortals? Right away the first thing it came to mind was water, drinkable water at that, then food, but that wasn't all. Humans needed more than that. They needed good weather, not too cold or they would die, not too hot or they would die. Also they needed a source of food, or they would die. I'm starting to see a pattern there. Anyway, with those parameters in head, I started to mold my pocket realm with the guiding hand of Odin helping me in every step of the process. Remarkably, once you had the parameters set, the rest worked was pretty much on autopilot, and in less than 10 hours I had my own pocket dimension. Eat a dick, Obito. My personal dimension came out, well, perfect. I kinda expect this to not work out as intended, but surprisingly it did. The forest I had created with the essence of Priapus was big enough to host up 100,000 humans or demigods, and had all the necessary things a mortal being could possibly need for survival, from breathable air to internet connection. I added that last thing during the last second. I mean, a forest is good and all, but no entertainment. I mean, I will be hosting hundreds if not thousands of young teenagers. God, that sounds bad. Anyway, I will have lots of kids with nothing but in the sound of nature to entertain themselves. Yeah, I might as well kill them. A bit harsh, but I'm sure most get the sentiment. Besides, that way they can kinda forget I'm about to go to war with Erectus, I mean Zeus. And before anyone asks, but Adam, internet alone doesn't work. I know I need electricity, and stuff to use that electricity like computers and phones, and to answer that, bitch, did you forget I am a god? I can create hundreds of consoles and TVs that have no need for cables, and would use the global Wi-Fi of my world. Yes, the internet connection is global. I am impressed you added global Wi-Fi at the end of the process. Odin chuckled. What is the password though? He asked, pulling a smartphone of his pockets. Ziasitsabich 23, I replied. All caps? Or just the first letter? Odin asked. Just the first letter, I smiled. Wow, 1000 terabits a second, Odin whistled. Thor will definitely move here. I am a fair god, in my rule there will be no lag, no loading times, and everyone shall refer to Annabeth and Pennybeth. I declared comically. As you wish, Odin laughed. Hestia POV. I was still trying to process what the succubi had told me that day, that Adam loved me. It was such a foreign concept for me. After all, love of that kind only brought suffering to both parties involved. I had seen not only my sisters but my mother suffer at the hands of love, Zeus with his infidelities, Cronus with his paranoia, Poseidon with his wrath. But would Adam do the same? Would Adam hurt those he claimed to love like everyone I had seen before him? I just couldn't picture him doing such a thing. His feelings were unchanging, unmoving. But even then, it was best if things were kept the way they were right now. Adam would eventually find someone else to love. Is that jealousy I feel coming off of you? Honey giggled as she entered my room. Look, I can't assume to understand your fears, but if you have to shut the poor man down, do it with care. He really loves you. I know you have some past scars. That will probably never heal, but Adam is not to blame for them. He is sweet, honest, and a bit childish at times, at all times, but he is always there for you when you need him. I know, I smiled. Adam was that and more, much more. But you still won't give him a chance, Honey frowned. I have seen what love makes of others, I sighed. I don't want to suffer, I don't. Adam, making you suffer, Honey snorted. if there is one person that would move heaven and earth for you is him, what you have in him it's what many would wish to have, love of the purest kind, he didn't fell head over heels for you, because of your body, or your position, or your virginal status, he fell for you because, well, it's you. I don't mean to sound offensive, but... I sighed, but how can you know, you barely know him. Every time he speaks of you, his eyes change, it's like as if for a moment, he forgets all the shit the world has thrown at him. Honey smiled and for some reason it made me unimaginably happy to know that, I knew he was different to most men when I saw his emotions for you. So it is true, that voice. Athena. I had a feeling the kid had feelings for you, but this confirms it. Two virgins and a slut, Honey snorted, what an odd group we have here. I think you should give this a second thought, Athena stated much to my surprise and Honey's surprise, if everything goes well, he will rule over the gods in Olympus, and what best to keep him in check than a queen of pure heart, that is, if you love him like he loves you otherwise this conversation is pointless. I think it's best we leave this conversation like this, I sighed, loving him or not. I wasn't ready to make such a decision. Understandable, Athena nodded, I suppose as long as we keep him close to you, he won't become a monster. 130, Chapter 123. 20. UWU. Now that I had a personal pocket dimension at my disposal that would serve as a base of operations and a camp for the demigods of my followers, it was time to transport the kids to save them from dying or possibly worse at the hands of Zeus and his people, which thanks to Athena the entire process was remarkably easy. She single-handedly contacted every god I had on my side and managed the process moving each kid, including her own, ensuring the result was to her unbelievably high standards. Which meant, Annabeth was under my roof now, ha 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 ha, okay back to business, after pranking Annabeth, she updated me in the situation, after getting over her initial shock of processing that not only I was a god but was waging war to Zeus, can't really blame her. I went from a lovable guy to a guy whose father works in the hentai industry, which really brings up the point, that I have to ask Leto, my mother who I have yet to meet what the fuck was she thinking banging that, ew. Getting a big off track here, the point was, my personal base, dimension, or realm was complete. I mean I still needed to create a few items like houses, and stuff, but considering all my supporters are minor gods they might as well do that themselves and help out. Athena, I called, and immediately after she appeared in front of me, please finalize the details left for the camp. Very well, Athena nodded, I will make sure the campers have everything they need. Any rules I should abide by while working on the camp? She inquired, her eyes fixing into mine. No, I shook my head, she was too formal, then again. I suppose it's best this way, we aren't friends, all we have is a political relationship, where we are both getting something out of killing Zeus, both in a metaphorical and literal sense, with her trying to get her mother out of her daddy, God that sounds wrong, kinky, but wrong. Very well, Athena nodded before disappearing out of sight. All right, time to see what were those weird magical signatures I felt while flying over the earth, with that I teleported out of Asgard, leaving Athena in charge of the last few things I needed to take care of. When I decided to investigate the weird energy readings I had previously felt when exploring around the globe, I did not expect finding a facility run by humans that were basically experimenting with monsters, researchers of the unknown, and that wasn't even the biggest surprise, the foundation was one I was somewhat familiar with, the SCP. Yep, gonna let one sink in, though in hindsight I should have seen this one coming. I mean, if the Thulhu mythos was a thing, why not the SCP? They were in a way a ramification of the Lovecraftian original mythos. Now, the SCP according to what I knew about them, which was very limited to be fair, they were the best of the best, geniuses among geniuses, or so I thought. The first thing they did was try and shot me down. I still don't understand why they thought a being that is able to appear out thin air inside their facility would be vulnerable to bullets. One would assume as scientists they would have better critical thinking. Are you guys done? I asked, unsure what to do. I kind of felt bad for them. You guys realize bullets don't hurt me at all, right? Like they don't even tickle, I stated, and slowly but surely they stopped. I must apologize, a researcher sighed, one can't never be too careful. At that I snorted. I mean, what if bullets were the one thing that enraged me? I chuckled, then again, I guess I would the same if something popped into my house uninvited. If it isn't too much trouble, the researcher took a step forward, would you mind having a chat with me? I eyed the guy, and it was quite obvious he was trying to manipulate me into something. I could smell the SUS in the air, sure why not, but I was curious to see where this was going to lead. Very well, follow me. The SCP researcher smiled, and started walking as I followed him, noticing he and everyone in the facility was tense. Can't really blame them. I know I would be nervous should an omnipotent being appear out of nowhere inside my house. I mean, I wasn't omnipotent, but compared to them I might as well be. So, where you taking me, buddy? I chuckled. To a room better suited to interview you, Oh, he was going to try to contain me. Now the question was, do I pretend they succeed and then bust out like any action character in the 80s, or just outright pop their bubble showing I am uncontainable, or option 3, I prank them fuck out of them for trying. Either way I was going to steal some shit from them. Here it is, the SCP researcher pointed to a room, that. Well, if I were the Hulk I would have problems, won't the room, but in reality, all of this insulted me, they weren't even trying to trick me. I sighed, I am honestly insulted. If you were going to try and contain me, at least lie to me, trick me, this is. I don't know what it is, but sure as hell is disappointing. At this the researcher didn't seem impressed, heck he didn't even seem phased. Giganurum's balls, I tell you, I have to try, I know you are seeing through me. Not making it hard, genius, but okay, so, how about you walk in, if the room can contain you, then that's the end of the story, you win, if it can contain you, well, we win. Fine, I chuckle, gotta admire his humongous balls. I mean, I could squish him like a bug, and yet here he is, risking his life to contain me, adorable. Now what? I hummed inside the room. At this the researcher slammed the door shut, and a bunch of lights and lasers started to cover the room. Now you stay there, the SCP researcher declared boldly. Or. I snapped my fingers, turning the room into popcorn, the entire room. Or I can do this. I suppose so, the SCP researcher gulped. Now. I have no idea what kind of entities you deal with, but I can't be contained, but I can be pissed off, ergo why I am going to do what I am about to do. I smiled as evilly as possible to him. I hope y'all enjoy being a different gender, and speaking a different language for a month. Once again I snapped my fingers, gender bending every human in the facility. I suppose this the better than dying, the ex-male SCP researcher sighed. I had to try, that's what the C in SCP stands for, contain. I can respect that, but, now, let's talk about business. I have something you, and, what am I talking about? I can just take it. I realized mid-sentence I did not need their approval to take a certain SCP with me. The one I considered, it would help the kids under my protection the most. SCP-5094, which according to the memories I had access to on the now female researcher, was currently located on SCP Site-15. I teleported to Site-15 and well, things went like they did on the previous site. They saw me, they opened fire. I turned them into chickens for 24 hours. Wonder if they are going to eat their eggs. Some have already laid a dozen. Questions for later. Let's see. According to the memories of the people, now chickens inside here, SCP-5094 should be around. Here, I pointed to a specific location in the facility, while some chickens tried to stop me. Remarkable. Anywho. The SCP I was looking for was in an isolated room with no security, not that they needed any. This SCP was a computer game made to teach kids and adults anything, in a remarkably fast way. Hello, I chuckled, turning the computer on. Number, good morning, whiz kid. Are we ready to learn? Number, the SCP said from the computer. More like I'm ready to steal you, I chuckled. There are a bunch of kids that needs a supernatural teacher. And you kind of fill that role perfectly. Number, oh my, well, as long as I get to teach others I will be happy to assist you. Number. Awesome, I smiled. Number, care to have a math lesson with me before we leave? Number. Sure. I chuckled, why not? Time to test her skills teaching. 131, Chapter 124. 20. UWU. Zeus POV. The brat had dared to oppose in more than one occasion, declaring himself as the enemy of Olympus as a whole. His transgressions were severe, like temporarily killing my son Dionysus in battle and permanently killing my grandson Priapus prior to that, and that was just the most recent ones. The little bastard had managed to get Hestia and Athena betray me alongside various minor gods that now were rebelling against me. But I wasn't worried at all about this upbringing, for no matter what they did, Adam the god of nothing and his allies would soon face the wrath of Olympus, and fail like many before to carry out their deepest desire, my throne. Persephone and Hades are not responding to our callings, Hera commented, as she sat on her throne. I think it's safe to assume they are also siding with him. Ha! I barked in laughter. Had my brother, Hades, lower his standards so much that he now bows to a child. Let him, I shall personally punish him for betraying me. Maybe taking Persephone from him permanently would teach him a lesson. I know that look. Demeter hissed in anger. I don't care what you do to our brother, but keep your hands away from my daughter. In anger I slammed my fist into the throne, breaking it in half. Know your place, Demeter, and don't presume you can tell me what I can or cannot do. You insufferable brat. Demeter stood up, glaring at me. I don't blame Hestia and Athena for betraying you, you are despicable. Watch your tone. I angrily reminded her. Or what? Demeter laughed bitterly. You will kill me. Go ahead. Kill one of your allies, might as well do it while I still am. I glared at her, summoning my master bolt. If she was so eager to bath in the waters of Hades, I would gladly oblige. Enough. Hera shouted, fighting among each other will solve nothing. Tell that to the entitled brat you have for a husband. Demeter snorted, I will go and talk with Persephone, and let you guys know what is the situation with them. With that Demeter teleported out of Olympus, leaving her throne empty. This is all his fault. I hissed, throwing my master bolt at Demeter's throne, obliterating it. Everything was under control until he appeared. I know, which is why we have to act smart. Zeus, don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Hera sighed, rubbing her temples ever so lightly. As we speak, Adam is gathering forces in every possible way, and we have to do the same. If we keep antagonizing our current allies we will lose this war, so we have to act smart. His entire campaign was made to target those who had suffered under your reign, all thanks to Athena no doubt. And with Hestia on his side, most think his cause is the just one. I sighed. Exactly, Hera nodded, and with Cronus moving we have to act fast. We have 2 wars to fight and barely enough power to win them all. I had almost forgotten Cronus was on the move, I begrudgingly admitted. Perhaps we can exploit that. Hera smiled, as I see it, we have 3 options. 1, we kill Adam and end this rebellion before it gets out of hand. 2, we form a temporary alliance with him to stop Cronus and then we stab him on the back. Or my personal favorite, we let Cronus and Adam fight each other, and then we kill whoever is left. What is to say they won't ally themselves to take me out? I remarked, while the idea of having Cronus and Adam killing each was more than enticing, I felt there was a very high possibility they hated me more than they hated each other. No. That idea could backfire horribly. I think it's best if we focus our efforts on killing Adam first. After that the rest of the gods that followed him will like always come back to crawling and begging from my protection, and then, only then we kill Cronus, but right now, Adam is our top priority. Demeter POV. When Persephone asked me to join Adam, I was skeptical, a boy ruling over the gods, laughable, but then I remembered Zeus was perhaps worse than having a kid ruling us, so I accepted her offer, and had since then acted as a double agent only Persephone and Hades knows about. Was Adam a better option than Zeus to rule over us? I couldn't really tell. I mean, I didn't know him at all. All I knew was that my Persephone loved him, she even considered him one of her closest friends, but as she had proved in the past by marrying Hades, her tastes in friends and husbands was debatable at best. But, considering the other option right now was Zeus, I had hope Adam was better than him. I mean Hestia loved him, maybe not the best peer reference, considering that, well, Hestia loves everyone, no matter who they are, but in this case her love was, it was different, she abandoned her family for him, which was something none of us expected, and she did it all for him. If that wasn't a guarantee the kid was worth the shot, nothing was. Demeter, Hades hissed in disdain as I entered his realm, I hope your visit is short, your presence is like poison ivy in my pants. Charming, I rolled my eyes at him, I have not come to socialize with you, Hades, I remarked with palpable hate, for now, we have a common ground, you could say, so let's try to be professional. As you wish, Hades sneered. Oh my god, it has been over 10,000 years. Can you two get over it? Persephone groaned as she came into view. He stole you from me. I screamed. And I made her a queen, Hades shot back, and to this day I have honored her. Sure, I snorted, so how do I call your demigods? Respect and love? Poetic names. Mom, I know you hate him for the kidnapping and stuff, and yes he has been unfaithful a couple times, but so have I, we have since then worked through our problems and we are better now, Persephone smiled, hugging me, and Hades, you have to admit, she has good reasons to hate you. Fair enough, Hades nodded reluctantly. Well, on to what I came to do. I breathed out, Zeus is on the move so we have to act quickly, if we want to win this, we have to convince Poseidon of helping us. Adam is close if not in our level already, with Poseidon defeating him should be entirely possible, Hades nodded, but we all know Fishbrains will want the crown for himself, and while I have no interest in ruling Olympus, I rather work for Adam than for Poseidon. I agree, those words directed to Hades felt wrong, too wrong, but he was right, if someone was possibly worse than Zeus at ruling, it was Poseidon, but we still need his help. Well, Adam has the help of the Norse gods and apparently the help of Sun Wukong, Persephone stated sheepishly, shocking me to the core, just how in Tartarus did Adam manage to ally himself with 2 pantheons so fast? Then, perhaps we don't need the help of Nemo, I chuckled, I had to admit, the kid. Adam was proving to be very interesting. 132, ow. Hello my sexy readers, do you want more chapters? Well I have a vote contest for today. 500 stones, 1 extra chapter. 800, 2 extra chapters. 1100, 3 extra chapters. 1400, 4 chapters. And so goes on for every 300 stones I will release L from my stock, Note this little voting competition is by no means obligatory or a must, and if you do not feel like it you are free to ignore me in this note, it is after all a playful contest. 133, Chapter 125. 20. The first chapter of the contest. UWU. We'll come back in 6 hours to check how many chaps I owe you all. The creation of a sentient golem was difficult, mostly because I had no real practice in the area. Well, I guess that was a lie. I did once try to create a golem for my over-the-top escape from camp, but I never actually activated Adam the sexy bot. That plan kinda went to hell for various reasons, but beyond that I had no experience in creating sentient and functional golems. Why did I want to create a sentient golem? Well, to give SCP-5094 a body, mostly because I refused to have a PC with such an old operative system within my realm. But fear not, while I had no experience, I had tons of magic and reality bending skills that allowed me to create the golem now known as Miss J 1.0. On the outside the golem looked like a human female on her late 20s, with a few exceptions like the lack of her reproductive parts beyond the aesthetic aspect of them. I mean, SCP-5094 was here to teach the mentally challenged demigods that thanks to their lineage have difficulties learning the most basic skills. And after my 40-minute lesson with her in mathematics I had confirmed her skills were beyond my expectations. I mean, I went from knowing relatively basic math to have knowledge comparable to that of a college graduate with honors in applied mathematics in short. SCP-5094 was a monster when it came to teaching, the kind of monster anyone would kill to have. Though it still eluded me and Odin how was this entity able to impart knowledge so quickly and so easily. I mean we knew it was magic somehow, but something not even the All-Father knew. Oh well. I guess I can live without knowing how she does it, as long as she keeps doing it. Anyway, back to the golem looks very human, but has a few improvements that I had to add, because she wasn't teaching normal children, she was teaching demigods, humans with godly steroids, so I had to make the golem super tough to handle the kids, which is why I made it so that the golem was able to tank a nuke, a small one, but still, strong enough to resist lots of damage. I also added a self-repairing spell, one that would fix superficial damage should it occur. In the center of the golem, right where the belly button should be, I create a disk entry that connects to the magical operative system of the golem that is also coded to work and run on the old-ass Windows system that SCP-5094 needs to work, meaning all it needs to operate is SCP-5094 inside there and boom, you have a super teacher. But why stop at one super teacher? You see, after I created and tested the golem, I realized the SCP Foundation had other copies of the program, 36 to be precise, and well, let's you say I went back and stole all of the copies they had, and proceeded to mass-produce the golems, changing minor cosmetic details amongst them to make it easier for the kids to identify. To summarize, I didn't have one super teacher, I had 37. After that, it came the worst nightmare of every developer, be it magic or not, you have to beta test the product before releasing it to the public. Wish some games did that. Anyway, fortunately for me there weren't many bugs or problems. I mean, I did have to give them the ability to materialize stuff to teach the kids, which in theory was easy, but I had to blacklist anything potentially dangerous from their range of possibilities, to avoid accidents. So after a few magical patches, I had an army of super teachers ready to make my Greek kids super smart. Oh, that reminds me. I think Athena has a boner for SCP-5094, like, a big one. She's been more than interested in this project, almost to the point of obsession, and that wasn't even the creepiest part. Annabeth also had a boner for SCP-5094, poor Percy. Then again, I can hardly blame them. A golem capable of turning anyone into an expert on any field of knowledge in 1 hour of less, was boner worthy. I mean, I know college students that would suck a lemon for that. I seem to be fully operational. Miss J01 giggled as I went over the last check before dropping her golem ass onto the camp inside my realm. I never thought I would get to actually interact with my students. What a wonderful world of possibilities awaits me. Never seen a teacher so excited to teach before. I chuckled. All right. I think you are good to go. Now a quick reminder that while you don't need food at all, I made it so you can eat apples. Not sure why I did that, but it felt right. Why did I do that? That seems entirely useless, and it took me 8 extra hours to add. I really need to list my priorities before working on them. Wonderful. Miss J01 smiled. I can't wait to eat all the apples my students bring for me. Perhaps that was the reason? Still a useless add-on though, like a blind man wearing glasses, that kind of useless. Alright, I chuckled, now go and make them less dumb. I will do my best. And with that I released Miss J01 into the wild, and by that I mean into my realm, filled with over 300 teenagers. I guess releasing her into the wild would have been more humane. Don't envy her mission at all. If I had known the SCP had such a wondrous tool, I would have raided their facilities decades ago, Athena commented coming into view. Anyway, I have a message from Hades. Anything urgent? I asked and she nodded. Zeus will focus his entire effort on destroying you. Athena nodded. He is ignoring Cronus, for the sake of killing you. Then, we better prepare, don't you think? I chuckled, and I wasn't going to lie. I was excited at the prospect of facing Zeus, but not right now. He was still stronger than me, but not for long. I was after all a growing god, and in my future I saw a few unfortunate souls shattering that difference between us. Oh! What fun shall I have? 134, Chapter 126. 20. The second chapter of the contest. UWU. This is a pre-schedule episode, because I was certain we would get to the 2 extra chaps mark. As of now I'm visiting a friend, and when I get home I will see if I owe you guys more or if I actually posted this for nothing. With love, the sexy author. With Zeus on the move to get me as soon as possible, I had to act fast, and with the time I had my options were quite limited. I either figured out how to fully awaken the dormant monster within me, aka my outer power, or, well, option B, consuming some extra juicy souls to increase my power, and with that option one soul in particular came to mind, one that was begging to be devoured, the soul of Cronus. As of now he was incomplete, weak and vulnerable, the perfect prey for my hunt. And while consuming his incomplete state would not exactly increase my power by a lot, it would still help, because consuming his consciousness, this in turn would allow me to consume the other parts of his power if I ever encountered them, which in all honesty it wasn't a bad idea at all. Not only I would get stronger and would control over the godly domain of time, but I would also get rid of the nuisance Cronus represented forever. Now the question was, how to find him? And the answer to that conundrum was simple. To find Cronus I would have to find Luke first, the bastard that sent me to Tartarus and made me suffer more than anyone has done so far, but I suppose I have to thank him in way. No matter how much I hate him, he showed me the true colors of those I trusted, and the true colors of Olympus. That was not to say I wasn't going to kill him. Anyways, if I wanted to find Cronus I would have to find him, which wasn't that easy whatsoever. Cronus with his limited power was keeping his little bitch, vessel out of all godly sight, and that included me, or so I originally thought. You see, while Luke can most definitely hide from me with the help of his Titan sugar daddy, I had other means to find him, like the all-seeing eye spell. Now this spell alone can't see through the protection of God, but when used through an already powerful all-seeing being like Heimdall with the help of 2 powerful mages fueling the spell, like me and Odin, well, let's just say I have to go to Florida, and personally thank Luke for his service to my cause. Yep, Luke was currently hiding in Boca Raton, Florida, and had no idea I was about to drop hell on him. Ah, the little pleasures in life, sleeping, playing with bubble wrap, and knowing you are about to enact revenge upon the bastard that sent your ass to a literal nightmare. As soon as I knew where Luke was, I teleported to him, and needless to say I shocked the poor bastard. Happy to see me? I smiled, almost hissing the words out of my mouth. I challenge you to a duel of equal terms. Luke shouted in reply. Boy was he jumpy. If you truly call yourself a warrior, then you will fight me on equal terms. Aren't you adorable? I pinched his cheeks mockingly. I'm no warrior boy, I'm a god, and like most, I don't ever drop a grudge. I chuckled, seeing in his eyes fear like never before. What a delightful sight. Now where is your sugar daddy? Luke looked me for a second, pondering what to do before he breathed out and said, he is with Atlas. Oh, I clicked my tongue in disappointment. Maybe I had been too hasty. If I had only waited a bit longer, Cronus would have eventually fused with his little vessel. Oh well. He is discussing his war plans with Atlas, Luke elaborated. He knows you're a threat, so he is planning to target Hestia. He knows the only way to control you is through her. Well, this was rather unexpected. He was being very open with the information about his boss, and talking about his boss. If Cronus thought he was ever gonna get anywhere close to Hestia, he had another thing coming. Why are you telling me this? I asked him, wondering if this was his pathetic attempt to get some mercy on my part. I will die. There is nothing I can do to stop you from killing me. I know that, Luke chuckled. I also know you started a rebellion against the rule of Zeus, so why try to hide anything from you? In the end, whether we like it or not, our ultimate goals align, the end of the current rule of Olympus. I laughed. Quite poetic of you, I sighed. Oh well, I guess you are right. Anything else I should know? He not only plans to control you through Hestia, Luke muttered, he thinks of you, one of his possible vessels, with me being option A and you being option B. Not gonna lie, kind of felt insulted he thought of Luke as option A. I most definitely deserved a higher rank on that list. Then again B was fitting, because I was going to beat his ass. I see, I sighed as I pointed my hand at him. And then it clicked me, why kill him, when I can make his demise be more poetic? After all, it's like they say, he who lives by the sword will die by the sword. You know what? I think I can make this a bit more interesting. I smiled. What? Luke inquired, his fear mixing with doubt. I mean, what would I accomplish killing you here? Nothing. I chuckled. I have a much better idea, a poetic one at that. At that I snapped my finger, creating a portal to the place I had suffered the most. Tartarus, you plan to send me down there? Luke muttered in fear, taking a few steps back. Aren't you a smart one? I chuckled, delighted to see his reaction. Oh, and before I forget, I approached the demigod and placed a hand on his hand, engraving a deadly curse on his body. The curse I just placed on you will kill you if you talk with any titan or god inside or outside your new home, and believe me, you don't want this curse to kill you, unless you like the feeling of every organ violently exploding. I rather die, just kill me. Luke growled his desperation, truly pathetic. You don't have a vote, I shot back, pushing him into the same nightmare he pushed me once. Truly poetic, am I right? 135, Chapter 127. 20. UWU. As for the little challenge, you guys got to tier 3 1000 stones before the day ended, meaning I will post an extra chapter later today. With Luke out of the picture, I had two options to consider in how to proceed with my current situation. Option A: invest all my time and resources on finding and dealing with Cronus swiftly before he actually becomes a threat, or Option B: putting the Titan of Time aside for the moment being, because in all technicality he is currently harmless, with his powers being sealed and stuff. Option B it was, after all, the best path I could take right now. I mean, while killing Cronus right now should be super easy, I had no doubt the Titan King by now knows I eliminated his future meat suit, and it's most likely playing it safe for the time being, hiding until he feels I am not hunting him. So, for the time being, I had to focus on Zeus as my sole priority. Now the question was how to deal with him. Zeus was still above me in terms of both power and experience, not idea by how much, but he was, and to add some chocolate over that cake, he also had a vastly superior army under him. In short, facing him head on would lead to my inevitable demise. Then again, there were other ways to kill a king and his kingdom, like weakening his army, for example, by taking his aces one by one. Hera, Ares, Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, and maybe Poseidon were just one of the few I knew I had to take care of if I wanted to win the war, starting with Ares, the most problematic of them all. His realm was too powerful to left unchecked during a holy war. The gods in general were only as powerful as their realms of control, meaning for example, that in times of peace the gods connected to this realm would grow in power, and so, because of what was about to happen, I had to eliminate Ares. I could only imagine how strong he would become, the god of war during a three-way holy war. In fact, because of this there was a strong possibility that Ares would become an even greater threat than Zeus in terms of raw power. And I could not allow that to happen, so Ares had to die, before I did anything else. So as to avoid this, my next target was Ares, who in all honesty I already had a few reasons to target. Him benefiting from the war was just the cherry that fucked the glass. Now, where are you, Ares? I muttered, as I searched the entire earth for his presence with my magic. Unlike Luke, Ares had no reason to hide. Well, he did, but he was too prideful to admit I represented a threat. His two functional brain cells would never process such a thing, so with that in mind, I searched every little corner of the world, one by one, until eventually my efforts were rewarded with his location. Ares was in Colombia. Colombia, I bummed. I guess I could also take a bite from there. Lovely place, haven't been there in a lifetime. I snorted at that. Last time I was in Colombia was during of my few operations. Lovely people, lovely food, lovely ladies. Too bad I was bedridden. Like I did with Luke, I teleported to Ares, but unlike with Luke, I made sure he was, 1, alone so that other gods would interfere in our battle, 2, that there were no magical traps waiting for my ass to jump at him, and 3, how powerful he was. Well, for one, he was alone, having an orgy with 10 Colombian women and men, he, fucking and getting fucked. Good for him. 2, there were no traps, except for all the jizz on the floor and what I assume was chocolate. I won't check if it is. Anyway, that alone was more than enough to keep me out of that room. And 3, he was indeed stronger, meaning the beginnings of this war were already affecting him, showing that it was indeed a good call to target him first. Well, second if you count Priapus, well, third if you count Dionysus, fourth if you count Luke. Alright. He was in the top 5 and that's what matters. Ares, I greeted, as I entered the room floating on a hazmat suit, for obvious reasons. Liz. Is that a fucking hazmat suit? Ares inquired in shock. There is an abnormal amount of cum on the floor, and what I assume it's chocolate, I scoffed. If you think I will enter this STD farm unprotected, no pun intended, you are an idiot. Yeah, that's not chocolate, Ares chuckled. God, am I going to enjoy killing him? I will enjoy this more than I should, I muttered. So, you finally came to have that ass tossed. Ares smirked, getting his, you know what out of one of the individuals present. I'm still fully charged, so come get it. He pointed to his. Oh hell no. I hope this last orgy was worth it, I chuckled bitterly, because it will be the last time you toss anything whatsoever. That is a bold statement for someone who so far has done nothing but hiding. Ares grinned cockily, but by all means, go ahead, I'm all up for foreplay. I can't wait to see, where do the jokes end, and your despair begins, I chuckled as I snapped my fingers teleporting us to a desolate location, where no one would interfere. Last time we fought, I had to abide by the divine rules of Zeus, but, you aren't a demigod any longer, so I don't have to hold back, at all, Ares laughed, as his clothes changed from not having any to being fully armored with his symbol of power at hand. Last time we fought, I was a kid, a soldier of Olympus, naive, happy, stupid, but now I am a god, a king, I smiled, summoning my weapon in Grimery, so bow. 136, Chapter 128. 20. UWU. As for the extra chapter I still owe your greedy sexy asses, I will deliver it this Friday. I am currently dealing with something, nothing bad. Just adopted 3 cats, and will take them to get their shots and stuff. 2 females and a male, any ideas for names? Ares yelled, raising his fists above his head as a sickly blood-red aura appeared around him. And I had to admit, this was going to be hard. His aura was wild, filled with bloodlust as it extended in every direction. We shall see who shall bow. He declared with a mad grin, his power ever growing. I had definitely made the right choice coming after him. But even under his overwhelming power, I merely smiled. For some reason I was glad to see this amazing show force. I think a part of me was enjoying the challenge Ares represented, that I would get to push myself beyond I have ever did before. Pretty sure it will be you, I grinned, levitating my weapon behind me while I activated one of its aspects. Ares smiled at that, then flung his arms in sweeping motion, shooting blood-red energy blasts around him in every direction. These attacks were easy to avoid, and this made me wonder, what was he trying to accomplish? That's enough warm-up, time to end your little parade of idiotic traitors. Ares barked in laughter, rushing at me. Finally. I inwardly chuckled while powering up to match his current power. Ares reached me in no time and with a sadistic smile tried to strike my face with all his strength using his right fist. While powerful, he was painfully predictable and very straightforward, so it was no surprise when I easily dodged his attack by jumping over the god of war whose attack destroyed a mountain behind me. Ares growled as he turned as quickly as he could to face me once again, with the clear intention to try and attack me once more, but while it was clear in terms of physical strength he was stronger by a decent margin, I was faster, and when his second attack came, I smiled as I slipped under his attack and flung a mana-powered punch to his face. Our exchange of attacks continued following these patterns, with me capitalizing on my speed, pushing the battle to my own terms. This tactical advantage however didn't last long, because out of nowhere, Ares increased his power once more with a violent scream. Gaining not only more power, but more speed, and thanks to that he managed to grab me by the arms, as I was about to hit him once more. With a smile Ares looked at me in the eyes, before he proceeded to slam my face to his knee repeatedly. Much to his shock his attacks weren't having any effect. Reverse, I muttered, and in a bright flash Ares was flung across the earth like a rag doll. Wow, am I glad, I used my weapon to neutralize your attacks, I whistled. A weapon that absorbs physical attacks, Ares laughed, good, otherwise, this wouldn't be fun. At that his power doubled once more, as he grew in size, but not quite reaching his divine form. You are not the only one who has been holding back, I grinned as my aura took on a more violent aspect as my power grew. Now instead of my normal blue aura, the one I was currently projecting was now green with black edges around, emanating the power I had awoken in hell. The outer. Ares took a step back, hesitation crawling down his spine. No wonder you are able to match me. Ha ha ha. Fun. This is so fun. However his hesitation didn't last long, and it was soon replaced with sick joy. You are one piece of work, aren't you? I sighed, getting into position. A masterpiece, Ares laughed. Athena POV. Ares and Adam were facing each other out of Zeus's sight, and by the looks of it, Ares had the power advantage in terms of experience. What I meant by that was that while Adam was undoubtedly stronger, he had yet to access his divine form, while Ares had mastered his eons ago, meaning that when the battle reached the point of Ares going all out, all hopes of Adam winning would be lost, and yet, even with that information, the power Adam was now using, the outer power within him, made me feel like no analytical deduction would really predict the outcome of this battle. Shouldn't you be? I don't know. Helping him. The demon pet Adam kept hissed at me angrily. Learn your place, I glared at her, and to answer your idiotic suggestion, Adam needs to overcome this on his own, otherwise no one will actually follow him into battle. I see, the demon sighed, and I know my place, it's above you. She smiled, sticking her tongue out at me. I know for a fact my master would kill you should anything happen to me under you, so the one that needs to learn its place, it's you. I glared at her. How dare she think I, a god, was beneath a mere demon made for pleasuring males, me. The goddess of wisdom and warfare, beneath a talking fleshlight. I am willing to try that theory, I replied, summoning my spear. You won't try anything, Hestia said in a cold tone. She's important to Adam, and therefore it's important to me. Touch her, and I will send Odin after you. Her food is amazing, so I would do it, no hesitation. I'm not even gonna ask what you did wrong, don't care. Odin that had appeared out of nowhere shrugged. Her crop caker is to die for, the Norse king added, his mouth watering in something akin to anticipation. May I as well join in on this endeavor? Thor, who had also appeared out of nowhere, asked. I am in need of some Hestia Gravlax. See, the demon smiled, everybody loves dear old honey. I retract my previous statement, I reluctantly said. One day Adam would grow bored of his little whore, and she would face the consequences of insulting a goddess. For now, I would ignore her. 137, Chapter 129. 20. UWU. The battle had prolonged for more than I had originally expected or wanted to, with each passing second making the god of war a bigger and more prominent threat. Proving that Ares was beyond my previous expectations, his powers had increased beyond my wildest estimates as the battle progressed, and that only intensified once he had fully transformed into his divine form. Now as a 30 feet that behemoth he had both the physical and magical advantage. Go to hell. I cursed as I blasted him away with one of my powerful spells, Mirage of Darkness. The spell was part of the Void chapter, and it created a rift between reality and time itself, shattering for a brief moment the fabric of creating with a dark explosion capable of blasting an entire country, and yet this lethal attack barely pushed him back. I have to admit, kid, Ares grinned, wiping the dripping ichor from his nose with his hand, as he stared right at me, dead in the eyes with mad delight. You have truly become something else. Something worthy of carrying the title of a god. Unfortunately for you, you picked the wrong fight. I grow in conflict as I grow in war. At this he laughed. You will never win against me. The longer this beautiful dance extends, the more powerful I will become, and with each passing second, your doom becomes a reality. I eyed the god of war with an amused expression decorating my face. Nobody thought I would survive Tartarus, yet I did. Nobody thought I would become a god, yet I did. By now you idiots should know. I tend to color out of the lines. I grinned. Where was this confidence coming from? No idea, but I wasn't going to complain. Ares snorted and instantly charged at me. While I kept on a defensive stance, which allowed me a sliver of time to block his blow with my weapon, in the process absorbing the kinetic force of his attack, which so far, was the key to my victory. Ares had the power advantage with his bullshitting realm empowering as we kept on fighting, but as Odin had said, when power alone doesn't work, outsmart your enemy. My plan was in a way very simple. In short, my idea was to supercharge my weapon with all the power it could possibly hold by absorbing the physical aspect behind all the attacks Ares was throwing at me, so that I could later release it all once, in a single but devastating blow. Would this kill him? Not sure. He was rather resilient to damage, but it would sure weaken him. This after all would be the equivalent of a godly nuke. It had to at least hurt him. My plan B, however, was to try and figure out how to transform into my divine form. So far all the clues I had was that before transforming they would let all their power out, but that didn't help me at all. Plan C was doing like the Norse gods and somehow finding a way to handle all my power within my current form. Maybe I will have some fun with you after we end this. Ares laughed, throwing his weapon at me. I rather die, I muttered, teleporting out of the trajectory of his weapon, just to find Ares had predicted where I was going to appear, and had already moved there to greet me with a knee to the face. I can work with that, Ares chuckled, before he blasted me to a nearby mountain. Then again, if I win, your compliance won't be a factor in anything I do. Was this bitch suggesting he was going to rape me? Oh hell no, I will enjoy erasing you from the face of the earth, I hissed, my mouth dripping black blood. Wait, what? Why was my blood black? The fuck was going on? Black blood, Ares muttered as he sniffed the air, and the smell. There is no doubt, your daddy, it's a great one, right? He was, technically correct. I guess. I mean, he guessed the pantheon correctly, but not the rank. My demonic father was above the great ones, at least according to my knowledge. Give the war-sucking bitch a consolation prize. He was right yet wrong, I laughed. So what? Leto fucked one of the priests. Ares laughed. Was it Thulhu? Oh please tell it was him. Nyarlathotep, I replied, cutting his laugh short. Well shit, dear old daddy, it's famous. I laughed seeing his reaction. I see, Ares chuckled. I must admit, I didn't see that coming, at all. You know what? I will try it, I chuckled, and seeing Ares' perplexed look on his face I elaborated. I can't hide the fact you have the tactical advantage of power right now, and that the gap between keeps getting larger and larger thanks to your bullshitting realms, so why not try to achieve what you, Dionysus and Priapus did? I mean, if the drunk bastard could, why not me? No matter what you do. It won't change the result, Ares smiled, so why even try? He barked as he pounced at me. I looked at the god approaching, and took a deep breath, remembering everything all the gods I had faced so far did before transforming, how their power had changed from point A to point B, how their mana signatures had morphed in a violent explosion of power. Here goes nothing, I exhaled, letting out a painfully loud scream as my power fluctuated violently. The fuck? Ares stopped dead on his tracks as I cried, almost in pain, bringing out all the energy I had within me as a blinding green light seemed to emerge from my body, dazzling Ares in shock. Fuck. I continued to scream with my power increasing, and little by little the change occurred, with my body mass starting to double, and in the blink of an eye, my body exploded, reforming into a new form. First try, I'm impressed, Ares whistled, maybe this will be hard after all, like I am for you. I glared at him and tried to retort but no sound came out of my mouth. Taking a deep breath in wild anticipation, I summoned a mirror to see my divine form in all its Lovecraftian glory. Oh fuck, I thought, seeing my reflection, for one. I kinda looked like the Lich King. But instead of the armor, you know, being armor, it was a part of my body and two. I had no mouth, nor eyes, nor nothing, just the armor, and shadows beneath it, creepy not gonna lie. I have fucked some mutes before, funny how the moan, but never one that was an armored shadow. This should be fun. I wonder where are your holes, Ares grinned. Snapping my fingers I summoned a sign where I magically wrote, you know, just because I managed to do this at my first try, I won't even acknowledge what you just said. I was quite perplexed, this had been so easy to achieve. Oh well, time to see what my max currently is. Pretty impressive indeed, not for me. I was born a god, and that is something all born gods know, but for a second-rate ascended, sure it's an accomplishment, Ares taunted, but I simply ignored him, wondering if not having a mouth was so kind of divine punishment from above. I mean, without a mouth, how would I insult others? I guess I now talk like. Wile E. Coyote, I wonder if I can kill you with something from Acme, I wrote on another sign. Oh well, I guess we will see, I inwardly chuckled, wondering if others would start to call me the mime god. I guess I could learn French. Il pourrait être amusant. 138, Chapter 130. 20. UWU. With my newfound power I instantly charged at my foe, shocking the latter who had no choice but to get on a defensive stance, which allowed him to block my attack, but was still pushed back. At this I inwardly smiled as I snapped my fingers creating several fireballs that all collided with him, blasting him to the ground in flames. I then teleported in front of him ready to deliver a few extra attacks, but the god of war blocked my next two blows with his weapon, before attempting to counter with a punch of his own, which failed when I grabbed him by the wrist with my left hand, deviating the attack while I blasted him with my right hand with a mana attack. Ares, who was sent flying into a nearby mountain, took in another stable defensive stance, angrily exhaling. Things were not going the way he wanted. With a smile that no one could see for my lack of mouth, I quickly continued the assault, teleporting behind him, delivering a horizontal kick, and pushed the god of war to his knees. I had to admit, this power, this divine form was worth it. For the first time in my life I felt no restraint, no problems controlling my power. I felt free. Ares growled from the ground, and tried to stab me with his weapon, but was taken aback by the speed with which I counter his attempt. Snapping my fingers I created a ball of light that explored with a barrage of powerful blasts, each blast even stronger than the last, making Ares scream in pain and agony. This can't be happening. Ares growled, ichor spilling down his mouth, and I could tell, the god of war was quickly becoming overwhelmed by my newfound raw force and speed, and the once aggressive head-on approach he had of taking the bull by the horns, was slowly changing to a more conservative approach as he retreated under the onslaught of incoming blows. And here I thought I would actually get to test this new powerful yet very copyrightable new form, I wrote on a sign, as I inwardly chuckled. Ares growled but didn't respond. Was this all the bark the god of war had? Disappointing, to think he would lose all his snark after losing the advantage. Pathetic. Getting cocky, aren't we? Ares managed to finally reply, only to find himself inside a magical prison I had created during the time he took to answer. What is this? Rune prison, I winked at him, before the runes of the prison exploded violently around him, doubling the giant to his knees. They pack quite a punch, don't you think? This can't be. I won't be defeated by a child. Ares growled with uncontrollable anger as he punched the ground, creating seismic movements around the country. I won't be defeated. Not by you. He screamed, jumping high into the air before he blasted full speed my way. With a sigh, I teleported my weapon behind him and with a playful wink directed to him I snapped my fingers, releasing all the kinetic energy my weapon had been saving so far. The blast blew a hole right through his chest, stopping him dead on his tracks. So I didn't need my divine form to defeat you, good to know. I wrote on a sign as the god of war looked at me in shock for a brief moment, touching his wound in fright. Fuck. Ares muttered a second before he started to descend into the ground, leaving a trail of golden ichor behind him. I eyed the god, wondering how he was still keeping his divine form active while having sustained such heavy damage, but before I had time to ponder over this question, a flash of blinding light answered it, showing a now normal-sized Ares falling to the ground almost dead. Oh well. I had fun, Ares admitted with a smile, coughing golden blood. I died like I lived, to my fullest. He chuckled. I suppose you did, I wrote on a sign as I descended towards him. I know you don't care about your children, but I won't harm them, my war was with the gods, not their children. Well, thanks I guess, Ares laughed, well kid, be sure to win this shit. I don't want to be the one who lose to the loser, that would be just sad. Haha, well, that's the plan, I wrote. Good, now get on with it. Ares chuckled, I ain't got all day. I think we could have been friends in another life, I admitted, as I started to extract his soul and essence. That sounds about right, Ares chuckled. Goodbye Ares, I wrote as his body started to disappear. Give them hell kid, Ares laughed, his body turning to dust, one could say he had the last laugh, I can admire that. Impressive, someone clapped behind me, someone I was too familiar with, Nyarlathotep, my father, too bad you still don't fully accept your outer heritage. I eyed the outer god for a second, noticing once again he was on his human guise, I decided to write an answer only to be stopped by him, others can't understand you, but that's because only creatures of the outer can. So try to speak normally. What do you mean I haven't accepted my outer heritage? I said, but instead of words coming out of me, it kinda sounded like hisses and growls. That form, underneath that armor it's the real you, Nyarlathotep answered, you could say the armor represents your desire to rebel against your father, what a naughty boy. I know that wasn't supposed to sound sexual, but... I am leaving, was all I said in response, taking the soul of Ares with me. You want to devour his soul, you know you need it, Nyarlathotep stated, you will need that power. With that he left, leaving me and the soul of Ares alone. 139, Chapter 131. 20. UWU. Nyarlathotep was a mystery I really didn't want to unveil, his mere presence put me on edge, and it wasn't like Zeus, or Loki, not even like Fenrir or Hormungandr, when I first met them, I felt like a prey staring to the jaws of its predator, but with him. I felt like a toy, one that belonged to a demented kid. One that I had no hope of stopping. I hate this, I muttered, holding the soul of Ares in my hand, was he right? Would the soul of a god help me on my goal, or would it too push me down a rabbit hole of power and madness? I was deep down afraid to pick the path he was weaving for me, I knew he wanted something from me, something the me of now would never accept or think of doing, but something that the me he was creating would do. But what? The uncertainty, the unknown, the painfully obvious ignorance of his motives had me on doubt, was my war against Olympus helping? If so, what else was I doing that unbeknownst to me helped him? Or perhaps, just perhaps I was overthinking it all, and his plans didn't have as many twists as I fear them to have. Still, I had to be careful, he was a monster, one that I had no power to stop, compared to him, no atom, no time for self-deprecating thoughts, the important question now is, what to do with the soul of Ares. Consuming it, would not only give untold power but various realms to rule, like the realm of war, violence, battle lust, and rage. On the other hand, I could ignore what my father had recommended, and use the soul to increase the limits of my world. Decisions, I chuckled, holding the soul with trepidation, when suddenly a familiar presence appeared, Loki. My, have to say, you have changed a lot, Loki chuckled, a child off the old block. Aren't you too busy being in a cave, getting a private bubble bath in poison? I snorted with disinterest. My, aren't you jumpy, Loki, or rather the illusion of Loki chuckled, look kid, I don't like you, and I don't need to be a genius to know you don't like me. Don't tell me, you are the god of obvious shit, too. I replied coldly. I wish, Loki smiled, his horribly scarred face contorting with amusement, but no. What do you want? I asked, might as well see what he wants. Offer you a helping hand one could say, Loki hummed, I love chaos, love causing it, love what it entitles, so do what you must with what I'm about to tell you, it's not much though, so don't think what I'm about to tell you it's a game-changing thing. Get to the point, I said, growing tired of his presence. Kinda like the old you better, Loki pouted, and I glared at him, alright. Your father, he wants a gate, most of his children have been conceived in attempts to create a functional gate. Uganach it's one of his most famous attempts, alas it failed, you are his most latest attempt, v. Uganach. I asked, confused. One of your horrendous siblings, Loki replied offhandedly, the point is, your father wants to create a gate to our continuum, you see, the outer gods while powerful are trapped in the outer dimension, most of them are unstoppable, and if they were to reach this plane of existence, nothing, and I can't stress this enough nothing would survive in their waking, that includes your little girlfriend. The gate was for him to come to our reality? Does that mean what I had seen were merely avatars? Still doesn't make sense, I would never allow him into this reality, why would I? You might not have an option, Loki shrugged, anyway that was all I wanted to convey. Why help me, first you almost kill me, and now you are helping me. I asked him. Well you know what they say about crazy people, we do crazy stuff, Loki laughed, besides, where is the fun in making sense? With that the magical construct the god of mischief had sent disappeared, leaving me with even more questions. I guess the bastard was right, I chuckled, holding the soul of Ares close to my mouth. I do need this, if I plan to survive, that is. With that said, I proceeded to consume the soul of the god of war, not before adding some ketchup to it. I was a monster with class, gotta make it tasty. The change within me was immediate, with my power skyrocketing like an uncontrollable fire. I guess in a way Ares got what he wanted, to be inside of me. I laughed, as I marveled at my new power. Odin POV. Ares had been defeated, and Adam had consumed his soul, gaining a much-needed power-up, but at what cost? Consuming a god was not like consuming a monster. Personality traits from Ares would remain in him. The stronger the soul, the stronger its will to live by any means necessary. Even surviving meant to change the new host, even a bit. Odin, Hestia greeted as she entered my study. I have a question. Oh, sure, what is it? I smiled. Later I would have the time to ponder over the consequences of Adam and his actions. How do you know if you are in love? Hestia asked shyly. A friend would like to know. Really, a friend, was that the best she could come up with? Well, my knowledge, while vast, doesn't cover such things, but I have just the goddess to answer you. I smiled. Freya, if someone can help your friend, it's her. I winked. Thanks, Hestia nodded, hiding a light blush as she walked out of my room. What an interesting turn of events. Hestia is coming to accept her feelings. It seems my role checkmating Nyarlathotep is becoming vastly easier. It's almost poetic how things are unfolding themselves. It's almost like the Beauty and the Beast. 140, day off. I will be taking the day of today to rest. Don't feel really well, but worry not, I will be back tomorrow with sexy updates. This post is mostly to apologize to those waiting for a chapter. With love, the author. 141, chapter 132. 20. UWU. Consuming Ares had given me an extraordinary amount of power, but every bit of power and how I had obtained, would have consequences. Ares' soul had affected me in a spiritual way. I felt more aggressive, more prone to fight without reason, which was already a problem in my life. But this was nothing new. I knew beforehand that the souls affected me. Of course, they had never done it like this, but this was the soul of a god that I had just consumed. I will make a mental note not to eat any more gods unless it is extremely necessary. I laughed sarcastically before teleporting back to my world in order to discuss with Athena what was next on the list. With a quick sigh, I snapped my fingers and teleported back to my world, where Athena and Honey were both waiting for me. Athena with an expression of complete surprise, and Honey with one of happiness. Adam, I see your mission was a success. Athena complimented me, but something in her voice sounded hollow. Congratulations. I looked at the goddess for a second, making a mental reminder to investigate her attitude later. It was difficult, but I managed it, I replied with a grin. You were super cool. Honey proclaimed, lunging towards me for a hug. I loved your ultimate form. I took pictures for the lonely nights this little horny succubus has to suffer. The horny succubi winked at me, kissing my cheek playfully. With your current power, only Poseidon, Hades, Hera, and Zeus can fight against you, Athena informed me. Zeus still surpasses you in power, the others. I believe they are below you. I see, I replied, noticing that I didn't feel Hestia in my world. Where was she? Where is Hestia? I asked with curiosity. In Asgard. Apparently she had questions that I couldn't answer. Athena replied, her tone firm and cold. I definitely need to investigate her later. For security reasons, I recommend that you don't let them move around so much. Someone could attack her as she moves between realms, the goddess of wisdom suggested, her tone borderline angry. I looked at her for a second and said, Hestia is free to do as she pleases. Next time you try to recommend me or even suggest that I cage her, it will be the last time I consider you an ally. Is that clear, Athena? I all but growled. Crystal, Athena nodded. Very wise of you, I snorted, teleporting to Asgard to find Hestia to get my daily dose of hugs and homemade food. Besides, we were already late for our maniacal laugh time. Hestia POV. I looked at Freya and asked again, are you absolutely sure? I am, Freya nodded, as she preened her wings with her hands. You love him? Whether you do something about it or not, it's up to debate. I can see you have a deep fear of falling in love, and what that brings, but the truth is, you love him. I wasn't supposed to love anyone, not in this way. I can't, I muttered, tears dripping down my eyes. Love is beautiful if both parties actually love each other, Freya assured me. I've seen what love does to others. I almost shouted, love destroyed my family, love hurt my mother, love hurt my sisters, love hurt my brothers, and now love will hurt me, and worse, Adam. Do you really think you will hurt him? Freya snorted, sweetie, you don't have a bad bone in your body, which is weird. We gods tend to be assholes, me included. Pretty straightforward, I chuckled, wiping a few tears. I call them like I see them, Freya shrugged. I have done awful shit in the past, and so have Odin, and Thor, and Frigg, and almost every god. You just happen to be one of the exceptions in our fucked up society. I'm not that good, not as Adam thinks, I sighed. I might not have hurt others directly, but I never did anything to stop my brothers and sisters from doing it. I could have, but I never did. And that shit is not your problem. Freya rolled her eyes at me. I have killed thousands if not millions, and that's my sin, not Odin's, not Frigg's, not Thor's. Well, maybe Thor does have some fault, but the point is, you don't have to blame anything they did on you. Adam says the same, I smiled. That kid is like a nuclear waste, Hestia, Freya chuckled. He radiates love for you, and only for you. He likes Odin, and thinks of Thor as his weird best friend, but you, love, pure love, to the point he doesn't consider himself worthy of you. That is something you don't find offend. He is a nice kid, I admitted, the one person in all of creation who had put me first on anything. It felt nice to be appreciated, to be heard. His love is pure, and so it's yours. Freya smiled. What you two do with it, it's up to the two of you, isn't that right, Adam? Wait, what? Wait, hold on a friggin' nugging baking minute, what? Adam POV. When I teleport to Asgard, Odin left a very strange note exactly where I teleport, or so I thought. The whole place had notes. The point is, the note said, go to Freya, use a spell to camouflage yourself, and hear their conversation. A very strange request, but what that hell, Eddie Madab DNA Eknazerb, I whispered, hiding myself within a cloak of magic. Whatever it was Odin wanted me to hear sounded important, that or the Norse god was trolling me, once again. Alright, time to see what Hestia is doing, in a very creepy way. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I swear to God, if they are having a bath together, I will kill Odin for setting me up like that. As I approached the room where Hestia and Freya were, I started to hear some voices. Are you absolutely sure? Hestia asked her. I am, Freya replied. You love him, whether you do something about it or not, it's up to debate. I can see you have a deep fear of falling in love, and what that brings, but the truth is, you love him. Wait. Hestia is in love. I thought, feeling like I wanted to kill someone. No Adam, if she actually loves someone, you have to support her by welcoming the guy with a shotgun to th with warm hug. We'll have to work on that. Their conversation continued with some parts being entirely muted, not that I was paying too much attention. I mean, here I was trying to hold down my jealousy, stupid feeling. We had nothing, but I suppose I made myself believe she would never love anyone like that, and well, I was okay with that. Ain't that selfish? I'm not that good, not as Adam thinks. Hestia sighed. I might not have hurt others directly, but I never did anything to stop my brothers and sisters from doing it. I could have, but I never did. And that shit is not your problem, Freya chuckled. I have killed thousands if not millions, and that's my sin, not Odin's, not Frigg's, not Thor's. Well, maybe Thor does have some fault, but the point is, you don't have to blame anything they did on you. Damn right. Adam says the same. Hestia smiled. I mean, I guess I can't see her. But the point was, Freya was right. It wasn't her fault. She was the best of them all. Granted, is not a big accomplishment considering everyone in her family sucks, but still. That kid is like a nuclear waste, Hestia, Freya chuckled. He radiates love for you, and only for you. He likes Odin, and thinks of Thor as his weird best friend, but you, love, pure love, to the point he doesn't consider himself worthy of you. That is something you don't find offend. Wait, Thor has another best friend, and he's hitting on Hestia. I feel betrayed. He's a nice kid, Hestia admitted, her voice sounding happier than ever. His love is pure, and so it's yours, Freya stated. What you two do with it, it's up to the two of you, isn't that right, Adam? Oh, I am in deep shit, am I? Quack. In times of panic, quack. Wait a minute, processing information, data extracted. Hestia loves me. Fuck the other imaginary guy. Adam. Hestia shouted. This is not Adam is a duck. I mean quack. I shouted back. 142, Chapter 133. 20. UWU. Hestia flung the door open harshly, her flaming hair clearly showing that she was not at all happy that I had been listening in on their conversation. Adam. Hestia said, narrowing her eyes at me. Quack, transformed into a duck as any man in my position would do. I quacked. I had, after all, to keep the flawless facade I was nothing but a duck, and she wouldn't notice. Adam. I won't cook you for a month if you keep this up. Hestia threatened, and I immediately returned to my normal form. A man needs his food. I know this looks bad, but... And I had nothing. Okay, I have no excuse. Sorry for doing this. In my defense, Odin set me up, old bastard. You heard everything, didn't you? Hestia inquired, her eyes turning to the sides, averting my gaze. Enough, I sighed. Adam, I don't know if I can do this, Hestia muttered. I'm not sure I can. I looked at her and smiled. It's okay, I assured her, I know, don't worry, if only she knew how much I wanted to be with her, how much I wanted to simply lie down next to her on the couch or a bed, wrapping my arms around her, brushing her hair while watching a movie or maybe just sleeping together. But not in the fuck sense, I wasn't against the idea, sure, but that's not what I wanted from her, what I really wanted was to sleep together in the most innocent sense of the phrase. Adam, Hestia muttered in shock, and I got confused, why was she so shocked? With curiosity, I followed her gaze and noticed all I was thinking, every single thought related to her, was there, floating above my head, what in the actual fuck? See? Freya chuckled, the kid is one in a million, a man that doesn't think with his dick, and what a nice dick he has, she was reading my what a minute, how does she know I have a nice dick? Wait, can I even say I have a nice dick, is that gay? I need answers. How do I was cut off by Freya, who answered by materializing a pot of honey, honey. So, just the same. Hestia giggled, I can do that, watching movies with you, making evil plans. I can handle that, and if things ever change, it will be because we were both ready. Hestia, as long as you keep being my best friend, my pillar, I don't care. I knew the moment I realized I fell for you, that my chances were close to zero, and I was okay with it, all I want is for you to be happy, and some cookies, I winked at her. You truly are unique, Hestia chuckled, I can hook you up with some cookies, courtesy of the mighty Hestia. I give you two a month or two, Freya stated, you two are like two pieces of a nerdy puzzle, that just fits, maybe 3 months depending on the war. Okay. Hestia chuckled. Oh, by the way, tell Odin. I am coming for him, that old man had it coming, and he would now get his, and he would not see it coming. Odin wanted me to give you this, Freya chuckled, giving me a note. I will see it coming, but bring it in bitch, Odin. I hate him, I sighed. Thank you for understanding me, Hestia hugged me. Forever and always, Hestia, I smiled, hugging her back. I can't say I will be ready anytime soon, perhaps I never will, but... Just don't ever leave me alone, I don't want to be alone again, Hestia muttered, tears rolling down my chest, I can't take being alone anymore, not being heard, not being important to anybody. Hestia, I will never, ever do that, I assured her, besides, you are the only one that can handle my problematic pranking ass. It is indeed a very pranking ass, Hestia nodded between giggles. Indeed, I chuckled. A very good ass, Freya said dreamily. Okay, let's go, I chuckled, teleporting a glaring Hestia away from Freya, the target of her glare. Odin POV. As soon as Adam left, I teleported to Freya and asked, so, how long do you give them before they fall for each other? More. Freya snorted, I think the question is, how long before they actually start being a couple? At that I nodded, sorry, I just, kinda ship them. Well, at much, I give them a few months before Hestia gives in, Freya chuckled, she's the one that needs to accept her feelings fully. Good, I sighed, everything was going according to my plan. Odin, the kid, his heart, his soul, they are almost gone, Freya stated, sending a glare my way, his aura was downright terrifying, a part of him wanted to rip me apart, the kid is hanging on a threat, a fragile one at that. I know, I nodded, Hestia is the reason he has yet to show what his father wants him to be. It scares me, Freya admitted, how something so pure has turned so dark, it's unsettling, I see him, and I see death walking amongst us, I see Hestia and I see a kind soul, and when he looks at her, that kindness soothes the beast inside of him. But for how long will this last, for how long before that kid just embraces what is inside him? He's not ready to face his reality, I stated, one day he would. I had seen it, in 2 possible timelines, out of 10 million ones, so there was still a chance, a 0.00001999999999999999998% chance of avoiding the end of times. He will get better, eventually, he will learn and grow, and one day he will have to face his demons instead of perpetually running away from them, but for now, Hestia is the key to his inner victory or his outdoing. I will never understand why you risk so much for a kid we barely know, Freya sighed. 143, Chapter 134. 20. UWU. After Freya revealed my true emotions to Hestia, I felt lighter, not because I thought Hestia was going to give me a chance, the chances of that were systematically null, but because I no longer had to pretend I didn't love her like that, and in a more selfish thought I liked the idea that if she ever decided to try something, it would be with me, and with no one else. As the war coming up, well, some things were starting to move in my favor, with more and more minor gods pledging their alliances with me, as for the things that weren't going in my favor, well. I was called by the Council of Rome to face their judgment for starting a war while connected with them. I suppose in a way, I can understand them. I was their supposed god of magic, one that not only had neglected his job with them but had also started a war with their alter egos without even notifying them, so, yeah, if I were them, I would also be mad, anyway. Jupiter was, at least according to the letter he sent, quite conflicted and angry with my decision, and had sent a letter full of passive-aggressive rage that somehow had been quite respectful, so seeing they didn't insult me or anything, I agreed to their invitation to face the Council of Rome. Of course, I took some precautions, like sending a magical construct that looked and felt exactly like me, one that I would remotely control to see what they wanted. With a smile, I teleported my construct to the Roman Pantheon. At my arrival, I was greeted by Mars and Phoebus, who both escorted me to the council room where Diana, Jupiter, and Juno awaited for me. Adamus, god of magic, god of Rome, you stand here for the crimes of starting a war without the approval of the council, how do you plead? Jupiter spoke as soon as I entered the room, his voice echoing in the room. God, someone needs to fix that echo, it's annoying. Guilty, I nodded, hearing my own voice echoing across the room. Someone really needs to fix that, wondering what would follow next. In accordance to the council, for breaking the rules, we hereby strip you of your realms, Jupiter declared, and I snorted. This had to be a joke, a bad one at that. The realm you guys gave me? I asked, trying to make sure I was hearing them correctly. Every realm within your possession, Diana answered, and at that, I kept my composure, and, who am I kidding, I laughed like a bastard, which is accurate, I am a bastard, a godly bastard, a sexy one it. Okay Adam, stop sucking your own dick. Back to the problem at hand, were they being serious? I looked at them and realized, they were, motherfuckers. Look Jups, I apologize for ignoring my duties. I really do, though those duties were never disclosed to me, but still, I am sorry, but if you think, I will give you my realms just because you and your council are throwing a temper tantrum, then guess again, I challenged. The moment you joined our pantheon, you agreed to be under my reign, Jupiter stated, his eyes fixed into mine. By that, any and all realms you have with you, belong to the Council of Rome, and by extension, me. Now hand over the realms of magic, war, violence, wisdom. He kept going on and on, listing the realms I had, without missing one. I see, I sighed. Well, allow me to elaborate upon my last statement, because it seems you can't understand me, Jupiter. If you want my realms, you are free to get them, off my cold dead hands that is. Child, don't start anything. Mars, the Roman counterpart of Ares, growled, we are giving you a peaceful choice, give up your realms, and leave. Frankly, I find the fact you guys think I will accept this, somehow more insulting than Dionysus thinking he had a chance against me. I laughed. Oh well, it was a good run here. At that I stood up from my chair, and waved at the council, let's keep in touch. Your insolence knows no bounds, Juno sighed, and the next thing I know is that my magical construct had a hole on his chest, a magical construct, crafty. She tickled her tongue, annoyed. I apologize you didn't pierce the real me, I deadpanned. You don't want to have us as enemies kid, Mars sighed, and, well, I was astonished. Mars and Ares had nothing in common, at all. You broke the rules. Rules that were never given to me, but okay. I gestured him to continue spotting his stupid points. Very well, Jupiter spoke, getting my attention. From this day forward, you are banished from Rome. Oh no, the place I ignored till now is out of my reach. Whatever shall I do? You are no longer welcomed here. Okay, I shrugged, destroying the construct in a violent explosion of confetti and pink glitter. Why? Well, because I will always have the last laugh. Diana POV. I looked at father, who was covered like everyone in the room, head to toes in pink glitter and confetti that said in bright letter I am a slutty god, and I couldn't help but wonder, why did he agree to let him go? Why banish him, instead of killing him? Father, why did you let him go? I asked, trying but failing to eliminate the confetti and glitter of my body. Because I am not sure I can beat him, Jupiter admitted, shocking everyone present. This was my attempt to bring him down, my attempt to weaken him. Alas, I failed, he chuckled. Surely you jest, Mars spoke up. He can't by any means take on all of us, and while I can believe he is on your level, at the very least, I don't think he can deal with all of us at once. Sure, we could take him. Jupiter nodded. In numbers, the uncertainty about if I can beat him or not would go away, but he's not alone, is he? Thor, Odin, Sun Wukong. So why even try? We would be bringing a violent war to our doors, one that we have no chance of winning. So, we just banish him? I asked, still shocked. We closed a chapter with him. Unprovoked, the kid is harmless, a sleeping lion if you wish. Kick the lion and you will hear him roar, Jupiter stated, making me wonder, was Adam such a big threat? Besides, if his family decided to help him, we would stand no chance. 144, Chapter 135. 20. UWU. After the Rome incident I was left thinking, was Jupiter a threat? Was he something I had to prepare to face in the long run, or would he actually let me be as long as I didn't intrude within his pantheon again? Not gonna lie. I was a bit tired. I already had a three-way war, and now there was a chance of this war becoming a four-way war, a gangbang war, a bit sexual, but everyone gets the problem. I suppose I can hire Heimdall to spy their movements. He did say he would do anything for a bag of Doritos, I hummed, wondering why specifically a bag of Doritos. I was more of a Pringles guy myself, but whatever. Oh great savior. The fuck? Well that's it, I finally lost it, 1 year without pranking and now I'm hearing voice, oh great violent Jesus. Saves us with your divine kick. Bring forth the kick of salvation, violent Jesus? Yep, I lost it. Adam, is everything alright? Odin asked, looking at me with some concern. I am hearing voices, they still haven't told me to kill you all, so I guess it's benign, I chuckled, as the voices continued, the name of our savior is Adam, Almighty One. Bring forth the violent cleansing to our souls. I see, Odin nodded, slowly walking away from me, while pulling out his phone and marking 911. Really? I snorted, oh great violent one. Bring thy pranking might to our souls. I have been waiting for this setup for years. Odin chuckled, and those voices? Totally normal, it means the humans worshipping you, actually think you are real, as in, they believe in you above anything else. I have worshippers. Humans don't know about me. Adam, all a new religion needs, is a human with a strong conviction to worship its god. Odin smiled, one human, starts a tsunami of change, and that's what humans call the power of faith. Alone they are weak, ants unworthy of our presence, but together, those little creatures can reach us, affect us, and more. It's both fascinating and mildly terrifying, he admitted with a chuckle. Okay, cool, but you are not getting the point. The only times I interact with humans is when I have too much sexual stress, unless, no, that sounds about right, so what? I fucked those women so good they started a religion. You know what, that doesn't sound bad, I actually feel flattered. Yeah, no, Odin snorted, was he insinuating my game was weak? I think it's best if you go and check for yourself. Fine, I sighed, focusing on the voices back again, locating their source, no idea why I didn't do that to begin with, but whatever. Well, Odin was right. Apparently one human is more than enough to start a religious cult, or a church. Then again, I'm half outer god, half Greek, so, half cult, half temple? Anyway, the point was that the crack addict I had almost killed while trying to find Ares to recover Zeus's master bolt had started a religion in my name, and what's more surprising was that, according to the pamphlets, there was one church in almost every state in the US. First, how? I met the guy a year or so ago, how the fuck does he starts a religion and spreads that shit like an STD on drugs so fast? And two, how come I didn't see this shit before? Is this your first time in the Church of Our Lord? A random lady asked, and I nodded, wonderful, I hope his mighty kick enlightens your soul like it did with me. What? I think this is the first time in my life I feel so confused yet intrigued, and based on that, I decided to stay, and little by little as they, sermon? Or, whatever it is priests do in church do, my wild confusion morphed into amusement. Apparently, I would descend and roundhouse kick those ready to ascend a higher plane. Do you have any idea how ridiculously hilarious that sounds? And that is why the priest stopped mid-sentence, the man I had almost killed with a single kick. He stopped talking and looked at me, and in tears he kneeled. There goes my incognito mode, you grace us with your presence, yep. Well, you know what? Maybe not, it's not like people automatically believe him. My lord. Every single one of them kneeled a few seconds after the man said that. Well, I had my fun, I sighed, snapping my fingers and sending everyone but the priest to sleep. My lord. I have devoted my life to you, the ex-crackhead said, his eyes shining with devotion. So, kicking. I chuckled. You kicked my demons away. Almighty One. This is weird. Alright, just, don't tell others violence is the answer. I mean it is, no math teacher can grade a test if he's dead. But the point is, I don't want people starting shit in my name. Oh no. Of course not, your magnificence. The priest shook his head, we know only you can bring forth the cleansing violence, we are but boxing bags full of sins waiting for your mighty uppercut or kick to clean our souls, we must spread the peace, so that you can violently clean our souls. Met, good enough, I shrugged, they should be waking up in a minute or two, I made so they had dreams of me kicking the shit out of them, it felt fitting, until next time, I waved, heading towards the door. Oh, and before I forget, with him starting a religion in my name, I felt it was my duty to give him something, which is why I cured him of everything, and by everything I meant everything drugs did to his body. Oh, the pleasures of magic, you should feel better. I thank you my lord, but if you have time. I have one request, if permitted this lowly servant of yours wants to ask something, I kind of feel like I need to say no homo, should I say no homo? Sure shot, I nodded. Can you cute little Timmy? At that the priest opened a door, and a kid in a wheelchair entered the room. His life energy was so low, no wonder I didn't put him to sleep like the rest. He is quadriplegic, and has every cancer known to man. Holy shit. How is that possible? I asked, losing my cool. He even has some types of cancers doctors have no idea how to call. What in the actual fuck, and that's not the worst part. It's not. He also somehow has every other disease known to man, and he's blind. Okay, that can't be real. I stated, scanning the kid with my magic. And holy shit, it's real. Holy, how is he still alive? He even had hepatitis A through Z, and yes, I know there aren't that many hepatitises. His parents are anti-vax. Oh well, that explains it. Can you heal me? Timmy asked, pushing his frail disease-ridden body. Of course, then I will curse your parents, I nodded, moving my hand forward to heal him. Can you kick me? What? I want to be healed with the mighty kick of my lord. I don't like this anymore. Sure, why not, fuck it, I sighed, charging my foot with healing magic before I kicked the kid through a wall. Roadhouse. I can see. Timmy shouted from the street. I was a good god. 145, Chapter 136. 20. UWU. After kicking little Timmy through a 5-story building, I decided to have a talk with his anti-vax parents. It was for the best. Look, what you two are doing is stupid, borderline retarded, and I'm not using the word retarded in the mentally challenged way, but in the retarded way. But oh great savior, we don't trust doctors and their vials of autisms. Karen, the mother of Timmy, replied, yep, her name is Karen, not surprising though. Vaccines don't give autism. I almost shouted, talking with you two does. I was moments away from killing them, or turning them into flies, either way worked. But oh gracious God, we know they do. The son of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a neighbor of a neighbor of an acquaintance said the child of his twice-removed cousin is a victim of the vaccine mafia. Mark, the father of Timmy, spoke, his eyes shining with ignorance. I eyed the two for a second. Ah dear me, I shuddered, feeling my nose dripping with my golden ichor. Are you okay? Karen asked. I have some essential oils and crystals that can clean your energy, cue for my nosebleed to intensify. Yes, I'm okay, just having an aneurysm out of sheer stupidity, I sighed, wiping my nose. Oh, wow, didn't think you were that stupid, Mark chuckled, I guess even our God has its faults. Already, I snapped my fingers, turning them into rats. I don't know what's worse, that they actually believed in the vaccine mafia, or that I wasted 2 hours talking with them. Heck, I don't think even Miss J can teach these fuckers common sense, I sighed, noticing the anti-vax rats squeaking at my feet, maybe begging me to turn them back to normal. Seeing you two love disease so much, I have graciously decided to allow you two to be carriers of disease. Be careful with the cats though. My parents? Little Timmy asked, as he entered the room. They are rats now, I answered. Oh thank God, I mean, oh no, Timmy, who was elated at first, then tried to pretend he was sad. It's not a sin in my religion to not like your parents, I informed little Timmy. Oh, then, thank God, Timmy sighed. I eyed the kid, not sure if his clear hate to his parents was hilarious, or sad. Well, don't get sick anytime soon, kiddo, I waved at him, and with a magical poof that left 4 words behind, I don't give a fuck, I disappeared. Don't worry, Mama, Papa, if you two get sick. I will spray some rock water all over you, like you two did with me. I will help you as much as you helped me. Timmy smiled with a dark tone, as the 2 rats that once were his parents sighed happily, feeling Timmy would take good care of them with their essential oils, and rocks. Even in the end, the 2 rats were stupid. Well, having a religion is not something I expected or wanted. Oh well, if they make me stronger by believing I will beat the crap out of them on day, so be it. They are free to believe I will, because I might. So, how was your religion? Odin asked, a smirk pasted on his face. Well, I turned 2 people into rats, healed 1 kid that by no means should be alive with a roundhouse kick, and knocked up all my followers with magic. I hummed, I'd said about normal. I killed my first group of followers, Odin chuckled, so I guess your first day with them was better than mine. Heck, your religion has more people than ours, he smiled. A bit of a morbid fact, but who am I to judge? Neat. So what are your plans for the Romans? Odin asked, changing the subject of our conversation. Well, for now, I will leave them alone, but at one point I will face them. I want Hestia to be whole again, and Vesta is part of that whole. Also, if I truly want to kill Zeus, I have to kill Jupiter, so, I guess in the end, I will end up waging a war against them too. Not that I had anything against them, but I had no guarantee Zeus would pop from out of Jupiter if I only killed Jupiter. I see, Odin sighed. Well, not that I don't enjoy our conversations, but I have to go. I had some stuff to take care of before finishing for the day, like finding a way to add Hestia to my religion, without splitting her in two like it happened with Vesta. Bye, Odin chuckled. Hestia POV. Adam had come back from his little adventure, and, well, apparently he now had a religion, meaning he finally had humans worshipping him. So, you kicked poor little Timmy? I asked, in shock. Poor little kid. It was a healing kick, Adam nodded, literally, and by literally I mean I literally kicked the sick out of him. Oh, well, then I suppose it's all right, I giggled, a bit unorthodox, but he helped someone, and that's what mattered, not the process, and besides it's not like Adam to do anything in a predictable way. Then I turned his parents into rats, Adam chuckled, and left. Poor people. Adam. I was shocked. They were antivac people, Adam clarified. Oh, yeah. F them, I nodded, anti-vac parents were the worst, poor little Timmy. But yet, today has been a very eventful day, Adam chuckled, so. Wanna watch a movie? He offered after a second of silence. With untamed emotion I jumped from my seat and tackled him into a hug. I will take this violent yet adorable tackle as a yes, he chuckled. You pick the movie, I'll cook the snacks, I giggled, running off to the kitchen. It's been a long time since I had time to just hang out with him. 146, Chapter 137. 20. UWU. After a long weekend of movies with Hestia, I decided to see how my camp was doing, finding out that Annabeth was missing. Needless to say, I decided it was upon myself to find her, not necessarily to bring her back, but to find out why she had left. With a smile I searched the earth for her with my magic, finding she was for some reason in the desert, but something was off, her energy was different, almost as if someone was trying to mimic her mana signature. Odd, very odd. There was no doubt this was a trap, one that I would take nonetheless. Taking a deep breath, gathering my mental fortitude for whatever was to come, I teleport to where I had felt her. The desert was empty, except for the motionless body of Annabeth on the ground. For a moment I reeled back in horror, but forced myself to remember how the mana signature felt off, and with that thought in mind I scanned the body, a fake, a very good one, but a fake nonetheless. Now the question was, who was behind all this? As I pondered over this problematic situation, I felt something approaching my location dangerously fast. With my mana sense I was able to see it was a massive ball of flames and molten core that had both magical and physical attributes beyond anything I had seen. It was the perfect balance between the two. Using my powers, I created a dimensional hole to transport the attack to outer space. I could have teleported out of the way, but this way I was sending a message to my attacker, that I had more than one trick up my sleeve. It's nice to finally have time to ourselves. Don't you think? A man with 4 arms and 5 golden eyes appeared, his entire demeanor shouting one thing, confidence. I have no idea who you are nor what you want from me, I sighed, and to be honest, I really don't care. At that I shot a pure mana blast at the man, because I simply had no intentions of fighting anyone right now, so with that in mind I decided to obliterate him. Besides, considering his power was below even the likes of Priapus, I doubted he was the one behind the Annabeth thing. This was destined to be easy, but instead of running like he should have, or begging for his life, the man simply smiled and proceeded to block my attack with the palm of one of his forehands, absorbing the power that came with it. That's rude. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you to be away from them? The mysterious creature looked at me and chuckled, all while I was still processing how he did what he did. If I had to take a guess, his powers operated similarly to my weapon, but that was all I had in the lines of theories. All right, I'll take the bait. Who are you, and what have you done with Annabeth? I asked, realizing 2 things. 1, whoever this man was, he had the power to hide his true power better than anyone I have met so far, and 2, he was clearly more than he wanted others to believe. That confidence is not the confidence of a minor god. My name is Shiva, the strange god bowed. I, the Hindu god of creation and destruction, also known by many as the king of the Hindu pantheon. I eyed the god for a moment, before speaking again. That didn't answer my question. What have you done with Annabeth, and what do you want from me? Oh, the girl. I dunno, I just created a copy of her to lure you here, like I was told to, and what I want from you? Well, I want to kill you. Shiva smiled, 4 of his 5 eyes opening with excitement. I can't have one Monday where someone doesn't want to kill me. Who told you to lure me here? I asked, rubbing my temples. If you survive, I'll tell ya. Shiva smirked. Now, let's bring forth the beginning of all creation and destruction. Oh, we. Saying catchphrases now. Okay, I can do it. Here I go. Let's bring forth poorly thinked magic tricks for kids, and animal balloons that all look like a snake. I chuckled. Oh, I get it. Birthday magician for kids. Good one. Shiva laughed. As Shiva laughed with excitement, I couldn't help but wonder, who had sent him for me, and most importantly, who had the pull to convince one of the Pantheon kings to hunt me down. before we start this, why are you doing this? I mean, I don't recall doing anything to you or your pantheon. Nothing really, kid, but after I heard Thor, Odin, and Sun Wukong himself had trained you, I decided to accept the proposal I was given to off you off the board, nothing personal. I just want a good fight, Shiva replied. Alright, time to retract my last statement, considering all this God wants is a good fight, and that he agreed to hunt me upon realizing who my teachers were. Literally anyone could have convinced him to do this, like even little Timmy, his involvement literally needs no pull, whatsoever. Fair enough, I sighed. So are you ready? Shiva asked, flames bursting around him as the earth around his broke on the wake of his immense power. Not quite, I still have to find Annabeth, so, rain check for this fight, you cool with that? I offered. Sure, why not? Shiva shrugged, you see like a guy I can trust, so, same place next week. Next month, I mean, if I lose and die. I have to work the logistics of that, like who to leave in charge, get a sitter for the kids, and stuff, and by that I actually meant asking Odin everything he knew about Shiva. I was eager to fight, but not to die because I went into a fight blind. I ain't Toph. Oh, of course, don't even tell me about it, logistics are the worst, which reminds me. I have a party that day, how about the third Friday of next month? Sounds fair. Shiva offered, pulling out a calendar out of thin air. Yep, I am definitely free to die or kill someone that day. I snorted at that. Well, then it's a date, scratch that, sounds weird, but yeah, we'll see each other then. See ya then, Shiva nodded, and teleported out of the desert. What a nice guy, maybe we can drink a beer after all of this is over. Wait, can Hindu gods consume alcohol? We'll have to research that. 147, Chapter 138. 20. UWU. According to Odin, Shiva is a carefree, proud, and powerful god. That has shown over his life massively problematic violent tendencies, even clashing against Zeus himself more than once. According to Odin, their fights had set humanity back a few thousand years, more than once. Meaning his power was at least equal to the Greek king. This made this fight all the more impossible to win. And that was only one of problems. Annabeth was still missing, and someone had used her disappearance to try and eliminate me, but who? Cronus, he was a possibility, but thanks to the seals keeping his body and power incomplete, he lacked the magic power to do such thing, meaning that at least for now he was minor threat, one that had no hopes of kidnapping a demigod from my world, which brought a different problem altogether. My world was sealed from the main reality most gods resided, operating in a plane of existence that had no tether to the human world, meaning no one but the ones I had allowed had access to my world, so whoever had kidnapped Annabeth was within my ranks. In short, I had a traitor swimming amongst my people, but who? I had several gods working under me, some with possible reasons to want me gone, like Heracles trying to get the favor of his father with my head. No, Heracles was more of a I tackle my problems guy, and Hebe was very similar to Hestia, meaning they weren't the culprit. Besides, whoever was targeting me knew of my relationship with Annabeth, something that wasn't common knowledge, not because I had tried to hide it, but because nobody actually cared about my life prior my godhood. With those parameters, I had narrowed my search to a few. Hades, Persephone, and Athena, and considering Hades and Persephone had had their chances of betraying me multiple times, the only plausible culprit was Athena, which made no sense. I had her realms, why would she try to kill me, risking the chance of me discovering her plot? It made no sense. Then again, if she was actually the one behind my upcoming fight with the Hindu king, I had to admit her plan was remarkably smart. It basically meant she had bought my trust with sacrifice, like giving me access to her realms in order to stab me when I least expect it. But even then, it made no sense. She had to know I would connect the dots to her. She was no idiot. She had to know I would figure out what she was planning. This thought alone made me doubt, if the answer was so obvious, perhaps it wasn't the answer. Hestia, I called, and she appeared through the hearth of my room. Yes? Hestia inquired, worried, mostly because I would never summon her through the hearth unless it was absolutely necessary. I looked at her for a moment, and hugged her. I need you to stay on Asgard for a bit. Even if I wasn't sure if Athena was the culprit, I had to play it safe. If she was, Hestia would be at her mercy, in my world. After me, Athena was the most powerful being, meaning she could easily force Hestia back to Olympus if she happened to be the traitor. Why? Hestia muttered, her tone full of worry. Well, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling, I have a traitor amongst the gods I have recruited. I answered her, my main suspect is Athena, but I can't be sure. Perhaps there wasn't even a traitor around at all, and this was my paranoia talking, but even if I was being a bit paranoid I had to avoid taking unnecessary risks. In Asgard if Athena or anyone tried to kidnap her, they would face the full night of Asgard, with the likes of Odin and Thor keeping her safe, something I can't do at all times. That, and, since the day Athena had suggested it was best for me to keep Hestia here, a red flag had been raised. She almost sounded demanding that day, and that was odd. Well, I trust your judgment, Hestia sighed. I really hope she isn't the one you are looking for. I was somewhat happy to have my niece with me. I promise I will be as lenient as I can if it happens to be her, I promised Hestia. It's not like I had to kill all my enemies, some could be imprisoned, at least the ones that were no threats to my current cause. I trust your judgment, Adam, Hestia smiled, her hand touching my cheek ever so lightly. I promised you a long time ago, that as long as you wanted me by your side I would stand there, and like I said that day. I will not approve of some decisions, because they are not in my nature, but no matter what you do, I will always stand by your side. Thanks, I smiled, wondering how could such simple words make me feel so at ease. She was like a drug, an antidepressant one, that kept me from going mad. Hestia laughed. Maybe I can sell that. Now, I better start packing, Hestia giggled. Oh, maybe I can do a girl's day with Freya, Frigg, and Honey, with spa and everything. Sure, sounds grand, I laughed. Heck, I might even join you girls, I winked. As much as I would love to have you there, Hestia chuckled, I want some girl time. She declared, her cheeks puffing up adorably, like a tiny cute squirrel. As you wish, I bowed dramatically. Shiva POV. Adam was a fun guy, he even made plans to fight me. What a good guy. I can already imagine the fun I will have, clashing against the newest god around. He seemed powerful, and very chill, so a 10 on my books. You were supposed to kill him. The one that had, technically hired me to kill him said, appearing out of nowhere, you left him escape. I would watch my tone if I were you, I reminded my contractor, that I could just as easily blow her head off if she kept pushing me beyond my limits. What guarantee do you have that he will actually come to fight you? What a bowl of ignorance, of course he would come. I could see it on his eyes, the same fire I have within me, the same desire to bring forth our might into combat, destroying and creating in our wake. I just know, I grinned, besides it seemed fair, you gave me a list of all his powers, at least the ones you know about, so I decided it was only fair to let him ask Odin about me. That, was to give you an advantage. I glared at her, my hands curling into fists. I apologize for my outburst. Next time you forget your place, I will kill you. I threatened. No, that wasn't a threat, that was a promise. 148, Chapter 139. 20. UWU. After making sure Hestia was safe and sound in Asgard, with everything she needed, I went back to my world to put some extra spells around, spells that would help me catch the one behind, Shiva coming after me, or at the very least, point me towards the right direction. You must be Adam, Heracles smiled, a smile devoid of feeling. Is there anything I can do around here? I sighed, this being king business was not to my liking. I'm still figuring out certain things, Heracles, but fear not, I will find something worthy of your particular skill set. Did you hear that? Hebe, the daughter of Zeus and Hera, the half-sister of Heracles who also happened to be his wife, smiled as she approached us. I told you he would. I would. What woman? Never mind. You know what, I have a great idea, Heracles. I actually need some help, from the two of you actually. What? The god of strength asked, somewhat eager. I think there is a traitor walking amongst us, I informed them. My reasoning behind this was, if they were the traitors they would rush their plans, getting sloppy. If they weren't, this would get me an extra pair of eyes and ears around. I need you to keep an eye open, and report anything out of the ordinary to me. Wonderful. Hebe nodded eagerly. I mean, that you gave us that task, not that we have a traitor. That is not cool at all. Heracles eyed me for a second, his hand tightening around his massive golden club. How can you be sure it's not us? Intriguing question, I had to admit. I can't, I winked at them. Everyone's a suspect, even you two. Oh my, Hebe muttered. Then why ask us to do this? Heracles all but growled. Easy now, tiger, you don't want to clash with me, I chuckled. As for why I'm doing this, well, you could say I'm an idiot at times, an idiot with ideas so crazy they usually worked. Heracles looked at me, and laughed. I see, well, you can count on us. Or not, that's still up for debate, I chuckled, reminding them, they were still suspects. Now don't spread the news like an STD, believe it or not, one of the reasons I have recruited you two is because no one will ever expect you two working directly under me. Everyone believes there is some tension between us because of your dear old daddy. I hate him, Heracles muttered loudly, his eyes turning red as marks covered his body in red lines. He took everything from me, he let her. Took everything from me. My family. My freedom. Who would have thought? Zeus is a bad father, I chuckled sarcastically. Glad to hear you hate him, I know I do, so let's make a club. I winked, pointing to his weapon, a massive golden club as a pun, but he did not laugh, or even blinked for that matter. Get it? Let's make a club, like your weapon. It's a pun, Hebe whispered to him. Ha, Heracles laughed, and by laugh I mean he gave me the most fake laugh anyone could ever produce. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined, I sighed. Well, off you go to your mission, I have a training montage to go through if I want to beat or at least survive Shiva. What? Was the last thing I heard Heracles say, as I teleport to Brazil, where I would fight Sun Wukong and Thor for a month, non-stop, in the hopes of achieving the heights required to defeat the Hindu god. After I teleport to Brazil, I flew directly to where Sun Wukong and Thor were hanging, hanging. Anyway, as soon as I arrived at their location, they looked at me and nodded. They knew why I was here, to get beaten into the best possible shape I could in less than a month. Ready for it? Sun asked. Not gonna lie, was kinda missing my favorite punch bag, the Monkey King snorted. Hilarious, but yes. I'm ready, I chuckled. So training montage, Thor nodded, mostly to himself. Yep, I nodded. Creed level? Thor inquired. Better, if I wanted to get stronger, I needed the best training montage ever. Blood sport? Thor asked, and once again I shook my head. Better, I told you. I stated. Rocky, got it, Thor nodded, and for a moment we looked serious. That moment however lasted a few seconds at much, as we both broke into a fit of laughter. All right, enough messing around, time to beat you up. Fair enough, I sighed, wishing training montages were a thing. Cronus POV. Luke had been killed or worse at the hands of Adam, messing my entire idea to use the kid as a vessel. One more reason to kill the kid. Unfortunately for me, that was completely out of my reach. With the power I had, at best I could face a minor god. What a deplorable fate for the one that was destined to rule it all. But his mother once said, patience is the key to victory. And if I had learned something this last few thousand years is to be patient. Adam and Zeus would kill each other, and I would burn what's left of them. After all, time it's unavoidable, no matter what you do or where you go, time will eventually catch up with you. This was not to say I didn't have other backup plans. Amongst my plans there was kidnapping Hestia, so that I could control the kid. And last but no least, waking up my mother, Gaia, so that she could kill those brats opposing my rightful right to rule. Either way, all plans lead to the same avenue, my victory, no matter what. I would get what I deserved, I would rule the world once more, leading the Titans to a new era, where gods were no more. My lord, someone is here to see you, she wants to speak about Adam. I wonder, who could it be? 149, Chapter 140. 20. UWU. Nyarlathotep POV. I had been in the beginning and I would be in the end of all things, but I wanted more than that, more than I had, more than I could ever have. I wanted to rule all reality, making humanity, gods, demons, and everyone else in between suffer beyond the limitations of my prison in the outer. I wanted to be free of the shackles the long dream of Azathoth had created, and Adam was the key for that success, a better attempt at creating a door than Uganach, and it was no surprise at Wash I had not only handpicked Leto for her unique power to create children with exceptional capabilities, but I had also picked Adam, a sick kid from the magicless reality where all realities leaked. I had given him all the tools to succeed in his life, the Grimery, a new beginning, and so much more. I had reincarnated him a meaningless human into an outer god, one that would live through my waking. Everything was falling according to my plans, and soon Adam would be the first functional gate to all realities, the first functional gate able to withstand the passing of an outer god into the physical realm. I could almost taste it, the utter despair of all living beings witnessing the end of times, the futile attempts of the so-called gods trying to repel me. What a wonderful sight to behold it will be. For now though, I had to wait for Adam to complete a few extra steps into his descent to madness. I will never help you, I could still hear his voice echoing in my head. Poor foolish boy, everything you have done, it's because I have willed it. Freedom has never been within your grasp. Lilith Outer. Just a few moons ago I had found out, father had sired a new kid with a Greek goddess. Bad taste from father, but it mattered not. What was important was that I had a brother, which was a wonderful surprise itself. Perhaps siring a child with him would prove beneficial for the great ones. After all, according to Loban, Adam was an outer god, that yet to be fully awoken. I can only imagine the monstrosities he will do once his fragile humanity is shattered. The mere thought of my little brother destroying everything in his wake makes me wet, in all the right places. Only I could carry his seed as it was intended, because only I could properly birth a monster worthy of being his child, our child. Finally I would have a child worthy of my love, a child that would rule the nightmares of mortals by haunting the night. But that would have to wait, until I collected his seed, so for now, I would simply sit by and wait for my little brother to retrieve what rightfully belonged to him, and in the process show him, what he really is, and that he has no need to play king with those inferior creatures that he is ruling. Athena POV. There was no doubt Adam suspected of me, or everyone for that matter, after he moved Hestia back to Asgard. I knew there had to be something wrong, something related to the disappearance of Annabeth. Perhaps he thought I was responsible for it, Or perhaps he thought I was to blame for the appearance of the Hindu king. Either way, Adam was acting according to his instincts, keeping the one person that could become a liability, a weakness away from where he felt the traitor was. And while some gods will feel offended with this once they find out, I found this to be most exceptional for me. If I found the traitor, I would win the favor of the future king of Olympus, and I was not one to shy from a challenge. Whoever this traitor was had not only targeted Adam but had targeted one of my children. It couldn't be someone from here, no one had the power nor the resources to do such a thing, especially considering Shiva was involved. Whoever it was, had connections, and a strong grudge against Adam. But who? Adam POV. Being able to actually fight Sun Wukong and Thor was satisfying to say something. I mean, do you have any idea how frustrating it is to lose a fight in less than a second? Well, that was my life before. Now, it took each hours to defeat me, meaning I was actually learning something, like Sun can make millions of clone that somehow retain a big chunk of his power without weakening him. 2. Thor was rather easy to rile up in combat, and 3. We all enjoyed snack breaks. The point was, I was finally learning something from them, and while the fact they were still more powerful than me was still there, actually no, that wasn't right. Our powers were somewhat evenly matched, but what they actually had over me was thousands of years of experience, something I was getting by fighting them. Was I going to be ready to face Shiva in a hopefully friendly match? Not sure, but at the very least, I would be closer to that point after my training ended. Shiva is a very destructive fighter, Sun Wukong said, and no, that is not a pun. I think Wook has been spending too much time with me to expect that. He relies of bursts of power, with the sole intention to overwhelm his opponent. Thor nodded. He's either playing with you, or all in, there is no in between. With him it's all or nothing, and by all I mean he will start with his most powerful attacks, not giving a fuck if you survive them or not. Why can't the god of I don't know, flowers and grass challenge me? Oh wait, I killed him. I would recommend you to go to the fight already in your divine form, if you wish to survive, that is. Sun sighed. Anyway, enough talk, let's get to it. I don't know why, but I have a feeling things won't be so bad with Shiva. In fact, I had a feeling our battle would end in friendly terms. Then again, I also thought Zeus was kinda normal at one point, so there was a chance of me being incredibly wrong. I guess I'll see. 150, Update. Hello my sexy readers, this is a note to let everyone know I won't be posting any updates for a few days, because I am currently working on the ending for this novel. After I finished the novel in Patreon I will restart the daily updates. Leave your questions down below. As for my next project, I will start posting for Twilight and another novel on a daily basis a week after the end of this novel. The other novel is a secret. 151, Corn for updates. Alright, my sexy readers. I am back with news. The novel will restart updates this upcoming Sunday. I already have 22 out of the 24 chapters ready to end the novel. So wanted to update y'all. Stay tuned. Ow. 152, Chapter 141. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. The day to battle Shiva had arrived. A month of training with Thor and Sun Wukong had enlightened me about the limits of my power, which helped me understand how to fight more efficiently. Either way, I was ready to face Shiva, or so I thought, because as I made my way to where we had agreed to meet, I felt something moving swiftly towards me. It felt familiar, in a distant sense. Curiosity took the best of me, and I decided to wait for the unknown entity that was making its way towards me. Eventually the entity arrived, shocking me to the core, mostly because I didn't expect what I was currently seeing, a monster devoid of human form standing in front of me. A monster whose flesh had no skin, and that it oozed out black blood on its wake. The creature had no eyes, but I knew it could still see me somehow. It was a bizarre feeling, but I knew the entity could see me. On his decayed hand the monster had a giant spear that seemed to be made of some sort of stone. I couldn't really tell for sure, for his blood covered most of the weapon, making it hard to give an accurate analysis. For a second, we both stood there silent. It was as if I had forgotten how to speak. The entity was terrifying. It reminded me of the time I saw the face of my father, and with the ever-creeping silence, this feeling simply grew in size, until the creature screeched throughout the night by opening both of its massive jaws. Its screech was horrendous and somehow seemed to hurt me just from listening to it. Well, there is no doubt, you belong to that side of my family, don't you? I chuckled, recovering my composure as the creature approached me in a challenging manner, his jaws and body dripping with black acid blood that melted the ground. Black blood like mine, however mine didn't melt the earth like acid, I had to admit, for the first time since my ass was dropped in here. I am genuinely lost. For one, I have no idea what in the name of Tartarus is the creature in front of me, and two, for what purpose had someone sent it? I sighed, and looked at the monster with a wild grin. Well, too bad for you, ugly, but I am not in the mood to play, I stated, going immediately into the max power I could handle in my base form. The creature hissed, and seemed to be dissuaded from approaching so casually now. with a smile I drew my weapon and made my way over to the creature, just in case it had something I had to be careful about. However, the hesitation my power had instilled in the creature was short-lived. As the creature rushed at me, forcing our weapons to clash, immediately I noticed something. While my weapon was able to block his attacks, this attacks had no essence, no core, nor physical, nor magical, which shouldn't be possible. For a while, we traded a flurry of blows that made me thankful for the training I had taken. Whatever this creature was about Ares in terms of power and technique. But unlike Ares, the entity adapted to my fighting style shockingly fast as it started to swing his spear recklessly, making his attacks nearly unpredictable. "All right," I muttered, teleporting away from it. "Burn." I snapped my fingers, summoning an inferno of flames around it, but instead of burning, the creature seemed unfazed by what was happening to its surroundings, almost as if the fire was nothing but a breeze to him. Not a good time to fuck me, Murphy," I sighed, changing my approach to a more direct one, a beam of pure and concentrated mana. This time, the attack had an effect. Not sure if the effect was good or not, but the point was the attack had pierced the creature, and while this might sound good and all, the creature regenerated the wound immediately, thus negating any progress whatsoever. Great, I sighed in annoyance, trying to think of a different approach. If magic wasn't the answer, perhaps brute strength was. As I pondered how to kill the beast, the monster practically teleported in front of me in a burst of speed as it took a big swing with the intention to bisect me, destroying several mountains in the process, and killing thousands of humans that lived around the area. With a single thought I teleported to his side, getting a second to fully absorb the amount of destruction a single swing had caused. "You bastard," I growled in anger, slamming my fist into his head. With a hiss, the creature looked up at me, only to get kicked into outer space. "Death, walk among us." The monster hissed, as his body reached escape velocity. "Right you are, and it's my foot in your ass," I growled, as the creature collected itself and looked at me menacingly. "Death, walk among us," the creature repeated, throwing its spear with devastating force back to earth as it transformed its arms into blades. With a sigh as the transformation took place, I teleported the spear that if I let unattended would have destroyed an entire fucking continent. This apparently annoyed the creature beyond my wildest expectations, and in a fit of something akin to rage attacked me while it screeched, making my ears bleed, which by the way made no sense. There should be no sound in the VA. Forget it, Adam, you are fighting a monster. Logic is out of the window. "Death walks among us," the creature repeated every 3 seconds on the clock as his attacks grew heavier and heavier, pushing me back more and more. "Aren't you a eloquent talker?" In a fit of creativity, I decided to mold my weapon into a new shape, a sword. In theory this idea was very possible, because my weapon was a part of me, ergo it should obey my commands. Of course this was an idea based of nothing, because I had never needed to change its shape before, but, considering none of the attacks I was intercepting had anything to absorb, the shape my weapon currently had was useless. It worked. Neat, I grinned, cutting the arms of the creature, who once again regenerated immediately. Well, this is going to be a long night, isn't it? At that I took a deep breath, because one way or another, this creature would die. 153, Chapter 142. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. Odin POV. Like every Tuesday, I was having a party in my hall, everyone was drinking and dancing, and of course, fighting. I smiled at the sight and looked up to the sky. Nights like this made my life worth it, a night of family forged by bonds, sharing a meal together. "Do you think Adam will win?" Thor asked me, mouth full, while taking a big bite out of his roasted ham, that Hestia had prepared for him and everyone. I was about to answer, but the entire party went silent at the sound of a terrifying screech. Someone had breached my realm. I instantly jumped out of my throne, summoning my spear and made my way where I had heard the sound, to see what it was. "Whoever entered Valhalla must be looking for death itself," Thor barked, hammer in hand. "Don't lower your guard, whatever it is." "I can't see with my powers," I stated as I looked beside me to see Thor, Tyr, and Frigg ready for battle, along with some other Asgardians. "This feels dark." Hestia spoke in a calm voice as she approached us. "Take Hestia and the kids to the vault, it is the safest place in all Asgard," I ordered my son Tyr as I turned to address my subjects. "Everyone grab your weapons and fight to the end," I told them. Taking a deep breath, Thor, Frigg, and I made our way out to where the sound was coming from, and in shock we saw the most terrifying sight we had seen in eons. Demonic entities of the outer eating our warriors, outer beings. "This can't be, the gate has not opened yet," I muttered, as Thor jumped at the creature, blasting it out of the castle with a single attack. But the creature was not alone. From the shadows more of his peers came to view, by the looks of it, hundreds, each and every single one of them with the power to face a god. "Father!" Heimdall shouted, cutting one of the creatures in two as he landed beside me. "All the realms are under attack." "The 9 worlds?" I asked in shock, and Heimdall shook its head, all the realms, every single pantheon is being swarmed by the creatures. All the realms, meaning every living god was the target of this attack, which also meant, Adam's father was not to blame. I refuse to hide while you fight. That voice, Hestia, I don't like violence, but I won't let you all fight alone. She added with resolve. Adam will kill me. I cursed with a chuckle, as I felt the pressure from one of the creatures roar. The roar was so powerful many covered their ears in shock. Hestia helped the kids evacuate to the vault, and then come back, I ordered. On it, Hestia nodded, teleporting out of the area. He's going to get himself killed. I heard Heimdall curse under his breath, and with a look of puzzlement from everyone present he elaborated, Adam is currently fighting at least a dozen of these creatures as we speak. Focusing on where Adam was, I reached his location with my Norse sight and saw what Heimdall had said. Adam was indeed currently struggling against the very same beasts that were attacking Asgard. Closing my connection I spoke, he will manage, and so will we. Zeus POV. One moment I was having sex with a smoking hot barista from the best cafe place in New York, and the next moment I find myself battling creatures that should by all means be long forgotten. How did they enter our realm? I scream in anger, as I pushed 6 of entities with a lighting blast from my master bolt, that while it had managed to destroy a big part of their bodies, it was entirely meaningless for they regenerated the damage in less than a second. How the fuck do you kill these things? If I knew. You think I would be struggling with them? Hera shouted, blasting one of the creatures away from her. I bet this attack is coming from that brat. I stated, but Apollo shook his head. Adam is on the same hole, Dad. Apollo shouted, heck, he has it worse. If it wasn't Adam then, who? Sun Wukong POV. Well, this one was new, being chased by demons of the outer that apparently jack off to damage. Buddha buddy, any idea how to kill these things? I asked him. We must find their core, otherwise they will tire us out, Buddha explained. Great, I muttered, blasting one of the monster with my weapon, destroying his entire body, only to once again, regenerate. Alright, they either don't have a core, which would mean we are fucked, or, the core is not within them. Buy me 10 minutes, Buddha said, getting into a meditation pose. I will reach enlightenment about this, but I need time. Well, it's not like I have any other option, I sighed, getting ready to face the hundreds of immortal monsters by myself. You better find the answer soon, I chuckled, jumping into the swarm of beasts with a wild grin. Athena POV. Monster had invaded the realm of Adam, and had little by little started to push me and the other gods back. If this continued, we would eventually be killed. This monsters, while clearly somewhat weaker than me, had proven to be impossible to kill. No attack dealt lasting damage, and to add more salt to the situation, they seemed to lack pain receptors, making our battle with them harder than it had to be. This is getting ridiculous. Heracles shouted, smashing one of the monsters with his club, saving a demigod in the process. No matter how bad I smash them, they just regenerate. All beings have a weakness, for them it is clearly not their body, otherwise we would have won this invasion a long time ago, I stated, as I tried their weakness. There had to be something I was missing. Well, you better find the weakness soon, sister, or we will die. Heracles shouted. 154, Chapter 143. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. Unknown POV. Long forgotten, discarded from what it was my purpose, everything I was mean to be, came to an end the moment Adam was born. His very existence brought forth upon me the end of my purpose. His birth, his coming stole the very thing that gave my existence a purpose, and now I would steal everything from him, his friends, his world, his enemies, it would be all mine to destroy. For thousands of years, I gathered power from the outer cosmos, energy to enact my plan, creating an army of unstoppable monsters capable of eliminating gods and mortals with ease. My new reason to exist would take time to fully accomplish, but time was all I had, and time I would invest. Adam and everything he had ever loved, hated, ignored, and more would soon come to an end, and Father would see the error of his ways replacing me. Adam POV. Killing the monsters that had all of the sudden attacked me on my way to battle Shiva, took. Sometimes, they were weaker than me, but what made them incredible foes was how they operated. They were relentless, no pain, no break, they just kept on fighting to the bitter end, never showing any signs of losing their drive or energy. It was vexing how they never slowed down, when I myself at more than one point was starting to lose my breath. Killing what it seemed to be truly unkillable was a long and tedious process that involved a lot of trial and error. After realizing their bodies would regenerate no matter how much damage I dealt, I decided to change my approach. I told myself, Adam, nothing is truly immortal, at least not within this realm of existence, which meant I wasn't tackling this situation correctly. From that point I started to analyze them, for anything that would give away their weakness, any behavioral difference between them, no matter how minuscule it was, no matter how unimportant they looked, I was looking for anything that would make them different from each other in any conceivable way, and at the same time, I was looking for what made them the same. So as I fought and evaded their relentless assault, I focused on every detail I could possibly perceive in the heat on battle. For one, they all smell like death, but not like a corpse, more like something devoid of life. Also they all had spears at one point, but for reason I don't understand they threw them away during the battle. This was the point I decided to bet on a wild guess. What if their weakness was something so obvious anyone would ignore it, something so blatantly stupid? That was, in the end, brilliant. This epiphany didn't immediately lead me to the answer I was looking for, but after a few extra hours going over every possible idiotic idea like trying to kill them with glitter, chocolate, and my most lethal weapon, the documentaries about making docu, you all get the point. In the end, they all proved to be immune to my most powerful ideas, which in turn highlighted something. What if their spears were their weakness? I know it was a guess, a very wild one at that, but I mean, it kinda made sense. First they would fight with it, and then pretend to ditch it up by upgrading it. With the spear out of the way, their weakness was safe, and from that point, all they had to do was tire me out. So, well, what did I have to lose? I mean, after attacking them with glitter, and other stuff I, rather not disclose. I was at the point no idea was too low for me to try. Heck, I was about to try and see if anything related to sex was their weakness. Fortunately for me, my latest idea proved to be victorious. I had to admit, whoever thought of hiding their entire core inside the spear, was both a genius and the most retarded being in the multiverse. For one, yes, the spear served its purpose, but ultimately left the entities on a bad spot at the beginning of a fight. For example, if I had started the fight at full power, I would have broken the spear like a twig. Alas, I was stubborn, and my stubbornness cost me a fucking weekend. Anyways, after finding out their painfully obvious weakness, now that I knew about it, the fight went from annoying to easy and annoying. One by one I killed them, erasing no less than 100 god knows what from the face of the earth, bringing us back to the present, where I was, standing above a mountain, happy my nightmare had ended. I really hope Shiva doesn't get angry at me, cause I won't fight anyone today. At this, a note appeared in front of me, that said, from Shiva to Adam. Adam, sup, Shiva here. I must apologize for this, but I think we will have to reschedule our battle for a later date. As I was waiting for you, some things I am now calling demonic punching bags appeared, and for hours tried and failed to kill me. It wasn't until I realized they kept on throwing their weapons away like a kid hiding his porn magazine from his overly religious parents that I realized there was something wrong. So from there, well, I killed them all. Anyways, I will contact you to reschedule our battle when our tight lives allow us to. See ya. Neat, I sighed, taking a deep breath, but then something dawned on me. If Shiva had been attacked, and this wasn't an entirely personal attack, then, had other locations been under attack too? Was Hestia in danger? Was my world in danger? Realizing the severity of the situation, I decided to first check on my world, as it was considerably less protected than Asgard. Athena. I called out mentally. Fear not, we are, mostly okay. Sun Wukong arrived and with his clones overwhelmed the invasion. Athena replied almost immediately. We suffered some losses from the attack before the Monkey King arrived, but nothing time won't fix. It was left unsaid no mortal died. Good, the kids were safe. Now, Hestia. Before I could finish that train of thought, I felt the Bifrost open, followed by the landing of Thor, a few meters away from me. Brother! Thor shouted, his armor and weapons covered in blood. You're okay? He sighed, relieved. Is Hestia okay? I asked, the words feeling like deep cuts in my mouth, just imagining her under the stress I had suffered. That she is, she battled like a true Valkyrie, keeping the kids safe from any harm. Thor nodded. Oh thank. Wait, what? Hestia fought. Oh yeah, she did say there was a chance you would have this reaction. I will wait for you to recover from the shock of hearing the news of Hestia the Slayer of Demons. Well, I chuckled, feeling both happy and angry with the situation. For one, she was okay, and that was all it mattered, but on the other hand, I had failed to protect her once again, forcing her to do something she hates with all her might, fighting. 155, Chapter 144. If you to read the completed novel, you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. After reuniting with Hestia, I decided to investigate what had brought me to this mess. This invasion was a problem too big to ignore. I had to find the being responsible for this. So after delegating a bunch of tasks to Athena and other gods, I focused my entire attention on my search for an answer. This eventually led my magic sense to somewhere, a place that emanated a very distinct yet familiar energy, an energy that resembled the energy the ones that had attacked me emanated. It was weak, and barely noticeable, but like a moth to a flame, I teleported there. Finding that in this unknown location there was an abandoned house with a simple wooden door that guarded the entrance, taking a deep breath I opened the door carefully, taking a peek into the house. At a first glance the interior looked dusty, and unattended with a few items scattered around the floor. Nothing valuable, just day-to-day things. Here goes nothing, I muttered, walking into the house full with trepidation with my weapon ready in case something happened. As I walked through the living I eyed the kitchen and the hallway taking turns between each, nothing but short intervals. Thanks to this, I knew the kitchen was empty, which means my path had yet to find an end, so I kept on walking towards the hallway that connected to the rooms in the house that was just past the living room and the kitchen, all while taking a good look around the area. Once I reached the hallway, I turned around, noticed that at the end of the hallway there was an odd collection of artifacts, and human bones laying on the floor. Immediately I scanned the items with my magic and noticed some of the bones dated to hundreds of years before the medieval age. Things were getting weird, and I had a feeling this was just the beginning. At the end of the hallway, above the human bones and artifacts there was a ladder, that led to the attic, and before I knew it I was climbing the ladder to the attic, where the magical presence I had faintly felt vibrated with life. The attic of the house was impressively more dusty than the house, which was saying something. The place was filled with lethal amounts of dust for those of weak lungs and dismembered oh fuck, I muttered in disgust as I eyed the still warm-looking barely getting cold human parts that were tightly draped in ragged pieces of cloth that were dripping blood all around, making a small puddle of crimson. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head as I decided to focus on what was important, finding the one responsible behind the attack and whatever had happened here. Using my magic sense, I searched around a spacious attic, finding a footprint, a few arms away, quite literally. The footprint felt strange though, for one it was abnormally large for any human being, and two, it reminded of someone. It reminded me of Nyarlathotep. At that thought, crossed my mind, an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. Was my so-called father behind this? No, it felt similar, but it wasn't the same. One thing was for sure though, whoever had left this footprint was related to Nyarlathotep. But who amongst the monstrosities in the outer could possibly want me dead, and more importantly who amongst them had the power to launch such an attack? To most of them I was nothing, and to the one I mattered in a bizarre way, I was worth more alive. Fuck it, let's keep going, I breathed out as I peered around nervously, noticing the more I walked the bigger the attic seemed, as if it was growing and expanding as I walked around, with each step adding a point to the danger level. So here some of those creatures were made, I muttered as the unmoving corpse of a outer demon, as I called the bastards that attacked me earlier, distracted me from my musings, until the sound of something wet followed by the sound of the wood cracking caught my attention. It kinda sounded like an octopus or something like that walking around. Am I glad I'm not a girl right now, I chuckled, realizing how creepy things were getting. Heck, I was edging on hentai girl territory. Heart thumping, I hastily made my way to the back of the attic, one that had mysteriously stopped expanding, freaking finally. Anyway, at the end of the attic there was an object, one I hadn't used since this morning. A mirror, not what I expected, but okay, the wet sound ever approaching still sounds promising. Anyway, back to the mirror. The mirror was quite nice, to be honest. It reminded me of the Renaissance. But what really got my attention was the glow the mirror gave, not the mirror itself, but the faint red glow that seemed to come from the object itself, muffled by the crystal that reflected my face. I have a bad feeling about this, I sighed. Odin POV. Many had died during the battle we had won, and yet I had a feeling this was but the beginning of a nightmarish chain of attacks. Regardless of that, I was certain things from this point would only get more difficult. After the storm of chaos the battle for Asgard had brought upon the world, declaring the beginning of a new and dark era, I decided to focus my efforts and intellect on finding who amongst the outer beings had targeted my home. It made no sense. We must prepare, we can't let them enter Asgard again, Frigg muttered, kissing me on the cheek. Yes, I nodded absently. With the help of Adam, I was going to fix what it had been broken. We lost some minor gods, Frigg added, and there is a chance they won't ever regenerate. I know, I nodded, for I knew that death at the hands of those beings was, depending on where they hit you, lethal to even a god. 156, Chapter 145. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. I continued to check the attic of the abandoned house for a while, until a malevolent presence made an entrance, blasting me out of the house with a powerful attack of an energy I had never encountered before. Fuck, I muttered as I stood up. The attack had hurt, not a lot, but it had. Caught you. A voice thundered inside my skull, seemingly coming from everywhere around me. In front of me stood a monstrosity like I've never seen before, with tentacles for hands and arms. The beast stood tall and grabbed me, brother. Oh well, that explains the resemblance to Nyarlathotep. Well, this is a way to bond, I guess, I snorted, breaking of my bindings with my magic to blasting him through the house like he had done with me. Look, while I love the initiative you have to bond with me, I have no interest in you or the thing you probably call father. Little god, the demonic monstrosity chuckled in amusement, you have no idea how much suffering I have in store for you. Great, another enemy for my ever-growing list. I will assume it has something to do with daddy issues. I grinned, noticing I had struck a chord. Not that it was hard. Most enemies in my life either had daddy problems or were the fathers that gave the daddy problems. Too bad. I smiled as I analyzed the beast, noticing he was considerably bigger than me. His size was at least twice my height, and that his power was heavily limited. making whatever it was in front of me nothing but a cheap illusion. You took everything from me, the entity spoke, his tone rising as his anger broke his calm facade, my destiny, my purpose, and now I will take everything from you. Well, that settles it, he was the one behind the attack. I see, I chuckled, looking down ponderously, I will kill you, you know, you hurt a lot of people I care about, and I will make you pay, I added with a calm tone, so, just wait, and I'll be coming for you. Foolish, no one can stop me, for I am the gate of Nyar. Tired of his ranting, I closed the tether that kept his avatar around, ending the threat he represented for now. I was no fool, I knew one day, he would come back, but that day I would be ready. Uganach POV. Adam had survived my first attack, one that I had no hopes of winning. I knew I was going to lose. This was but a test run, to see how my creations would fare against the gods of that realm. I lost a few thousand, but that was but an insignificant amount, for I had millions, legions of demons I had created to bring forth the end of all in creation, like it had been foretold in the writings of the cosmos. The son of Nyarlathotep would end the known universe, bringing death to anything and anyone on its wake. I was the son of Nyarlathotep, and I would destroy everything to show my father how wrong he was to cast me aside, like a broken toy. How wrong was he to think Adam was superior to me in any way? Soon they would all see, soon. Fun little thing you did down there, that voice, Lilith. Lilith, I have no time to waste, so begone, I already fucked you 100 years ago, like you wanted you birthed a monster from my seed, now leave me alone, I growled, glaring at my sister, whose only purpose in life was to create monsters and feast on the cum of men. Don't worry, I have no plans to harvest your balls today, Lilith winked, I actually came here because I wanted to tell you, Adam it's mine, well, at least for now, what you do with him later it's none of my business, really, but for the moment I want to harvest his delicious essence. At this Lilith bit her lower lip, I can only imagine, what monster would we make together? He is an inferior being, a pathetic attempt to replace me. I growled, Adam was weak, even his seed was below mine. Touchy are we? Lilith giggled, Ugga, if you were superior to him, Dad would have never replaced you, yet here we are. She smiled mockingly. You are lucky I can't kill you, I hissed, cursing her immunity to any type of damage during the night. I am, Lilith nodded, oh well, I have to go, but please, consider leaving him alone for a bit, I can't, exactly fuck him, if he is fighting your pathetic temper tantrum, do us a favor, and grow up. At that my sister disappeared leaving me even more angry than I was before, how dare she compare me to him in any way, all I was doing was taking what was rightfully mine. Aphrodite POV. Adam had killed Ares, the man I loved, well, the one that I loved the most. I loved men in general, but Ares? He was made to pleasure me, to drive my orgasms to the limit, and Adam had killed him, the one man able to please my every desire, death at the hands of a child. I could forgive him killing Priapus in fact. I never liked my son, a weak and pathetic excuse for a god, but killing Ares was something I would never forgive, which is why I had kidnapped the child of Athena, and had offered Shiva something he could simply not resist. In exchange for killing Adam, I would give him the night of his life. This deal of course was hard to accomplish. Shiva was not interested in sleeping with me, but with a bit of magic under his nose, I managed to put a collar on that dog. Granted my control over Shiva was weak, he was still very aware of his actions, the only thing that had changed was that he felt attracted to me, and wanted because of that, fight Adam, and that's all I needed, for him to fight Adam, and kill him. Or at the very least, weaken him, so that I can kill him. You will die, sooner or later Adam, you will die. 157, Chapter 146. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. UWU. After the incident with Aga, Nega, whatever his name was, I decided the best path to ensure my victory on a future imminent encounter with him was to copy some his methods. While crazy and deranged, he had proved to be better prepared than any of us in the ways of war. His army was dangerous, too dangerous, meaning the only way to match his might, was to also create an army of drones to assist me when the time came. Of course, this was easier said than done. Besides Miss J and her clones, my experience in the area of creating self-sufficient golems was questionable at best. But not all knowledge required decades of study and effort. All you had to do was eat a healthy meal, and I had the perfect dish for my conundrum. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, and my next target. Eating him would grant me immeasurable knowledge in the art of creating and forging beings into life. Now all I had to do was find him, and kill him, or offer him once again an opportunity to join. I didn't have to eat all my problems away. That didn't sound like a healthy choice at all. Who knows, he might say yes. Time to find him, I sighed, finding this task rather easy, for a vast array of reasons. Apparently he didn't live on Olympus, because according to Athena, most of the gods in there considered him too ugly to be on their realm full-time like the rest of them were, meaning he would only attend meetings and go away as soon as they finished. Thanks to that, his location was easy to obtain, and according to what I had read and found with my magic he was on the Forge of the Earth, a magical realm, within one of the biggest volcanoes in the world. Here goes nothing, I muttered, teleporting to the forge. Inside the forge, there was nothing but weapons of all kinds, armors, and so much more. The place was filled to the brim with thousands of weapons forged by the Hephaestus himself, from daggers to spears. He had it all, except a good security system. I mean, I had entered his realm without any difficulties, which shouldn't be possible at all. I fully expected to be teleported out of his realm, in the edges of his home. I fully expected having to force my way through the dimensional barrier that kept his world out of the human world, and yet, nothing. It was as if I had been welcomed, as if the god of the forge had invited me to his home. If so, why? "You all right there, kid?" a deep, gruff voice said, snapping me out of my long reverie. Turning around, I look up to see Hephaestus, the owner of the original, standing a few meters away from me, his apron full of burns and oil. "You looked like you were asleep on your feet there." "You knew I was coming," I pointed out, to which he nodded. "I had a feeling," Hephaestus grunted, "and here you are." "Why?" I asked, "why are you so welcoming? What is the catch?" I elaborated on my question. Normally my meetings with the gods end up with me having to fight for my life, with 50% of them trying to molest me. For a moment, the god looked at me, and said nothing, his eyes piercing into my soul like knives carving a turkey, both cold and hot. His almost emotionless gaze made me feel uneasy, strange, almost uncomfortable. With sigh, the old god broke the silence in the room, and said, "Follow me." I was intrigued, vexed by this turn of events. I knew I had thought of offering him the option of joining me before I tried to eat his soul, but I didn't really think I would get to offer him such a thing, and yet, here I was following him through his forge. I have to ask, why are you so friendly, or at least, civil with the one that should by all means be your enemy? The god said nothing, he simply kept on walking with me, following him close behind to who knows where. I knew he wasn't ignoring me, I knew that much. I also knew he wasn't planning anything. His soul vibrated in a very distinctive tempo, one that I had only encountered in Hestia. Of course, his was diluted in a sense. Unlike Hestia, who was pure to the very core, Hephaestus had a more dark tone to his essence, one full with bitterness and something akin to hate. The point was, that he didn't have any intention of attacking me. His entire aura was open for me to read, which was something intentional on his part. You see, while reading the aura of a god, you don't get all the answers, only what they cannot hide, and they can always hide something. But right now, Hephaestus is letting me read him. He is intentionally lowering his guard, showing me he has no intention of fighting. Here it is. Hephaestus stopped on his tracks, opening a door that led to a bar. "Take a sit," he added as he walked behind the counter of his bar. I don't even know what is going on anymore. I was lost. His entire being contradicted what I thought of the gods. Why am I here? To have a drink. Hephaestus' answer was short, and to the point. Why else would you go to a bar? He had a point there. I meant, why have you brought me here? I asked again. Perhaps I needed to word my questions better. The god of the forge sighed, as he reached behind himself and grabbed a bottle off the tall shelf, uncorking it and pouring out 2 drinks, one for me, and one for him. "I don't know, kid, I'm not sure why." Wasn't that informative? Well, I can't complain. I'm fighting for my life, for once. Hephaestus snorted for a very brief second. I know you want to kill me, brat. The fates told me of this, centuries ago. I wanted to kill him, sure, but only if he said no to my god. How crazy I have that my solution for everything is killing those who oppose me. Oh god, I am crazy. Every god is. Hephaestus nodded. The fates told me you wanted to, not that you would. Well, fuck the fates. I don't want to kill you anymore. I refuse to solve all my problems with the same solution, killing and eating my opponents. I still had lots of stuff to learn, powers to develop, limits to find. There was no need to kill everyone, just those who really deserve it. Zeus, Hera, maybe Poseidon. I was a god, not a tyrant. Remarkably, they said you would say that. Hephaestus sighed. Kid, I'm ready. For what? I asked, not liking where this was going. I lived my life, and did what I had to do, but I am done. I no longer want to linger around those who ridicule me, Hephaestus stated, and before you offer me a place in your pantheon, have in mind, you can't force others to love what they disgust. I was born out of envy and hate, and the one person who should have loved me, casted me away the moment I was born. Then the woman I loved, hated me. I'll be honest, I don't see why people say you are that ugly. I mean, you are not a 10, but you are not a 1 either, I replied, and in all honesty, while he was ugly, he wasn't the kind of ugly that would make you want to die. Heck, I have seen gods more ugly than him. My brother Uka Uka, and the hentai one that sired me. This isn't about me being ugly, Hephaestus chuckled, I know I am not the most disgusting thing to look at in the world, the real reason I want you to kill me, is because I have no will to live kid, the life of a god, is painful, I am tired of it, and so I waited for you, to put an end to this nightmare some call immortality. Is it weird I don't want to do it? I asked him, and he chuckled. Well, for someone who initially wanted to eat me, and then not. I suppose it shows you still have a long way to fully mold your path as a god, be sure to forge one you are proud of kid, Hephaestus smiled, now, hurry up, I don't have all day. 158, Chapter 147. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. Sorry the auto update thingy didn't work and just noticed. UWU. I looked at Hephaestus and shook my head, I respect your choice, but I won't kill you, and not because of moral reasons, I have many times done things morally dubious, but I refuse to be a part of what by all means it's a suicide, I had stood low, but not that low, not yet. Hephaestus looked at me for a hard long second, before he started to chuckle, I see, well, the fates were right, you are still struggling with the thing inside you, the thing inside what? I will ask you to elaborate on that, I pressed him, if he had any information about me that I myself didn't have, I wanted it. Well, you are the side one coin, the good side depending on the glass you use to look at it, the other side, is the part of you that wants to kill, to maim, to inflict suffering, two parts of a singular entity, you, Hephaestus explained, it's complicated, but in a way, you suffer from the same condition we suffer, but in a different way, he sighed, taking a seat in front of me. Same condition. I was honestly lost, what condition did he or rather them suffered that I know also suffered, I didn't quite understand that. Hephaestus paused, taking a sip on his drink, kid, the Roman situation. I didn't have that, I mean. I would know, Hestia knows, everyone knows about their alter egos, why would I be the exception, I don't think I suffer from that particular condition. Not in the way you think, Hephaestus replied, for you, the real war is within. Within, I muttered, are you saying I have another Adam inside me or something? Maybe I was stupid, but I wasn't getting it. At all. In a way, I suppose, but more accurately I would say, the parts of you, those parts you so desperately try to repress, well, they are there, he pointed to my head, and one day, boom, you will be the one in the passenger seat. That was rather ominous, and the fates told you this? I asked, wondering why the fates would go to Hephaestus of all gods to tell him this. Well, not all at once, I continued to visit them, and little by little they told me about the man that was supposed to be my executioner, I was curious. I guess, Hephaestus sighed, pouring more alcohol into his glass, some of those prophecies. Zeus heard them, but like always, he forgot over time, too many, woman on his bed to remember the son of Nyarlathotep was coming. I suppose that worked out for me in the end, I see, I sighed, well, so now what? I will do what most gods wanting to die do, make the world forget about me, it will take a few 100,000 years. But I will eventually end this painfully full existence I call life, Hephaestus chuckled. That's depressing, I chuckled, hey, how about you let me do something for you, I mean, you helped me, not exactly in the way I wanted when I came here, but alas, you helped me. I appreciate the effort, but... Hephaestus started but I stopped him mid-sentence. Look, we both know life sucks, believe me, I know, my father is a monster that literally enjoys the suffering of humans and his peers, my brother wants to kill me because apparently I am dad's favorite son, news to me by the way, and I have a war to win, and no fucking idea how. I sighed, taking a deep breath after, I've been winging my way around hoping stuff works, and it scares me, that one day I will fail because I lack something I don't know. It's your plan making me want to die faster, cause I'll be honest, it's working, Hephaestus said, his eyes carrying an old sadness that blinded the old god. No, the point is, that if I were alone, I wouldn't be here, at least not like I am right now, so I think. I can help you get out of that depressive state, I finished with a smile. How? Hephaestus asked, sounding not interested at all. Well, you need friends, real ones, so. I know just the place for you, a place where the entire population does what you do, I grinned, give the place a try. I'm sure you will feel at home there, no humans. Only big forests and you know, smithy stuff. Fine, Hephaestus sighed, but remember. I won't fight for you in this war, nor I will help Zeus or Mother. That's fine, though, would you take commissions, not for the war with Zeus, he is the least of my problems right now, that he went from being my worst nightmare to met. I suppose, Hephaestus nodded, what is it that you want? An army of golems capable of fighting things like the things that attacked all the pantheons a few days ago, I answered. I have never done golems of that caliber. Hephaestus hummed, I find this idea exciting, count me in. You know, if you want you can visit Hestia, she loves everybody, and that includes you, I added, she would love to have you in one of our movie nights. You're a good kid, Hephaestus smiled, I am vexed how you went from being ready to eat my soul, to be worried about my life. I wonder, which of you is the real Adam, the one that wants me dead, or the one that wants me alive? Option B. I had no idea how to answer that dark question. Sure, I will go with you, all I have is time right now, time until the world forgets about me, so, don't worry, you can tell Aunt Hestia, I will visit, Hephaestus chuckled, taking another sip of his drink, lead the way to that forging paradise you speak of, did he not know of Svartalfheim? That shit was common knowledge. Nah, maybe he's just playing with me, it's hard to tell with his depressed state clouding the rest of his emotions. Alright, I chuckled, teleporting us to Svartalfheim. 159, Chapter 148. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. Sorry the auto update thingy didn't work and just noticed. UWU. Why had I helped Hephaestus? Was it a way to show myself I wasn't all that bad, or was it out of pity? I couldn't really tell, it was one of those choices I didn't fully comprehend myself, but at least, I had found a master in the art of crafting, a very particular skill I wanted to learn, in order to defeat Naga, or whatever his name was. My lessons with Hephaestus were complicated, leaving lots of questions and no answers at the end of each session. So, after a certain amount of time, I decided to go with my original plan B, hire him and the dwarves to build what I wanted, and well. Hephaestus accepted, not because he needed money, nor anything for that matter, but because he, while clinically depressed was very competitive, and the idea of having his creations fighting the outer ones, excited him a bit, which was good considering the guy wanted to kill himself. As for my internal struggle I had just found out, that doesn't sound right, I already knew I had a problem within me, what I didn't know is that I had one that by all means was cliché as fuck, a dark me, hooray, anyways, as for my internal struggle. I had two options, one finding a way to erase that part of me, or, accept it, according to Buddha, the only way to save myself is to accept myself, easier said than done, how can I fucking accept that there's a part of me that wants to kill everyone, is like accepting a knife to the balls, you just don't. The point was, I had to find a way to control, well me, or I would suffer a Majin Buu scenario. What's a Majin Buu scenario you ask? Well, it rather simple, all the evil shit within me will get expelled if I don't find a way to rein my other side, creating a version of me that lacks all morals and, anything, and, well, the rest is quite self-explanatory, the evil me, will fight the good me, until one wins and absorbs the other. In this scenario, I was the fat Buu, not very flattering but it is what it is, I know very well the biggest part of my power lies within what I inherited from Nyarlathotep, and if that's the part evil me will get during our showdown, well. I might as well get some lube, cause, things will get ugly for me, the good me. But, there was no point in worrying about that now, I was still in control, partly, and would figure out a way to deal with my inner demon. My father and Zeus, Murphy, please stop fucking me. I chuckled, after all, Murphy was my one true enemy. Adam, Odin, who was visiting my realm, approached me, I have investigated about your situation with Mimir, and I have nothing, well that was a new one, what you have is nothing like the situation with our alter egos, Hephaestus elaborated on that point rather badly, for you, is more like, it's complicated to explain. I eyed the Norse king for a moment, before replying, I will figure it out, maybe my Grimery has something about it, a chapter I have yet to unlock. Is this why? I am the key to his undoing, because all it's keeping that part of him inside, is me. Hestia asked as she appeared in front of me in a burst of flames, startling the heck out of me, I did not expect her to pop out of nowhere, she usually uses fire nearby to open a portal, never like this. Wait, the key of my what? What do you mean? I asked her, as Odin took a step back, how much had Odin been keeping a secret from me, and why? I heard Odin talk about, how you would end creation as we know if something were to happen with me, Hestia answered. I am honestly speechless, I muttered, chuckling bitterly, well, then I guess I will keep doing what I've been doing all this time, keeping you out of harm's way, a task I had already failed, letting her fight the demons who invaded Earth. It is, Odin nodded, Hestia is by all means your sanity right now. Ain't that a healthy relationship? I chuckled, just great. I know I love Hestia, with all my heart, but to have her be the very thing that keeps me from becoming a fucking monster, that shit ain't healthy, at all. Adam, Hestia smiled, putting her hands ever so lightly on my face, one of each cheek, for a moment she caressed my face, no matter what happens to me, I will always be there for you, no matter what. I will never be far away from my special champion. Ha ha ha, I chuckled, you truly are too good for this good, though, the special part made me feel like I am handicapped. It did. Hestia asked, alarmed, sorry. And immediately apologized. God, you're adorable, I sighed, it was a joke, my cute and innocent cinnamon roll. I pinched her cheeks like one would do to an adorable baby. Don't worry. I will find a way to defeat me, quite literally. I wonder if this is what people say by saying, you are your own worst enemy. Stop. Hestia giggled, escaping from my pinching prison, and I believe mortal use that term in a metaphorical sense. In your case it is quite literal. Odin nodded. He was still here? Jesus, the guy needs a bell. Close enough, I shrugged. For now, let's just relax. Hestia offered, with a nervous smile. Sure. I nodded, to the Atom Cave. I chuckled. Holy guacamole, Batman! Hestia shouted back, and much to my hilarious dismay, she was wearing a Batgirl costume to accentuate the joke. Let's show those movies the due process of the law, while we for some way ignore it. 160, Chapter 149. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. The novel is complete, back to daily updates. Sorry the auto update thingy didn't work and just noticed. UWU. 4 days to no end, I continued doing some research about certain areas of expertise that would help me face my brother who arguably was a bigger threat than Zeus. Zeus was one god, with a few following him. My brother, he had an army. As for my relationship with Hestia, I like to think I was making progress. She was definitely more open to talk about her romantic feelings for me, albeit there was no romantic action of any kind, and for whoever she deemed that necessary I would respect, she was worth it. Now, to the more complicated things in my life. After what Hephaestus said, and Odin confirmed, I started to read my Grimery in the hopes of finding an answer or at the very least a way to avoid that fate, eventually finding a spell that basically allowed me to enter my inner world. I immediately investigated the cons of doing such a thing. I mean, for all I knew entering my inner world would be like giving my inner dark self an open invitation to take over. Nonetheless, Odin and Athena confirmed the spell would not backfire in such an horrible way. After that, there was nothing left but to use the spell I had found, nothing but a simple incantation, and I was inside my mind, or rather the mind's caps. Inside I discovered that my inner world was nothing but a city that didn't exist in the real world. The fictional city was completely destroyed. Bodies were scattered in the ground, their faces stuck in perpetual expression of fear and agony. That's a red flag, I muttered. The faces of the dead looked familiar, almost as if I had met them before. Oh. Giving a hard long look, I realized why I felt such sense of familiarity. Every single body within this world was someone I had killed and consumed. Most of them were faces I had long forgotten from my time in Tartarus, others were more recent, and the memories of them were fresh and vivid. The sight was slightly disturbing, more so than I had ever anticipated such a thing to be. I knew I had killed every single one of them, but to see the bodies piling up, covering the streets with their decay, was disturbing. I was expecting you, a voice colder than the harshest winter spoke out loud, his tone almost lifeless, sending a shiver down my spine. Hello. I turned around, already knowing who was behind me. How could I not? How could I not recognize myself? Hello, I waved at my other half, and from a simple glance there weren't many differences between us. Beyond our auras, his was dark and presented more energy than mine, while mine was, well, in comparison, mild. Come to see your future home? My dark doppelganger inquired, a small smile forming on his face. It's rather comfy, the bodies covering her ever-expanding world make this feel like home. Then, can you stay here? I offered in a sad attempt to maybe convince my darker self to simply not bother me anymore. I have to say, I am impressed. Not surprisingly, my doppelganger ignored me. You're supposed to be the good one, and yet you have filled this world with corpses. It almost makes me wonder. He stopped. No, that's just silly. So, we really have to do this? I sighed, fighting for control. Not we don't, he chuckled. I eyed my other self for a brief second before I asked, are you truly the darkness within me? In a way, he sighed, I am you, but not entirely evil, not yet at least. The power we inherited from our father will soon consume me, and then consume you. I mean, I am by all means your inner demon, but not the demon you should be scared of. So 2 evil selves. Great, I got a 2 for 1, I sighed, and my other half, or rather third, laughed. I am what your human side so desperately wants to hide, and the beast slumbering within us, is what we are meant to be. My doppelganger chuckled, but don't be afraid. After all, there is no point in being afraid of the inevitable. I'm not afraid, I scoffed. I still had Hestia, and some self-control. All I had to do was to find a way to avoid this shit. You give that little goddess too much credit, my doppelganger snorted. Little by little, her influence on you slips away, like the last summer of an old man. Soon, she won't be enough, and when that happens, The slumbering beast shall roar, breaking down what makes you. You. So what you're saying is, I have to beat you and that other, me? You, us. I was starting to get confused. I suppose, he shrugged, but, in all honesty, can you really beat us? I mean, I can't beat the outer us, and I'm stronger than you. What hopes do you have to beat him, if you can't possibly beat me? Can I hug you, and say I accept you? It was worth a shot. I mean, Naruto did it. This is not an anime, his reply was cold, but what I expected. I mean it could, I shrugged. I am happy beyond comprehension you soon will no longer be the king of this body, your idiocy it's deplorable, he growled, glaring at me. Oh great, my other 2/3 are boring assholes, which means I'm 1/3 funny. I snorted. Next time, you won't find your visit so pleasant. With a wave of a hand, my dark self kicked me out of the server, I mean, my inner world. Opening my eyes, I found myself back to where I had casted the spell to visit my own mindscape. Well, I am more fucked than I anticipated. For the first time in a long time, I had no idea what to do, and how to escape this shitty destiny. 161, Chapter 150. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, freaking auto-update thingy didn't work again. UWU. After finding out I had not one, but two little devils within me, I tried everything. I asked Odin, and he said he had no idea how to deal with this. I traveled to the well of Mimir, and yet again, the all-knowing God said he didn't know. So much for all-knowing. Then, I asked Buddha, and, well, he actually had an answer. I mean, I guess, he said hate and love go by the hand, you cannot accept one without accepting the other. In short, I had to accept myself to save myself? I'm not sure, his answers leave questions about myself I don't know if I want to answer, but, he was the only one to actually have an answer, so for now, his Iroh-style ramblings were my only clue. One that didn't make any sense, I mean. I loved myself, I was funny, handsome, at least I like to think so, and smart. Who am I kidding? Of course, that wasn't what Buddha meant. He probably meant to love my other selves, like I love me, because only then I would actually be at peace with myself. Easier said than done, I sighed. Enlightenment comes with time, Buddha smiled, patting me on the head, like a dog. Bitch, excuse me? Well, unfortunately, I am a time bomb, a sexy one at that, but a time bomb nonetheless. I chuckled. I have to find a way to avoid whatever it is that is going to happen. Do not dwell in the past, young god, nor fear of the future. Concentrate your mind on the present moment. Buddha smiled. What is meant to be, it will be. Dwelling in such thoughts does nothing but bringing suffering to you and those around you that worry about you. I suppose, I sighed, it's just. I'm afraid of hurting Hestia, of hurting anyone. How am I supposed to relax when I'm destined to supposedly bring forth the end of creation as we know it? It's like saying hey, you have a week to live, but chill. I am not asking you to chill, Buddha chuckled. I'm just saying only you will find a way to save yourself. For one, I wished someone would save me, I admitted with a smile. Too much shit to deal with. No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path to salvation, Buddha smiled. Only then you will find the enlightenment to face this destiny that was forced upon you. I suppose, I sighed, I just don't want to become a monster. I don't want to hurt anyone that doesn't deserve it. Adam, we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world around us. As long as you think there is no escape to this destiny, there won't be any, Buddha stated, his eyes giving me such a sense of serenity I found it hard not to believe the old god. The mind is everything, Adam. What you think you become. If you think yourself a monster, you will be one. You are really wise, I chuckled. I try to be, but in reality, all I am and will be is the result of my experiences. Give yourself some time, and you will be as wise as you think me to be, Buddha chuckled. Life is but a path of adventures that makes us who we are. Well, thanks for the advice, but I have to go. Hestia is waiting for me, I chuckled, ready to spend some time with the one thing in the whole universe that made me feel at peace. Peace comes from within, Adam. Do not seek it without, Buddha stated, giving me a knowing look. As long as you depend on Hestia to bring you peace, you won't find true peace. You don't look for peace in others, otherwise you are lowering yourself to be a parasite. Rather harsh. Ouch. Not gonna lie, that hurt, I chuckled. You only lose what you cling to, Buddha sighed, don't you think? That sounds about right, I replied, wondering if I was actually relying on Hestia too much. Remember, Adam, 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Buddha smiled. You can't escape the truth about yourself, your roots, who your father is, and who you are meant to be, but you can't change it, if you accept it. Thanks. With nothing to say, I teleport back to Asgard to have some lunch with Hestia. having now more questions about myself than ever before, all thanks to Buddha. Annabeth POV. One moment I was studying with Miss J, and the next I found myself in a hotel room, with no escape. The smell and the atmosphere were more than enough to tell me who had kidnapped me, Aphrodite. But why? Forget that, stupid question. She wanted to kill Adam. Now the question was, how would my absence help her? Finally awake child, Aphrodite appeared in the room, wearing nothing but a pair of socks. Why am I here? I asked, careful not to anger her. I was but a demigod, one wrong move and she would kill me like a rat. I'm sure you already figure it out. Aphrodite rolled her eyes. I want to kill Adam, and he seems to be somewhat attached to you. You seem to overestimate our friendship. I said, Adam was my friend, but not to the point to die for me. Perhaps, Aphrodite hummed, but, maybe you underestimate your worth. Adam is one loyal dog, and will stop at nothing to find you, which is why I hired Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction, to kill him. But you're right, in a sense, Adam doesn't love you, but Percy does, and he, well, will reach to his father should he think Adam killed you. Now imagine, poor Adam facing Poseidon and Shiva. Aphrodite giggled, that is a sight I will finger myself off to. Ew, I muttered, hoping Percy, aka Fishbrain, and his dad wouldn't believe such a thing, otherwise Aphrodite's plan might actually work. 162, Chapter 151. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, Pride. UWU. The Requiem of the Lost Part 1. For weeks I investigated every conceivable way how to avoid or stop facing my inner demons, for the lack of a better term. Unfortunately nothing I found was helpful to my current situation, and ultimately was left like Buddha had said, in a corner, where I had no other choice but to face whatever I was throwing at me. Quite an ironic thing, to be my own worst enemy. Three entities, or rather three parts of one single being, living inside a singular body, all craving for control in some kind. I represented the good part of, well, me. And, God, this is confusing. Anyways, the part I had met represented what I didn't want to show to the world, and the slumbering part represented my connection to my father. I'll be honest, I never expected this to happen to me. Having to deal with inner struggles is usually something quite cliché that most solve with stupid stuff like accepting themselves or hugging their inner struggles into submission. Then again, my life has been a roller coaster of random shit that somehow had yet to end my life. Well, I should have predicted this. Murphy has a thing for my booty, I snorted, realizing that for better or for worse Buddha was right. I was going to have to face this head on, and save myself from ending myself. I know, it's confusing, but when has anything in my life been easy to understand? Yeah, that's what I thought. The point was, I had no other option but face the facets of myself I so desperately wanted to erase, meaning I would have to enter myself. God, Ares must be loving this in hell. Anyways, I have to enter myself, and face, well, you get the idea by this point. If I win, everything, no, who am I kidding, even if I win, things won't go the way they were, I would forever change, but at this point, I have no other choice. Having decided this was the path I was going to take, I teleported to Asgard, where I asked Odin to restrain me, the reason being if I actually lost control, the last thing I wanted was to make my dad proud, which is why I asked Odin should I lose my inner conflict to kill me. It was better than the alternative of hurting Hestia or bringing the outer into this reality. Are you sure this is what you want? Odin asked. Concern was clear on his voice. Odin, I know my limits, and believe it or not, I am on my limit. I give myself a week, maybe a month before I lose control. To what? I don't know, but time is something I don't have anymore. I have unfortunately to face this, and well, hope for the best. I smiled, trying to assure him everything would be okay, though this assurance I was trying to instill was more for me than for him. I wanted to believe I would win and that would be the end of the history, but in all honesty I was afraid of the what if, but then again, that never had stopped me before. Are you sure you want to do this without Hestia knowing? Thor inquired. There isn't much Hestia can do about this, besides worrying. I don't want to put any more people than necessary through my ordeal, besides should no other option but to kill me arises, Hestia will only get in the way, trying to save me. I chuckled, I could already imagine her beating the crap out of the Norse pantheon just to save me. Very well, Odin sighed, I give you my word, should you turn against us, I will slay you. At that, I smiled, even if the meaning of that sentence was grim, the reason behind it made it wholesome in a very strange way. All right, here goes nothing, I smiled, and closed my eyes. It was time to meditate, and face what I never wanted to, myself. After closing my eyes, I opened them. Inside my inner world, in front of me, the one who called himself my dark side welcomed me, with a knowing smile. I didn't expect to see you here so soon, my other self chuckled. I suppose you have come to face me for control. I mean, it's not like I have any other option, I sighed. No you don't, my other self shook his head, but have solace on the fact I will do a much better job at protecting Hestia than you ever did. Well, I guess no matter if I am good or bad, I like Hestia either way, I suppose, that's a good thing? I mean, at this point I am, not sure, but nice. Joking won't save you here, you know what, calling my other self is getting old, from now on his name is Nocturne, cause he's edgy and has no sense of humor, I am what you made me to be, your superior. Apparently, I made you an ass, I snorted, so. How do we do this? Bleach style? Naruto style? I will enjoy trapping you here more than you can possibly imagine, Nocturne sneered, getting into a battle stance, the strong will survive, the weak will be trapped, that is how we will do it. You know, for being a part of me I sense a lot of hostility between us, more than the first time I met him anyways, I don't recall this part of me hating me this much. Spend a few thousand years inside a city full of dead bodies, and, we'll talk, Nocturne growled before teleporting behind me, delivering a kick to my back with enough strength to take the air out of me, which should be impossible, I was within my mindscape, air should not be a thing here. Alright, time to beat my own ass, no homo, I sighed, matching his battle stance. 163, Chapter 152. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, Pride. UWU. The Requiem of the Lost Part 2. Let's do this, I had barely finished my sentence when Nocturne instantly charged at me, his approach aggressive. Seeing this I got into a defensive stance, which allowed me just in time to parry his second blow with my left hand. Struggling to break some distance between us, I blocked Nocturne's next two blows as well, before attempting to counter with a magic explosion, which failed when Nocturne teleported behind me, avoiding the attack altogether, before kicking me once again into the ground. Fortunately the corpses in the ground soften fortunately, God I need help. Bracing in another stable defensive stance, I exhaled, this was not the time to focus on the sea of dead bodies. As I focused on my enemy, I noticed my opponent smile before he once again teleported, this time in front of me, continuing his assault, delivering a mix of attacks between physical and magical, that I parried but not without receiving damage. Void Null, I muttered, creating a small but effective explosion that threw Nocturne off balance, and gave me an opening to take the reins of this duel, at least for now. With a full battle cry, I advanced forward delivering a bunch of attacks to my enemy, from massively destructive spells, to physical attacks with enough power to even double Ares himself to his knees, but Nocturne simply shrugged them off. Is that all? Nocturne asked in a rather condescending tone, cracking his head in the process, allow me to show you, what you have been repressing all your life, your true potential, what you have denied yourself all along. In the blink of an eye, Nocturne was back on the lead, delivering a barrage of powerful attacks, each chain of attacks, even stronger than the last. And little by little, I was quickly becoming overwhelmed by Nocturne's raw force. This was bad, he was stronger than me. I could feel it, this part of me, had no restraint, no care, nothing. Each attack pushed me back a little further, how was I supposed to defeat myself, or rather a stronger version of myself, which in all honesty didn't make any sense, how could there be a stronger version of myself, I was me. I was as strong as me, how can that me be stronger than me? It didn't make any sense, because it wasn't supposed to make any sense. Nocturne and I were the same person, just two sides of a coin, the coin's value is the same, no matter what side. I see it now, I muttered, stopping Nocturne with a blow to his face that disoriented him for a brief second. You are not stronger than me, we are evenly matched, the one difference between us is you have no restraint, am I right? I suppose it was to be expected, Nocturne smiled, wiping some blood of his mouth with a rather impressed expression. You are right, I am as strong as you, the difference is that I am not afraid of our power, I don't cower before my might, you tremble in the sight of our power, me? I accept it, because power is all, the strong rules, and the weak survives. I hummed, I suppose, if you want to be like Zeus, but those who rule only by power are destined to fail. This doesn't change anything you know. Nocturne chuckled, you realizing we are equally matched, changes nothing, you still lack the decisiveness required to do what it has to be done. Perhaps, I nodded, I never wanted this life for me. Ruling a pantheon? Heck no, fighting a war, fuck no, dealing with my demonic father, fucking no, all I wanted was to be free, then I met Hestia, and then I wanted to be free with her, but I never wanted any of this, I sighed, and I am sure, you don't want this either. We are the same person, Nocturne laughed, good reasoning Sherlock, of course, I don't want any of this, but unlike you, I see life as it is, no pathetic pranks or jokes to hide my undeniably massive baggage, I accept our suffering, I don't avoid it. Is that what I've been doing? I asked, with a soft chuckle, avoiding our suffering? Well, perhaps you are right, at least in some aspects. You're afraid of saying it, but deep down, we would have liked to die for good the first time we died. Yes, we were sick, and we wanted freedom from the shackles of our body, but, none of this madness was ever worth the little freedom we were given. This is worse than the life we had before. Nocturne lamented. I think meeting Hestia, Odin, Hades, Persephone, Thor, Sun Wukong, Percy, Pennybeth, and the rest makes this whole ordeal already worth it. I sighed, tears streaming down my face, but yes, there are nights where I wonder if all of this is worth it. Then I remember Hestia, and well, you know. You are a fool, and I guess that means so am I. Nocturne bawled. Why did it had to be us? All we wanted was to be free. Why? Murphy is my number one suspect, I chuckled, trying to lighten up the mood. Ha ha ha, I suppose. Nocturne snorted. You do know, even if I let you win, he will consume us, right? I looked at my other self and nodded. I had a feeling. He is not a part of us, not entirely. Nocturne clarified. He is what makes us an outer god. He is more Nyarlathotep than Adam, and his power. I am not sure what will happen once it consumes us. How about we face it together? I offered Nocturne a hand, and he started laughing. So in the end, we solved this like Naruto did. Nocturne snorted. How pathetic is that? Not as much as Boruto, but we don't talk about that here. I smiled. Besides, if it works, why complain? Truly pathetic, Nocturne smiled, as his body started to dissipate into nothingness. You realize this means you won't be able to hide your emotions any longer, right? I am represent everything you have bottled up since we woke up in this world. We have Hestia, I smiled, she's quite the antidepressant. We are so stupid, Nocturne muttered, leaving no trace of his existence behind. We are, I nodded, noticing my own body was also dissipating. I see, nor me, nor Nocturne will remain, but the mix of the two. I wonder if that will be enough to face my realities. 164, Chapter 153. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, Pride. UWU. I opened my eyes, from what it felt like a lifetime. In front of me stood Odin and Thor, both ready to fight. I could tell they were uneasy, and who could blame them? Everything is okay, I assured them, but it was all a lie. Accepting everything there was to be of me, had brought forth the gravity of my situation. There was no point in trying to avoid my destiny, the one that had been forced upon me, for the outer in me would fully awake in 4 months, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I could feel the power of Nyarlathotep spreading, like a disease with no cure, and this made me realize, I was all along fighting the wrong fight, which was something I now fully understood. This was not to say, I accepted the inevitability of my situation, I simply accepted there was no escape to it, which was not to say I was going to let Nyarlathotep use me. I might have no salvation, but this world, and everything I love, they don't have to suffer because of me. Are you, okay? Thor inquired, and I smiled, an empty smile. Were my smiles always this empty? I had no idea, not that it mattered. You seem different, Odin commented, his eye locked into something I couldn't quite make out. I am different, I chuckled. What a strange feeling was to be me, and feel like I feel right now. I have no doubts this is for the better. It was, before I was living under the blissful path of ignorance. Now I knew what I had to do. This what? Thor asked, and I choose not to answer. I will end this war, I announced. Where is Zeus? Adam, I don't think this is wise, Odin protested. Maybe, I nodded, but I don't have much time anyways. And you know what, don't you? So this is the path we are taking, Odin lamented. I am truly sorry. I tried my best. This was never your war to fight, old man, I chuckled, but fear not, I intend to make my father as miserable as possible. What is going on? Thor inquired, his eyes moving between me and Odin. He plans to die before the outer in him awakens, Odin answered for me. I shan't allow this. Thor barked, rushing at me. I won't let you throw your life away. He growled, grabbing me by the neck. It's not like I have any other choice, I chuckled. Nyarlathotep never intended to keep me around. The power I inherited from him is, not me. The moment that power absorbs, all that makes me. I will be gone, and all there will be left is, whatever my father wanted me to be. I am but the carrier. There has to be a way, Thor protested, his grip tightening. No one can defeat the outer, I sighed. The power he left in me, is more than enough to kill all the gods in this realm, save for a few exceptions, and that's not even the purpose of my existence. Not, ending the world was just a way to explain what my purpose on the great scheme of Nyarlathotep was. I was a gate, one that would let the outer gods enter this reality, to end all of creation. I was meant to be the escape of those trapped within the outer, including my father who wanted to be free. You are a gate, Odin sighed, a portal that will bring forth the end of times. Thor muttered, releasing me from his grip. I can't accept this outcome. Don't be like that, bro, I patted him in the back. This is not to say I will stop looking for another option, this just means, that should I fail, I will die before letting him win. You honorable idiot, Thor chuckled, I promise I shall protect your legacy should that outcome come to be. I know you will, I chuckled, turning my attention to Odin. Now where is Zeus? I have 4 months to solve all the shit I started, and I will start with him. He is where he always is, Mount Olympus, Odin answered. Good, I waved at them, teleporting to Mount Olympus. Zeus POV. I was having a great day today. Hera had done that little thing I like, Olympus had finally been repaired since the demonic invasion, and Apollo was making some progress in his quest to find Adam. The key word to all of this being, I was having a great day. Adam out of nowhere had teleported inside my throne room, looking bored. This for some reason infuriated me. You have come to die? What a nice surprise. Hera, who was recovering from her surprise, started to chuckle, and this is what Hestia betrayed Olympus for? Pathetic, the war hasn't even begun and you already killed yourself. Begone, Adam said, and soon after Hera was blasted out of the room, with enough power to knock her out cold. I came here to fight you, not Hera, not Apollo. You. It seems you have improved. I hated to admit it, but the kid had somehow reached my power, which was impossible. Just 1 week ago he was weaker than me, and now, a lot. Well, you see, you are not dealing with the average god anymore. Adam chuckled, for I have transcended. And now you face the legendary Super Virginia. I hate you, I growled. Knowing your record, I am glad you do. I can imagine the horrors I would have to live through if you wanted to bang me, Adam shuddered. You little shit. I snarled. Now Zeus, we can A fight here, B fight outside, or C you can kill yourself and save me the trouble, Adam chuckled. You think because our powers are evenly matched you are going to win. I will show you why I have ruled Olympus since its creation. I growled, summoning my master bolt. Haven't you heard Zeus? Be afraid of the man who's got nothing to lose, Adam replied, summoning his own weapon. 165, Chapter 154. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, Pride. UWU. Zeus POV. Adam was gradually pressing me out of my center, his attacks were very well coordinated and at the same time lacked any pattern, and to top it off, his power was now equal to mine. This made no sense, how a newly ascended god could reach such a level in such a short period of time. His entire demeanor seemed different, almost as if I was facing an entirely different person. His aura was calm, and yet full of sorrow. None of this made any sense. Him a mere child, matching me? The supreme ruler of the cosmos? It was laughable, it was unbelievable, and most of all, it was infuriating. I was supposed to be unmatched, undefeated, unreachable for everyone in all of creation, the one and only worthy to rule and be obeyed, and here I was, matched by a child whose power comes from what it seems to be an attitude change? I refused to believe that. I was Zeus. This was a long time coming, Zeus, you knew that, and so did I, Adam commented, punching me on the face with a mana construct. You reap what you sow. Hades POV. Zeus was the youngest of us all, the son of the Titan Cronus and Titaness Rhea. When he was born, father intended to swallow him, as he had done with us. But Rhea, our mother, hid him in a cave on Mount Dicte in Crete. He was saved, we were not that we blamed mother, she was not to blame, because all of this started because Cronus, the king of the world at the time, was scared upon learning that one of his children was fated to dethrone him, like he had done with his father before him, so in fear, he swallowed his children as soon as they were born, all because of a prophecy. Zeus for a time, was a good king. I know it sounds far-fetched, but my little brother was once a noble, honest, and fair individual. He even was faithful to Hera for a long time, but like humans say, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and with time, his noble goals and attitude changed, his attitude turning more and more grotesque, as he little by little started to push everyone out, and how could he not? His mind had lost any sense of empathy as he started to see himself as the one and only with the right to do and undo the cosmos to his liking, destroying gods and humans alike, for no apparent reason. I suppose only criticizing him is not healthy because in one way or another, we all changed, all except for Hestia, she one among us who remained the same over eons, unchanged and unfazed by what the world threw at her. She was always the best of us. Zeus knew that, I knew that, we all knew that, we simply decided to ignore it, but deep down we all knew she was the only one worthy of ruling Olympus. Then Adam appeared. He was so similar to Hestia in so many ways, and for a brief moment I was hopeful, but even Adam, the kid I considered my very first friend in a millennia, showed he was not fit to rule. Power changed him, and while this wasn't necessarily something bad, it showed no matter how good you are, power corrupts and morphs your soul, unless you are Hestia. The funny thing is, I knew no matter how different the kid was, that he didn't want any of this, he didn't want to rule, or fight this war, he was, no matter how strong and composed he presented himself, a kid, one that wanted to cry and curse the world for all the shit it was giving him, but the circumstances around him forced him to show no weakness, which is why I knew with certainty, that the moment he won this war, he was going to give Hestia the throne. This was something he had not declared or spoke about, but it was obvious he would not be king for long. He was a free soul, that craved absolute freedom. Since the moment I saw him, from human to god, all he had ever wanted, was to be free, and there is nothing more shackling than a throne. I doubt even Hestia knows about this, or perhaps she does to a certain level, she has to. Adam can't never truly hide anything from her, for he sees her like I see my Persephone, with undying love. He is fighting father on an equal ground, Persephone mouthed, shocked at the development her eyes were seeing through the hell orb. He has risen to a level only a few can match, I nodded, he is now the only one that can kick Zeus out of his throne. Lord. Thanatos appeared in front of me. Poseidon is moving his army to Olympus, he aims to assist Zeus in combat. Why was Poseidon helping Zeus of all people? Forget about reasons. I have to stop him. I will deal with him, summon all the gods under my realm. Today Adam battles the skies, and we battle the ocean, I declared, teleporting out of my realm to command my forces, leaving my queen to defend our realm. Poseidon POV. I hated Zeus, that was no secret at all, but if I had to choose between him and a brat I knew nothing about, I would rather choose my brother, at least, for now. A kid with no sense of ruling was not worthy of having my trident under his service. At least with Zeus I knew what to expect. He was a known evil, but Adam? In the short time of his campaign he had done more damage to Olympus than I had ever anticipated. His actions, while justified, were at times irrational and unfit for one to be a king. He had no pattern, no predictability. Was he better than Zeus? Possibly. But for how long? How long before the power he had so rapidly acquired corrupted him? How long before we had an even stronger tyrant above our heads? Brother, Hades greeted, and by the looks of his attire, he was ready to fight. On his hand, he had a blade that vibrated with unholy power. I must politely beg you, to stand down. I eyed my older brother for a second, perhaps letting things play out would be the best. Percy seemed to like Adam, but Percy knew nothing of the world. If Adam ended like Zeus, there would be no stopping him. I must decline Hades, I have to deal with this, the only way I know, I declared. He is stronger than us now, what do you plan to accomplish? Hades mocked, Zeus and Adam are above our level, why even try? We have helped Zeus before, I will do the same this time, I declared pointing my trident at him. Don't make me fight you. I am doing nothing, you are the one going against the tides, brother, Hades chuckled, summoning his helmet. Let's fight for old time's sakes. 166, Chapter 155. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Finally. Said Adam to himself, turning into his divine form to match Zeus's on his godly form. This time however his form was different, he looked normal, no armor, just Adam but bigger, showing Adam was not using his outer heritage for this battle. I expected nothing less from the king of the heavens. Zeus roared in anger, Adam complimenting him was an insult greater than anything. Moving at full speed, Zeus reached Adam, ready to strike the young god with full force using his right fist. Adam easily dodged it by leaping over the thunder god, who blew away a good half of the entire Olympus with his attack. The thunder god packed quite a punch. Zeus turned as fast as he could to deliver a violent thunder attack to his opponent, but Adam, being faster, slipped under his arm and delivered an arcane blast to his face. Already annoyed, the king of Olympus wanted to counter Adam's attack, but Adam did not give him time, throwing a violent right hook, followed by an explosion of pure mana in the pit of his stomach. But that did not end there. While Zeus recovered, Adam gave him a knee in the face, knocking Zeus back, followed by an explosion of fire to his side. Damn you! Zeus shouted, as a storm of blows and spells fell upon him. Zeus was being overpowered by his opponent. Adam was simply not giving him time to react. Adam's mind was collected, and in control of his power. Suddenly, Zeus screamed with fury, with such force that the very sky trembled. In that instant, where Adam stopped for a nanosecond his seemingly unstoppable storm of attacks, Zeus managed to grab Adam's wrist, who was about to deliver another blow. Adam realized his mistake and tried to hit him with his other hand, but Zeus easily parried the blow. With both hands trapped, Adam was at a disadvantage. You fucking brat! Zeus roared, and a second later, Adam received several terrible knee strikes from the Olympian king himself. Delivering a final blow, Zeus hurled Adam out of the heavens with such force that he crossed half the planet in an instant, killing millions in the process. Adam recovered almost immediately, with tears in his eyes from the force of the blow, and with a smile said, I almost thought this was going to be easy, the young god said mostly to himself. Zeus spat in Adam's direction, glaring hatefully at him. Your death is written, the god declared. If I had a nickel for every time someone has said that to me. I'd have enough to buy a Pepsi, Adam replied in mockery, which caused the god of thunder to pounce on him. In an instant Adam dodged the god by teleporting behind him, casting a spell from the dark void. The spell flew and hit the god in the back, making him spit out some golden blood. Zeus, who was not going to let Adam win easily, countered with a powerful lightning bolt. Adam, who had predicted this, dodged it, jumping over the attack, then it grabbed his arm and with all his strength used it as leverage to throw Zeus to the ground. You owe me a Pepsi, Adam commented. Fuck you. Zeus roared, gasping for air. No, Adam muttered, as he teleported behind Zeus once again. Zeus, who had just recovered from his last attack, failed to notice the young god as pointed his outstretched hands in his direction, focusing a great amount of energy on them, showing his demeanor had changed, for the sake of the upcoming attack, Void Buster. Zeus muttered in shock, as a huge surge of dark power crashed into him with an explosive blast that not only sent him back to Olympus, but also destroyed the realm the Greek gods had defended for eons. I already destroyed the kingdom, now all I have to do, is kill the king, Adam, who had teleported back to what was left of Olympus, mocked, as Zeus looked in despair as everything he had ever worked for crumbled before his eyes. You will pay for this, Zeus said, in a rather calm tone. It was so out of tone for him, that Adam took a step back. I will make sure of it. I am already paying for this, Adam chuckled, more than you can possibly bill me for. Apollo POV. One moment I was sleeping and the next, I was awoken by the destruction of Olympus. Adam had strike. I had to help father, I had to do my duty. Summon the go. My order was cut short, as an arrow almost pierced me. Fortunately I managed to dodge just in time. You will not do anything, Artemis, the one who had shot the arrow threatened. I will fight you if I must, brother. Artemis, Adam crossed a line. He destroyed our realm, our home. We have to stop him, or innocents will die. I shouted. Why was she so adamant to hurt Adam? Yes, he was our little brother, but we barely knew him. For us he was but a blink in our life. Innocents. Artemis laughed. Please. When did we start caring for the innocent? She mockingly asked. Don't answer that, is a rhetoric question, and the answer is never. For thousands of years, we have seen humans die, and we have done nothing, and to a certain degree. I was able to understand that, but then, we did the same to our own kind, our own family, demigods. We let them suffer unspeakable things, like Adam suffered, and yet, we did nothing. We let Adam burn in Tartarus, and then when proved innocent, we were surprised he didn't like us anymore. Ha ha ha. The rules kept us from doing anything, I reminded her. The rules were there for a reason. Fuck the rules, fuck Olympus, and fuck Zeus. Artemis cried in anger. All my life, I tried to focus on the one thing I had control, doing my job, saving innocent girls, but what have I amounted to? Nothing. And now you got altruistic. I laughed. Please, you have done as much damage to this world as us, or all those humans you turned into deer for hunting deserved it. Yes, that is true. Artemis nodded, which is why I support our little brother. Olympus has to fall, including me. So be it, I sighed. I will defeat you, and then I will kill Adam, don't worry. I will make sure his death is a quick one. I will ensure he avoids the suffering that awaits him at father's hands. Funny, Artemis sighed, that you think you can beat me, that is. 167, Chapter 156. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Here a POV. Adam was strong, very strong, but so was Zeus, and Adam had only just begun to see why Zeus had ruled for so long unopposed. The main characteristic of Zeus, what made him unstoppable was, that he had an invincible body, stacked with unlimited power, unique to his being. That he withstood Adam's powerful attacks had made it clear. Through the smoke, it could be perceived that Zeus was still alive and that his power was not waning. On the contrary, he had just begun to show his true power. Adam must have known exactly that. How could he not? And if so, why was he attacking like a madman if he knew Zeus was holding back? In the end, it didn't matter. Adam was about to see why Zeus was unstoppable, powerful or not. Adam was dead. Zeus was unmatched, after all. Come on Zeus, show me why you've been the king of Olympus for all this time. Shouted Adam, gently wiping his mouth of the blood that Zeus' last attack had drawn from him. Insolent insect, Zeus snarled, raising his power even higher, which made Adam smile. I don't have all day, so hurry up, Adam quipped, and Zeus clenched his fists in anger, every word that came out of Adam, enraging him. And as his rage increased, so did his strength. With a strong flash from Zeus, the sky shook violently. For the humans, the end of the world had come in the form of a natural catastrophe. For the gods, the combat between these two colossuses had just begun. As his power increased, Zeus looked at Adam and shouting louder than ever, he showed his determination to defeat him, and prove he reigned supreme. I am the king of all. And you will die before me. At this terrifying display of power, an electric aura appeared around Zeus. Even greater than before, his power reaching the skies, surpassing Adam by far. But still, Adam didn't seem to be agitated. In fact, he seemed to be happy. Did he want to die? I wondered. Come on, show me your full power, I know you're holding back. Zeus bellowed, clenching his fists in excitement. As much as Zeus hated Adam, Zeus loved the challenge that combat brought him, and Adam was a challenge. Make me, Adam grinned, baiting Zeus with the wave of his hand. In anger, Zeus lunged at Adam at great speed, and Adam, who was flying above Zeus, was surprised by the sudden increase in speed acquired by Zeus, and not having time to react, could not dodge the blow, and Zeus gave him a hook that distorted his vision for 2 seconds, in which Zeus continued to hit him rampantly to who had dared to insult him, the king of Olympus. Zeus attacked with both fists and feet, as well as elbows, knees, and even used his head to strike again and again at Adam, who, for once, found himself at a massive disadvantage. Several emotions ran through Adam, but fear was not one of them, which made me doubt that Adam was showing his full power. What else was the young god hiding? I didn't know, but I had a feeling he would soon show it. Zeus continued his assault, until he finally stopped his succession of blows that would have killed most of gods, ending with powerful lightning that blasted Adam, illuminating the entire sky. Dragged by the force, Adam fell at such a speed, that there was no sound around him, generating an earthquake on his landing that was felt by everyone. A cloud of dust rose up from the huge hole created by the event. Zeus smiled, looking at the dust cloud, which grew in size, mimicking an atomic explosion but 1,000 times larger. This will be easy, the thunder god declared confidently. This is the Zeus we have all feared for centuries, I said, more to myself, at a loss for words as the king of the heavens continued to laugh non-stop. The ground of the earth shook again, and where the hole had formed due to Adam's impact, Adam leapt into the air, surrounded by a dark, almost evil aura, and with great speed, he flew until he came face to face with Zeus, who had finally stopped laughing, looking at the young god with surprise. Probably wondering, how had Adam withstood his assault, with almost no lasting damage. Okay, you've earned me fighting for real, Adam said with a grin, raising his power even higher. His aura took on a more violent aspect, covering himself with an evil shadow that terrified me to no end. His body began to change, and little by little the young god transformed his entire being into one of shadows. In the process, the whole area was covered in absolute darkness, and when it vanished, there he stood, the young god, the new Adam, a shadow in armor, right there, smiling, with his fists clenched, ready to face Zeus once again, who seemed to be impressed. Adam had apparently accessed the power he had inherited from his father, leaving Zeus in shock. Now both gods were evenly matched, in power, which left the outcome of this fight in the dark. Zeus, who had regained his composure, lunged again at his enemy, angry and happy to see that he still had the power to face him. Zeus with a smile raised his arms, charging them with electric energy. Adam stared at him and said 2 words before avoiding the attack, "My turn." Adam, who had dodged Zeus' attack with relative ease, lunged at Zeus and delivered a kick to his face, which knocked him off balance. Adam took the opportunity to cast a spell from the School of Dark Arts on Zeus' stomach, which was unprotected by his opponent, and then proceeded with a snap of his fingers to summon a celestial laser that came down from the heavens, striking Zeus in the back, causing him to kneel in pain for a brief second. Zeus, who could not accept that Adam had made him kneel, screamed in anger, unleashing a great surge of power, which effectively stopped Adam in his tracks. With great speed, Zeus rushed at Adam, as his hands quickly wrapped around his opponent's head, locking him in place. With a cruel grin, Zeus then proceeded to slam his forehead into Adam's, with such force that to all mortals, it was nothing but the sound of a thunder, cracking in the distance. The blow was indeed very violent, but for Zeus it was not enough. He wanted to make Adam pay for his insolence, for his hubris. After all, no one made the king of the heavens kneel and live to tell the tale. 168, Chapter 157. If you to read the completed novel, you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Here a POV. Adam, who had been receiving Zeus attacks non-stop for a while, teleported behind him, hitting him in the back of the head, with such force that Zeus had no choice but to crash to the ground at great speed. But this did not end there. While Zeus got up, Adam appeared in front of him, throwing another blow to the god of thunder, this one connected with Zeus' jaw, disorienting the king of the heavens for a couple of seconds. Adam took advantage of these seconds, launching attacks one after another, each more powerful than the last, before Zeus recovered, and began to counterattack with great power, and for several minutes both gods stayed in the same place, launching bursts of powerful attacks, both connecting with their desired target. Void Buster. Adam shouted, taking some distance between him and Zeus, launching a surge of power towards Zeus, but Zeus was completely unaffected by the attack. Angry, Zeus launched himself against Adam with his whole body. Adam, although powerful, still did not reach the same level as Zeus. This I knew, for Zeus had still to demonstrate, his maximum and absolute power, the one he had used to kill his own father. Shit, Adam said, barely dodging the thunder god, whose power was growing more and more. I must admit, you're strong kid, Zeus said, his tone a little friendlier than expected. Your power is incredible for someone your age, but, if that's all you've got, you'll die in a couple of minutes, that is, if I'm merciful, declared the king of the heavens, who although angry at Adam, was absolutely confident in his victory. That's what your son said, Adam laughed, pointing his outstretched right hand at Zeus, creating an intense ball of energy coming from the outer cosmos itself, and with a shout, he launched the attack, an attack which appeared to be weak in appearance, but came with extraordinary power, packing quite a punch, which made Zeus scream in pain upon impact. When was the last time Zeus had suffered such damage? I wondered, I really did not remember, it was almost an impossibility, something that did not make any sense, and yet here he was, Zeus bleeding and screaming in pain, before the strength of a god, infinitely younger than him. How about that attack? Adam asked Zeus with a mocking smile, who laid on the ground bleeding like never before, engulfed in a cloud of smoke and residual energy that burned Zeus's skin. Bastard, Zeus said, his tone somewhat low. Many would mistake this for Zeus accepting his defeat, but, this was not true, not at all. Zeus was simply accepting the fact, that to kill Adam he would have to demonstrate his full power. I will show you why. I am feared. At this Zeus began to scream, his power increasing without sign of stopping. Adam's death had come, of this there was no doubt. The young god had bitten off more than he could handle, and now he would suffer the ultimate fate at the hands of Zeus, and even with this imminent fate, Adam didn't seem overly concerned. In fact, he simply looked at Zeus with a blank expression. Impressive, Adam muttered, his body covered in wounds that bleed black blood, his armor shattered, and his power below Zeus, but for some reason the young god smiled. I must admit, you are stronger than I expected, Adam admitted, but, unfortunately for you, I have been gifted with a power beyond your level, by my hated father. Outer god or not, you are no match for me, Zeus declared, his power increasing relentlessly. Adam smiled, since I resolved an internal conflict with myself. I understood the nature of my power, and the reason for my existence in this world, that is why I can now access the form my father originally intended for me. As he said this, Adam spread his arms, releasing a great amount of power, and as his aura increased immeasurably fast, his body changed more and more, morphing him into a monster, his mouth closing as if someone was sewing it shut, one stitch at a time, his arms lengthening and breaking, forming multiple tentacles made mostly of shadows, his eyes becoming almost animalistic, and his power, reaching highs I thought impossible. Now I understood. Before this, Adam was incomplete. Now, the young god had accepted his origins, and had completed his transformation, into an outer god. Adam, now fully transformed, had increased his power 20-fold. I couldn't believe it. He was even stronger than Zeus, by a lot. His power eclipsed the thunder god. This was unbelievable, but even then, Zeus refused to believe this, glared at Adam, who was now showing his enormously phenomenal strength. I won't be defeated by a child, Zeus roared, teleporting high into the skies, charging his greatest attack ever, but even then, I didn't see an outcome where he would overpower Adam, on his outer form. Adam, who now looked more like a monster than the young god who I was thought was an easy prey, moved. Moving his tentacles around the area, pointing at Zeus, he created two huge balls of outer energy that coalesced into a single giant ball of energy. He then proceeded to increase the power in the attack, and with a beastly growl, Adam shot the attack with such speed, Zeus had no time to react. Zeus, seeing the attack a few inches from him, stopped short in surprise, and for the first time since his birth, Zeus felt true terror, the fear of fighting someone much, much powerful than him. He could feel Adam's colossal energy coming at him full speed, and while his brain was able to see and process this, his body was coming short. There was no way to escape, the distance was too small and the attack was traveling too quickly. In short, Zeus was facing death. As the attack clashed with Zeus, he screamed in pain, as the giant mass of dark outer energy now holding him prisoner pushed him out of the earth with great speed and power, making him travel deep into space with no stop. The attack eventually started to consume the old god along its path, turning his body into dust, ensuring his death was one of no return, and as the attack pushed Zeus farther and farther away from the earth, consuming his essence little by little, I could hear Zeus screaming, filling the cosmos with his agony. Aad, da. Am. Zeus cried, and soon after, his entire presence was erased from the face of the cosmos. The king of heavens was no more. Adam had won. I'm impossible, I muttered, fear creeping up my spine. This power, I hadn't felt such power ever. I had to run. If Zeus stood no chance, I wouldn't either. Taking the decision to run to live another day, I turned around with the intention to escape, only to see Adam on his outer form staring at me, paralyzing me with fear. 169, Chapter 158. If you to read the completed novel, you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, Currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. I had won, killing Zeus and Hera, destroying once and for all the threat they represented, but at what cost? Using my power had accelerated the awakening of what I wanted to evade, I didn't know when, but I knew that soon I would no longer be in control, at most I had a month, and that was if I was lucky. You won, Odin, who had teleported to what was left of Olympus a couple of minutes ago, said, catching my attention. Yes, I said, looking in awe at the destruction my fight with Zeus had left. According to Odin, millions of humans had died, because of the natural catastrophe we had generated during the fight. Hestia is quite upset, Odin added, looking at Hera's half-eaten corpse. I can imagine, after all, I hadn't told her any of this. Hades and the other gods of the underworld are going to resurrect much of the population that was destroyed. I'll help them, then we'll make all mankind forget what happened. Odin said with a small smile, it's not the first time we do this, and maybe, it won't be the last time. Okay, I chuckled, I'll go see Hestia. I owe her an explanation. Sounds like a good idea, Odin agreed with a nod. You should tell her about that too, the old god added, and it didn't take any further details to know what he meant. That I will, I owe her that much. Asgard. With nothing else to do, I teleported to Asgard, where Hestia was waiting for me with her arms folded and a firm look on her face. She was not happy at all with what I had done, going to fight Zeus without telling her. Adam, I'm really upset. Hestia declared, her cheeks red. First you almost died, then you almost died, again, and now, you do something crazy again. I understand your concern, but I had to do it. I replied, looking into her eyes, trying to get the words to tell her that my days were numbered. You have an army, friends, people who would die for you. Why did you go to fight alone? Why did you have to do everything alone? You are not alone. Hestia declared through her tears hurting me more than Zeus and any of his attacks. Why do you insist on doing everything alone? I softly moved my hand to her face, gently wiping away her tears. She didn't deserve to cry, not for me, not for anyone. Pride? Stubbornness, stupidity. I really don't know, but this time. I did it because I didn't know if I would have another chance to eliminate Zeus, and the threat he represented. What do you mean? Hestia muttered, grabbing my hand, pressing it softly to her face. Adam. Is there something you haven't told me? Yes, it's something recent. Lying to her would only save her from pain momentarily. I think I'm going to die soon. What? Hestia asked, her eyes pleading for this to be a lie. The part of me that I inherited from my father is stronger than I am, and when that part awakens it will consume me and then it will consume this world. I replied, I have seen how powerful that power is. I used a part of it to destroy Zeus. And I know for a fact that no one will be able to stop me when I am consumed, so, before that happens, I will die. No. Hestia cried in tears, I refuse to let you die. Hestia. I love you, and there is nothing more I desire than to be free with you, free to enjoy this world, but I will not risk you. My father is very powerful, and it is best to prevent him from achieving his goal. I embraced her, kissing her head gently. You are the new Greek king, you must. Hestia said, trying to come up with a solution. No, being king was never my goal. I'm not exactly worthy of that title. You on the other hand, deserve to rule, you who has never strayed from the path of goodness. Hestia was the only goddess worthy of such a title. Zeus should never have ruled. Hestia was always the best choice, she was always the only choice. Me? Hestia asked in disbelief. Of course, I smiled, hugging her once again. Don't worry about anything, you were born for this. Nyarlathotep POV. Adam had done it, he had finally defeated Zeus, the main objective of his goal, and now that I had allowed his plans to be completed, it was time to push mine forward. I had after all, allowed him to be on the human realm for long enough, but playtime was over. He had a duty to fulfill, one that he would do, whether he liked it or not. The preparations were ready, the altar to open the gate out of Azathoth was complete, all there was left to do, was Adam, with his outwardly connection to all the realms, and my power, he would break the barrier between the dimensions, letting the outer gods claim their rightful place in the universe, destroying everything and everyone. I could almost taste the cries of agony and despair every single living being would sing for me, a true melody that would soothe me for eons to come. What a delightful future, and all I have to do, is bring Adam here, and force his transformation, erasing the human part he so hard has clung to, an easy task. He already was at the edge of his transformation, I could feel it, and if his form against Zeus was anything to go by, all that was keeping him in place was pure and sheer will, and, if there is something fragile in a human mind, is their will. They always break like bones under my jaws, fragile little thing, that always amounts to nothing. Soon, you will see the outer in you. I won't even have to kill Hestia, you will do it yourself, and what a sight that would be, Adam killing his own soulmate, truly a sight to behold. 170, Chapter 159. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Days have passed since I killed Zeus and Hera, and a lot of things have changed. For one, after crowning Hestia with the help of Demeter, Hades, and Persephone, we made sure no one would aim their fangs at her, so in hopes to keep all the greedy gods in line, we made some alliances public. With the help of Odin and Sun Wukong, the triad of pantheons was born. 3 pantheons, from different cultures that would help each other in times of need. This also meant, if anyone wanted to hurt Hestia, they would have to go through Odin and Sun Wukong, which was a hard no, considering Zeus was the only one able to match them, at least in the Greek pantheon. As for the other changes, well, during the transmission of power, I discovered who had been plotting against me by kidnapping Penny-Beth. One of the minor gods in the realm of love, and Aphrodite, needless to say, I killed them both, mercilessly, and now Hebe was the goddess of love, at least until Hestia found a better replacement. As for my situation, I haven't found any escapes. I can feel day by day, as if something is pulling me into a deep pit, is a weird feeling, one that I fear, but I guess I lived a good life. I fell in love, I lived a life of adventure, I did more than most in a lifetime, so I can't really complain. I mean, I could, but seeing as that hasn't solved any of the problems in my life, I think I will not. As for old-time clock god, well, there are no signs of him, but even if he does come back to life, he will have to face the triad, which I doubt he has the power to overcome. So, I am a queen now. Hestia sighed, entering my room unannounced. Look at her flexing that queen power. I never thought this would be a thing. I mean, I never, you know. I know, I nodded, but I know you will do great. With you in power, things will change for the better, I assured her, patting her on the head. Of all the forms she would normally used, she was now sporting her mature look, looking like a woman on her prime. I think the Hestia that didn't want to be noticed disappeared when all of this began. Adam. I love you, Hestia declared, just like that. God, she will kill me faster than my curse. It took me a while to wrap my head around that. Love out of familiar love was always a big no for me, but, well, here I am. I love you too, I muttered, approaching her. Her face was so close to mine that I could smell the sweet fragrance of her natural perfume. I could feel my heart beat faster and faster as Hestia looked at me with trepidation. Was this torture? To do this knowing I will die? To taste her lips knowing that soon darkness would welcome me? If it wasn't torture for me, would it be for her? Maybe, but in all honesty, I didn't care. Taking a step forward, I bent down, my lips against her cheek, brushing it lightly, afraid to break something, and still that light touch sent visibly shivers through her, shivers that made her whole body tremble in trepidation. If you want me to stop, I will, just tell me, I whispered. But Hestia said nothing. She stood there looking at me, her eyes locked into mine, as I brushed my mouth against hers. I don't want to fork. Tired of waiting, Hestia had reached up and pulled me down to her, crashing her lips into mine, and the rest of my words were lost, the rest of my world was lost. For what, it felt like hours, I kissed her gently, carefully, her warmth overwhelming my senses, until we broke from our sweet embrace. So, that's how it feels to kiss the man you love, Hestia smiled, blushing under my gaze. Finally. Honey, who was apparently hiding in my closet, jumped out. Odin owes me $2 million. I will ignore that, Hestia chuckled. I love you, Adam, now and always. Me, this feeling, this creeping feeling of despair. Leave the room and teleport to Asgard now, I said with a tone that left no room for arguments. Hestia and Honey exchanged a look of worry, before nodding and doing as I told them to do. Kissing, that's all you managed to get after so long. I must say. I am rather disappointed, like humans say. Your game is weak, there was no doubt. My father, Nyarlathotep, had come earlier than I expected, but here he was. Why are you here? As you can see, I am in control, still. I glared at the monster in human guise, with such hate I could taste it. If only I was stronger than him, alas I was not. Yes, yes. I can see that, unfortunately, but for how long? How long do you think you can keep your humanity intact? Nyarlathotep chuckled, his arms turning into tentacles that wrapped around me faster than I could see. A week, a month? Or maybe a day? Which one of those options inconveniences you the most? I snarled, struggling it against his bindings. Of all my children, you are indeed the most fun. Nyarlathotep clicked his mouth, humming. I suppose you can still fight me, or you can see your sweet little Hestia die. At this, Hestia appeared in front of me, bound to a shadow that kept her in place. So, what will you do? Struggle against your destiny? Or will you save her, dear son? Don't! Hestia shouted, don't give him what he wants. That's the thing, little Rose, Nyarlathotep smiled, pulling her close to him. I always get what I want, one way or another. I kill you, he loses control, he saves you, he loses control, see? Win-win scenario for me. I will do what you want, but, not here, I don't want to hurt her. I had no idea how I would escape from this, but, one way or another, I would stop him. Fair enough, Nyarlathotep smiled, releasing Hestia from her bindings. Au revoir. And with that, he pulled me into a portal, leaving a broken Hestia behind, calling my name. 171, Chapter 160. If you to read the completed novel, you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Nyarlathotep pulled me into the portal, dropping me into a world of darkness where there was nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard and nothing to be felt. But even then, I couldn't help but sense something was off, that something didn't fit the scenario. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the game, that while I know you are familiar to them, I as a good host will remind you of them. Nyarlathotep chuckled, his voice seemingly coming from every direction in the realm. You want out of this place, you need to destroy it, and unlike last time, it won't be that easy. This time, you will have to let it all out. So that was his game, to cage me in a world of darkness until I caved in. This showed me two things. For one, he never believed me when I said I would do what he wanted in exchange for Hestia's safety, and two, he wants to see me suffer. Dad of the year here. Now, have fun. I'll be waiting, and please, do hurry. I don't want to get bored. Then again, if I do get bored, I can always visit Hestia. He laughed, knowing very well he was poking me where it hurt. Oh. I forgot to tell you, this place is like Tartarus without the time thingy. And worse, you will feel pain here like never before. Enjoy. Agony, excruciating pain, was all I felt inside this realm of darkness. Every second, I could feel my eyes boiling from the inside out, as every organ within my body suffered from a different ailment, my lungs melting and regenerating over and over again, my bones breaking under pressure, my heart freezing. This place was a nightmare. Was there any point to this? No, there wasn't. Nyarlathotep knew I would eventually turn into the monster he wanted me to be without this torture. He simply chose to make me suffer for the sake of it. I wanted to kill him so bad, but I was weak. Even with my outer power I knew I would fall short to reach him. He was out of my league, making me feel useless, pathetic. How was one supposed to stop such being? And to add salt to the injury, I was on the verge of losing myself, at the verge of dying, at least this version of Adam, the one that likes normal stuff not related to suffering and shit. I guess Friedrich Nietzsche was right, perhaps all of this was meant to happen one way or another. After all, he who fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster himself. For if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. But, even at the inevitability of the situation, I didn't want to be a monster. I didn't want to hurt Hestia, I didn't want to become a puppet of his show, I didn't want any of this. How can a man willingly accept such a fate? The fate of destroying the world, an entire reality. Perhaps everything would be better if I just allowed myself to become the monster he so much desired. I had nothing to lose. I was fighting a losing battle, this destiny was unavoidable. I could feel the outer within me, taking over as time passed. It was a matter of time before I became what he wanted, so why fight it? Why fight? What in the fuck am I thinking? Of course there is a reason to fight, no matter how hopeless the situation looks, and if defeat is unavoidable, at least find a way to kill yourself. Why fight? What am I even saying? You know there is no point. Darkness awaits us, he won't let us die, he won't let us leave, we are to be trapped until we accept our destiny. Yeah, what is the? Oh, for the love of. What in the fuck is going on with me? Why am I going from normal to emo in the 2000s? You have to accept me. I'm a part of you. Why fight what cannot be avoided? There is no point in fighting the inevitable. I will go out and assume that voice within my head is the reason I was going full emo a few moments ago with my thoughts, which reminds me, what happened to the pain I was feeling a few moments ago? I could have sworn this place was like Tartarus but on steroids. It no longer affects you. Look, inside my mind, an image of what appeared to be a massive monster appeared. It was so big it would easily tower the Empire State 10 times over. That is us. The only thing that has yet to give in, is your mind. I guess that explains why I haven't felt any pain for the last few minutes, but regardless of that, how was I to fix all this? The bastard had managed to turn me into a monster in less than a day. Accept your destiny, stop holding us back. Desperation, that was the feeling I was feeling, total and utter desperation. How long would I be able to keep control? How long before? It doesn't matter in the end, does it? I never had an option to begin with. Very well then, it's not like I have an option anyways, but if I have to be a monster so be it, but like always. I will disappoint, what can I say? I'm a problematic child, Dad. Nyarlathotep POV. Adam had turned, but something was off, his gaze was not all too different, his form yes it changed, looking like a shadowy version of me, but, his eyes showed a hint of the old Adam, the one that should have died during the transformation. He merged with his outer part, instead of letting it take over, remarkable. I laughed, the idea was absolutely delightful, what he had done in an attempt to rebel against me, was infinitely more cruel than any fate I had in mind for him, because he now was Adam but a version of him that couldn't comprehend anything he used to, unless it was destruction. With his last effort he had become something so much worse that I intended, and it was all his doing, he was the key to his own outdoing. In an attempt to preserve his sense of self, he had now become a spiteful and maniacal being with a physical and mental inability to care for others. As a soulless being, unable to feel or understand compassion, love, or any positive emotions towards others, truly remarkable. 172, Chapter 161. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. I had nothing to lose, so in a last attempt I tried to preserve what I saw as my sense of being. I had decided to merge my very soul with my father's power, and now. I didn't know who I was, I remembered being Adam, but not how it felt. The memories of time past, felt like images from a movie, they were there but, they felt foreign, the love I think I felt for Hestia, was gone, I remembered the kiss I gave her, the laughs we shared, but, none of that had any emotional value for me. In fact I didn't even know how to describe the feelings I felt minutes before I let this power consume my being. Who was I? Had my sacrifice been useless, was I still Adam, or was I just someone new with his memories? There was really no way to know for sure the answer to that, but one thing was clear, Adam, the one everyone knew was dead. You impress me son, Nyarlathotep said, his tone blissful and full of intrigue. Now, how about we get started? I looked at him, and thought about my options. Did I still want to rebel against his will? Was that a desire exclusive to the Adam of the past, or was it something innate to my being? And more importantly, did I have the power to refuse? No, I didn't, even with this power that felt infinite. Next to him, I was a puppy. What is it that you desire? Many things, from you. Be ready for when I need you, Nyarlathotep whispered in my ears. I know you still desire freedom, so, do as I ask, and then you will be free to do as you wish, son. So he knew that even though I was a monster I wished to be out of his control. I'll be waiting for your call. With that said and done, my father disappeared leaving me in the world of darkness, which I destroyed with ease. Pathetic really, I laughed, so much effort to end up doing what he wanted, and now I don't even care. Lies, I did care, it burned me to the core that I had to obey him. It was no longer for Hestia, for the earth, or for anyone for that matter. The reason that made me want to kill him was, because he had me chained, like a dog. But what choice did I have, other than obedience? What could an ant do before a planet? Nothing. What am I supposed to do? I wondered looking around. Nyarlathotep had not given me any more orders. I guess I will go to Earth. This would serve as a test, to see if I was still the same Adam, or if I was a different being. With nothing else to do, I used my power to open a portal to Earth, and immediately noticed that my memories of the planet and how it was were different. Intriguing, I said, stepping through the portal, changing my form to a more human one. Adam, a familiar voice said. Odin, long time no see, turning to look at the old god, who I noticed was holding his spear, and was ready to fight. Odin, I said, staring at him. With him I remembered feeling a sense of friendship and doubt, or at least I remembered it that way, but now, his presence is indifferent to me. I felt nothing for him, maybe a little hate, yes, hate, for all the lies he had told me, for not telling me that this was the destiny that awaited me, hate, that if I understand, I hate Odin, die. Without thinking, I launched an attack with enough force to eliminate the old god, who was saved by the interference of his son Thor at the last moment. Adam, this is not you! Shouted Thor, who was holding his hammer. I'm not. I looked at him curiously. How do you know that? Maybe this was always me, and the Adam you knew was a lie. I really can't tell you, but what I do know is that, this is me now. Moving at great speed, I appeared in front of Thor, surprising him, and you are in my way. With ease, I ripped off the hand that held his hammer, making the Nordic thunder god scream in pain. Damn! Odin shouted, casting a spell of 2,000,000 magic circles, intending to seal me. I'm sorry Adam. As the circles fell on me, I looked at Odin curiously, and with absolute ease I moved through his magic, tearing through each of the magic circles as if they were paper, until I was face to face with him. What are you sorry about? Lying to me for a long time? Trying to seal me? Or something I don't know yet? I'm curious to know. I never lied to you, Odin answered, at least that wasn't my intention. I only wanted to protect you, and protect the world. I see, I sighed, a little disappointed with the answer. Tell me, how did that work out for you? I asked, bringing my hand up to his one eye. I don't know yet, Odin replied, curious. Interesting, I said, proceeding to pluck out his remaining eye. To my surprise, Odin didn't even flinch, he didn't even try to dodge it. What was the old god planning? Adam, this is insane. Thor, who had managed to stop the bleeding from his arm, shouted, your father, is controlling you. Very likely, I agreed, raising my hand above my head, charging an attack to kill him. He was becoming, rather annoying, but who cares? That voice, Hestia. So this was Odin's plan, what a disappointment, Adam. Look at me, please. Hestia begged me. I didn't expect to see you here, I said staring at her, my attack now aimed at her. For someone with thousands of years of war experience, I expected a better strategy than this, I said, addressing Odin. This is not you, this will never be you. Hestia, who for some reason beyond my power of understanding seemed not to be scared, said, walking towards me with a small smile, but, maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is you now, and if so, no matter how low you sink, I will always love you. Love. I laughed, pathetic, did you actually see this working out in the future, Odin? Hestia, who was already in front of me, smiled, if I must die, dying at your hands is the fate I choose. My hand trembled. Why did it tremble? What was going on? I looked at her and I know I don't feel anything, but I am not able to shoot her. I know I told you this 6 months ago, but I love you. With that, Hestia came closer, kissing me, her warm lips full of life against mine, cold and dead. You are crazier than you look, I laughed, lowering my hand. I didn't feel anything, but I can't kill you either. Something is stopping me, maybe it's love, maybe not, I really don't know. What I do know is that I promised you something, and I will see what I can do to fulfill that promise. Saying that, I opened a portal to where my father was, leaving the earth behind. As I passed through the doorway, my father, who seemed to be waiting for me, looked at me, and began to applaud. The show, it was the best, although it would have been better if you had killed them. There's no rush, is there? I replied, besides, the reason I went there was not to kill them, it was to see if I had any feelings for them. And Nyarlathotep smiled. Nothing. 173, Chapter 162. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. Nyarlathotep explained his plan to me after I entered his private world, the plan to dominate the multiverse. I was a channel between worlds. Apparently he was the one who had brought me from the first world to this one as a god to fulfill a task, to allow him access to the multiverse, more than he already had, since for the moment he could only send avatars out of the realm of Azathoth. My task was to channel Azathoth's power to open a door between worlds, a door which he could use. For this very purpose, he had created a shrine above the blind idiot god, in which I would channel his power, creating the gate to allow forth the end of the world. When would this be done? Tomorrow, during the meeting of the outer gods, where my hated father would be celebrated for creating a door for the horrors of this dimension to use. So for the moment, I just had to wait, and think how to fulfill the promise I said I would keep, how to save Hestia from all this. Which led me to the next question, why I wanted to save her. I didn't love her, at least not anymore, but still, something inside me urged me to try, which didn't make sense. Nobody does something for someone for nothing. If you don't feel anything for someone, you don't do anything. Wasn't that so? Maybe I was thinking too much about it. Maybe I simply wanted to save her as a sign that I had control of something in my life, that I was not totally my father's prisoner, the slave of his will. Aren't you happy? Soon all life will end, can you imagine? The suffering I will grant. Those words echoed in my head. All of this was a game for him, a game of torture and pleasure. That was his gimmick, mine. I think I know what mine is, freedom. Even now, as a shell of what I used to be, I crave freedom, and he's in the way of my freedom. Hestia POV. Adam had changed. His very soul was swallowed by the endless abyss of despair, but I had hoped he would come back to the way he was. I seen him go through worse and come back stronger, that's why I believe in him, but even if he didn't, I can't bring myself to hate him, or even forget him. Well, that hurt, Thor commented, as one of the healers reattached his arm. He ripped it off like it was made out of paper, he complained. Well, he ripped my only eye, and you don't see me complaining, Odin chuckled. It was to be expected, his power, he is leagues above us now. That he was, even among the turmoil of his soul, I could feel his massive power overwhelming me. It was like a tsunami eating away the world without mercy. It made Zeus feel like a demigod. Was it worth it? Frigg growled, slapping Odin. Was all of this worth this? You could have killed him, before he became this, but you thought you could change fate. I did, Odin declared, shocking everyone inside the room. This timeline is different to the one I saw. in many he ends up killing Hestia at first sight, but yet, he didn't, which means, there is still hope. That is why you wanted me to come, so that I could confront him, I muttered in realization. Yes, you see, if Adam was truly lost, you would have died anyways, all of us. This was the last test to see if there was still hope, and in a way there is. Odin sighed, even without eyes, I saw as he struggled to understand why he couldn't kill you. This Adam must have done something different during his ascension to change what was the 99.9998% of all possible outcomes. What exactly? I don't know, but it made him different, and that's an improvement. It would have been nice to know I was going to lose my fucking arm. Thor barked. Oh relax, the healers will fix you in no time, Odin sighed. Besides, if I was wrong, we would have died, it was the only way. I hate you right now, Thor grumbled. Not Adam? Frigg asked, raising an eyebrow looking at his arm. No, of course not. Thor answered without even pausing, he is my bro. You don't hate brothers, you beat them up, and then you get drunk together, but hate my bro? That is no bro conduct, is very anti-bro, bro. Bro, honey, who had been sitting quietly in a corner nodded, agreeing with Thor's unique reasoning. I hope your hope is not misplaced, Athena said, entering the room. Many would think that after thousands of years, I would be ready to die, alas I am not. Do you have any better ideas, wise girl? Odin snorted, the way I see it, this is the only way. Which really worries me, after all, a blind man seeing our path, is rather problematic, Athena shot back. I am not blind. Odin declared, I still have one eye. He pointed to where his eye was, in a jar, on a table, waiting for a doctor to attach it. So, no depth perception, even better, Athena rolled her eyes. In none of the possible timelines your life was a necessity, so, be silent, Odin glared at her, or rather to where he thought she was. Honey, she is there, Frigg whispered, moving his head to where she was. Can we not fight right now? I asked them, I know this situation is stressful for us all, but fighting for petty things will solve nothing. Talk for you, I was having fun, Thor chuckled, and I glared at him, with a glare that said, you will not eat my food ever again if you keep this up. At this he lowered his head, and smiled, sorry ma'am. 174, Chapter 163. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. The day had come, and I still had many questions about myself, and what would I do? Did I want to end the universe? Did I want to save Hestia? Did I want to fight against my father knowing that I would not win? I guess I'll know before I get to the temple, I muttered to myself, as I walked towards the temple on top of Azathoth, absorbing every detail around me. Unlike the rest of this dark universe, the path to the altar was, strangely cozy, almost perfect. With my bare feet as it was part of the ritual I felt the floor of the tunnel. And I felt that it had a perfectly smooth texture, almost as if it had been polished. Walking forward, I kept taking in every detail of the long tunnel, as maybe it would give me some answers, or clues on how to fight my father, but the deeper I went, the less mistakes I could feel. The place had no imperfections or clues. Letting out a long sigh, I continued walking until I reached the source of light at the end of the long tunnel leading to the shrine, literally, and after walking for hours, I was disappointed to see that the great altar for the ceremony was nothing more than a gushing fountain of bubbling water. My disappointment was short-lived however, for as soon as I laid eyes on the fountain again, I felt an unimaginable power come out of it, a power which left me, my father and everyone in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, I remembered Nyarlathotep's instructions, to enter the center of the altar, and wait for the other gods. With nothing else to do, I immersed myself in the iridescent water which vibrated with cosmic power, connected directly to Azathoth. As my feet entered the water, I felt the power of the sleeping god fluctuate through me, freely, like a river at dawn. How strange! I murmured, looking at the water, feeling how I connected with Azathoth, feeling how the god slept peacefully, ignorant of what he had created in his long sleep. Seconds after I entered the water, a podium rose from the ground. The podium had runes written on it in the ancient language, runes which I could not read, but for some reason I felt I knew what they said. After what seemed like hours of waiting at the fountain, thinking what to do about the gate, about the world, about myself, about the entire cosmos, the shrine of Azathoth began to light up little by little, with the entrance of the gods, who had begun to arrive to the temple, including my father. Is this our door? Asked one of the strange gods, gesturing to me with a finger. Yes, replied my father with a smile. Oh, the one who will end the cosmos and give birth to a new era, how intriguing, Yog-Sothoth stated, a god that for some reason I could recognize, even though I had never seen him before. The decision has not yet been made, but the outcome is the same regardless of his choice. Shut your mouth, my father bellowed with a hint of anger. Intriguing. There will be no violence in this place, Nyarlathotep. commanded a strange monster, which for some reason I knew his name, the darkness. You know what we risk if we start something here. I know, growled my father, his burning eyes revealing the contempt he felt for the creature. So let's start. I sighed. Channel the power of Azathoth by touching the runic podium, Nyarlathotep commanded, then break the veil between worlds, focus on that, shatter the veil keeping us inside this plane of existence, inside Azathoth's mind. Putting my hands where I had been instructed, I looked at Nyarlathotep and asked, what if I don't want to do this? We both know you don't have an option, Nyarlathotep smiled confidently, I can always make another gate, what's another millennia of work? I looked at him, while wondering, why had I even asked that? What was pushing me to do this? The way I see it, I do have an option, I answered without even thinking. Was this, out of pure hate to him? Or was it because I actually wanted to save Hestia, or was it because I saw this act of rebellion as way to fight for my freedom? Interesting, Nyarlathotep laughed, clapping his hands, getting a few odd stares for the present gods. You know, when you merged with my power, I expected my power to eat away your emotions, to make you someone worthy of being my son, but, in the end, it seems your emotions turned into a cancer, eating away my influence on you. Was that what was happening? Was the old Adam eating his way out of the prison I represented? Was my time in this reality limited since the moment of my birth? I can't really tell. I know that I hate you, I know that I hate all of this, but beyond that, I don't know. I looked at the runes around the fountain, and back at my father. Is this because of that whore? Nyarlathotep sighed, if her life means that much to you, then, you can have her, keep your pet, that is the best offer I can give you. His tone was odd and needy. Was that desperation? Was Nyarlathotep desperate? But why? It made no sense. He had the power to crush me with a thought, he had the time to create a new gate, the power to have a new more powerful and more obedient son, and yet, his tone and demeanor, felt desperate. No, I answered, once again without thinking. At this point it was safe to assume I was operating on autopilot. Then, you will die, Nyarlathotep growled, get out of the fountain, and face your doom. This was new, seeing him lose his cool, seeing him like this was unexpected. I looked at my father, and his eyes while glowing with unyielding hate and anger, they showed fear. Why was he afraid? Why would curious I look at the other gods, and each and every single one of them seemed agitated, afraid, and angry, all of them except for Yog-Sothoth who simply observed me with mild interest. No. I said once again. Get the hell out of there or I'll. I looked at him and with a smile said, or you'll what? Leave the fountain, Nyarlathotep growled, in a very low tone, if you do I will show you mercy. You know, it's funny, you seem very adamant to me leaving this place. I wonder why. Is it maybe because you can't hurt me here? There was no other explanation as to why gods whose powers towered above mine to be so against killing me for my hubris, so afraid to strike me down, which brought up the following question. Why were they so afraid of me? What reason could they have? You are afraid of what can happen if I use the shrine for something else, right? I muttered in realization. There was no other explanation. Why else would such an unstoppable force be afraid of me? It is, Yog-Sothoth answered, much to the anger of the other gods present, if you wake our creator, we will all cease to exist. Nyarlathotep is terrified of that outcome. I was too prideful, Nyarlathotep admitted. I never thought you would rebel against me. Nobody had done that ever before, but this changes nothing. How so? I asked him with curiosity. If you wake him up, you will cease to exist like all of us, or did you forget, you are also part of the great dream? Nyarlathotep smiled, so go ahead, do your worst. He was good, very good, at hiding his desperation. I could see right through his attempt to dissuade me, but also I could feel the truth behind his statement. Looking at him for a brief moment, I smiled. I am ready. Life has been nothing but a pain. You, Zeus, the war, my family. I hate you all. No, not all. I don't hate Hestia. I wanna be with her. I think I wanna. No, I can't. So, let's all die together. With that I knelt at the fountain, and with all my power sent a pulse to wake the blind god up. It was time to end this nightmare, forever. You told me my son would be the one to end the cosmos as we knew it. Nyarlathotep screamed at Yog, who simply smiled. I did, and he did. He destroyed reality as we know it. What a wonderful way to go. Yog-Sothoth muttered, closing his eyes. Second after my pulse was received by the ancient being, I felt pain like never before, and this seemed to be something everyone was feeling, for even Nyarlathotep was screaming in pain. First I felt my outer power being consumed, leaving nothing but Adam. Thank God I get to die as the original me, I muttered, letting the agony wash over me. A chuckle escaped my lips as I started to sing with a broken voice as I looked at the gods disintegrating in front of me. I've loved, I've laughed, and cried, and pranked. I've had my fill of many things, my share of losing and winning, and now, as tears subside I find it all so amusing. I continued my song, a last prank to close my curtain as blood came up with some of the words. To think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me, I was a prankster to the heart, and an emo for a while, but I did it my way. A tear ran down my face while I continued with difficulty, each passing second making the agony worse, but fuck it, it was my last moments, as me. My last prank to go out like I started. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. I could feel by this point Azathoth waking up, his energy so large it was impossible to miss, and a grin came to my lips as I closed my eyes and put my all into the last words. But through it all, when there was doubt, I laughed it out. Because no matter how hard it was, I faced my enemies with a smile, and in adversity I stood tall, and I did it my way. Adam. I heard the Nyarlathotep scream, and then, there was nothing. 175, Chapter 164. If you to read the completed novel you can go ahead to. This novel is complete, currently working on Twilight and Naruto, World of Warcraft. UWU. And so, the story of Adam ends. Did Adam's story end there? Well, it didn't, and this was a surprise for many, including Adam himself. You see, when Adam decided to channel his energy through the well of Azathoth he was fully prepared to die, as everything connected to the outer did. But, for some miracle he survived, but he was changed. Losing all connection to the outer, Adam was now free of the shackles of destiny, free to be himself. Many say that because he never fully accepted his outer part he was saved, for a part of him didn't belong to the outer. In a way Adam did die during the cosmic event, but just a part of him. As for what he did after all of this? Well, even without Zeus and Nyarlathotep there were still many problems in the world to be fixed, little chains that would keep him awake at night, but with the help of the newly formed triad of pantheons, these problems were merely an inconvenience, for Adam was not alone in them. Cronus was killed by Adam soon after the end of the outer universe, leaving Hestia to rule in peace, who with her heart of gold made peace with many of the victims of Zeus' paranoia. Things changed for the better. As for Hestia and Adam, well, they got married. This however took years of effort from both parts, but after 7 years of dating, with nothing more than kisses, Adam asked the question, and Hestia said yes. How could she not? She was madly in love. As for the rest of the gods, many things changed. Without a god of the heavens, this title was given to the king by marriage of the Greek pantheon, Adam, who ironically now held the realms Zeus did. Hades was welcomed into Olympus with open arms, and new rules were set for the gods. Like they could only have kids if they were going to take care of them. As for the children of Leto, Adam couldn't bring himself to fully forgive them, but accepted their apologies nonetheless. And after a few years of changes, the realm of the gods entered a new era of peace and pranks, but even then Adam knew he had to become more than what he was, so that Banes like Nyarlathotep would never hurt him and his friends again, and so he trained, every day, at every hour he could. And by the time Gaia woke up, Adam had surpassed the primordials. Without this outer powers conflicting with his natural given powers, Adam increased his power exponentially, and because of that in the span of 7 years, he became the new primordial of the skies and heavens and with ease submitted Gaia back to her slumber. Many were scared of Adam and his new immeasurable power, but even surpassing the old gods of the Greeks, he still had a long way to go. Nyarlathotep was still stronger than him, and Adam knew that, so even after reaching such heights, he continued training and training. But that wasn't all life had for him, for marriage brought him the gift of life and fatherhood. Yep, after a decade of marriage, Adam became a father, a strange thing for him, considering gods are born as adults, fully knowing what and who they are. Aura, the goddess of love, and Merlin the god of magic, the children of Hestia and Adam, both realms given to them by their parents, with Adam giving his realm of magic to his son as a birthday present the day he was born. Can you stop narrating? Wait, how did he got? No, he got me NOOOOOHELPPPPP, hello Adam here. To make this boring thing short, I survived, no idea how, but I ain't gonna look too deep into that. I married Hestia, love that woman, have 2 kids, never thought I could love something more than Hestia, but I do, and it's them, and well, that's it. It's now Adam POV bitches. But, what about what you did 100 years later? The narrator spoke, as I held him in place, or what you did to the Roman pantheon. Fine, I have dinner at 6, but okay. I killed Jupiter, and with my new powers forced the gods to stop existing, erasing their double personality shit. And, well, after that you know the rest. I bitch-slapped Gaia, I killed Cronus. I transmigrated humans to other worlds, and stuff, I answered, opening a portal ready to leave, this boring-ass conversation. Transmigrated people. The narrator exclaimed, ugh. Well, after I reached a cosmic level of power, I got bored, and sent people from around the cosmos to other places. At first I made some mistakes, like turning a guy into a Kryptonian cockroach, but after 500 failed attempts I managed to perfect the craft, like with, what was his name? Ronard Mormont. I sent him to God with a few powers, I chuckled, and Akira to Avatar. I had a few problems with him, first time creating a human body, and some random guy to Resident Evil. Isn't that cruel? The narrator questioned. Not really. I didn't force them to go, I offered all of them a choice, and they all accepted. Only Ronards remembers me though. Maybe I should stop erasing their memories of how they get to where they are. I hummed. Oh, I see, the narrator nodded. Well, I have to go, cosmic powers or not, you don't miss a family dinner with Hestia, you just don't. With that I teleport back to my home dimension, leaving the fourth dimensional narrator with more questions than answers. 176, new novel up. Hey Adam here, go check the new novel this hot piece of corn posted. Naruto, World of Warcraft.